Hi, my name is Jopa, and you're on my channel. Here I tell the best manhwa stories you won't find anywhere else. Don't forget to subscribe and like the video. My name is Luo Feng. I woke up in a world that feels like ancient Rome, but far more brutal. One moment, I was an overworked office employee dying at my desk, and the next, I was shivering in the cold, wearing nothing but a scrap of cloth. I am now in the body of Luo Feng, the former war god of the dragon tribe. My people were destroyed by the Tianyan Empire, and I was captured after a bloody final stand. My new body was a mess of deep, burning wounds. As I stood in a market in Blackstone City, noblemen looked at me with disgust, calling me useless and broken. I was nearly sent to the certain death of the mines until a noblewoman named Lady Lilith convinced her husband, Yuba, to buy me for 500 gold coins. She sees me as a low-risk gamble because of my legendary bloodline. Just as I realized the horror of my situation, a cheat system activated in my mind. It instantly healed my internal injuries and gave me a beginner's gift pack containing two powerful skills, Overlord Slash and Shadowless Kick. The system also gave me my first mission. I must swing a blade 10,000 times to upgrade my power. I was taken to the Yuba Estate, a massive fortress where fighters are trained for the arena. The head instructor, Lien Xiaodian, didn't think I would survive the week. I was assigned to share a room with a fierce and beautiful fighter named Xuefei, who clearly didn't want me there. Despite the pain and the cold, I started training immediately. While the others slept or mocked me, I spent the entire night swinging a wooden sword. I don't care if they think I am crazy. In this world, the weak are just cannon fodder. I have a second chance at life, a system to help me grow, and a will that won't break. I will become a perpetual motion machine of training until I am strong enough to survive the arena and win my freedom. I arrived at the training grounds of the Yuba Estate, still covered in bandages and medicine. The veteran fighters looked at me with a mix of curiosity and doubt. They noticed my Dragon Clan heritage, a race known for legendary endurance, but they saw only a broken man. The chief instructor, Lien Xiaodian, wasted no time. He is a powerful man who has survived 100 death matches and demands absolute obedience. He ordered the veterans to fight the newcomers to test our mettle. Eventually, I was the only one left without a sparring partner except for Xuefei, a beautiful but deadly warrior who uses dual blades. She doubted I could even train in my condition, but the coach assigned her as my partner and ordered me to share her room. I decided to forge my own path. I directly challenged the coach's authority by refusing a sparring partner and asking for a weapon. I needed to focus on my system missions. To everyone's surprise, Lien Xiaodian agreed and gave me a wooden sword. While the others practiced complex maneuvers, I stood alone and swung my sword thousands of times. They laughed and mocked me, thinking my movements were aimless and unrefined, but they didn't see the notifications in my head. With every 1,000 swings, the system rewarded me with skill points. By dinner, my internal wounds were fully healed, and my surface scars were closing fast. Even the coach was impressed by my recovery speed. I made it clear to him that the Dragon Clan does not produce cowards. He revealed to the others that I was once a celebrated war god, which shifted the mood from mockery to cautious respect. That night, I returned to the small room I share with Xuefei. She is cold and protective of her space, but I have no interest in her drama. My mind is fixed on one goal, getting stronger. As the rest of the estate sleeps, I am fueled by the sweat of my labor and the silent progress of my cheat system. Preparing for the day, I have to fight for real. I found myself in a small room with Xuefei, who warned me to stay in my place. While she is undeniably beautiful, I have no time for distractions. Sleep wouldn't come anyway, so I headed outside into the freezing night to continue my training. With only a week before we are sent to war, I need to master my skills to survive. Every swing of my wooden blade brought me closer to my goal, and by midnight, the system notified me that I had reached 4,000 strikes. Coach Lien Xiaodian found me practicing in the dark. He was surprised by my intensity and asked about my past, but I have no interest in dwelling on the tragedy of my destroyed tribe. In this harsh world, the past is a burden. Only the strong deserve to live. I told him I prefer to train alone, refusing his offer for a sparring partner. He left me to my work, clearly intrigued by my independence. Unbeknownst to me, Lady Lilith was watching from her balcony. She sipped her wine and observed my unnatural endurance, wondering if I would survive the coming arena battles. Her husband joined her, and they discussed the power of the Dragon Clan. Lilith is clever. She warned Yubadan that filling their ranks with only Dragon Clan warriors could lead to a rebellion. Her words terrified him, making him realize the danger of the very strength he sought to buy. I didn't stop for a second. My name is the first light of dawn. I woke up in terrible pain. I reached 8,000 feeling as if something sharp had stabbed into my chest. When the other fighters woke up, I could not move or speak. They were trapped in a strange dream where I lived. I had been swinging my sword for the entire night without rest. One version of me grew up in an orphanage on Earth, but my energy fell sick with ALS. I am determined losing control of my body day by day. Motion machine, training until I reached the limit of my potential. When the sun rose, everyone was shocked to see me still standing in the training square. Shuefei, my roommate, woke up to find my bed untouched, and even Lady Lilith couldn't believe my stamina. My coach, Lian Xiaodian, warned me that despite my all-night session, I still had to follow the daytime training schedule. I just smiled and told them I am like a machine that never stops. Finally, the system chimed in my head. I reached 10,000 sword swings. My overlord slash advanced to the next level, making me much stronger and reducing the time I need to wait between uses. But the system didn't let me rest. A new mission appeared, 10,000 kicks to upgrade my speed. I immediately started kicking the air, switching legs as they grew tired. While the other slaves gathered for practice, they looked at me like I was a madman. I didn't care. Coach Lian Xiaodian gave a stern speech about training for our lives because the arena is a place of death. He then paired Shuefei with a tall, muscular man from the Blue Ape clan named Wang Tailuo. Their fight was fierce. Shuefei was fast, but Wang Tailuo was stronger. At one point, he moved so quickly that he tore her clothes with his sword as a warning. She was furious and felt humiliated, but the coach reminded her that in a real fight, that move would have killed her. To her, pride is worth more than life, but to the coach, staying alive is the only victory. As they argued, I kept kicking. I watched their battle closely to learn their strengths, but I never stopped my own rhythmic movement. Even the master of the house, Yubadan, looked down from his balcony and asked why I was doing something so strange. The coach lied for me, claiming it was a secret Dragon Clan healing method. I just kept my head down and continued. Each kick brings me closer to the power I need to survive this nightmare. Oh, so that's how it is. Then let him recover quickly. I'm counting on this former war hero to shine again in next week's rookie tournament. Yubadan said, "Don't worry, master. I'll keep a close eye on him." Lian Xiaodian replied respectfully. Yubadan turned and went back inside. Lilith frowned slightly as she glanced at Luo Feng. She couldn't understand what he was doing. She wasn't sure if Lian Xiaodian's explanation was true or not. Maybe. They would find out in a week. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed 3,000 kicks and earned 3 skill points. After kicking all morning, Luo Feng was so exhausted he almost coughed up blood. When lunchtime came, he grabbed a bowl of rice mixed with meat and vegetables and ate greedily. After swinging his sword all night and kicking all morning, he was starving. Lian Xiaodian sat down beside him with his own bowl and asked quietly, "What's really going on with all that kicking? Don't brush me off." "You guessed it. It's for recovery," Luo Feng said casually between bites. "Don't joke with me." These words could only fool Yubaduan. Lian Xiaodian said angrily. Luo Feng swallowed his food and said calmly, "I'm not a fool. I won't risk my life for nothing. Whether it's swinging a sword or practicing kicks, each move helps me grow stronger." Lian Xiaodian nodded thoughtfully. "This move looks strange. I don't think you'll survive on the battlefield. I'm starting to doubt your so-called title and fame as a war hero." Shuefei sat down beside Luo Feng. "The arena will teach him a good lesson," Wang Tailuo said as he sat down with his meal. "Stay away from me," Shuefei snapped, still upset about what had happened that morning. Wang Tailuo rolled his eyes. "Don't act so noble. It's not like I haven't seen it before. When you first came to the Yuba family, you didn't even have that cloth to cover yourself. She earned that for herself. That deserves respect. Don't bring up old wounds again," Lian Xiaodian said with a frown. Wang Tailuo shrugged and started eating. After lunch, there was a short break. Luo Feng didn't dare to rest. Under the blazing sun, he continued his kicking practice. At noon, A luxurious carriage stopped outside the Yuba estate. The curtain lifted. A graceful and elegant woman, dressed in fine clothes, stepped down from the carriage with the help of two female attendants. Her delicate face glowed with joy, and her golden hair shimmered in the sunlight. Sophia, my dear sister, I've been waiting so long for you to come. Your arrival fills my heart with warmth and happiness. Lilith straightened her slender waist, walked forward gracefully, and warmly embraced the beautiful woman. The two sisters greeted each other affectionately and began chatting excitedly. Madame Good's arrival makes the Yuba estate shine like the bright moonlight. Yuba Duan said with a welcoming smile. Master Yuba, your words are as sweet as ever, Sophia replied politely. Yuba Duan smiled and said, the Yuba family warmly welcomes Madame Good. We've prepared a grand feast just for you. The head of the Yuba family is truly generous. I'll be sure to speak well of you to my husband later, Sophia said happily. Haha, thank you very much. Yuba Duan replied with a broad smile. However, starting today and for the next few days, Sister Lise will be spending time with me. Don't try to take her away from me, Sophia said playfully. No problem. Whatever Madame Good needs in the coming days, just tell us. We'll make sure you're satisfied, Yuba Duan said cheerfully. The two women, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, chatted excitedly as if they had just reunited after years apart. After lunch, they both took a pleasant nap. Around 4 in the afternoon, Sophia, holding a glass of wine and accompanied by Lise, went up to the pavilion in the backyard. From the pavilion, they could see the entire training ground for the fighters. The fighters were already in the middle of their training. In just over a month, has the Yuba family bought new fighters? Sophia asked, noticing several unfamiliar faces. Yes, they were bought just yesterday, Lise replied. That man from the Highland tribe looks strong. Tall and powerful, he seems like a real warrior, Sophia said, pointing toward one of the fighters. Yes, that Highlander cost us 3,000 gold coins. We're counting on him for the newcomer tournament this weekend, Lise said, taking a sip of wine. Oh, what about that man over there? Why does he keep kicking? Sophia asked curiously, pointing at Luo Feng. He's not an ordinary man. He used to be a war hero of the Dragon Clan. When my husband bought him, he was badly injured. I heard that this kind of training helps him recover his strength, Lise explained. Is he also joining the newcomer tournament? Sophia asked. Yes. Let me give you some advice. He's probably not as great as he seems. A former Dragon Clan war hero? I've seen plenty of those. My husband told me that there are many so-called war heroes from that clan, but most of them are just exaggerations meant to impress people. Sophia seemed to know quite a lot about the Dragon Clan. Oh, really? Lilith was full of doubt. Cross my heart, I'm not lying, Sophia said. We'll see in a week whether it's true or not. It's only 500 gold coins. Consider it a donation, Lilith said, holding her wine glass and looking at Luo Feng. Can I make a small request? Sophia suddenly asked. What kind of request? Lilith replied. I want this year's rookie champion to spend an evening with me, just to talk and keep me company. But only if the champion belongs to the Yuba family, Sophia said, glancing at Rock. What? Wasn't my company enough for you just now? Lilith exclaimed. I just want to spend time with a strong man. It makes me feel more at ease, Sophia said without hesitation. What happened to you this past month? You seem different, Lilith asked, staring into Sophia's eyes as if trying to find an answer. Sophia said sadly, my husband betrayed me. He had a relationship with one of our servants. Isn't that common? Lilith asked in surprise. It's not normal. The servant even gave birth to his son, while I still haven't been able to have a child, Sophia said, her eyes filling with tears. She was heartbroken and in deep pain. Lilith felt sorry for her and gave her a comforting hug. Can you promise me? Sophia asked softly, her eyes blurred with tears. Lilith nodded with difficulty. In the training field, Luo Feng increased the speed of his kicks. He endured the pain in his legs and finished 10,000 kicks before nightfall. Ding! Congratulations, host. The shadow kick skill has advanced. Attributes updated. Would you like to view them? Shadow kick, movement skill, level 020. Each strike is 4 times faster than normal. Can be used to dodge or knock back targets. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. The speed of the shadow kick had greatly improved. 4 times faster. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 12 hours. This meant that for 1 minute, his speed would be 4 times stronger. 1 minute. Enough time to make a big difference in the tournament. Unfortunately, the cooldown time was still too long. If it could be shortened to 1 hour, or even half an hour, he could fight continuously. Only then would speed become his advantage. Ding! System mission issued. Fight the wooden post with your blade for 1,000 rounds to earn 1 skill point. Fight for 20,000 rounds to upgrade Overlord Slash to the mastery level. The third mission appeared right after. As expected, it was related to the Overlord Slash. Fighting the wooden post with his blade at least allowed him to regain some pride. If he kept swinging endlessly like before, not only would he go crazy, but even Lian Xiaotian and Yubaden would lose their patience. Night fell, covering the sky in darkness. The world grew silent. That night, Luo Feng lay down on a wooden board to sleep. His arms and legs were sore and numb, and he needed rest to ease the pain. Not training tonight. Shuefei turned over and asked with a teasing smile. A normal body gets tired sometimes, Luo Feng replied without hesitation. Oh, weren't you the one who never stops? The one whose energy never ends? Shuefei mocked. Luo Feng said calmly, I'm just afraid if I keep going, I might scare you. With that, he lay back on the wooden bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The night passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, morning came. Before Shuefei even woke up, Luo Feng was already swinging his wooden blade at the post again. 800 strikes. 999 strikes. 1,999 strikes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed 2,000 strikes against the wooden post and earned 2 skill points. Not bad. He had gotten up before dawn. By the time everyone else came out of their rooms, he had already swung his blade 2,500 times. Lilith, enjoying Sophia's company, didn't get up early to train that morning. The third day passed uneventfully. By noon on the fourth day, the mission completion sound rang again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed 20,000 strikes against the wooden post and earned 20 skill points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Overlord Slash has been upgraded. Its attributes have changed. The host may choose to view details. Overlord Slash, combat skill, mastery level 0/50. Each strike releases 6 times your normal power. Cooldown time, 6 hours. The attributes changed once again. A single powerful move at this level could easily defeat anyone on the field, even Lian Xiaotian and Wang Tailuo. Luo Feng finally felt he could relax. Ding! System mission. Kick the wooden post 20,000 times. Shadowless kick will advance to mastery. It was time for the shadowless kick again. It seemed the system planned to upgrade both the Overlord Slash and the shadowless kick first. Well, that was fine. Such a simple task could be done with a bit of exercise. After resting for a while, Luo Feng went to the training ground and began his kicking practice. His diligence earned Shuefei's sympathy, Lian Xiaotian's praise, and Wang Tailuo's admiration, but also the scorn of the other slaves. Clang! Ugh! In the reception hall above the pavilion, Yubaden, furious, swept the cups and bottles off the table. He shouted angrily, his voice echoing through the room. That wretched Joffrey. One day, I'll make him pay for this. One day, I'll make him regret ever crossing me. Ugh! Bang! Still fuming, Yubaden kicked over the table, wishing he could deal with Joffrey himself. Joffrey was the son of the Lord of Blackstone City. His sudden interference had completely ruined Yubaden's tournament plans and placed enormous pressure on him. 500,000 gold coins. 500,000. Do you know how much that is? You're taking advantage of others. Who does business like this? It's not just my Yuba family. I doubt any of the fighter families in Blackstone City could come up with that much gold. This is impossible. Yubaden was losing his mind. In fighter tournaments, there were always winners and losers, but few families could ever gather such a huge amount of gold, unless they had an unbeatable champion. Even the largest bets rarely exceeded 100,000 gold coins, and even those were rare. Putting up 500,000 gold coins as a bet, wasn't that trying to ruin the Yuba family? This newcomer tournament was supposed to be just a small event to bring some excitement to Blackstone City and maybe earn a little money. No one expected the city lord's son, Joffrey, to suddenly get involved. Sigh. My grand family definitely can't come up with that much money. I guess we'll have to give up on the tournament, Grand Kuo said sadly. My Yuba family can't afford that either. We only have 300,000 gold coins at most. Yuba Duan said angrily. But if we refuse to join, we'll lose our place in Blackstone City's arena forever. Grand Kuo said bitterly, his face dark with frustration. The arena of Blackstone City was managed directly by the city lord. Without his approval, no warrior family could send their fighters to compete. If there's no other way, we'll have to borrow money, Lilith said, rubbing her forehead with worry. Borrow? From where? Yuba Duan asked gloomily. Lilith turned her gaze toward Sophia. Sophia hesitated for a moment. My husband only has military power, not wealth. Your father has money. If you can help us contact him, we're willing to pay high interest. Lilith said firmly. Sophia hesitated. Sophia's father was a high-ranking official in the Tianyin Empire's cabinet, holding both power and wealth. That was one of the reasons the Yuba family tried so hard to get close to her. They wanted a strong ally. Sophia, my dear friend, the future of the Yuba family depends on you. Lilith pleaded. I'll write to my father first thing tomorrow morning. I hope he'll help the Yuba family for my sake, Sophia said softly. Sophia couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The Yuba family was where she could escape her loneliness and find some excitement in life. Then we'll be counting on you, Lady Good, Yuba Duan said with a heavy sigh of relief. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to find some help too. Otherwise, my grand family will be finished in Blackstone City, Grand Kuo said, standing up and leaving the Yuba residence. After Granzo left, Yubaden ordered the servants to clean up the mess, then took Lilith to the backyard. A servant poured each of them a glass of wine. Yubaden sighed. This new competition clearly puts us at a disadvantage. Yes, our family only has one strong fighter we can rely on. If we end up last, we'll be the ones losing all the gold. Lilith said worriedly. If I had known Joffrey would interfere, I would have been more careful when buying new slaves, Yubaden said in frustration. There are only 3 days left before the competition. It's too late to buy new ones now. Even if we did, there's no time to train them into real fighters, Lilith said, shaking her head. Lanshan, Yubaden called. Yes, master. A beautiful foxwoman's servant walked lightly to his side. Go and tell Lian Xiaodian to come see me right away, Yubaden ordered. Yes. Lanshan quickly left. Master. Lian Xiaodian soon arrived at the attic. There's been a change in the new competition, Yubaden said directly. Oh. Originally, all the newcomers could take part, and the strongest would be chosen. But now, there are only 5 spots available, Yubaden said, taking a sip of wine. Please give your orders, master. The city lord's son, Joffrey, has stepped in. He wants to use the Sword of Glory as a wager and make every family put up 500,000 gold coins. The family that ranks last will lose their gold, Yubaden said bitterly. Lian Xiaodian stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. Training has already gone on for 4 days, and there are only 3 days left. I need to pick 5 promising fighters from the newcomers for special training, Yubaden said. Rock is one of them. He's from the Highland tribe, tall, strong, and fearless in battle, Lian Xiaodian said without hesitation. Who else? Reno. He's from the same bear tribe as Ruiz. His potential is no less than Ruiz's, and he might even surpass him in the future, Lian Xiaodian said confidently. Good, go on. Carl. He's small, but incredibly powerful. He's from the swamp tribe and skilled at using tricks. He has great potential, Lian Xiaodian added. And who else? Bert. He loves using guns. He's become extremely skilled with a long rifle. After 3 days of training, he's now evenly matched with Mahan's. At least, he can easily handle Mahan's fierce attacks, Lian Xiaodian said, naming another person. What about Luo Feng? How strong is he? Has his injury fully healed? Lilith asked impatiently. Luo Feng was the one she had suggested buying, so she was naturally curious about his condition and fighting ability. Luo Feng. Lian Xiaodian hesitated for a moment before saying, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. I think we can give him a chance. No, this competition is too important. If we lose, the Yuba family will be buried in debt. If that happens, we'll never recover. Yuba Duan refused without hesitation. I still think we should give him a chance, Lian Xiaodian insisted, remembering the Luo Feng he once knew. Judging from Luo Feng's recent hard training, it was clear that his injuries had healed. Although his training looked a bit strange and even funny at times, his wounds didn't reopen, and there was no more bleeding. Are there any other candidates? Yuba Duan asked with a frown. Lien Xiaodian shook his head. Aside from Luo Feng, the others are far too weak. Sending them into the arena would just be sending them to lose. Sigh. It seems this competition will be a huge test for the Yuba family, Yuba Duan said gloomily. Do you think we have a chance to win third or maybe fourth place? As long as we don't end up fifth, it's fine, Lilith asked anxiously. Forget fifth place. My name is not even rank at all. I woke up in terrible pain, the people of Blackstone feeling as if something sharp had stabbed into my chest. And the other warrior families will mock us endlessly. I could not move or speak. Yuba Duan trapped in a strange dream where I lived laughing different lives at the same time. One version of me grew up in an orphanage on Earth and later fell sick with ALS, losing control of my body day by day. On a wooden post when a tall, muscular bald man took the chance to cause trouble. The man rudely shoved Luo Feng aside and shouted angrily, spitting as he spoke, "You've been using this post for a whole day and night. It's not your personal property. Now, move." Right now? Luo Feng was caught off guard and almost fell when the tall man pushed him. The man was an old fighter from the Yuba family. He came from the Black Bear tribe and was named Ruiz. Although not among the strongest, he had earned many honors for the Yuba family. When Ruiz suddenly tried to provoke Luo Feng, the surrounding slaves all looked on with interest. Everyone already knew Luo Feng's former title as the God of War. They were curious to see whether his strength was real or just a rumor. Perhaps, as Sophia had said, people of the Dragon Clan often thought too highly of themselves. Many claimed to be great warriors. Facing Ruiz's challenge, Luo Feng glanced at him calmly and said, "If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize." His voice was quiet but full of power. "Ha ha." Ruiz burst into loud laughter and shouted to the crowd, "Did you hear that? This proud man wants me, Ruiz, to kneel and apologize? Is he asking for trouble, or am I?" "Ruiz." Xuefei took a deep breath and called his name coldly. Well, haven't seen you for 3 days, Xuefei. Feeling lonely, are you? Haha. How about this? Let that guy come out tonight, and I'll kindly keep you company," Ruiz said with a rude grin. "You! How dare you?" Xuefei shouted angrily, ready to strike, but Luo Feng stopped her. "Kneel and apologize," Luo Feng said coldly. "Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you a painful lesson. Kneel? You're not worthy. Get down yourself." Ruiz roared and swung his sword fiercely toward Luo Feng's stomach. Shadow kick. Without hesitation, Luo Feng moved like lightning and kicked Ruiz hard, sending him flying several meters backward. Thud. Ruiz's huge body crashed heavily to the ground. Shock filled his eyes as he clutched his aching stomach. The surrounding slaves were stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief, completely shaken. None of them could see how Luo Feng made his move. They only saw Rahisi suddenly thrown into the air. It seemed that his title of war god was not just for show. He truly had the skill to match it. Everyone began to feel a deeper respect and fear toward Luo Feng. Swish. Luo Feng held a wooden sword, pressing it against Rahisi's neck. A thin line of blood appeared. Rahisi was startled and shouted loudly, "The Yuba family's training ground has strict rules. Fellow trainees must not fight to the death or show killing intent. Even if you are a war god of the Dragon Clan, the coach will throw you off the cliff if you kill me." Luo Feng sneered and asked, "The Yuba family's training ground also has a rule. No one may provoke a fellow trainee without reason. Did you follow that rule?" I kneel and apologize. "Then we'll pretend this never happened," Luo Feng said sharply. "Oh." Swish. The wooden sword pressed against his neck again, and another small wound appeared. Rahisi, holding back his anger and humiliation, dropped to his knees. "I apologized to Luo Feng. I was foolish and arrogant. I should not have challenged you. And her." Luo Feng glanced toward Xuefei. "I don't accept your apology." Xuefei's eyes flashed coldly. She struck swiftly, and Rahisi cried out in pain as blood spread near his legs. "Oh!" Rahisi screamed, clutching his leg in agony, nearly fainting from the pain. You wicked woman," he shouted angrily at Xuefei. Lien Xiaodian appeared without anyone noticing. With a flick of his whip, the air cracked sharply. His eyes widened in fury. All the fighters scattered at once, pretending to resume their training. Rahisi, stand up, right now, and train. Coach, Rahisi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Only then did Lien Xiaodian notice the blood on the ground near Rahisi. His face darkened. What happened here? Explain yourself. Shui Fei's face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Just now, she lost control and struck hard, destroying Rux's weapon. If Lien Xiaodian found out, it would be seen as harming a teammate, something the Yuba family would never allow. Luo Feng's face darkened. He was about to tell the truth when Rux stammered. I did it by accident. Rux would never dare to tell the real story. For now, only his weapon was broken. If he told the truth, the coach might throw him off the cliff on the spot. After all, he was the one who caused the trouble. If he hadn't provoked Luo Feng, Shui Fei wouldn't have acted so harshly. Be more careful next time. Go to the medical room and get that treated before it gets infected. Lien Xiaodian said coldly. Rux endured the pain and slowly stood up. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Luo Feng, then walked away unwillingly. He had tried to take advantage, but ended up losing both his pride and his strength. Luo Feng continued his training, kicking the wooden post. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed 3,000 kicks and earned 3 skill points. Because of the earlier incident, Luo Feng only managed 3,000 kicks that afternoon. He still had 17,000 more to finish the task. Rubbing his forehead, Luo Feng followed the other fighters to the dining area. It had to be said, Luo Feng's kick had caused quite a stir among them. Although defeating Rux wasn't a big deal, solving it with one kick impressed everyone. Even Shui Fei looked at Luo Feng with new respect. I didn't expect you to be that strong. Not bad. Knocking Rux down with one kick. Worthy of a true Dragon Clan warrior. Wang Tailuo said, sitting across from him with his bowl. Luo Feng smiled calmly and kept eating without replying. Rux was too foolish to be worth feeling proud about. Thank you for earlier, Shui Fei said sincerely, holding her bowl. You should be thanking me. If you hadn't stepped in, I might have already taken Rux down myself, Luo Feng said seriously. What? You'd go that far against a teammate? Wang Tailuo exclaimed, shrinking his neck in surprise. Luo Feng gave a cold smile and said, the one who stands out gets struck first. You mean you're the one holding the gun? Wang Tailuo asked in surprise. Luo Feng neither confirmed nor denied it. It seems. Some people still doubt your true strength, Lien Xiaodian said as he walked steadily over and sat beside Luo Feng. That seat seemed to belong only to him. Before he arrived, no one dared to sit there, not even Shui Fei, Wang Tailuo, or Giles. The coach seems to know everything, Luo Feng said casually while eating. Cold sweat appeared again on Shui Fei's forehead. You reap what you sow, Lien Xiaodian said lightly, clearly unconcerned. Shui Fei let out a quiet sigh of relief. The weekend competition will no longer be a simple rookie match, Lien Xiaodian suddenly said. Huh. Wang Tailuo looked puzzled. The City Lord's son from Blackstone City has decided to join in. He made a bold statement. He's putting up the family's honor blade as a wager and demands that every participating family bet 500,000 gold coins. Lien Xiaodian explained the situation truthfully. 500,000 gold coins. That's a huge amount. Wang Tailuo gasped. The City Lord's son is quite clever. He's using one sword to draw in 500,000 gold coins. That's a sure profit, Shui Fei said. Exactly. Once the competition begins, the City Lord's son will send 5 fighters to take part. If his team wins the championship, not only will he keep the honor blade, but he'll also earn an extra 500,000 gold coins, Lien Xiaodian added. But by joining in and raising the stakes, the City Lord's son has put great pressure on the Yuba family. Although the Yubas are a major family in Blackstone City, it's uncertain whether they can come up with that much money at once, Lien Xiaodian said with some concern. What if they can't? Shui Fei asked. Then the Yuba family will lose their right to compete. In the future, they'll also be banned from taking part in any city tournaments, Lien Xiaodian said with a sigh. That punishment is too harsh, Shui Fei said in shock. The honor sword is forged from rare meteorite iron and is the pride of the City Lord's mansion. The fact that the City Lord's son dares to use it as a wager shows that his 5 new fighters must be extremely powerful, Lien Xiaodian said worriedly. The honor sword is known as a legendary weapon, sharp enough to cut through iron as if it were clay. and so fine it can slice a strand of hair in midair. If we can win the championship this time, it will bring great honor to the Yuba family again. Wang Tailuo said seriously. So, does that mean the Yuba family has no chance of winning this time? Shuefei asked. Not just the championship. Even if they get second, third, or fourth place, the Yuba family won't lose any money, Lin Xiaotian replied. But for some new fighters, their safety might not be guaranteed, Shuefei said, glancing at Luo Feng. You're right, Lin Xiaotian agreed, also turning his eyes toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng said nothing and quietly continued eating. After dinner, he went out to practice kicking the wooden post again. Whether or not Yuba had enough gold coins to register for the competition, Luo Feng was determined to improve his strength as quickly as possible. The higher his skill level, the stronger his fighting power would be. Cooldown time was a valuable thing. The shorter it was, the more often he could use his abilities. The more often he could use them, the better his chances of survival. Just as Luo Feng reached the training post, Lin Xiaotian followed him outside and stood beside him. The night was dim, with a few stars scattered across the sky. This competition is very important, Lin Xiaotian said. I know. How confident are you that you'll survive? He asked again. I don't know. The master doesn't want you to compete. That's fine by me. But I fought hard to get you a spot, Lin Xiaotian said, looking up at the endless sky. You want me to die? Luo Feng stopped and asked. I just want you to live with dignity. And, if you win, you'll earn gold coins. Once you save enough, you can buy back your freedom, Lin Xiaotian said. Luo Feng was silent for a while, then asked, Then you? You should already be able to buy your freedom, right? Yes. Why haven't you left? Luo Feng asked. I've grown used to this life. The world is chaotic, and only the strong survive. Staying with the Yuba family gives me a chance to live. Without them, who knows what kind of danger I'd face. At least here, I can live with some dignity. A look of helplessness crossed Lin Xiaotian's face. Luo Feng nodded thoughtfully. Winning the competition, buying back his freedom. That idea truly appealed to him. Then I should thank you for getting me this spot, Luo Feng said calmly. How confident are you? If you think your strength isn't enough, I can request a replacement. At least you won't die so quickly in the arena, Lin Xiaotian said. No need, Luo Feng replied firmly. After speaking, he continued his kicking practice. I'll tell you the rules for this competition, Lin Xiaotian said. 5 families are taking part, each sending 5 new fighters, 25 in total. The opponents are assigned randomly, so we might even face our own people. If you win by defeating your opponent completely, you get 10 points. If you win without doing that, you only get 5. So, to earn enough points. The death rate in this competition is very high. Lin Xiaotian explained the scoring system. Luo Feng nodded thoughtfully. Time passed quickly, and soon it was Sunday. Early in the morning, all the new and veteran fighters stood neatly in rows on the training ground at Lin Xiaotian's command. Yubaden stood on the balcony above them. With his chest held high, he shouted loudly. Panshi, Carl, Bert, Luo Feng, Lei Hainuo, step forward. This newcomer competition is vital to the future of the Yuba family. I don't ask you to win the championship, but I do expect you to reach the top 4. If you make it to the top 4, for the next 3 days, you'll be rewarded with grand celebrations and endless feasts. So, do your best to reach the top 4. Can you do it? Yubaden's voice was full of passion. For the Yuba family's fighters, such celebrations were the greatest reward. At that time, Yubaden would spend a large sum to host a grand festival, inviting entertainers from Blackstone City to perform and serve the fighters for 3 days and nights. It would be a time of joy and excitement for them all. As expected, his words stirred the crowd. Lei Hainuo was the first to step forward, pounding his chest and shouting, I will defeat every enemy and prove my strength with their downfall. Excellent. Yubaden praised loudly. Half an hour later, the 2 luxury carriages of the Yuba family left the Yuba estate in a grand procession. The carriages traveled along the mountain road, winding through rugged terrain. Luo Feng sat inside the carriage, closing his eyes to rest. He opened his attribute panel to check his 2 skills. Overlord / Combat Skill, Peak Level 0/100. When used, it strikes with 8 times the user's strength. Cooldown, 3 hours. Shadowless Kick, Agility Skill, Peak Level 0/100. A quick kick that moves at 8 times the normal speed, used for dodging or knocking back opponents. Lasts 4 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. Not bad. Both of his skills have been upgraded to the peak level. Reaching this level depends on 2 people. One is Xue Fei, and the other is Wang Tailuo. To improve Overlord / to peak level, he needs a target for practice. Luo Feng chose Wang Tailuo as the target. Wang Tailuo was passively cooperating the whole time, almost making Luo Feng exhausted. To upgrade Shadowless Kick to peak level, he also needs a practice partner. Luo Feng chose Xue Fei as the target. Xue Fei is fast, making practice more effective. Next, to advance both skills to the inheritance level of the sect, he must fight in battles. Killing a fighter or a beast earns him 2 skill points. In other words, to upgrade both skills to the sect inheritance level, Luo Feng needs to kill at least 100 fighters or beasts. This is very difficult for him right now. However, once both skills reach the peak level, their cooldowns are reduced to 3 hours. This gives Luo Feng a chance to survive. It also means, within 3 hours, Luo Feng can use these 2 skills to defeat 2 strong opponents. With his godly strength, reaching the top 3 or even winning the championship should be easy. The first match eliminates 12 fighters, leaving 13. The second match eliminates 6, leaving 7. The third match eliminates 3, leaving 4. The fourth match eliminates 2, leaving 2. The fifth match is the final, where the champion is decided. In the first 3 rounds, a random fighter will successfully advance. The Colosseum is located in the center of Blackstone City and covers at least 10,000 square meters. Early in the morning, the area is bustling with activity and lively crowds. Many wealthy young men and women, along with city residents, buy tickets to watch the fights. Some people are placing bets, preparing for the matches. Hoo. Luo Feng and his group, led by Lien Xiaotian, just entered the underground entrance of the Colosseum when they heard loud shouts. Through the gate bars, Luo Feng could vaguely see around the arena, where rows of guests are seated. The guests include men and women, young and old. Many young women in the arena are shouting passionately. Around the Colosseum, there are luxurious viewing platforms. These platforms are occupied by the powerful families of Blackstone City. Yuba and his wife, Sophia, along with the Grand Couple and the Saidima couple, sit on the eastern viewing platform. Joffrey, the city lord Jojori, and some high-ranking officials sit on the western platform. Slaves and fighters from various noble families are already in position. City Lord Jojori stands up amid cheers. He raises his hands, and the noise immediately quiets down. Jojori puffs out his chest, hands behind his back, and speaks loudly. The new round of the rookie tournament begins again, thanks to the Yuba, Gran, Saidima, and Eek families, as well as my City Lord's residents, for providing the fighters for this rookie tournament. This event is held with the Glory Sword as the prize. As everyone knows, the Glory Sword is a divine weapon issued by the Imperial Cabinet, forged from meteor iron, capable of cutting through iron and even hair. Owning this sword represents the highest honor for a family. The family that wins it gains a sort of immunity from death. So, fight for your family's honor and make this a victory. After this long speech, the tournament officially begins. Hoo. The shouts echo throughout the Colosseum again. The first round of matches and the order of fighters are now announced. Lien Xiaotian arrives at the exit and speaks to Luo Feng and the others. Carl and Rihino immediately showed signs of nervousness. Relax. We are very lucky we haven't encountered any comrades. The opponents are all from other families, Lien Xiaotian said again. The others finally relaxed a little. Carl will participate in the first match, Bird in the third, Pancher in the 7th, Rihino in the 9th, Luo Feng in the last match. Lien Xiaotian patiently listed each person. When Carl heard he would participate in the first match, his young face showed some nervousness. Lien Xiaotian gently patted his shoulder and quietly encouraged him. Use your small size to your advantage. Be clever and sneaky. Stay calm, wait for the right moment, and strike it deadly. Remember, live for yourself. Fight for yourself. Carl took a deep breath, clenched his sword and shield, and quietly shouted, Live for myself. Fight for myself. Ugh. The horn sounded outside. Lien Xiaodian opened the door of the dungeon. Carl's eyes widened as he took strong steps forward, feeling very nervous but slowly walking toward the arena's center. Clang! The dungeon door on the other side opened. A tall, muscular, bald man with a powerful build, holding two sharp-edged axes, looked like a human cannonball, stomping heavily on the ground and walking toward Carl. The big man looked at Carl, grinning with a row of dirty, yellowed teeth. He clenched his axes tightly, a look of contempt in his eyes. Roar! The big man glared with bull-like eyes, raised his axes high, and shouted loudly at the crowd. His strong arms flexed, showing muscles as solid as rocks. As he shouted, the audience cheered loudly, shouting and cheering. Rip off his head. Split him in two. Smash his skull. Open his belly. Shouts echoed throughout the arena. Carl's eyes showed signs of nervousness. This big man was over 2 meters 5'6" tall, while Carl was only about 1 meter 5'6". Such a height difference left him with no advantage. On the west viewing platform. It's been a long time since I heard such enthusiastic cheers. I feel my long-suppressed passion has been reignited once again. Lord Jorguri looked at the two fighters, who were quite different in height, with a passionate expression. Hubek is the top fighter I hired at a high price. This guy will definitely bring glory to my lord's mansion. I woke up in terrible pain, this new fighter feeling as if something sharp had stabbed into my chest. I could not move or speak. Trapped in a strange dream where I lived two different lives at the same time. Hubek has one version of me grew up in an orphanage on Earth and later fell sick with ALS. What's the difference losing control of my body day by day? Joffrey replied, turning his head. That makes sense. Fighters and mercenaries have different jobs, but they both fight on the edge of danger. Both have their heads in the game. With Hubek here, our mansion will definitely take the championship this time. Jorguri said happily. Joffrey, he's cheating. He's cheating. Carl is doomed. The gap in strength is too big. Carl has no chance of winning. On the east viewing platform, Yuba clenched his fist and slammed at the armrest of his seat. His forehead veins bulged, showing his frustration. Glanks frowned and said, the difference in size is too big. Only a miracle can help him win. That's impossible. This is just a one-sided slaughter. Joffrey, that sneaky guy, definitely came prepared. Sedma said with a grim face. Yuba looked unwilling and said, today, one of our 4 beast-fighting families will have to give 50,000 gold coins to the Lord's mansion. 50,000, just imagine. Sigh. No matter which family offers 50,000 gold coins, they'll immediately face a financial crisis. They'll have to take on huge debts. They might even go bankrupt right away. Glanks gritted his teeth. You have no way out now. Just grit your teeth and push forward. Maybe there's still a chance to survive. Sophia interrupted. Bet everything on this, and maybe we can turn death into life. Lyrith said in a deep voice. Smash it. Prepare the big axe for Grandpa. Grandpa promises not to split you in half with one. Big and strong Hobek swung his large axe, looking down from above with a dismissive attitude. Carl clenched his teeth, gripping his sword and shield tightly. He slightly crouched, ready to dodge. Heart attack? Probably one strike from the axe would break his shield in half. He didn't think he could stop it. Woo woo woo. The battle horn sounded again. Haha. Hobek grinned widely, took a strong step forward, swinging his long sword like a mountain pressing down, aiming fiercely at Carl. Carl was shorter, but quick to react. When Hobek's attack came, Carl quickly dodged to the side. Hobek was furious, swinging both hands, attacking Carl repeatedly. Carl hurriedly dodged, not daring to fight head-on. Angrily, Hobek shouted, Smash! Do you only know how to dodge? Come on, face me directly. Carl coldly said, If you dare, kneel down and fight me. Huh, are you joking? Even if I kneel, I doubt you dare to fight me head-to-head. Hobek sneered. If you dare to kneel, I'll kill you. Fine. Then come and try to kill me. Hobek suddenly knelt down without warning. Carl was stunned. He didn't expect this guy to really kneel. Hobek's bold move confused the crowd around. Carl looked unhappy, swinging his sword quickly toward Hobek. Hobek didn't even dodge, suddenly gripping his axe with his left hand and swinging it fiercely at Carl. His arm was as long as Wang Tailow's. Seeing this, Carl hurried to dodge. Die! Hobek's huge axe suddenly blocked Carl's path and slammed down his head. Carl's eyes widened in shock. He quickly raised his shield to defend. The powerful strike bent the shield inward. Carl felt his hand break open, then a sharp pain in his stomach. The force threw him back 4 or 5 meters. Thud! Carl fell heavily to the ground. Hobek suddenly stood up, swinging his axe again to strike Carl's stomach. Knowing he was no match, Carl raised his arms, trying to surrender. Seeing the situation, Hobek directly swung his axe and cut off his arm, not giving him a chance to surrender. Carl let out a loud scream, a look of despair appearing in his eyes. Go to! Hobek's heavy axe chopped off Carl's head. Bright red blood splattered all over Hobek's face. Hobek stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Loud shouts came from around. The sounds were deafening and reached the sky. Hobek successfully won his fight. He raised his big axe high and shouted loudly around the audience. This caused the arena to erupt with even louder cheers. A great start. Goffrey happily danced around. Jory showed a pleased expression. They seemed to see the champion waving to them. Yuba's face was dark and grim. Losing a fighter in the first match was definitely not a good sign for him. When Yuba's face was gloomy, Granks, Saidima, and AKS also felt a lot of pressure. Hobek's strength was very powerful. This guy was like a human-shaped fighting machine. At the entrance of the dungeon, Carl's death made Bert, Rihino, and Pancher all look very upset. Even Lian Xiaodian looked worried. This big guy is too strong. I definitely can't beat him, Rihino said gloomily. Where's Pancher? Bert looked at Pancher. Pancher frowned and said, I will beat him, Lian Xiaodian said. This guy is covered in armor and has no weaknesses. To beat him, you'd have to smash his head. I'll carve out his skull and use it as a bowl, Pancher grumbled. What about you? How confident are you? Lian Xiaodian looked at Luo Feng. Just wait and see. Luo Feng simply said 4 words. Why pretend to be deep? The coach asked if you can beat the big guy. Just answer. Bert was under a lot of pressure and tried to release it with a loud shout. Luo Feng glanced at him calmly and said, At least you're not Hobek's match. You. Bert's eyes widened. Shut up. Lian Xiaodian angrily scolded Bert. Luo Feng remains very calm. No fear. No tension. Just a relaxed and composed attitude. Wait. Do you know this big guy? Lian Xiaodian suddenly asked. Hobek, the top brute from the Crazy Tiger Mercenary Group. My tribe was invaded by the Crazy Tiger Mercenary Group and the Wild Lion Legion, leaving no survivors except me, Luo Feng said calmly. This is detailed information from his memory. At the same time, a system prompt also sounded in his mind. Ding! The system has issued a task. Kill Hobek to avenge your tribe. Reward. A rare treasure. One-time capsule. Time capsule. A one-time item that can reset the cooldown of skills, instantly reducing it to 0 seconds. Time capsule. Great item. It can instantly shorten a skill's cooldown to 0. This is definitely good for Luo Feng. Although it's a one-time item, having it is better than not. This is an extra task with extra rewards. Haha. It seems Hobek is doomed. System. The host has successfully won the rookie competition. Reward. Skill. Right arm copper wall. Right arm copper wall. A defensive skill, initial level 0/10, can be attached to the right arm, making it as tough as an unbreakable copper wall. It can withstand any deadly impact without harm. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Great skill. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. He already has offensive skills and agility skills, but lacks a defensive skill. The appearance of the right arm copper wall instantly fills his weak defense. It can forcibly block deadly damage. Even if a knife strikes his arm, as long as the skill is triggered, he won't be cut in half. It's like gaining an extra chance to survive. Even if the initial level only lasts 10 seconds, it's still terrifying. The battlefield changes in an instant. Just 1 second can turn the tide, let alone 10. And after leveling up, the duration will increase. Incredible. I have heard of this mercenary group, which gathers experts from all races on the continent. They are all fierce and ruthless, the kind who eat people without leaving bones. Unexpectedly, this top violent fighter has become the city lord's warrior. I fear that the battles ahead will be very difficult. Lian Xiaodian said seriously. The second fight. The Yax family versus the Glanduo family. The Yax family wins, the Glanduo family loses. The Glanduo family fighter is killed. Originally, it was agreed that fighters from the 4 families would not kill each other. But it seems the Yak's family broke this promise. This made Gladiator look very grim. All four big families do not want to be the last. Forgiving each other's lives costs 5 points. In the end, 5 points are very dangerous, as they affect the future of each family. The third fight is Boat's turn. The dungeon door opens. Boat holds a long spear and walks out proudly. He is about 2 meters tall, very strong, and skilled with his spear. As soon as he appears, the crowd cheers loudly. The dungeon door on the other side also opens. A tall, thin man with 8 packs of muscles on his chest walks out steadily. He holds a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, stopping 10 meters from Boat. He is a fighter from the Yak's family. They look at each other. Boat suddenly waves his spear, ready to fight. The tall, thin man remains calm and still. They face each other silently. The scene becomes quiet. Yoo. The battle horn sounds. The tall, thin man shouts loudly, hits his shield with his sword, then strides forward like lightning toward Boat. They are about the same height, evenly matched. After the attack starts, Boat shouts loudly, grips his spear tightly, and rushes forward, stabbing at the tall man. On the east viewing platform, Yuba's face shows a slight smile when he sees Boat. Boat is a rookie fighter, but before becoming he was an excellent tribe soldier. His long spear makes him very skilled. In this battle, the Yuba family, am sure to win. Yuba smiles happily. Bird is about the same height as his opponent. His build is also stronger. As long as he defeats his opponent, our Yuba family can win this round. Lilius looks hopeful. Even if Bird is strong, he isn't as tough as the Rock. In my opinion, the Rock from the Yuba family is the real, strongest champion. Sophia still worries about the Rock. The Rock's build is similar to Jeffrey Hovek's. If the Rock can beat Hovek, the Yuba family might make it into the top 3 or even win the championship. Lilius says excitedly. Our Yuba family definitely won't be eliminated. Yuba sounds a little unsure. The Gland family won't be eliminated either. Gland clenches his fists. Our Seed family isn't weak either, Seedma says firmly. Kill. Bert and a tall, thin man immediately start fighting hand-to-hand. Facing Bert's spear, the tall man uses a shield to block, then quickly turns and swings his sword at Bert. Bert leans back, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike. Clang, clang, clang. Clink, clink, clink. Their weapons clash fiercely, neither giving in, fighting intensely. Every attack is powerful. The shield dents inward from the strikes, and the sword's edge begins to chip. Meanwhile, Bert's spear also gets deep cuts from the blows. The fight gets more intense. Bert swings his spear, catching the tall man off guard, and the spear tip leaves a shocking wound on his back. The tall man, in pain, endures the bleeding, using his shield to block Bert's second attack, then swings his sword, leaving a deep cut on Bert's chest. Blood sprays from the wound. Bert ignores his injury, supports himself with his spear, and leaps into the air. Using momentum, he kicks the tall man hard. The tall man tries to block with his shield, but is kicked back, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Bert is very happy. He lands, pulls out his spear tip, and with a fierce look, thrusts it toward the tall man's face. The tall man quickly raises his shield to block. Click. The tip of the gun instantly pierced the shield and directly stabbed into the tall, thin man's shoulder. However, because of the force, it went more than 20 centimeters into the ground, causing Bert to lean forward. Everyone thought Bert had the upper hand after this shot. Even Yuba Dunn stood up excitedly. He believed Bert had pierced the tall man's neck. But, just as Bert steadied himself, ready to pull out his spear and deliver a fatal, the tall man suddenly clenched his big sword and sharply stabbed the tip along Bert's chin. Bert's whole body stiffened suddenly, and his eyes showed despair and disbelief. He thought he had won and was secretly happy about the victory, but he didn't expect such a quick turn of events. His neck was instantly pierced. The tall man struggled to pull out his sword tip. Bright red blood spurted out like a fountain from Bert's neck, flowing front and back. Bert's body fell straight down onto the tall man, blood splattering all over him. The tall man struggled to push Bert away, then clenched his sword and shield, using them to stand up amid everyone's attention. Suddenly, a loud wave of shock erupted in the scene. No way. No way. Impossible? Bert clearly pierced the shield in his neck, so how did he suddenly get defeated by his opponent? Yuba Dun stood up excitedly, shouting angrily with saliva flying. Losing 2 fighters in a row was hard for him to accept. Bert was still very strong, even recognized by Lien Xiaotian. If this continues, even if the Rock is powerful, it can't bear the losses that follow. His Yuba family will surely end up last. His face suddenly turned pale. He almost couldn't hold himself up and nearly fell to the ground. Li Lizi's face also turned pale, her eyes blank and unfocused, clearly unable to accept this fact. Even Lien Xiaotian has misled me. Even Lien Xiaotian has misled me. What kind of trash are they training? First Carl, then Bert. Are they trying to shame the Yuba family? Neither Carl nor Bert are good enough. I'm afraid Luo Feng and Lei Hei Nua are also useless, don't tell me. Even the sturdy Rock is useless and looks good, but can't be used. Yuba Duan was almost breaking down. His face was pale, with no trace of blood color. Sophia opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Glan Kuo and Saidima, rarely showing some smiles. But the smiles quickly disappeared. The defeat of the Yuba family meant these 2 guys had a chance to breathe. At the entrance of the dungeon. I fear the master will break my back. Losing 2 rounds in a row, the Yuba family can't afford this. Lien Xiaotian looked at the dragged corpse with regret and sighed. I didn't expect. Even the strong fighter Bert would fall into defeat, Lei Hainuo said expressionlessly. In just 3 battles, our Yuba family has lost 2 generals. I fear the battles ahead will become even harder, Panshir said in a deep voice. Bert was careless, Lien Xiaotian said sadly. Does he still have a chance to survive? Lei Hainuo asked, confused. Luo Feng looked serious and said, after piercing the shield with 1 shot, he shouldn't bend down to pull out his gun. Instead, he should straighten his back and pull the spear out forcefully. That way, the opponent's big sword wouldn't be able to cut through his neck. Exactly. He made a big mistake. Underestimating the enemy. Cost himself his life. Lien Xiaotian shook his head and sighed. Then he looked at Panshir and Lei Hainuo and said, all 3 of you should take this as a warning. Battlefield combat changes in an instant. Anything is possible. Until you are sure you've defeated your opponent, never let your guard down. Otherwise, you might lose your own life. Panshir and Lei Hainuo looked at each other. Luo Feng remained calm and composed. The 4th battle. The Saidima family fought against the city lord's mansion. The Saidima family lost, and the fighter's life was taken. The 5th battle. The Saidima family fought against the Glan family. Again, the Saidima family lost, and the fighter's life was lost. The Saidima family lost 2 rounds in a row, losing 2 generals. Saidima was furious. The 6th battle. The Glan family fought against the city lord's mansion. Surprisingly, the Glan family turned the tide and killed a fighter from the mansion. Glan Kuo was overjoyed, almost dancing with excitement. Gufri looked grim, wishing he could just end Glanzur's life with a sword. So far, the fighters from the AX family had won 2 matches, with no losses. This made AX very confident. As long as they win 2 more matches in the first round, even if AX doesn't get first place, they can still secure second place. At least 50,000 gold coins are safe. As long as they keep the 50,000 gold coins, the AX family won't have huge debts or face bankruptcy. The 7th match. The Rock fights for the AX family. Lien Xiaotian solemnly patted the Rock's shoulder and said seriously, the Yuba family has lost 2 matches in a row. We can't lose again. We must win this fight. Don't worry, coach. I will cut off the enemy's head and boost our Yuba family's morale, the Rock said with firm eyes. Waiting for your victorious return, Lien Xiaotian said quietly. Clang. Lien Xiaotian opened the dungeon door. The Rock held a sharp sword in each hand, walking strongly to the center of the beast fighting arena. His strong body immediately caused cheers from the crowd around. He raised his sword high and shouted loudly. The scene was lively with voices. On one side, the dungeon door opened, and a big guy, just as muscular as the Rock, stepped out. This guy was covered in muscle lumps. Each muscle lump looked like a boulder embedded in flesh. He also held a sword in each hand. Facing the strong Rock, he squinted instinctively. The Rock stood still, his muscles tense. They looked at each other fiercely, shining with a deadly fighting spirit. Ugh ugh ugh, as the horn sounded, the big guy from the AX family rushed quickly at the Rock. The Rock's eyes widened, and he clenched his swords tightly, running forward to meet the big guy. Clang. They immediately clashed.
My name is Luo.
The powerful impact
I woke up
caused
in
terrible
sparks of
pain,
bright electricity,
feeling as if
to
something
fly
sharp
from their
had stabbed
swords.
into my chest.
Their bodies separated.
I could not move
Neither
or
hurt the
speak,
other, and
trapped
neither
in a
could
strange
overpower
dream
the
where I
other.
lived two
The Rock's
different lives
expression
at the
grew
same time.
serious.
One
clearly
version of
felt
me
that this
grew up in
opponent
an
was
orphanage on
equally
Earth
strong
and
as
later fell
He
sick
is about to
with
face a
ALS.
tough battle.
Losing control of
even
my body
slightly
day by day,
careless,
he could be knocked out immediately. At the viewing platform, Yuba Dun was initially excited about Poncher's appearance. But, after seeing Poncher's opponent in their first-round fight, his expression suddenly turned grim. Lily's eyes also showed worry. Sophia frowned tightly. If Poncher can't win this match, she might have to consider distancing herself from the Yuba family. This time, the new competitor, Yax, clearly came prepared, Gran Qo suddenly said. Exactly. So far, the fighters from the Yak family have no losses. If he wins this fight too, the Yak family will definitely take the championship, Saidima said with a frown. Yuba Dun's eyes widened in surprise. If Gran hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. The fighters from the Yak family are even stronger than the City Lord's mansion. That's right. The City Lord's mansion came prepared and sacrificed a general. So, it's not that the Yak family came prepared, but rather, their family warriors are already very strong. Saidima explained. Alas, if even Poncher loses, then our Yuba family will definitely be eliminated. Yuba Dun looked a bit down. Lily's comforted him. Poncher won't lose. When the fighters are evenly matched, it's still uncertain who will win. Jian Xiaoyan's expression grew serious again. He started to worry. Both fighters are evenly matched, with each holding a 50% chance of winning. It all depends on luck. If Poncher loses, unless Lihinuo and Luofeng can turn the tide in adversity, otherwise, the Yuba family will face huge debts and go bankrupt. Lihinuo's forehead was sweating coldly. He felt an inexplicable pressure. Meanwhile, Luofeng remained calm. Whether the Yuba family wins or loses, it doesn't matter much to him. He just needs to survive in adversity. With his special abilities, he would eventually shine brightly one day. On the southern viewing platform, Yak sat calmly in his chair, a proud smile on his face. His fighters are all strong warriors carefully selected from various tribes. These people are all strong and powerful, unbeatable in combat. He did not buy them at high prices, but signed employment contracts with them based on survival. None of these fighters are former slaves. As long as they win a match for Yax, he gives them half of the prize money from that match. If a fighter sacrifices himself in the arena, Yax not only provides a condolence payment, but also gives a generous sum to the fighter's family. Because of this, Yak's fighters are very brave. Of course, all these fighters bear a mark representing the Yak's family. This is to hide their true status. Fighters can choose to leave at any time, and Yak's family always keeps this promise. But in reality, no fighter ever chooses to leave. They are not restricted in their freedom and can return to their tribe to visit family whenever they want. Such benefits are very generous. This was already a progressive idea during the era. The Yak's family has won 2 rounds in a row and is about to win the third, which means they will likely win the championship in this competition. The Glory Blade? Yax has been looking forward to it for a long time. On the west viewing platform, Garori looked at the fierce battle below with a grim face and said, Our City Lord's palace has already lost a general, while the fighters of the Yax family are all very brave. If the Yax family wins this fight, it will be risky for our City Lord's palace to take first place. Gorflei's expression suddenly changed and said, No, Yax won't take the championship. Our City Lord's palace still has 4 generals. In this fight, Yak's family might not win. Poncher is the strongest fighter of the Yuba family. He will definitely take down that guy. Gorflei was indeed a bit nervous. Losing a match isn't a big deal. The key is the Glory Blade. That is the treasure of the City Lord's palace. It's also a symbol of immunity for him and his son. Losing the Glory Blade would not only damage the reputation of the palace, but also negatively affect him and his son. Poncher and the big guy fought fiercely. Every strike they made was a contest of strength. Both sides' swords are now dull from fighting. Neither side is convinced by the other. In just about 10 rounds, both fighters are covered with wounds. Red blood flows from their cuts. Clang, clang, clang. Rip. After another strong clash, the big guy swings his sword and leaves a wound on the back of the rock. Blood splashes out again. The rock ignores the pain in his back and suddenly swings his sword, striking the big guy hard. Blood sprays out once more. The rock ignores the pain and quickly swings his sword again, aiming at the big guy. The big guy snorts coldly and raises his sword to block. Clang, a loud crash. The big guy's sword is broken in half. Seeing this, the rock quickly swings his sword again toward the big guy. The big guy hurriedly wields another sword to block. But how can one sword compare to two? Just as he blocks one of the rock's swords, the other sword, like a ghost, pierces into his chest. The big guy screams loudly, trying to swing his broken sword and desperately stab at the rock's neck. The rock doesn't have time to draw his sword and quickly steps back. As he stabs, the scene erupts with cheers. Yuba dances happily. Ike's face darkens, wishing he could personally end Yuba's wild celebration. Goffrey breathes a small sigh of relief. Shoo! The big guy endures severe stomach pain, pulls out his sword from his body. He coldly stares at the rock, letting his blood flow freely. Ah! The big guy roars loudly, rushing toward the rock with blood pouring from his abdomen. The rock sneers. Futile effort. Thud. The big guy takes 2 steps and suddenly kneels on his knees. My name is Luo E. The rock rushes over in terrible circles pain, behind him, feeling as if his hair sharp had stabbed into my chest. Swings his sword to cut off his head. Or speak. In the 7th battle, trapped in a strange dream where I lived, this fight was very intense at the same time. It lasted much longer. One version of me grew up in an orphanage on Earth. Both fighters fought later fell sick without ALS, reckless moves, losing control of my body day by day. It was a pure clash of strength. The big guy's sword was just as good as the rock's. The fact that the big guy's sword was broken shows that the rock was on the attack, while the big guy was defending. In a one-on-one fight, when both fighters have the same skill level, the defender usually has the disadvantage. The rock wins. The scene caused a big stir. Yuba Duan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Sophia shouted loudly, "The rock is truly powerful and impressive. I knew I didn't make a mistake. Rock will definitely become the new war god of the Yuba family." Lilies was also very excited and gave Sophia a big kiss. The victory of the rock instantly changed the Yuba family's losing streak, but Yuba Duan didn't feel much happiness. Because, in his view, the rock was the strongest fighter in this competition for the Yuba family. The victory was expected. The 8th fight. The Yaks family fought against the Saidima family. The Yaks family faced Saidima's top fighter and lost again. Saidima cheered happily, dancing around. Yaks looked very angry, wishing he could punch Saidima. Since then, the Yaks family had lost 2 matches in a row. The 9th fight. Reynos from the Yuba family fought against the Gurin family. Reynos was also very strong. As Lien Xiaodian said, Reynos had much more potential than Lahizi. Both fighters came from the Black Bear tribe and were very powerful. But Reynos was smarter than Lahizi, giving him some advantage in battle. He was calm and able to overcome his fears. When facing strong attacks from the enemy, he fought when he could and retreated when he couldn't. This made the Gurin fighters very angry. Reynos kept fighting and retreating. Finally, in the Gurin fighter's wild rage, he slashed across a neck with his sword. Bright red blood sprayed out. Reynos won. Yuba Duan was very happy, but when he saw his good brother's unhappy face, he just smiled awkwardly. Saidima shouted, "Don't look so gloomy. Gurin only lost 2 fighters so far. We're even." Exactly, Yuba Duan agreed. The 10th fight started quickly. The City Lord's mansion fought against the Sid family. The Sid family lost, and their fighters were beheaded. The West family was among the many families that first lost 3 fighters. West Ma's face immediately turned grim. The 11th battle. The Yak family fought against the City Lord's mansion. The Yak family was defeated, and their fighters lost their lives. The Yak family lost another general. They became the second among the 4 beast-fighting families to lose 3 generals. Yak's face showed displeasure, and a dark cloud appeared on his face. In contrast, the Yuba family and the Gurin family still had 3 generals each. The City Lord's mansion still had 4 generals. 1 general from the mansion did not even appear, directly advancing without fighting. The last battle of the first round was about to begin. It was Luo Feng's turn. Lien Xiaodian said, "The dragon tribe has no cowards. I can't see through your strength, but my instinct tells me you will win this fight. The former war god has returned to his peak, and this is his moment." Luo Feng nodded slightly. The dungeon door opened. Luo Feng, holding a sword in one hand and a card in the other, walked out with a calm face and steady steps. Rock asked worriedly, Luo Feng, will you come back alive? Yes, I will. Lin Xiaodian clenched his fist, speaking firmly. His ability to defeat Russ Hesse in one move shows he's far stronger than I am, Lei Hainuo said. No, your strength has already surpassed Russ Hesse. You have more potential than Russ Hesse, Lin Xiaodian corrected. What about Luo Feng's strength? Lei Hainuo touched his head, puzzled. From my point of view, his strength is much stronger than mine. Even Rock might not be his match, Lin Xiaodian said slowly. Huh? Rock was stunned and asked, do you mean Luo Feng has been hiding his true strength? No, it's not that he's hiding his strength. It's that he's recovering his strength, Lin Xiaodian said seriously. Let's wait and see. The result will be revealed soon. Lei Hainuo showed anticipation. The final battle, Luo Feng versus the Guren family. As Luo Feng stepped out of the dungeon, a fighter from the Guren family appeared. This guy was thin and weak, with eyes full of vigilance. He stared intently at Luo Feng, as if trying to find his weakness. He held a long sword in each hand. Luo Feng, with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, walked toward the thin man amid the crowd's attention. They stopped about 10 meters apart. The thin man's fighting strength was not as strong as expected, which made Luo Feng seriously doubt whether he needed to use his ultimate move. The ultimate move has a 3-hour cooldown. Before facing a strong opponent, he wouldn't waste the skill's cooldown. There are many enemies behind him. Good steel should be used on the blade. On the east viewing platform, Glanks saw the last fighter step onto the stage and couldn't help but smile, saying, Yuba, brother, this fight, you're going to lose. Yuba snorted coldly and said, I never thought he could win. Oh? Why do you say that? Glanks asked curiously. Haha, isn't it obvious? This guy is the weakest among the 5 fighters from the Yuba family participating this time, Sophia said with a smirk. Oh, I remember now. Is this the former war god Luo Feng of the Sky Dragon clan, who was once full of transparent holes? Glanks seemed to recognize Luo Feng. When he bought Luo Feng, he was also watching nearby. Yuba snorted coldly and said nothing. Well, that's a shame. Looks like this guy is going to collapse on the spot, Glanks said helplessly. What? Master Glanks is so confident. Could it be that the last one is the strongest fighter of the Glanks family? Lily asked with a slightly displeased look. That's not exactly the strongest fighter, but this guy definitely has the most potential among the newcomers. Glanks replied. How so? Lily didn't see anything outstanding about that fighter. He appeared alert from the moment he stepped out, clearly a rookie. Haha, don't be fooled by his appearance. This guy is good at disguising himself. He often pretends to be timid to confuse opponents, then strikes it deadly, Glanks said proudly. Yuba frowned and said, You're quite lucky, always finding cunning fighters. But you should be careful. These types of slaves often rebel. Glanks smiled and said, I'm not stupid. I have measures in place. After both sides stopped, Luo Feng prepared for battle. The horn had already sounded, but the man in front of him suddenly started to show fear. He looked at Luo Feng and said, Brother, I can see that your strength is far above mine. I admit, I am no match for you. But can you spare my life? Luo Feng replied. Only if you surrender now. Surrender? I can't do that. If I surrender, I might not return to the Glen Manor, and my head could be thrown out in the wild, the weak man said. So you want me to surrender? Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. You can choose to surrender. You're a big shot, and we can both stay alive. Look at those guys ahead. Each one seems to hate their opponent so much they want to tear them apart and feed them to the dogs, the weak man said. He moved closer, trying to distract Luo Feng with talk, hoping to make him less alert. In truth, Luo Feng was starting to relax his guard. He put down his shield and sword and said, You make a good point. We shouldn't fight each other to the death. But surrendering is impossible. How about we just have a friendly fight? Then, after a few minor injuries, we both lie down. Isn't that better? Why must it be a life-and-death fight? Yes. You're right, the weak man replied perfunctorily. They got closer. Only 5 meters left. Brother, what's your name? After we gain our freedom, let's have a good drink together, the weak man said. Only 3 meters remaining. Luo Feng, meeting you here feels like fate. Once we're free, We must have that drink. Luo Feng responded with a smile. He had completely let his guard down. The crowd watching saw the two men just talking, neither making the first move, and grew impatient. They started cheering loudly. Some even began insulting the two, saying things like, "If you don't want to fight, just get down," or "Trash meeting waste." The scene descended into chaos. "Very well. Then you. Go first. And die for me." At that moment, the battlefield suddenly changed. The weak man suddenly clenched his sword and stabbed fiercely at Luo Feng's neck. Luo Feng was well prepared and relaxed, just pretending to confuse the weak man. When the weak man suddenly attacked, he let out a small hum and couldn't help but laugh mockingly, saying, "Is that all you've got?" Clang. He quickly raised his shield to block, then swung his big sword forcefully, aiming at the weak man's shoulder. The weak man was stunned and hurriedly swung his sword to block the attack. But Luo Feng was a former war god. Even without special skills, his fighting strength was not weaker than his opponent. With one strike, he knocked the sword aside and then kicked the weak man hard in the stomach. The weak man staggered backward, then steadied himself. Filled with anger, he drew both swords and aimed at Luo Feng's neck and heart. Luo Feng dodged quickly, and his shield slammed hard into the weak man. Caught off guard, the weak man fell backward. Luo Feng moved behind him and slashed along his back, opening a large, shocking wound. Blood sprayed out instantly. The weak man grimaced in pain, his face suddenly stiff. "You're too weak. With such a foolish mind, you still want to fool me? Go die." After Luo Feng blocked his sword with his shield, he suddenly stabbed his big sword deep into the man's chest. Shing! Luo Feng quickly pulled out his sword, then flicked his body and stabbed again at his neck. Blood gushed out. The weak man howled in pain and collapsed straight to the ground as blood sprayed everywhere. Luo Feng won the fight. The crowd cheered loudly. Ding! Host has slain a fighter and gained 2 skill points. On the viewing platform to the east. What's going on? Luo Feng actually won. Brother Glenn, your claim that he's the strongest fighter might be exaggerated, Yuba Duan said incredulously. Glenn's mouth opened slightly, looking very unhappy, like he had just eaten a dead fly. Sophia rolled her eyes and said, "Just luck." Still no match for the mighty Pancher. Lily smiled and said, "It seems this match was very easy for Luo Feng." Saidima frowned and said, "Indeed." From start to finish, his movements looked very relaxed, not like he was facing a serious threat. It didn't seem difficult at all. Yuba confidently said, "I can only say our opponents were too weak. It seems, Brother Jylan, you need to improve your judgment. Remember, Luo Feng is one of the weakest fighters among the newcomers on the West viewing platform. The Yuba family truly is an old and strong fighting family. They managed to win 3 matches in the first round. The battles ahead will be even more exciting." Jogoli squinted and took a sip of his drink. Jafly frowned and said, "No matter how strong the Yuba family is, they can't compare to my city lord's house. The final winner will definitely be my city lord's house. I will also get the 50,000 gold coins, which will help pay off my huge gambling debts." When he mentioned his big debts, Jogoli couldn't help but curse. "If I owe money again, I will personally cut off your hands and legs so you can never step out of the city lord's house again." Jafly wiped his cold sweat and stammered, "No, there won't be a next time." Jafly is a big gambler. He got involved in this beginner tournament because he owed a huge debt, and his father helped him out. He even used the glory sword as a bet. Jogoli was reluctant, but had no choice but to agree. The glory sword is not just a get-out-of-jail card. It also symbolizes power and status. This sword belonged to Jogoli's ancestor, who earned great military honors, which is why it was specially awarded. Not everyone has this item. Its appearance represents supreme authority. After the fight, Luo Feng returned to the dungeon. "Good job. I knew you could win," Lian Xiaodian praised. Lei Hainuo touched his head and asked suspiciously, "Why do I feel like the guy from the Jylan family is just pretending to be strong?" "It's not pretending. Luo Feng's aura is too overwhelming, so he didn't have a chance to show his true strength," Lian Xiaodian corrected. "That makes sense," Lei Hainuo nodded. The second round of matches has started drawing lots. After a short rest, Luo Feng and the others watched as Lian Xiaodian walked over with heavy steps. The schedule for the second round is out. Luo Feng will participate in the first match, Lin Xiaodian said meaningfully. Huh? Luo Feng in the first match? That's such bad luck. They don't even give people a break. Pancher looked surprised. Everything is decided by chance. No one has the right to change it. We can only follow the rules, Lin Xiaodian said. Luo Feng can only accept his fate. Pancher glanced at him and said. Lei Hainuo will participate in the sixth match, Lin Xiaodian added. Lei Hainuo in the last match? What about me? Pancher asked angrily. You are luckier. You missed out, huh? Missed out. Exactly, you automatically advance, Lin Xiaodian explained. Wow, I am really lucky. I don't even have to compete. Pancher seemed a bit annoyed. The first match began. After some comforting words, Lin Xiaodian opened the dungeon door. Luo Feng stepped out steadily. The door on the opposite side also opened. A tall, strong man, like a tower of iron, walked out with powerful steps, holding a wide sword. This man is from the city lord's residence. Although not Hobeck, his fighting strength is also very impressive. He has thick, long hair that is messy and falls over his head, with eyes glowing red. This guy has a hot temper. As soon as he stepped out, he swung his sword and shouted at Luo Feng, "Break you! You're no match for my grandfather. Kneel and beg for mercy, or I'll make you die painfully." Annoying, Luo Feng said with a cold smile from 10 meters away. Yeah, I will cut you in half with one sword. The tall man roared like a beast. My name is Luo and rushed toward Luo Feng. I woke up in terrible pain. Luo Feng looked at him feeling as if something sharp standing still without moving. I could not move or speak. The tall man glared trapped in a strange dream where I lived, swinging his swords fiercely at Luo Feng's head. One version of me grew up in an orphanage held a shield in one hand, later fell sick and a sword in the other, losing control of my body day by day. Interesting. You actually blocked my strongest strike. I decide to make you die happily. The tall man, furious, swung his sword again. On the west viewing platform. It's safe now. This round is definitely in the bag. Gofrey smiled happily. The tall man and Hobeck are at the same level, both very powerful. After being hired by Gofrey, they fought fiercely at the city lord's residence. The fight ended in a draw. As for Luo Feng, although they won the last match of the first round, the fighters from the Glan family looked very weak. Even when they won, it was just by luck. They definitely couldn't compare to his tall, strong opponent. On the east viewing platform. Sigh. I didn't expect the first to appear would be Luo Feng. Facing a fighter from the city lord's mansion, he's surely doomed. Yuba Dun sighed, not optimistic about Luo Feng. Luo Feng was once a war god of the Heavenly Dragon clan. Although injured badly, there's no need to boost his spirits or make him look brave. Maybe a miracle will happen? Lizzie comforted him. A miracle? Sigh. It's not that I don't believe in Luo Feng. I just see no hope in him. If he faced fighters from other families, maybe he could fight back. But against the city lord's mansion, he will definitely lose. Yuba Dun shook his head. Yuba brother, what do you mean? That we might still have a chance to fight back against our families, but against the city lord's mansion, we are doomed? Are you looking down on us? Glan asked angrily. Hey, Glan, don't take it personally. I was just giving an example. Yuba Dun smiled awkwardly. I also don't think Luo Feng will win. If he were a rock, maybe he would have a good chance. Sophia said. Rocks are lucky. Missing this round, but still advancing. Don't expect him to earn points for me. Yuba Dun said unhappily. No points, no problem. As long as we survive until the end, our Yuba family will win no matter what. Lizzie said. After blocking 2 sword strikes, Luo Feng suddenly flipped backwards, quickly creating distance from the tall, strong opponent. As the tall man turned around, Luo Feng shouted angrily, It's my turn to attack. Overlord slash. Die. Luo Feng charged forward, leaping into the air, and suddenly swung his sword down at the tall man. The tall man sneered, You think you can split me in half? Come on. He quickly raised his twin swords, trying to block Luo Feng's attack. Clang. The sharp sword swung violently, clashing with steel, breaking 2 broad-backed swords. With continued force, Luo Feng forcefully split the tall man's body from top to bottom into 2 halves. Crash. All the internal organs spilled out onto the ground. The tall, strong man in armor didn't even have time to scream before he died. Notification. Host has defeated a fighter and gained 2 skill points. Whoosh. The scene instantly exploded. Loud cheers rose like a wild wave above the fighting arena. Everyone was surprised that Luo Feng could unleash such great power. With just one slash in the air, he split the iron tower in two. This violent and bloody scene quickly heightened the atmosphere. What? Did the iron tower get counterattacked? Godfrey's face suddenly changed. He stood up quickly, eyes wide with shock. How is that possible? One slash, split in two. Gorley trembled all over, showing a look of horror. In all the years the fighting arena has been open, few have managed to cut a person in half from head to toe. And it was done with two large, wide swords held over the head. That must have taken incredible strength. In the past, the most exciting moments were when someone's head was chopped off or they were cut in half at the waist. Usually, the crowd would burst into cheers at such moments. What just happened? Why do I feel so dizzy and confused? Yuba stared blankly at the two halves of the corpse in the arena, eyes full of disbelief and amazement. He looked at Lily. Lily, excited, said, Luo Feng won. Luo Feng actually won. He cut his opponent in half with one slash. How is that possible? Sophia's big eyes widened. She couldn't help but stand up suddenly, trembling with shock. She stared at Luo Feng, feeling like everything was unreal. No way, no way. I must be seeing things, Sophia whispered softly. She never believed Luo Feng was strong, always thinking he was weak and not fit to be a powerful fighter. But at this moment, she saw Luo Feng looking tall and mighty. No way. He must have just gotten lucky to win. Sophia still refused to believe Luo Feng was truly strong. This is unbelievable. This guy actually achieved such a brutal feat of splitting in two with one strike, Glenn said excitedly. Indeed, few people can achieve a clean break. This record is enough to make history. Shidima's expression showed envy. Truly the heavenly dragon war god, Gran said again with admiration. Yuba brother, your sister-in-law's judgment is really impressive. If Luo Feng really has such strong fighting power, then the Yuba family will truly rise, Shidima said with great envy. Yuba was very happy. After kissing his wife passionately, he said, my wife is truly my great helper. With her, my Yuba family will be strong. Lizzie also felt very excited, but her feelings were complicated. She didn't expect Luo Feng to show such powerful strength. Cut in half with one strike. This was something only in legends, never seen in real life. Today, seeing it made her tremble and feel excited. She turned her head to look at Sophia. Sophia snorted softly and said, don't worry, I will never change my mind. To me, the strongest is still the rock. Lizzie smiled. Oh my god, Luo Feng actually won. Lei Hainuo stood at the entrance of the dungeon, looking stunned. One strike to split in two. I haven't seen such a record in many years, Lian Xiaodian said in disbelief. I could never do that, Pancher said blankly. I would at most split it in half, Lian Xiaodian said. The master is probably laughing so hard he can't stop, Lei Hainuo said with envy. The master is laughing, and the city lord's son will be crying. If Luo Feng can split in two every fight, our Yuba family will definitely win the championship, Lian Xiaodian said happily. This is so shocking. This fight will definitely be recorded in the history of the Beast Arena. Pancher's eyes shone with excitement. It seems, tonight everyone will enjoy a night of celebration, Lei Hainuo said expectantly. Celebration is good, but the key is, you must survive the next battles, Lian Xiaodian warned. I will survive and enjoy the Yuba family's warrior celebration night. Lei Hainuo clenched his fists. Second round, second match. The city lord's mansion fought against the Shidima family. The Shidima warrior was defeated and beheaded with one strike. He died instantly. The Sedma family has only one remaining fighter. Round 2, third match. The city lord's mansion fights the Yax family. The Yax family fighter was weak and was pierced through the spine, dying loudly in pain. The Yax family has only one remaining fighter. Round 2, fourth match. The Grand family fights the city lord's mansion. The Grand family fighter was caught off guard and shot in the head. The Grand family also has only one fighter left. Round 2, fifth match. The Grand family fights the said family. Both families have only one remaining fighter. The last fighter will come from these two families. This also gave Yuba Duan and Yax a big sigh of relief. In the end, the said family's fighter was cut across the throat with a sword. The said family lost. Sedma looked pale, with a strong feeling of regret and despair in his eyes. 50,000 gold coins. This amount will lead the Sedma family to bankruptcy. From then on, all 5 fighters of the said family died on the battlefield. The said family was the first to be eliminated. Grand Qo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The last match of round 2 arrived. Yuba family's Lu Hainuo fought against the ace fighter of the Yaks family. Lu Hainuo fought desperately, but was defeated by the ace fighter's twin blades. Lu Hainuo's defeat caused the Yuba family to lose a general. But no matter what, the competition has continued so far, and Yuba Duan has no more pressure. Even if Luo Feng and Panshir sacrifice in future matches, he won't lose too much. At least he won't be the last one. Lu Hainuo's defeat made Lien Xiaodian feel a bit sad. Panshir said angrily, "If I had gone in the 6th match, I would definitely have cut that guy's head off." Lien Xiaodian shook his head and said, "At least you and Luo Feng are still alive. With you two here, the Yuba family won't lose too badly. But the upcoming matches will be very difficult. The City Lord's mansion still has 3 fighters, and the remaining fighters from the Yaks and Grand Qo families are all top fighters. Be careful, or you might die on the spot." "I will survive." Rock clenched his fists and said. "What about you?" Lien Xiaodian looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng shook his head and said, "I will do my best to survive. Now, only one big move remains. The Shadowless Kick. The Overlord Slash has been cooling down for 3 hours. Unless he encounters Hobek in the next match, he can use the Shadowless Kick to easily defeat Hobek, complete the system task, and obtain a time capsule. It is now 11:30 in the morning. There is only half an hour until noon. The 3rd round of matches has not yet started." Lien Xiaodian stood up to check the match schedule. After a moment, he arrived at the dungeon entrance. "Good news. The City Lord has arranged a rest period for everyone. The 3rd round will start at 2:30 in the afternoon," Lien Xiaodian said happily. "Such good news?" Rock looked puzzled and touched his head. Lien Xiaodian snorted coldly. "It's hard to believe, but in my opinion, it makes sense. It's just the City Lord's personal decision, probably to let the fighters from the City Lord's mansion rest a bit, to give them a better chance in the upcoming matches." Lien Xiaoyan's words made Luo Feng feel happy. It's not yet noon. If the match is delayed until 2:30 p.m., then the cooldown of the Shadowless Kick will just be finished. This is like having a divine assistant. Normally, there would be no rest time until the final match to determine the champion. The City Lord's unexpected decision annoyed the 4 Beast Fighter families. The audience present found it unsatisfying. The matches must continue. There's no time for breaks in the middle. As scheduled, the afternoon session began at 2:30. Lien Xiaodian brought the match schedule. Currently, the Yuba family has 2 fighters remaining. The City Lord's mansion is in first place with 3 fighters. Yak and Gulen families each have 1 fighter left. The Seed family was eliminated first. There are 3 matches in the 3rd round, and 1 fighter will be randomly eliminated. 7 fighters, all strong warriors. First match, Rock versus the ace fighter of the Yak family. Second match, Gulen family versus the City Lord's mansion. Third match, Luo Feng versus the City Lord's mansion. It should be noted that Lord Hobek from the City Lord's mansion was quite lucky this round and did not face defeat. Lien Xiaodian looked out at the beast fighting arena and said, "Is he the top fighter of the Yak family?" Panshir narrowed his eyes. Lien Xiaodian looked serious and said, "This top fighter from the Yak family killed Lei Hainuo in the last match. I will avenge Lei Hainuo," Panshir declared. "Hoo hoo hoo, ha ha ha." Loud shouts and cheers echoed from outside. The horn sounded again. Panshir tightened his waist cloth, gripped his sharp sword with both hands, and walked steadily to the center of the beast fighting arena. Not far away, a fighter from the Yak family had also stepped out. He was the top fighter among the new generation of Yak family slaves. Broad-shouldered, muscular, about 2 meters tall. He also held 2 sharp swords. The two glared at each other with fierce intent. "Yuba family's brat, I will cut off your little bird with my blade and add it to tonight's feast," the Yak family fighter said arrogantly, lifting his chin. Panshir curled his lips and, with a confident look, pointed to his strong abdomen, saying dismissively, "My little bird has been gone for a long time." The Yak family fighter looked surprised. On the east viewing platform. What did he say?" Sophia looked at Panshir with a look of disbelief. Lily was stunned. Yuba was very surprised. They never expected that Panshi's little bird was already gone. Is this real? Did you and your wife not check? Sophia quietly asked Lily angrily. They had finally targeted a big guy, and now, wasn't this just disgusting her? Lily quickly forced a smile and said, well, sister, when I return to the Yuba family, I will find you another one. Humph. Sophia snorted softly, feeling quite unhappy inside. Then let's cut down the snake spear and cook it. Die you. The Yak family fighter, before the horn sounded, launched an attack on Panshir. Panshir is not an easy opponent. He suddenly swung his sword to attack. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout the arena as metal struck metal. The two fighters were mainly colliding with strength. Every hit sparked with tiny flashes of electricity. After a fierce exchange of blows, the fighter from the Yak family felt his arms go numb. He forcefully pushed Panshir's long sword away and quickly stepped back. Neither of us is winning, so what's the point? If it were me, I'd have slit my throat already to avoid being laughed at. The fighter from the Yak family cursed loudly. Panshir's bravery was expected, but he didn't think it would be this intense. Bah! Panshir spat thick saliva and said, this fight is useless. Die, old man. The Yak family fighter charged again. So noisy. You should be the one dead. Panshir didn't meet his attack head-on. Instead, he dodged his powerful sword strike and aimed a quick stab at his stomach. Clang! The Yak family fighter barely blocked Panshir's deadly attack. Panshir suddenly swung his sword again, slicing through the air with a loud sound, leaving a deep cut on the back of the Yak family fighter. Blood sprayed out instantly. Ugh! The intense pain made the Yak family fighter gasp sharply. You're asking for death. He was furious. He wildly swung his sword, attacking Panshir with reckless abandon. For a moment, Panshir was pushed back step by step. Seeing that the opponent wasn't stopping, Panshir shouted loudly, pushed his opponent's attack away with one sword, then stretched out his long leg and kicked him backward. Die! Panshir shouted again, leaping into the air with both swords, like a mountain crushing down, aiming a powerful strike at the Yak family fighter. The fighter hurriedly swung his sword to defend. Clang! After a loud clash, the Yak family fighter managed to block Panshir's strongest. The fighter of the Ike family swung his sword to block the attack from the rocky opponent, then struck toward the opponent's head. The rocky opponent quickly ducked to avoid the bang. The fighter from the Ike family also kicked fiercely at the rocky opponent. Caught off guard, the rocky opponent fell to the ground. Seeing this, the Ike family fighter hurriedly swung his sword toward the opponent's head. The rocky opponent snorted coldly, rolled on the ground, then swung his sword with his left hand, stabbing sharply under the fighter's waist. A loud cry of pain followed. The fighter from the Ike family felt a sharp, intense pain, causing him to instinctively squeeze his legs together. The rocky opponent spun around again, drew his long sword, and before the Ike fighter could fall, he flipped himself up from the ground and stood upright. In the midst of the pain, the Ike fighter knelt on both knees. His sticky, blood-stained outfit fell to the ground. You are not very kind, the Ike family fighter shouted in pain and anger. I still have my spear. But you lost everything, the rocky opponent sneered. Kill me. The Ike fighter clenched his teeth and managed to shout 3 words. It was too painful. It was too brutal. Swish. The rocky opponent raised his sword and cut off his head, ending his suffering. The headless body fell to the ground, and the flying head rolled a few times before stopping. The rocky opponent sneered coldly and swaggered out of the arena. Huff, huff, huff. Cheers finally came from above. That single strike by the rocky opponent made everyone present instinctively squeeze their legs together, both men and women. Ha ha, ha ha. The rocky opponent celebrated his victory, laughing loudly in front of everyone. Sidemar's face was dark and tense. Glan, on the other hand, politely clasped his hands and said, Congratulations, Brother Yuba, and best wishes to your family. Ha ha. Thanks for the blessing, Brother Glan. May the gods also bless your Glan family. Yuba laughed. Glan Qo shook his head and said, The fighters at the City Lord's mansion are too strong. I don't think our Glan family will win the next match. I've already given up on this game. Huh? Why? Isn't your family's top fighter the last one? Didn't he previously defeat a fighter from the City Lord's mansion? Yuba Dun asked, surprised. The last one has been born. I only need to keep 50,000 gold coins. As for the champion title, better not to have it, Glan Kuo said reluctantly. But that's the Sword of Glory. It represents the highest honor for our family. It's also a free pass for death in the Tianyin Empire, Yuba Dun said, glaring. Glan Kuo shook his head again, still refusing to participate in the next match. Those who know the situation are wise. The Sword of Glory is not an ordinary item. He doesn't believe that obtaining the Sword of Glory will truly bring honor to the family. It might even be a hot potato, but he can't say that openly. Moreover, he only has one promising top fighter left. He wants to train him more and prepare for future competitions. If he dies at the hands of the City Lord's mansion, that would be very bad. Yuba Dun didn't care about all that anymore. His goal had changed. He wanted not only to protect the 50,000 gold coins, but also to earn an additional 50,000 gold coins from the Seed family, and even to get the Sword of Glory. Li Lizi seemed to sense something and whispered a reminder. Husband, I think Glan Kuo is right. We should also give up the competition. No way. Yuba Dun refused without hesitation. Husband, greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. The Seed family and the Yak family are already eliminated. The Glan family also gave up. The entire arena is left with only our Yuba family and the City Lord's mansion. Li Lizi frowned slightly, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Shut up. With our Yuba family's strong fighters like Pancher and Luo Feng, we will definitely win the championship. That's the highest honor for us. Plus, the Sword of Glory is like an extra death-proof medal for our family, Yuba Dun scolded harshly. But, winning the championship is important, but our family might offend the City Lord's mansion, Li Lizi said anxiously. Women's opinions. Since the City Lord's mansion is hosting the event, they must be prepared to lose. Besides, 50,000 gold coins and the Sword of Glory are their reckless moves, inviting trouble. It's not like we forced him to participate in the competition. Yuba Duan argued convincingly. But, there are no buts. Since the competition started, we have no way out. We must fight with all our strength to achieve glory, or face bankruptcy and huge debts. Yuba Duan said with a serious face. I think Lord Yuba is right. Since we're in the competition, we should give it our all. Only weak people give up halfway, Sophia said from the side. Li Lizi frowned, hesitated, and finally chose to stay silent. Brother Glen, you need to think carefully. You still have a chance now. If you give up, you'll lose it forever. Yuba Duan warned deeply. I give up, Glen said firmly. That's a pity. It seems the champion will have to come from either the Yuba family or the City Lord's mansion. Yuba Duan said. Husband. Li Lizi looked worried. Feng and Pancher still need to improve their skills. We can't be too reckless. If both of them die here, our Yuba family will lose two very promising fighters. I have my own decision. Yuba Duan was not impulsive. He ordered someone to tell Lien Xiaodian to meet him. He then stood up and left his seat. At the entrance of the dungeon, Lien Xiaodian returned, frowning. He asked, earlier. The master inquired, what are your chances of winning the upcoming matches? At least 60%. Pancher answered without hesitation. 60%? That's quite high. Lien Xiaodian nodded thoughtfully. What does the master mean by asking that? Pancher asked with confusion. In the second round of the competition, the Glen family decided to withdraw. Lien Xiaodian announced. Huh, do you mean our Yuba family should also give up the rest of the competition? Luo Feng asked angrily. Lady Yuba suggested that, but the master refused. So he asked how confident you are. Our Yuba family has already lost 3 generals, and the master is worried that you two might also face danger. Lien Xiaodian explained. Luo Feng was a bit anxious. He quickly said, over 90% chance of winning. So high? Pancher was shocked. Lien Xiaoyan's eyes widened. Luo Feng clenched his fists and said, if everything goes well, I can succeed 100%. Launcher rolled his eyes, looking doubtful. Lien Xiaodian frowned and emphasized again. The opponent is a strong fighter from the City Lord's mansion. This is serious. You can't take it lightly. Don't joke about this. I'm not joking. I know what I'm doing, Luo Feng said seriously, calming himself. Good, Lien Xiaodian nodded. The second round of the match has started. The fighters from the City Lord's mansion had been waiting quietly in the beast fighting arena for a while, but they hadn't seen the Gladiator family fighter come out. The spectators began to cheer again. Haha. After Jeffrey received the notice that the Gladiator family had given up, he couldn't help but stand up and laugh loudly. Then he waved his hands proudly and shouted, "Second match. The Gladiator family fighter has given up under the pressure of our city lord's mansion. Now, let's welcome the third match." As Jeffrey sat down, Gory couldn't help but curse. "You idiot. What do you mean by pressured by the city lord's mansion? That's just bullying. How can I have such a stupid son like you? If you can't speak properly, shut up." Then, what should I say?" Jeffrey asked, confused. "This is because you're afraid of the strength of the fighters from the city lord's mansion," Gory said with a look of disappointment. Jeffrey scratched his head, looking very embarrassed. The dungeon door opened. Luo Feng, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, walked out steadily. Opposite him, a tall and strong fighter stepped out of the dungeon. This guy wore a black leather mask, so Luo Feng couldn't see his expressions. But it was clear that this fighter was very powerful. He had killed a fighter from the Yak family and another from the Gladiator family. Both were done easily. This showed how strong he was. He was taller than Luo Feng by a head, and his muscles were more developed. The difference in strength between them was obvious. No one believed Luo Feng could win, even if Luo Feng managed to kill a fighter from the city lord's mansion with one sword. Under the mask, a hoarse, rough voice suddenly sounded. "You killed my brother. You will suffer a terrible death." "Your words are fewer than his, but they are still quite noisy," Luo Feng said calmly. "I will twist your head off, cut open your belly, pull out your intestines, and crush your little bird." A rough, hoarse voice shouted again. "Then come on," Luo Feng said dismissively. "Die." The masked man suddenly widened his eyes, holding a large hammer, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and fiercely struck at Luo Feng. His strength was fierce and powerful, with a faint sound of breaking the air, which surprised Luo Feng. This guy was clearly more formidable than the previous tall man, who was his so-called brother. His strength was fierce and powerful. His speed was as fast as lightning. He was one of the fighters from the Yak family or the Jilan family. In just one encounter, he smashed the other's head. Shadowless kick. Luo Feng immediately triggered the shadowless kick. His figure flashed. He disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was behind the masked man. He held a cold, large sword, pressing it against the masked man's neck, and said coldly, "I told you. You're also quite noisy. Rip." Before he finished speaking, Luo Feng swung his sword, cutting open the masked man's neck. Blood sprayed out, and he kicked the masked man down. The fight was quick, and it ended very fast. In the blink of an eye, the masked man's life was over. Poor Joffrey was still on the viewing platform, pointing at Luo Feng and mocking him. "This guy will die a terrible death." The power of the mask is no less than Hobek's. He killed the mask's brother, Iron Tower. The mask is eager to crush his head to avenge his brother. As soon as the word, revenge, left his mouth, Joffrey's words suddenly stopped. The mask was instantly slit open. "Ha!" Yuba Dun couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. "Luo Feng has really surprised me today. First, he was cut in half. Then he appeared and killed instantly. My lady's eyes are truly sharp. Luo Feng is worthy of being the former war god of the Tianlong clan. With Luo Feng here, how can I worry about the Yuba family not growing stronger?" Yuba Dun was full of pride, bragging endlessly. To outsiders, he seemed more proud and boastful, with a touch of arrogance and pride. How is that possible? His speed. Sophie opened her mouth in shock, looking extremely surprised. Lily stared blankly at Luo Feng, a look of disbelief in her eyes. She whispered softly, He won again. He really didn't let me down. Are the wounds on his body healing so quickly?" She couldn't believe that Luo Feng could unleash such powerful strength. She had only bought him because she knew he was a former war god of the Heavenly Dragon clan. She never expected Luo Feng to display such incredible fighting ability. He truly made a remarkable impression. It seems this former war god is not just boasting. Haha. Brother Jilan. Brother Sid, what do you think of my wife's judgment? Without her suggestion, the Yuba family would have missed out on a super strong fighter. Luo Feng really keeps surprising me, Yuba proudly said. Sid's face was dark, and he chose not to reply. Jilan just smiled awkwardly. Luofeng's strength really surprised both of them. They were both present when the slaves were bought that day. They didn't think much of Luo Feng. Even though he was a former war god, they didn't pay much attention to him. At that time, Luo Feng was badly injured, and it was uncertain if he could survive, let alone fight. When Yubo bought Luo Feng, they even scolded him for spoiling his wife, saying he bought a useless person. But they never expected that they would be so quickly proven wrong. The death of the mask made Joffrey instantly furious. In front of many spectators, he kicked over the table and smashed the wine glass in his hand. The mask and the Iron Tower had all died at Luo Feng's hands. What does this mean? It shows that Luo Feng is fully capable of killing all his fighters, including Hobek. The Yuba family is sure to win the championship. This means he will not only lose the treasured sword of his family, but also have to give up the 50,000 gold coins he worked hard to earn to the Yuba family. How could he not be angry? Sit down. Aren't you ashamed enough? Jogo growled coldly. If this keeps up, we will lose the treasured sword. Joffrey shouted angrily, unwilling to accept it. Knowing I would lose the glory sword, I shouldn't have owed such a large gambling debt. Do you think fighting as a warrior is just child's play? This is happening in front of the entire city. Do you want to embarrass my city lord's mansion? Joe Gory angrily scolded. The strength of the mask is not much different from Hobek's. The mask was defeated in a single glance. I don't think Hobek and Lion are a match for Luo Feng. Joe Flay looked a bit disappointed. Joe Gory sharply glared at his son and said, Our city lord's mansion can afford to lose. But I don't want this to happen again. Otherwise, I, Joe Gory, will consider you no longer my son. After slitting the throat with a single sword, Luo Feng, amid cheers, calmly walked to the entrance of the dungeon. Lien Xiaodian, surprised and shocked, opened the dungeon door for him. Poncher's eyes widened, and his body trembled violently. He was filled with fear, shock, surprise, admiration, and disbelief. More than anything, he saw Luo Feng's strength clearly. Though he looked small, his explosive power was incredible. Whether it was splitting someone in two or easily killing in 1 second, it showed Luo Feng's combat power was extraordinary. No wonder he's a former war god. Pancher instinctively gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely. Perfect score. If both of you can win the next match, my Yuba family will take the championship. The glory sword and 500,000 gold coins will belong to us, Lien Xiaotian happily said. Luo Feng nodded slightly. He still felt a lot of pressure. The Bawang/cooldown was ready, and he could trigger this skill at any time to defeat the next opponent. But he didn't know if his next opponent would be Hobek. If he faced Hobek and defeated him, he could immediately get the time capsule. If he didn't meet Hobek but another fighter, defeating that fighter wouldn't give him the time capsule. In the final match, facing Hobek without the help of a big skill or ultimate move would be very difficult to win. He was called the Heavenly Dragon War God, but only he knew how much that title was worth. This so-called war god could only defeat ordinary fighters. If he faced a top-tier fighter, he would be in trouble. So, during the 4th round of the competition, he hoped that Pancher would win, so he could reduce one target. Outside, the crowd was still very lively. Everyone was focusing on the Yuba family as the champion. To most spectators, Luo Feng was like a dark horse, charging forward and crushing everything in his path. Soon, Lien Xiaodian brought the schedule for the 4th round. The 4th round. We'll have a rule change, Lien Xiaodian said seriously. What rule change? Luo Feng asked with a frown. A team match, Lien Xiaodian replied. A team match? So, both Luo Feng and I have to compete, Pancher asked, wide-eyed. Yes, Lien Xiaodian looked worried. This is a sudden rule made by the city lord, Xiao Jelly. Right now, both the Yuba family and the city lord's mansion only have 2 fighters left. But the outcome is clear. If one side wins, both win. If one side loses, both lose. Win or lose together? Pancher touched his head, seeming confused. Luo Feng said in a deep voice, the result will be the same, just a different rule. Either we all die, or both opponents die. Exactly, Lien Xiaodian agreed. Then, this is perfect. Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. Huh? Why is that good? Pancher asked, puzzled. Lien Xiaodian also looked a bit confused. Luo Feng smiled mysteriously. It at least gives us a better chance to win the championship and keeps Pancher steady, ending the fight. Huh? What do you mean? I don't understand, Pancher said, scratching his head, looking confused. Lien Xiaotian frowned and thought hard, but he also didn't seem to understand. This time, the champion is almost certain, Luo Feng said with a squint and a smile. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, so I can be happy too, Pancher asked anxiously. Facing two strong fighters from the city lord's mansion, he felt a lot of pressure. It was only natural, since it involved his own life. Just wait and see, Luo Feng said with a happy smile. He was worried about not matching with Hobeck or, if he did, Pancher being defeated by his opponent, making it hard to face the final match. But now, with the team match, all those worries were gone. Hoo. The sound of the competition horn blew. Joe Goalie stood on the west side viewing platform and loudly shouted. Since the city lord's mansion and the Yuba family each have only 2 fighters left, after mutual agreement. The final round, a double-team match, to determine the winner. As Joe Goalie finished speaking, the horn signaling the start of the match sounded. Goffrey couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise his father. Father is truly wise and strategic. In this double match, our city lord's mansion will definitely win. Joe Goalie quickly retorted, winning is not guaranteed, just increasing the chances. In the future, think more carefully and don't rely on unrealistic tricks. Yes. I will follow your advice, father, Goffrey respectfully replied. What's Joe Goalie planning now? Yuba brother, be careful, Grand Qo frowned and warned. A double match. It's just about increasing the opponent's chances of winning. Luo Feng is so strong. It's just a matter of ease, Yuba said nonchalantly. Husband, be careful. Don't fall for Joe Goalie's tricks. That old guy is not easy to deal with. Lily's worried about Luo Feng's safety. Don't worry, madam. I've already told Lien Xiaotian that if necessary, Luo Feng and the others can choose to forfeit. They have great potential, and with more training, they will bring honor to our Yuba family in the future. Yuba's mind was still sharp. When Joe Goalie proposed the double match, he analyzed it carefully. In his view, Luo Feng was so powerful that whether it was a 2-person, 3-person, or even more team, he would not fear it. But he didn't know that Luo Feng relied on his strong skills to achieve quick kills. Come on. This match is not only about winning the championship, but also about your lives. The master just instructed. If necessary, you can choose to forfeit, Lien Xiaotian solemnly advised. Does the master really care that much? Pancher seriously doubted it. Although the master is cold-hearted, it depends on who he's talking about. You two have unlimited potential. He wouldn't want to see you die, Lien Xiaotian said. Luo Feng nodded. If the opponent doesn't play by the rules, I will break the rules of the beast fighting arena and open the dungeon door to give you a way out, Lien Xiaotian said in a deep voice. No need. The one who should be running away is probably someone from the city lord's mansion. After saying that, Luo Feng pushed open the prison door and walked out first. I like your confident look, Banshur grinned widely and laughed. 1/splits into 2. 1 second to cut the throat. Lien Xiaotian closed the prison door. Through the iron bars, he watched Luo Feng walk farther away, recalling Luo Feng's terrifying attack earlier. It seems this guy is really not simple. No wonder he's part of the Tianlong clan. With Luo Feng here, our brother's status in the Yuba family is even more secure. Lien Xiaotian's lips curled into a happy smile. Clang. The prison door on the other side opened. Huabeek held 2 blood-stained large axes, puffed out his chest, and stepped forward confidently. He was as tall as a tower, with strong muscles all over his body. When he walked, he looked like a beast full of energy, radiating a fierce aura. Behind him, a tall, powerful man, holding a spiked wolf-tooth hammer, followed closely. The wolf-tooth hammer dragged on the ground, carving deep grooves into the floor. They stopped about 10 meters from Luo Feng. Tianlong clan little pest. Surviving under my grandfather's big axe shows you're lucky. But your people and your family will all go to the afterlife. Huabeek seemed to recognize Luo Feng. As soon as he stopped, he spoke arrogantly, trying to provoke Luo Feng. Luo Feng sneered with disdain and said, I will cut you in half with 1 strike. Huh? Just you? Don't think that killing 2 fighters from my city lord's mansion means you can do whatever you want. Today, I will be your end. Right in front of everyone here, I will cut your flesh into pieces, inch by inch. Huabeek laughed loudly. Such bravado! Banshur swung his sword and shouted angrily. Haha, as a reward, I will get an extra 10,000 bounty, and I will enjoy a free month at the chicken courtyard in Blackstone City. Haha, haha. Hwabik seemed to imagine himself wandering happily in the chicken courtyard. I will make your dirty fantasies vanish like a bubble, Luo Feng said coldly. Haha, are you scared? If you are, kneel down obediently, and I will give you a quick end, Hwabik laughed loudly. Annoying. Watch the sword. The solid rock roared loudly and took the lead in attacking Hobek. Smash. Big deal if it's heavy. Your opponent isn't me. Lianti, take him down. Hobek ordered Lianti behind him to attack. You're asking for trouble. Lianti's pupils widened as he swung his spiked club fiercely, crashing through the air toward the solid rock. Fearing the sharp thorns, the solid rock raised his twin swords above his head, barely blocking Lianti's attack. Interesting, Lianti sneered. His fighting strength was no less than Hobek's. He was usually calm and steady, not as arrogant as Hobek. Facing the solid rock, he felt no pressure to fight, even though the solid rock was strong and muscular. After the fight between the solid rock and Lianti began, Hobek also launched an attack on Luo Feng. Smash. Grandpa will split you in half with one axe. Hobek swung two huge axes, cutting through the howling wind toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng moved forward instead of retreating, meeting the attack head-on. Clang. After a collision, Luo Feng barely blocked Hobek's powerful strike. The force was so strong that Luo Feng's hand burst open. Hobek's attack was indeed fierce, steady, and domineering, fast as lightning, forcing Luo Feng to hold back and not give him a chance to use a big move. He was very talkative, but he was still afraid of Luo Feng's powerful attack. Luo Feng's attack was mainly about using strength to suppress. Clang, clang, clang. After a few passive exchanges, Luo Feng suddenly showed a flaw, then looked tired. Hobek thought the opportunity had come. He roared loudly, gathering all his strength into his twin axes, swinging them down from the sky, as if about to split Luo Feng into 3 parts from top to bottom. Seeing this, Luo Feng smirked, then quickly dodged, shouting loudly, Overlord slash! Swish! His great sword seemed infused with endless divine power, rushing with mighty force to strike Hobek's head. This divine power was full of momentum and dominance. With one strike, Hobek had no time to dodge. His tall, muscular body was split in half from the side, from top to bottom. Clatter! His brains and internal organs spilled onto the ground as blood surged. Bang! 2 huge axes fell heavily to the ground. The scene was completely silent, with a feeling of suffocation. The onlookers seemed to forget to cheer. Everyone was stunned and full of surprise. Hobek's fierce and aggressive attack made them think Luo Feng was surely going to die. Even Li Lizi and Yuba Duan on the stage were sweating nervously for Luo Feng. After all, Hobek's attack was too strong, leaving no chance for Luo Feng to breathe. Everyone thought Luo Feng would lose, but unexpectedly, Luo Feng suddenly erupted with great power. With one strike, he cut Hobek from top to bottom, splitting him in half. That must have taken a lot of strength. Next to the fight, Panshur and Liant were shocked when they saw this. Luo Feng swung his sword and cut off Hobek's head. Right in front of everyone, he kicked Hobek's head out of the fighting arena. Ding! The host has defeated a fighter and gained 2 skill points. Congratulations. The host successfully killed Hobek, avenging your tribe members. Reward: a rare treasure, a time capsule. Right after defeating Hobek, 2 system notifications sounded. The time capsule was delivered. Panshur and Liant went back into battle. Liant, strong and powerful, fought with wild force and rich experience, causing Panshur to retreat step by step. Panshur fought desperately and was very embarrassed. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was also exhausted from fighting Hobek and couldn't team up to defeat Liant. This guy's fighting ability seemed just as good as Hobek's. He looked like a seasoned warrior. Steady strength, rich skills, unstoppable momentum. If Panshur wanted to beat Liant, he would need at least half a year of practice. Without hesitation, Luo Feng triggered the shadowless kick. His body moved as fast as lightning. Before Liant could react, Luo Feng had already cut his neck with one strike. Clang! Bright red blood shot out instantly from the wound. Blood splattered all over Panshur's face. Pancher shivered in fear. He didn't even see Luo Feng make a move, only saw Lion scream in pain, drop his Wolf Fong hammer, cover his neck with both hands, and stumble backward. His pupils widened like cow eyes. His expression was full of disbelief. Pancher was stunned too. He stood there, watching Lian's body fall, as he was pushed back by Hobek's corpse. Puff puff. Lianti fell to the ground, reaching out as if to say something, but each time he moved his throat, a large amount of blood sprayed out. Eventually, he couldn't hold on anymore, and his head drooped, lifeless. Ding! The host has slain a fighter and gained 2 skill points. Wow! A huge wave of excitement swept through the arena. One by one, the spectators stood up, their blood boiling. Shouts echoed throughout the beast arena. Everyone looked at Luo Feng with excited, passionate eyes. Some women, overwhelmed with emotion, shamelessly revealed their impressive figures. The scene fell into chaos. These people seemed to prefer violence and bloodshed. The more brutal the fight, the more exciting it was for them, helping them release stress. Rock wiped the blood from his face and finally snapped out of his daze. He knew he wasn't a match for Lianti. This guy was strong, decisive, and every attack made him look a bit awkward. He was just a new fighter with great potential, but still needed constant training. Only then could he become a true top fighter. Compared to Hobek and Lianti, who had been tested in real battles, Luo Feng's strength was about the same without using his big moves. Ding! Congratulations! The host has defeated 5 fighters in a row, winning the Rookie Tournament Championship. Reward: Skill, Copper Wall of the right arm. The skill has been integrated into the right arm. The host can upgrade it according to the task prompts. Copper Wall of the right arm. A defensive skill, beginner level 0 out of 10. It can be attached to the right arm, making it as strong as an unbreakable copper wall. It can resist any deadly impact and remain unharmed. Duration: 10 seconds. Cooldown: 24 hours. Successfully winning the championship. Rewards received as expected. Luo Feng's lips curved into a pleased smile. This meant he gained another powerful skill move. Even though it's a defensive move, if used well, it can be as powerful as an attack move. By passive defense, intercepting deadly hits, and making enemies think they are about to lose an arm, he can then strike back with a fatal. It's a surprise attack tactic. A tingling, itchy sensation spread from his right arm, and he suddenly felt that his right arm was a little different. It was a hard-to-describe feeling, but it made him feel more confident. No way. No way. Hobek could never fail. Lane even boasted that his fighting strength was not less than Hobek's. How could he be defeated by Luo Feng? That Luo Feng, how is he so strong? How could he manage to defeat my 2 top fighters in a row? Hobek and Lane's deaths made Joffrey go crazy on the spot. He stared fiercely at Luo Feng in the center of the fighting arena, his eyes full of murderous intent, wishing he could personally cut off Luo Feng's head. Sit down. Jogoli was furious and shouted at his son. You can't stay calm over such a small matter. How can you be the future leader of Blackstone City if you lose your temper now? Father, I can't accept this. I can't accept it. Joffrey was about to break down. He never expected to end up like this. It was a complete loss, losing both his wife and his soldiers. This Luo Feng, how could he be so strong? He almost got killed by Hobek. Joffrey roared at his father in madness. Sigh? We have lost. Jogli sighed heavily, looking grim. We can't even use the glory sword. It's the treasure of my city lord's mansion. Joffrey's face was pale, and he was anxious. Calm down. Our city lord's mansion can still afford to lose. It's just a broken sword. We can get it back someday. But you, don't make me hear that you've taken on huge gambling debts again, or I will cut off your hands and feet and you of all inheritance rights in the family, Jogli said coldly. Joffrey shivered all over, his face turning even paler. Cutting off his hands and feet, stripping him of all inheritance rights. This was like condemning him to death. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes fixed on Luo Feng in the arena, then sharply shifted his gaze to Yuba, who was dancing around. He wouldn't give up just like that. Ha ha, ha ha. The lady truly has sharp eyes and a keen gaze. Lu Feng's victory in this battle will be enough to make my Yuba family proud and record his name. When he sacrifices himself for our family, I will carve his portrait to honor him forever. I want his great achievements to be passed down through generations and never forgotten. With unstoppable strength, Lu Feng defeated 2 enemies, making Yuba so happy he couldn't stop smiling. He even danced around happily to show his joy. In contrast, Zaidima and Glanduo looked a bit forced, trying to smile. Congratulations, Yuba brother. Well done. You won the champion in this new talent contest. May the Yuba family continue to grow stronger and reach new heights in the future. Glanduo clasped his hands in greeting and quickly offered his congratulations. Haha, thanks for your kind words, Glanduo. I also hope the Glanduo family fighters become stronger and stronger, Yuba said happily. Congratulations, Yuba brother, Zaidima said with a forced smile and a bow. Haha, Zaidima, don't look so sad. It was just a loss. If you need gold coins, I can lend you some later. We are brothers. I may have won the championship, but I won't forget to help you, Yuba said generously. Thank you so much, Yuba brother, for your care and support, Zaidima replied with a strong smile. Wow, sister's eyes are really sharp. Lu Feng is truly a dark horse, Sophie sighed with mixed feelings. Panshir also won the championship, Li Lizi said with a smile. He doesn't even have a quail, so how can I enjoy the thrill of a strong man? Sophie looked a bit disappointed. So does that mean sister is interested in Lu Feng? Li Lizi asked curiously. Sophie pouted and smiled, saying, Lu Feng did win, but he still isn't in my good graces. My goal is a strong, muscular man like Panshir. Do you agree with me? Li Lizi covered her mouth and smiled, saying, being big isn't always good. The key is to be sharp. The Black Bear tribe is strong, but generally slow and weak. Looks like sister knows a lot about these things, Sophie whispered with bright eyes. Li Lizi smiled softly and said, our Yuba family once hosted a big guest at a banquet. That person specifically asked Lu Haisai and a female to pretend to be a married couple. Want to guess what happened? Only about a minute before, Lucy's collapsed just like a pile of mud. So, Li Lizi stopped speaking. Now I want to see what Luo Feng can do. Sister shouldn't mind, right? Sophia asked with a sweet smile. Of course not. As long as my sister likes him, when we return to the Yuba family, I will arrange for him to act as her husband. Li Lizi said generously. That's wonderful. Sophia was easily convinced by Li Lizi's words. After the fight, Jogo Li announced in front of everyone that the Yuba family had won the championship. The honor sword was also handed over to Yuba Duan. Yuba Duan, Grand Kuo, and Yax received 50,000 gold coins, which were returned to them along with Saidima's last place. In this battle, the Yuba family not only gained the honor sword but also earned 50,000 gold coins. Yuba Duan was overjoyed. Before returning to the Yuba estate, he went to Chicken Lane Street and selected 50 beautiful chicken girls, bringing them all back to the estate. The veteran fighters were training hard in the backyard. Seeing Lien Xiaodian arrive with 50 beautiful chicken girls, all the fighters in the training ground looked ecstatic. They hadn't seen women for half a year. Seeing women made them eager to embrace and train with them. When they saw Lien Xiaodian followed by Luo Feng and Panshir, but not Carter, Bert, and Rihino, everyone knew without doubt that those 3 had already died in the Beast Arena. But Luo Feng was still alive, which surprised everyone. Coach, did we win the championship? Wang Tailuo asked, scratching his head in confusion. Yes, Lien Xiaodian said seriously. Oh my god, we really won the championship? Mahan stared with wide eyes, disbelief on his face. Where is my tribe member Rihino? Lu Haisai asked anxiously. He's dead, Lien Xiaodian replied coldly. Lu Haisai shivered and said, Rihino's fighting ability is not worse than mine. What kind of strong opponent did he face? At least 2 of you are no match for him. Lien Xiaodian retorted bluntly. Lu Haisai looked annoyed and rubbed his head. Lien Xiaodian crossed his arms behind his back with a serious expression and said, this victory in the competition is all thanks to Luo Feng. Huh? Luo Feng. Shuefei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Feng is weak and fragile. How could he win the championship? Mahans was the first to doubt. Shut up! Lien Xiaodian scolded Mahan sharply, then continued, tonight's celebration, including enjoying the women behind me, depends on Luo Feng. So, you should thank Luo Feng. He gave you the chance to enjoy the celebration. Everyone looked at each other, then turned their eyes to Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood calmly with his hands behind his back. Luo Feng defeated 5 fighters and won the championship for his master. Even in the final battle, Pancher survived thanks to Luo Feng. In other words, the strongest person in the Yuba family right now is Luo Feng, Lin Xiaodian announced boldly. I don't agree. Xue Fei was the first to oppose. Disagree? Lin Xiaodian sneered and said, it's perfect for you two to stay in the same room. Close the door at night, and Luo Feng will make you obedient. Humph. Xue Fei crossed her arms, looking cold. Enough. The drinks will be delivered soon. Next, you can enjoy the night of celebration. The master is generous and has declared that you can indulge for a week, Lin Xiaotian said. A week? My goodness. Did I hear that right? The master is mighty and commanding. Giles cheered, dancing happily. Haha. Luce shouted happily. For the next week, I will indulge myself. Beautiful women. Here I come, Giles mocked. With your busy schedule, you'd better rest. Don't waste the beauty. Jiangu didn't rush to embrace the beauty but instead asked Lin Xiaodian. Coach, can you explain how Luo Feng managed to win the championship? He seemed more interested in becoming stronger. Enjoy this wonderful night and celebrate your victory. Lin Xiaodian carried 2 beauties and left without looking back. Jiangu then looked at Luo Feng and Pancher. Pancher grinned and said, spend a night with me, and I'll tell you everything. No problem. The two left together. These two were truly remarkable. Pancher didn't have a quail. Jiangu didn't have a Zhanba snake spear. The two could only enjoy their mental pleasure. Wang Tailuo, holding 2 beauties, approached Luo Feng and asked, can you tell me about today's competition? It's not convenient. Just get lost. Your behavior makes me feel sick, Xue Fei scolded Wang Tailuo. Wang Tailuo chuckled and said, aren't you lonely? Xue Fei slapped him, but Wang Tailuo cleverly dodged. Mind your own business. Whether I'm lonely or not has nothing to do with you, Xue Fei snapped. Fine. I was overthinking. The coach said that tonight. You two should close the door and discuss life inside. Oh, and remember to tell me your conclusions tomorrow morning, Wang Tailuo said. Then he hugged the 2 beauties and disappeared around the corner. A girl from the chicken tribe approached Luo Feng and asked, do you need me to serve you, strong man? Go away. If you show up again, I will stop you. Xue Fei looked at the girl with disgust and a fierce gaze. The girl was startled and hurriedly left. Luo Feng was not interested in the girl. He got up and went back inside, lying on the wooden bed. The task for the copper wall skill on his right arm had not been issued yet, and he didn't know how to improve his strength. He could only rest for now. He had used the most energy fighting today. Now he was exhausted and had no strength left for anything else. As soon as Luo Feng lay down, Xue Fei entered the room. You surprised me, Xue Fei said unexpectedly. You'll get used to it, Luo Feng replied indifferently. I want to know, how did those guys die? Xue Fei's curiosity was really piqued. Cut in half with a sword. Throat sealed with a blade, Luo Feng said with his eyes closed, dismissively. Can you brag even more? Xue Fei rolled her eyes. No. Huh. Too thick to up. Luo Feng opened his eyes, smirking teasingly. You. Xue Fei was annoyed and stomped her foot. Everyone gather. Gather. Susan's loud shout came from outside. A group of fighters, just about to take off their pants and fight, reluctantly put on their belts and cursed as they left the room. Yuba Dun and Li Lizi, Sophia, stood on the balcony. 3 people hold wine glasses and happily watch the many slaves and fighters below. Luo Feng, under Lin Xiaoyan's arrangement, stood in the front row, breaking the usual rules. His great achievements earned him this special position. This time, our Yuba family relied on Luo Feng to win the championship. Luo Feng's fighting ability is far above yours. You should learn from him and strive to bring more honor to our Yuba family. Your ability to enjoy special treatment for a week is thanks to Luo Feng. Of course, Luo Feng's strength is also thanks to Lin Xiaoyan's careful teaching. So, Lin Xiaoyan, keep up the good work. Yuba kept talking endlessly. Don't worry, master. I will make Luo Feng even stronger. I will also help all fighters of the Yuba family improve step by step, Lin Xiaoyan said confidently. Good. That's very good. Yuba nodded. Then he said, in light of Lady Gu's suggestion, Luo Feng, Wang Tailuo, Giles, Mahanes, and Song Dao, step forward. Within an hour, do not perform the Kuan character technique. After an hour, Go to the attic for the Yuba family dinner. Others can do as they like. Huh? Wang Tailuo looked stunned. He was already ready to go, just waiting for the signal. Being suddenly interrupted was quite upsetting. What about him? After Luo Feng and the others stepped forward, Sophia looked at the unmentioned Jiangu. Jiangu was tall and strong, mighty and imposing. Yuba smiled awkwardly and said, his Zabashi spear was destroyed in a riot. Okay, Sophia said, a bit surprised. Lady Good, don't worry. I promise the people I named will be ones you'll like, Yuba said confidently. Sophia blushed slightly, but pretended to stay calm. She had never betrayed her own man, nor practiced the Kuan technique with a second man. That's enough. Disperse. Yuba waved his hand. Luo Feng returned to the house. Do you know what happens after you're called up? Shuefei asked. No, I really don't, Luo Feng replied honestly. Tonight, one of you will stay behind to practice the Kuan technique with that blonde woman, Shuefei said straightforwardly. That woman is very beautiful, Luo Feng said without hesitation. Sophia is very beautiful. She is on par with Lily's, with a full, mature figure and a very feminine smile and expression. She wears a thin, sheer long dress that perfectly shows off her delicate figure. Like Lily's, she has a stunning Western face. She exudes elegance and nobility. Just one look is enough to see she comes from a wealthy, noble family. She is indeed very beautiful. Her family is powerful too. The Yuba couple has spent a lot of money trying to impress her. And Mrs. Yuba has often been seen with this woman. CFA seems to know a lot. Haha, you seem to know quite a bit, Luo Feng said with interest. I've been in the Yuba family for 5 years. There's nothing I don't know here, CFA replied. 5 years, you must have saved up quite a bit, Luo Feng asked. Yes, enough to buy my freedom, CFA sighed. Then why haven't you bought your freedom? Luo Feng asked. CFA shook her head and said, I once thought about buying my freedom. But my people are all gone. Even if I buy my freedom, where would I go? Outside, I would be helpless alone. Without support, I couldn't survive. If I was careless, I might end up back in prison. So, rather than buying my freedom, I prefer to survive here. Luo Feng was silent. Her words were very similar to Lin Xiaoyan's. This shows they don't want to be slaves forever, but the world is so big that they have nowhere to go. The world is broken, and strength is everything. The weak don't deserve to live. Only the strong can stand tall, CFA sighed. Luo Feng said nothing. An hour quickly passed. Night began to fall. Stars twinkled in the sky. Led by Lin Xiaodian, Luo Feng and his group walked along the west corridor, stepping up the stairs to the upper pavilion. In the large courtyard, the lights were bright, and colorful ribbons hung everywhere. Inside the main hall, Yuba Duan and Lily's, Sophia, sat at a table drinking. The table was full of drinks and fruit. After Lin Xiaodian led Luo Feng and his group inside, he stood at the far east of the living room. Luo Feng and his companions all had white cloth wrapped around their waists. They lined up neatly in front of 3 people. Uncover the cloth. Yuba Dun looked at Luo Feng and the others with a blank expression and shouted. Wang Tailuo and the other 3 were experienced and immediately tore off the white cloth. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. So casual? Sophia ignored Luo Feng and didn't hold any expectations for him. Therefore, her gaze shifted from Wang Tailuo, Giles, and the 3 masked men. Wang Tailuo was strong but had a somewhat wild and carefree look. The masked man was tall and muscular, but his face showed a fierce and intimidating expression, making people feel scared deep inside. Giles was strong and powerful, but his eyes looked soft and cold, which made others feel uncomfortable. Mahan's muscles were well-shaped, but his eyes looked sly, which made people feel annoyed. Compared to them, Luo Feng, why are you hesitating? Miss Sophia is the biggest sponsor of this event. Without her, you wouldn't even qualify to participate, let alone win the championship. Lily pointed at Luo Feng and said. Luo Feng hesitated for a moment, then reached out and pulled away the white cloth. Clatter. Sophia and Lily instinctively looked at Luo Feng. Even Yuba Dun turned to look. The 3 of them looked surprised. Wang Tailuo and Giles pursed their lips, trying to sneak glances downward. They were stunned and shocked. Sophia's eyes moved, and her body trembled slightly. Lily swallowed her saliva instinctively, clenched her fists, pressed her lips tightly, and a strange desire grew deep inside her. Yuba Dun clearly showed jealousy, but he held back his jealousy and asked Sophia, "Madam, have you found the target?" Sophia swallowed her saliva, gently pointed at Luo Feng with her delicate hand, and trembled slightly as she said, "I want him." Luo Feng? Haha. Yuba Dun couldn't help but laugh loudly. I knew it. Madam Sophia must have her eyes on Luo Feng. Lily, I really want to try and see if what sister said is true, that the bigger the artifact, the shorter the time. Sister, you wouldn't mind, right? Sophia asked with a clever smile, looking expectantly. Very good. Then, Lien Xiaodian can lead them away. Wu Ba Dun waved his hand. Yes. Lien Xiaodian took Wang Tailuo and the others and left. Li Lizi looked calm and said, "Since my sister wants to try, I won't oppose it." Luo Feng. Li Lizi turned her gaze to Luo Feng and said, "Miss Sophia is a guest of our Wu Ba family. Please do your best to take good care of her. Don't let her down." Luo Feng hesitated. He felt like they were treating him like a tool. Ding detected that Sophia's father is the prime minister, and her husband is the leader of the Flying Dragon Legion of the Tianyuan Empire. She fits the background of a noble lady, so the noble lady camp is activated. Ding detected that Sophia's beauty score is 98. Her background matches the standards of the noble lady camp. Ding, the system has issued a task. Promise Li Lizi to take care of Sophia. Reward for the host. Imperial Glory. Imperial Glory, support skill, allows endless combat when mentally permitted. Noble Lady Camp, level 1, 0/5. Function 1. For each beautiful woman with a score above 95, all skill cooldowns decrease by 10 seconds. The higher the level of the Noble Lady Camp, the more the cooldown decreases. Function 2. For each beautiful woman with a score above 95, the host combat power increases by 1%. The higher the level of the Noble Lady Camp, the greater the boost. Further functions will unlock as the level increases. The activation of the Noble Lady Camp made Luo Feng instantly feel ecstatic. Imperial Glory is just a small matter. The key is the reduced cooldown, and it can increase his combat power. This is the most important. Good, Luo Feng agreed without hesitation. With such a beauty, under the system's support, not enjoying her would be a pity. He doesn't have many restrictions. Playing with these so-called noble ladies is even more difficult than eating a dragon meat. Now the opportunity is here, he definitely can't miss it. Ding, the host happily agreed to Li Lizi, completed the system task, obtained Imperial Glory, and this skill has now fully integrated into the host's body. Reward received instantly. The two entered the inner room together. How? Luo Feng hasn't come down yet. Wang Tailuo, after a bloody fight inside the room, holding a large jar of wine, came outside to enjoy the moonlight. Did he really stay upstairs? Shuefei frowned and asked. Yes. Half an hour has passed, and they still haven't come down. Looks like tonight you'll be alone with only a lamp for company. Feeling lonely, Wang Tailuo said with a forced smile. Is he stronger than you? Shuefei asked bravely. I don't know if he's strong or not. I only know he's tougher and more fierce than me. He's really a strange person, Wang Tailuo said with a complicated expression. Usually, he would come down in about an incense stick's time. Now, 2 incense sticks have passed, and he still hasn't come down. It seems he's going to stay overnight, Wang Tailuo added. Shuefei said nothing. How about, do you want me to find someone to keep you company for the night? Wang Tailuo asked with a half-smile. Stop joking like that, or I'll cut your toothpick and throw it down the mountain to feed the dogs, Shuefei said coldly. Haha, have you fallen for him? Oh my, it's only been a few days. Wait, you too? Really? Are you serious? Wang Tailuo asked suddenly, surprised. Shuefei snorted coldly, shot a cold glance at Wang Tailuo, and went back into her room without a word. Wang Tailuo chuckled, picked up the wine jug, and drank it all in one gulp. What's going on? An hour has passed, and they still haven't come out? Yuba Dun stared in shock. They had finished a whole jar of wine, but Luo Feng and Sophia still hadn't come out. Soft sounds echoed endlessly. The roaring sound broke through the clouds. Li Lizi looked at Yuba Dun with a resentful expression, as if disappointed. Yuba Dun looked a bit annoyed and said, Maybe. I should arrange someone for you from below. Wang Tailuo is good. He's a bit wild, but very capable. He can also hide a knife. Though fierce-looking, his ability is no less than Wang Tailuo's. Li Lizi coldly said, "Don't treat me like an animal. I have a family and a man. That." Haha. Yuba Dun felt awkward. "I'm going to die." Suddenly, a desperate scream shattered Yuba Dun's embarrassment. Yuba Dun was stunned. Li Lizi was dumbfounded. The two looked at each other instinctively. Then, Yuba Dun became even more embarrassed, with envy showing on his face, turning purple. Luo Feng slept in the attic for the night. This was at Sophia's strong request. Yuba Dun and Li Lizi did not object. The Yuba family, in order to flatter and please the higher-ups, had long made special exceptions to let their fighters stay overnight in the attic. Luo Feng was not the first to do this, but he would definitely be the last. As dawn broke and the sky just showed hints of light, Luo Feng got up and went to the training ground. The fighters hadn't woken up yet. They had all had a wild night and drank a lot. Each one was heavily drunk, with headaches so bad they wished they could sleep forever, so they couldn't get up so quickly. After a night of bloody fighting, Luo Feng was not tired at all. Instead, he felt full of energy. Of course, Sophia also smoothly joined the noble lady camp and became the top lady there. When Luo Feng arrived at the training ground, the system immediately issued a training task. Ding! The system has issued a task. The host must wave their right arm 1,000 times for a skill point. Waving the right arm 10,000 times can improve the skill right arm from good to excellent. He originally wanted to go back to his room for a quick nap. But since the system issued a training task, he decided to complete it as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Luo Feng immediately waved his right arm and started training non-stop on the training ground. Wang Tailuo was the first to wake up and go to the bathroom. Seeing Luo Feng in the strange training phase, Wang Tailuo looked confused and asked, "Did you not stay upstairs last night? Is there a problem?" Luo Feng frowned and asked, "Yes, there is a problem." "What problem?" "Did you not take good care of Miss Sophia?" He glanced at the white cloth around Luo Feng's waist and suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. Looks like you're just like Rubius." "What do you mean?" Luo Feng didn't understand. "Hehe. You can ask Rubius privately." Wang Tailuo didn't clarify further. Luo Feng looked puzzled. Ignoring his words, he continued to wave his arms. More and more fighters got up. When they saw Luo Feng, they all showed strange expressions. Normally, after fighting all night upstairs, Luo Feng should have slept in the dormitory all day to recover. But he didn't follow the usual way. Not only did he not rest, but he was outside doing physical training. So, everyone's eyes turned to Rubius. Luce scratched his head in confusion and said, "What are you all looking at me for? What does this have to do with me?" Giles teased, "It really has nothing to do with you. But maybe, just like you, someone didn't make Miss Sophia happy last night and got sent away." "What? How did this end up being about me?" Luce asked angrily. "Because you didn't last long." "So," Mahans said with a sly grin. "Enough," Luce shouted in anger. "Why did they have to bring that up?" Xiuefei walked out of the room. She had dark circles under her eyes, clearly not having slept well. When she saw Luo Feng doing some strange training, she looked surprised. Seeing this, Lorena asked, "Hey Xiuefei, what time did Luo Feng come back last night?" "What do you mean?" Xiuefei asked weakly. "Wait, didn't Luo Feng come back last night?" Lorena asked carefully. "No, he didn't," Xiuefei said, stunned. "Well, that's strange." "What's strange about it?" Xiuefei asked impatiently. "Look at what Luo Feng is doing. Training, obviously. Don't you think that's odd?" Xiuefei looked confused. "Oh my goodness. You're so slow." Xiuefei rolled her eyes. "If he didn't come back last night, and he's still training this morning, don't you think that's unusual?" Xiuefei's eyes widened in disbelief. "He really didn't come back last night," Lorena said, as if realizing something. "How do you know?" Xiuefei asked, still puzzled. "You've got dark circles under your eyes. You must have waited for him all night. So, this guy isn't normal." Lorena looked at Luo Feng differently now. True, spending the whole night with a demanding lady and still having the energy to train in the morning. No ordinary person could do that. Even Wang Tailuo, who always brags about his strength, couldn't manage it. Susan said in surprise, "Achoo, who's talking about me behind my back? Did I not keep those two ladies entertained last night?" Wang Tailuo sneezed in confusion from a distance. Up in the attic, early in the morning, Lilith came to Sophia's room. There was only Sophia left in the room. This woman was lying on the bed like a dead pig, sleeping deeply. Last night, she was flying all night. She only came down at dawn. In contrast, Lilith listened to wonderful music all night next door until 5 in the morning and then fell into a dazed sleep. She woke up after less than an hour. When Luo Feng left, she was sitting in the corner of the living room drinking alone. Luo Feng didn't see her, but she saw Luo Feng. That guy seemed completely unexhausted. He walked around lively and refreshed, full of energy. It was as if Sophia wasn't eating duck, but Luo Feng was nibbling on chicken. The difference was quite striking. After sitting in the living room for a while, Lilith went outside the attic. Seeing Luo Feng still working out without resting, she started doing her strange training again, and the waves in her chest surged to the peak. Is this guy even human? She said he's not human, but a never-stopping perpetual motion machine. Xuefei looked at Luo Feng and said what was in her mind. Next to her, Lorena and Susan opened their mouths in shock. After the shock, both of them looked at each other with hope. I wish I could spend a night with him, Susan said with a flirtatious smile. Go away. He's mine. If anyone's coming, it's me first. Lorena clenched her fists confidently. Who do you think you are? Dare to fight me for a man? Believe it or not, I'll cut your throat and drain your blood. Susan prepared for a fight fiercely. Lorena sneered and said, I'm afraid you haven't even cut my throat. My sword is already in your secret garden. You. Susan was furious. Lorena smiled disdainfully. All of you shut up. The one who is closest to the water gets the moon. Without my permission, no one dares to touch him. I will cut her happiness away. Let her never enjoy joy again. Xuefei roared angrily. You're really ruthless, Lorena cursed. You're so vicious. What's the difference between this and losing a quail over a man? Susan also cursed. By noon, Sophia finally woke up from her sleep. Lilith, full of jealousy, asked, Fi, you should be very satisfied with what happened last night, right? Hee. Sister Liz, this Luo Feng is really amazing. I've never experienced such extreme happiness before. Wah. I feel like I can't leave this place. This was definitely Sophia's first heartfelt and sincere words after waking up. Liz was clearly a bit annoyed. But to strengthen the Yuba family's position, she politely replied, Sophia, you can stay here often from now on. Consider this your second home. Really? Can I? Of course. As long as Sophia is willing, the gates of Yuba Manor will always be open for you, Liz said generously. Then I'll come often in the future. Sister Liz, please don't get tired of me, Sophia happily said. Haha. Lady Good can treat this place as her home. Come whenever you like, leave whenever you want. Yuba Manor will always welcome Lady Good, Yuba said cheerfully. Yuba family head is truly generous. I must praise you to my father and husband later, Sophia said happily and contentedly. Haha. So, last night Luo Feng took good care of Lady Good, Yuba asked with a bright smile. Luo Feng is indeed very good. I am very satisfied. I hope next time I come, I can see Luo Feng again. If anything happens to Luo Feng, don't blame me for turning cold, Sophia said. Not at all. Luo Feng will be fine. Wait, Lady Good, are you planning to leave? Yuba asked, surprised. Liz quickly perked up her ears, waiting for Sophia's next words. No, I still have 4 days left. I came out for a half-month trip, and now only 10 days have passed. Does Yuba family head want to chase me away? Sophia asked a little annoyed. Oh dear. My dear lady. Yuba Yuda, would love for you to stay here long-term. Yuba quickly apologized with a smile. That was definitely the truth. As long as Sophia stays here, the Yuba family will not fall into despair. Including this recent newcomer competition, Jeffrey's interference was only managed because Sophia handled it. Whether Sophia is here or not, the situation is completely different. That's good. I thought the Yuba family head was anxious to kick me out, Sophia pouted. Liz truly hopes Sophia will leave soon. That is her real inner thought. She is eager to gain Luo Feng's favor. Luo Feng's strength surprised her greatly. If she had known how strong Luo Feng was, she would never have allowed Sophia to get involved with him. Everyone has their own selfish desires. Whether man or woman, they are usually indifferent before discovering their feelings. But once they experience happiness, it's hard to let go, like a stubborn rash. Luo Feng is really extraordinary, Yuba Dun arrived at the attic and saw that only Luo Feng was doing strange training on the training ground. He didn't care much about this unusual training. As long as Luo Feng wins the championship, he wouldn't interfere no matter how he trains. Really? Sophia was very surprised. Only she knew how brave Luo Feng truly was. Hearing Yuba Dun's words, she quickly went to the balcony outside the attic. Watching Luo Feng keep swinging his arms, Sophia was stunned and dazed. He's really very strong. After the shock, Sophia said blankly, I thought he would sleep all day. I didn't expect. He has so much energy. Lily's also came outside the attic. Seeing Luo Feng still training, her heart was like a storm, unable to calm down for a long time. This guy? I must train him well. With him here, our Yuba family will become stronger and stronger. Yuba Dun's eyes narrowed slightly, full of ambition. Master Yuba, may I make a request? Sophia suddenly asked. Lily's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bit wary. She was about to refuse Sophia's request when Yuba Dun spoke first. Madam Good, what do you suggest? I want to take Luo Feng away. No way. Yuba Dun and Lily's almost said together, speaking instantly. The husband and wife rarely agreed so quickly. They looked at each other. Can't I? Sophia asked somewhat unwillingly. Of course not. The couple replied in unison, refusing firmly. Why? Sophia first looked at Lily's, then turned her gaze to Yuba Dun. Yuba Duan cleared his throat and said, This. If you keep Luo Feng close, your husband will surely notice something. Once your husband finds out, Luo Feng will definitely be in danger. That's right. If Luo Feng stays here, whenever you want to see him, he will be waiting for you, Li Lizi added. I will protect him well. Sophia seemed to want to argue. This is not something you can do alone. If your husband becomes suspicious, do you think you can save Luo Feng by yourself? Don't forget, your husband is one of the top generals of the empire and the leader of the Flying Dragon Legion. If he gets angry, not only you, even my Yuba family can't protect Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng can only stay here. Also, your romantic affairs here must not be told to others. Otherwise, even my Yuba family will be in trouble, Li Lizi patiently explained. Sophia nodded reluctantly. She looked at Luo Feng and clenched her fists, saying, Then I will stay here for a few more days. I want to be with him every day. Very good. Yuba Duan sighed in relief. Luo Feng's potential is limitless. He absolutely cannot allow Sophia to take Luo Feng away. Ding! Congratulations, the host. The copper wall of the right arm has entered a new stage, and its attributes have changed. You may choose to view it. Congratulations, host. The copper wall of the right arm has reached mastery, and its attributes have changed. You may choose to view it. Copper wall of the right arm. Defense skill, mastery level 0/50. Can be attached to the right arm, making the entire arm as tough as an unbreakable copper wall, capable of resisting any deadly impact and remaining unharmed. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 6 hours. For days past, Luo Feng, through diligent practice, raised the copper wall of the right arm to mastery level. Next, to improve further, he needed someone to accompany him. But the fighters were still immersed in celebration, and no one was training physically. Yuba Duan had given everyone a week off. Only Luo Feng was more diligent. At night, he fought battles in the attic, and during the day, he trained his right arm on the training ground. His hard work earned everyone's admiration. Even Yuba Duan suggested Luo Feng take a rest, but Luo Feng ignored him. If he was tired, he would have already collapsed into bed to rest. The sky was not yet dark, and Sophia went up to the attic, waiting quietly for Luo Feng to come upstairs. 4 days of closeness made her depend on Luo Feng a lot. Tomorrow, she would leave the Yuba family, so she hoped Luo Feng would come up soon to be with her. Luo Feng was not in a hurry to go up. This woman is almost crazy. Every night, she desperately seeks his attention, as if she wants to drain him completely. Fortunately, Luo Feng has the power of the imperial glory, making him strong against any challenge, unbeatable. Before dinner was finished, Yuba called him from the attic. Luo Feng had no choice but to go upstairs. Luo Feng. Here. Tomorrow morning, Lady Good will leave the Yuba estate, so tonight, you must take good care of her. Do your best. Yuba sat in the living room, pouring a glass of drink for Luo Feng himself. Okay, I know what to do. Luo Feng replied. Good. You've worked hard these days. I'll reward you properly later, Yuba said. Li Lizi stood nearby, feeling a bit jealous. Luo Feng went straight into Sophia's room. Sophia had been waiting for him for a long time. This woman seemed to have no sense of hunger or fullness. No matter how much she ate, within a few hours, she was hungry again. Maybe she had never been truly full before. Or perhaps she was often hungry. Now that she could finally eat enough, she naturally wanted to fill her stomach as much as possible. Whatever she could eat, she did. Sophia's long dress was very beautiful. Her graceful figure, combined with the dress, added a touch of intimacy to the room. She poured more drink for Luo Feng and said, These days, I am very satisfied with your performance. Meeting you is the greatest honor of my life. Sophia said sincerely. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Huh. You only say huh. That's so boring. Sophia rolled her eyes. Over these days, they had been together so much that they almost became inseparable. They never had a chance to talk properly, and Sophia collapsed onto the bed. When she opened her eyes again, it was already morning. They never really had a chance to speak. Tonight, Sophia deliberately slowed down her pace, rare moments of calm allowing her to want to talk privately with Luo Feng. Who would have thought Luo Feng would be as dull as a dead person, with no sense of humor at all? What do you want me to say? Luo Feng asked as he drank from his glass. You're very impressive, Sophia sincerely praised. Impressive in what way? Luo Feng asked playfully, pretending to be slow to understand. That's interesting. I thought you were just a stiff person, only working hard without knowing how to make others happy. Sophia rolled her eyes at him. Luo Feng chuckled and said, Miss Sophia only asks for things, then closes her eyes, and the day just passes. Do I even get a chance to speak? That's so fun. So happy. Sophia blushed like a little girl. As long as Sophia is happy and joyful, that's all that matters. Luo Feng replied casually. Every day I spend with you makes me very happy. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I've never been this happy before in my life, Sophia said with some emotion. That's good, Luo Feng said. Not good. Why? Because I'm leaving tomorrow, Sophia said with a serious face, pouting her lips in displeasure. So, don't you have anything to say? Sophia seemed to want to hear some happy words from Luo Feng. Luo Feng sighed and said, I'm just a small fighter. You come from a noble family, a world apart. What do you want me to say? Safe travels? Live well? Or maybe I should praise you. Sophia is getting more beautiful. That's mean. Honestly, during these days with you, I've noticed my skin becoming fuller and more rosy. Even the Yuba couple praised me for looking younger and more feminine, Sophia happily said. The Yuba couple didn't lie to you, Luo Feng replied. So, I don't want to leave. I know. I can't do without your care, Sophia said openly. Then don't go. Stay here and let me pamper you every day. I promise to make you more beautiful and prettier, Luo Feng said with a squint. Sleeping on a soft bed is much better than lying on a hard wooden board underneath. Every day, I am accompanied by a beautiful person. There is nothing more comfortable than living here. This favor was very well done. Sophia's beautiful eyes narrowed. Sophia asked with a half-smile. This word shouldn't be something you can say to me, right? But I like you using that word. So, before I leave, please indulge me one more time. After tonight, I don't know when I'll see you again. So, let the storm come even stronger. After speaking, Sophia threw her glass of wine aside. Like a hungry wolf, she violently pushed Luo Feng onto the bed amid flying clothes. The full moon hung in the sky, dotted with stars. Blackstone City is now under a curfew. The streets are completely dark, with not a single shadow visible. Outside a low wall of the city lord's residence, dozens of shadows, like ghosts, climbed over the wall and entered. The shadows bypassed the guards and smoothly entered a courtyard. There were no guards in the courtyard. Inside, pavilions and lanterns flickered with candlelight. From the side room on the right, sounds of play and laughter came. The leader of the shadows snorted coldly, leading others to kick open the door. Amid the chaos, they entered one after another. Young Master Flay, what a refined taste you have. The shadow leader held a sharp sword, his face cold. How bold? Who are you? Dare to break into my house at night? Do you know this is the city lord's residence? Goffrey was busy climbing a mountain when the door was kicked open, clearly startled. Young Master Flay, you really are forgetful of your benefactor. The shadow leader revealed a hideous scarred face. Captain Crazy Tiger? Goffrey frowned. Hobek's death. Is it just going to be ignored? Crazy Tiger asked coldly. Ignore it? Who said that? You're just in time. I was about to visit and have a good talk with you. Since you're here, I won't have to make another trip. Goffrey calmly put on his clothes and knelt as he got off the bed. What do you want? Hobek was the top expert of my Crazy Tiger mercenary group, and also my younger brother. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for Crazy Tiger's ruthless killing. Crazy Tiger's scarred face showed a fierce expression. You kill without mercy? I have nowhere to vent my anger. Whenever Hobek is mentioned, Jeffrey's face shows some anger. You younger brother. He kept saying he would help me protect the glory sword. He promised that after winning 50,000 gold coins, we would split everything equally. But what happened? He died without telling me. And now I have to deal with the city lord's mansion and the glory sword. It's ruined my reputation. I haven't even come to you yet. And you're the one coming to me first, Jeffrey shouted angrily. Suddenly, a dark figure drew a sharp sword, the tip pointing at Jeffrey's throat. How dare you? If you don't give us an explanation, I will cut off your head. Jeffrey was startled. But he knew the Crazy Tiger wouldn't really kill him. So he steadied himself and said coldly, Get you out of here. Don't make me angry. Hobek can't die for nothing. The Crazy Tiger refused to back down. Jeffrey's forehead broke out in cold sweat. If you dare kill me, my father will send troops to wipe out the entire Crazy Tiger mercenary group tomorrow. The Crazy Tiger snorted coldly. Those without shoes aren't afraid of those with shoes. We came here at this critical moment, so we're not afraid of the city guard. Don't use your father to pressure us. Jeffrey was a bit scared. Let's talk nicely. First, give us an explanation. You can shout all you want, but your people are definitely not faster than my sword, the dark figure said coldly. Yuba Dunn family's dark horse won the tournament. They took the glory sword and 50,000 gold coins. Hobek died at their hands, Jeffrey truthfully said. And then, the Crazy Tiger asked. The Yuba Manor is located on the west hillside of Blackstone City. You can sneak in at night and loot the Yuba Manor. But the Yuba family is powerful, with at least 200 guards inside the estate. Plus, over 30 fighters. With your ragtag group, you'll only be sending yourselves to death, Jeffrey added. Keep talking. I need a way to break through, not nonsense. The Crazy Tiger's eyes were cold and fierce. The Seed family lost the match, losing 50,000 gold coins and owing a huge debt. Early tomorrow, they will auction off their family's fighters to pay off the debt. I heard that Yuba Dunn will also participate in the auction, Jeffrey said. That's good news. The Crazy Tiger relaxed slightly. Yuba Dunn participating in the auction will surely bring a large amount of gold. So, tomorrow morning, you can set an ambush along the way. You can either eliminate Yuba Dunn to avenge Hobek or seize a large amount of gold coins, Goffrey said loudly. This is a perfect plan. Or, you could say it's using someone else's strength to do the work. As soon as Yuba Dunn is dead, the Yuba family will fall into chaos. Then I, Goffrey, can take back the family's honor sword. Good idea. Lord Goffrey is truly wise and clever. The ugly face of the fierce tiger twisted into a fierce smile. Don't get too happy yet. After Yuba Dunn is killed, I want at least half of the stolen gold coins, Goffrey said. No way. The gold coins we risked our lives to steal can't be split with you, one of his men shouted. I provided the information, Goffrey said coldly. All right, I'll give you half of the gold coins, the fierce tiger agreed with a wave of his hand. The next morning, Sophia rode away in a carriage, watched by Yuba Dunn and his wife. After Sophia left, Lily sighed with relief. That troublemaker is finally gone. If Sophia hadn't left, she wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about Luo Feng. Now that Sophia is gone, her inner desire can finally be released. After Sophia left, Yuba Dunn said to his wife, Today, the Sid family is holding a fighter auction to pay off debts. I must take at least 150,000 gold coins. That much? Lily was surprised. Yuba Dunn rubbed his forehead and said, The Sid family has 2 top fighters. The starting bid is at least 50,000 gold coins each. I need enough gold coins. Then you should bring more guards to protect you. Avoid any accidents on the way, Lily said. Haha. Worry not, my wife. The Yuba estate is just a short walk from the Sid estate. Who dares set an ambush? I only need to bring a few guards, Yuba Dunn said confidently. Right now, the Yuba family is at its peak. Who would dare to attack them at this critical moment? That would be asking for death. No. Husband, listen to me. We should select a few skilled fighters from the fighters. At least bring Lien Xiaodian and Wang Tailuo, Lily insisted. Is that really necessary? Yuba Dunn asked, surprised. The husband should be more careful. Our Yuba family has won 50,000 gold coins, and the news is spreading quickly in nearby city-states. We are also participating in the fighter auction, carrying 15,000 gold coins with us. Such a large amount of gold could attract bandits or robbers on the way. Wouldn't that put us in danger? Li Lizzie insisted. That's true. Better safe than sorry. Here's what we'll do. I'll have Lien Xiaodian select 5 strong fighters from the contestants, Yuba, and listen to his wife. As Li Lizzie said, the Yuba family's victory brought them into the spotlight. Everyone knew they had made a lot of money. Many people were jealous and might try to steal their gold. If they were careless and robbed on the way, it would be a big loss. Yes, Li Lizzie relaxed a little, then added, but protecting the estate is also very important. To avoid accidents, we should keep 1 or 2 good fighters here. Lien Feng is very strong. With him here, the estate will be safe, Yuba En said without hesitation. Lien Feng? That's good. His strength is indeed impressive. This pleased Li Lizzie. She also wanted Lien Feng to stay. After Sophia left the Yuba estate, Lien Feng also came down from the attic. He wanted to keep training, aiming to improve his copper wall skill to perfection. Today is the 5th day of the celebration. The fighters are still happily enjoying themselves. Their recent indulgence has somewhat drained their fighting spirit. As soon as Lien Feng arrived at the training ground, he saw Xue Fei come out of the house. Perfect timing. Come train with me for a while. I'm not interested. Huh. I'm not uninterested. I just feel jealous, Wang Tailuo said, having come out of the house at some point. Lien Feng looked confused. What do you want to train? I'll train with you. Wang Tailuo leaned lazily against a stone pillar and asked. Go away. Mind your own business. Do I need you to replace me? Xue Fei scolded Wang Tailuo angrily. Huh? What's going on? Acting cold, Wang Tailuo was scolded harshly. Come on. How do you want to train? Xue Fei looked at Lien Feng with a fierce expression, like a fierce woman. Ling Feng's body instinctively shivered. Wang Tailuo quietly warned, be careful. The mother tiger is about to lose her temper. Maybe. Forget it. Ling Feng felt nervous. Xue Fei didn't care and suddenly grabbed a wooden sword nearby, threw one to Ling Feng, and charged at him like a fierce mother tiger, attacking wildly. Hey wait. This isn't training. Watch your sword. Xue Fei shouted angrily, moving like lightning and quickly attacking Ling Feng. Ling Feng hurriedly swung his sword to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of wooden swords clashing filled the training ground. Xue Fei was like a mad mother tiger, each attack filled with strange emotions. Ling Feng was exhausted trying to handle her, but felt helpless. Aren't you supposed to split your enemies in 2? Aren't you supposed to defeat them instantly? Where is your great strength? Is this all you've got? Why are you wasting your energy on silly romantic stuff? Do you think you can survive in the arena like this? Xue Fei kept talking nonstop, like a machine gun. Ling Feng, can we really accept this? She needs to be convinced. What's wrong with a little romance? I don't believe she hasn't thought about it at night. If she hasn't, I will personally cut off my own weapon, Wang Tailuo teased from the side. Shut up. Do I care what you think? Do you believe I won't cut off your weapon myself? Xue Fei snapped angrily. Stop. Am I wrong? Wait. So you really have no interest in romantic stuff? Wang Tailuo asked in surprise. Shut your mouth, Xue Fei yelled. Fine, fine, I was wrong. Wang Tailuo quickly shut up. He really didn't dare to anger this mother tiger. Xue Fei was not someone to mess with. Otherwise, she wouldn't live alone in a separate room. Over the years, many male fighters had been castrated by her. He didn't want his weapon to be secretly cut off when he was drunk. Ding! The host swung their right arm 500 times. Ding! The host swung their right arm 600 times. As Ling Feng swung the wooden sword, the system kept giving prompts. Every 100 swings, there was a reminder. Thanks to these prompts, Ling Feng kept training with Xue Fei. This is also the reason why he did not fight back strongly, but only responded passively. Xu Fei's fighting ability is truly terrifying. Her strength is powerful. Her speed is extremely fast. People with slow reactions really can't keep up with her continuous attacks. In just a short time, she swung her sword over 600 times. Lien Xiaodian. Suddenly, Yuba Dun's voice came from the attic. Master, Lien Xiaodian quickly responded. Pick 5 skilled fighters from the warriors and come with me to the West Deed family, Yuba Dun said. Okay, Lien Xiaodian agreed. Bang! Lien Xiaodian returned to the house, took out a long whip, waved it in the air, and loudly shouted, Gather! The sleeping fighters, still half asleep, came out one after another. Some slaves were still immersed in their joy. The recent indulgence made them forget that they were still slaves. Seeing a few dazed, drunken fighters, Lien Xiaodian frowned but felt helpless. It's understandable that they are drunk during the festival days. Luo Feng, here, you're full of energy. Come out with me. Yes? Luo Feng stepped forward. Being locked up here for days was driving him crazy. He really needed to get some fresh air. Wait. Luo Feng, stay here, Yuba Dun said. Huh? Lien Xiaodian looked confused. When we leave, the estate needs a skilled person to stay and guard, Yuba Dun said loudly. Okay. Lien Xiaodian nodded. Wang Tailuo, here. Are you still a bit drunk? I slept last night, so I am very clear-headed. Good. Come out. Wang Tailuo stepped forward. Pan Shi, drank too much last night. My head is a bit foggy, Pan Shi said, shaking his head. Giles, shouldn't affect the fight, Giles replied. Step forward, Jiangu, here. Is your mind clear? No problem, Jiangu shouted loudly. Step forward. The sturdy warriors stepped forward. Hidden knife? You're a bit tipsy. Snow Princess, full of energy, ready to fight. Snow Princess called out cheerfully. Come out. Snow Princess stepped forward. Lien Xiaodian then looked around at the others. Mahans, somewhat dizzy, but it shouldn't affect the fight, Mahans responded. Come out. Mahan stepped forward. The other fighters, like Lahizi, Rolina, and Susan, were all drunk and unsteady, needing support to walk. After a short while, 2 luxurious carriages left the Yuba estate one after the other. Both the Yuba estate and the Seed estate are located on the outskirts of Blackstone City. The Yuba estate is only 3 kilometers from Blackstone City, about 10 minutes by fast horse. The Seed estate is farther away. One is on the western hillside of the city, and the other on the eastern plains. The distance between them takes at least half an hour. After the carriages sped out of the estate, they followed a wide road, passing around Blackstone City, heading straight to the Seed estate. Suddenly, in a forest 3 kilometers from the Seed estate, a large tree, as thick as a water bucket, was lying across the road, blocking the way. The coachman shouted loudly and pulled the reins sharply, making the carriage stop suddenly. Right behind, the second carriage also stopped quickly while rushing forward. What happened? Why did we suddenly stop? Yuba Duan's annoyed voice came from the first carriage. Master, there's a big tree lying across the road ahead, blocking the way. The coachman hurriedly reported. Who the heck is so careless? Cutting down a tree at this time? Yuba Duan cursed as he reached out to lift the curtain and looked out of the carriage. The tree was lying across the ground. Its leaves were still green. The roots had been cut off. It was clearly man-made, not a natural fall. But there was no one around. Yuba Duan suddenly remembered something, and his face changed. It seemed true, as the lady said, that someone had been watching the Yuba family for a while. Attack! Just as Yuba Duan was about to give the order to move the tree, shouts of battle suddenly came from the woods on both sides. Following that, about 10 fierce and strong men, wielding sharp swords, rushed toward the carriage. These men wore armor, helmets, and had cold, determined eyes. They looked very dangerous and not friendly. Lien Xiaoyan, defend the enemy. Shua shua shua. As soon as the shouts began, Lien Xiaoyan tore open the carriage curtain and jumped down quickly. Jarsi Mahansi, protect the master. Wang Tailuo, Jianggu, Xu Fei, follow me to fight the bandits. None left alive. Lien Xiaoyan stayed calm and quickly gave 2 orders. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Tailuo and others jumped down from the carriage and started fighting the attacking bandits. These bandits were very brave, clearly experienced in battle, but they didn't seem like regular soldiers. Their attack was chaotic and unorganized. They looked like a disorganized group. Wang Tailuo fought one bandit, knocking him down, then immediately fought another. Xue Fei moved as fast as lightning, her two short knives flashing like ghosts. She swung her knives, cutting a bandit's neck deep, causing blood to spray out. She didn't look at the blood, but kept attacking her next target. Lin Xiaoyan rushed forward, blocking a deadly strike with his long sword in his left hand, then stabbed another bandit's neck with his right sword. Swish! The sword was pulled out, blood spraying everywhere. Lin Xiaoyan kicked a bandit to the ground and moved to fight the next one. Jianggu was very strong. He was the last to jump out of the carriage. Facing the charging bandits, he jumped down, swung his big sword, and struck one bandit hard. The bandit tried to block with his sword. Jianggu was incredibly powerful. With one strike, he cut off half the bandit's head. In just a moment, 4 bandits were knocked down. Captain, the message is wrong. A few bandits were shocked. They usually only robbed houses, not fighting warriors like these. The captain's face changed and said, "Don't face them head on. Just hold them back. Victor, brute, come with me and take out the people on the carriage." The leader gave the order, and the remaining bandits decisively chose to follow it. They no longer fought directly against Wang Tailuo and the others, only delaying them while retreating. They thought that a small group could easily take down Yuba Dun. But unexpectedly, Yuba Dun had a heavy hitter with him. The distraction caused by the 4 bandits made Lin Xiaoyan and the others feel powerless. Xue Fei was so angry she shouted loudly. The leader, Victor, and Bluet took the chance to rush toward Yuba Dun and the others on the cart. Jails and Mahans didn't hesitate and charged forward. Jails fought Victor fiercely. Mahans and the leader got into a deadly fight. Bluet, meanwhile, moved to attack Yuba Dun. Yuba Dun's face turned pale, and he staggered, falling off the cart. "You're asking for it." At a critical moment, the coachman drew his sword and blocked Bluet's attack. But the coachman was not a fighter. He was just a distant relative of Yuba Dun, working as a driver nearby. He was loyal to Yuba Dun, though he had no real fighting skills. He tried to block a deadly strike for Yuba Dun, but was cut down and beheaded because he lacked strength. Seeing this, Yuba Dun hurriedly shouted, "Urs!" Urs's head had already been severed, lying dead on the ground. "Yuba Dun, prepare to die." Bluet sneered and charged at Yuba Dun. "You're asking for it." Lin Xiaoyan pushed aside the bandits in front of him, swinging his long sword and hitting Bluet in the back. Bluet felt pain in his back and almost fell to the ground. But he fought with all his strength, holding his sword tightly and rushing toward Yuba Dun with a fierce look. Yuba Dun was already terrified and stunned. Facing Bluet rushing toward him, he froze in place. "Get out of the way!" Jianggu, seeing this, glared fiercely and kicked away the bandit in front of him. Like a fierce tiger, he cut off Bluet's attack with his sword amid the strong wind. Yuba Dun finally snapped out of his daze. He hurriedly picked up the coachman's sword from the ground and stabbed it fiercely into Bluet's neck. Bluet was struck from behind, his strength nearly exhausted. As long as Yuba Dun wants to come, a single sword strike can easily end Bruce's life. "Bruce!" The leader roared angrily, suddenly unleashing all his strength. He swung his sword to knock down Mahans, and then charged fiercely at Yuba Dun. "Stop right there!" Fearing something might happen to Yuba Dun, Mahans hurriedly swung his sword and rushed forward to block the leader. But the leader's fighting skill is not to be underestimated, and he's very clever. "You're asking for death." The leader suddenly turned his head and shouted loudly. In Mahan's surprise, he stabbed his sword into Mahan's right eye. Mahans let out a painful scream, and his long sword clattered to the ground. The leader drew his sword again, ignoring Mahan's screams, and continued to attack Yuba Dun. "Don't think you can succeed." Xue Fei, relying on her speed, was the first to kill the second bandit. Then, in a flash, she darted forward as the leader attacked Yuba Dun and fiercely stabbed him with a small dagger. The leader responded with a quick backhand sword strike. Xue Fei is not Mahans. Her speed is definitely the fastest in the fight. She spun in the air and kicked away the leader's sword with her foot, then landed steadily. Clang! As she landed, her twin daggers blocked the leader's attack. The powerful force caused Xue Fei's palm to tear and her chest to ache sharply. This guy's strength is too overwhelming. His attack methods are much more tricky than other bandits. Shuefei clearly has less strength. Fearing the leader might strike again, she quickly stepped back. To be able to block my fiercest attack. You are definitely the first woman I've seen. Fierce Tiger looked at Shuefei with admiration in his eyes. But admiration aside, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He suddenly leapt into the air, abandoning his attack on Shuefei, and instead charged toward Yuba Dun 3 meters away. Stop right there. Shuefei was shocked. She endured the severe pain in her abdomen and suddenly swung her small dagger, hitting Fierce Tiger's right leg. Fierce Tiger cried out in pain and paused slightly in midair. Master, run! Shuefei shouted hoarsely. Get away from me. Die, Yuba Dun. Today is your death day. Fierce Tiger, acting like a madman, ignored the pain in his thigh and swung his sword at Yuba Dun. Click. Wang Tailuo's long sword sharply stabbed down along the opponent's spine. The man let out a miserable scream, eyes wide with anger, and fell to the ground unwillingly. After killing his opponent with one sword, Wang Tailuo just heard Snow Queen's furious shout. Then he saw the Fierce Tiger desperately rushing toward Yuba Duan. Trying to die, Wang Tailuo shouted angrily. He suddenly took a big step forward, and just as the Fierce Tiger's sword was about to stab Yuba Duan's chest, he leapt into the air and slashed down hard, cutting off the tiger's right arm. The Fierce Tiger, now missing its right arm, fell heavily to the ground due to intense pain in its thigh. Die! Snow Queen rushed forward, and in her roll, she slashed across the Fierce Tiger's neck. Blood shot out instantly. The Fierce Tiger's eyes widened, and it desperately covered the wound with its left hand. It seemed to want to scream loudly, but every time it opened its mouth, blood gushed out. Click! Thud! After 2 sounds, Giles and the Bone Warrior finished their fight. Lien Xiaodian, after knocking out the bandit with an elbow strike, dragged the bandit's body to the side of the carriage. He was too far from Yuba Duan to help, and the opponent he fought was very tricky. Not only was he strong, but his attacks were also very sharp. The battle was over. Mahanes and the coachman were dead. Giles and the Bone Warrior were lightly injured. Lien Xiaodian quickly bandaged them. Then everyone turned their attention to the still unconscious bandit. Yuba Duan had recovered from his shock. Captain? The Fierce Tiger? Lien Xiaodian remembered the previous nickname and looked grim. This ambush probably has something to do with the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion? Are you talking about Jeffrey? Yuba Duan asked with a frown. Exactly. Lien Xiaodian stared with wide eyes. Hobek is the top fighter of the Fierce Tiger mercenary group, and he was hired by Jeffrey. During the rookie competition, Hobek was cut in half by Luo Feng. Once the Fierce Tiger mercenary group finds out, they definitely won't let this go. And today, we carried a huge amount of gold to the Westham Manor for the auction. It must be Jeffrey secretly passing the message to Fierce Tiger, causing them to set an ambush here, waiting for us to arrive. These guys clearly came for me. It must be related to that beast, Joffrey. Yuba was furious and annoyed. Just wake this guy up, and we'll find out, said Snow Princess as she kicked the man hard in the groin. Ow! With a loud cry, the man woke up, clutching his groin. He cursed loudly and looked around at the others nearby. After a short while, the carriage started moving. All the bodies on the ground, except Hans and the coachman, were thrown into the woods. That man had told everything he knew. After Hobek was killed by Luo Feng, the leader of the Crazy Tiger mercenaries, Crazy Tiger, learned about it and went to the City Lord's mansion to demand someone. Joffrey, under pressure, blamed the Yuba family. He also betrayed the Yuba family, setting traps along the way to kill Yuba Duan. They then stole a large amount of gold coins, splitting the loot equally. The story is good. Everything is revealed. It was originally to save his life, but Yuba Duan was unpredictable and cut off his head with a sword. That gave him a quick end. The carriage arrived at a magnificent estate in the suburbs. The estate gates were wide open. About 10 carriages were parked outside. After Wang Tailuo and the other fighters got out, led by Yuba Duan, they walked inside. Hey, Yuba brother, your mental state seems a bit off. What's going on? Did you party too hard last night? As soon as they entered, they saw Grand Croc standing in the courtyard. Yuba Duan snorted softly. I just escaped from the gates of. If it were you, would you be happy? Huh? What's going on? I didn't quite catch that, Grand Croc asked, slightly confused and glaring. Better not to ask. But tell me, who all are participating in the auction today? Yuba Duan frowned and asked. The Eek family, Morgan family, Mark family, Tej family, and both of our families. Oh, and Joffrey from the City Lord's mansion is here too, Grand Croc said honestly. When Yuba Duan heard Joffrey's name, he couldn't help but curse loudly. What's wrong? Grand Croc asked, puzzled. Let's go. The auction should be starting soon. Yuba Dun didn't want to mention what just happened. Glan was confused and didn't understand what was going on with Yuba Dun today. He looked at Lien Xiaodian and the others and saw that they all had blank expressions. Saidima lost the match. He owes a huge debt, and the creditors came to collect right away. Saidima has no choice but to sell fighters and sell his belongings to pay off the debt. It was a careless mistake, and he lost everything. That Joffrey. Glan shook his head and followed Yuba Dun. Yuba Dun didn't say anything. Glan then said, no matter what, this new fighter competition has made you a lot of money. Yuba brother, the glory sword, 50,000 gold coins. Either of these is very tempting for Glan. Just a lucky win. Don't mention it again in the future, Yuba Dun said. Glan didn't say anything more. The group walked along the estate road to the Saidima family's training ground. The Saidima family's training ground looked like a prison. The walls were about 5 meters high. It covered about 1,000 square meters. There were sharp iron wires on top of the walls. Next to the north wall, there were rows of houses. At this moment, in the large training ground, more than 30 fighters stood neatly in front of everyone. In front of the fighters, more than 10 leaders of fighter families pointed and discussed. Saidima stood nearby, looking sad and defeated. When he saw Yuba Dun and Glan arrive, he quickly forced a smile and came over. Yuba brother, Glan brother, Saidima felt very miserable inside. He had no choice but to accept this. Glan patted his shoulder to encourage him. Saidima, stay strong. You're still young. You can find another way. Hearing this, Saidima wanted to slap Glan's fair face and leave a big red handprint. Be brave. If we both can't escape this fate, the winner is king, the loser is a bandit. Accept this destiny. Yuba Dun also patted his shoulder and whispered comfort. Saidima sighed deeply. I just hope my fighters can sell for a good price. Otherwise, the huge debt will never let me turn things around. Can't turn over. Then don't turn over. Akis squinted and walked over. Akis, you, don't go too far, Sidma shouted angrily. Akis, don't say things too harshly. We are both fighters from the same family. Maybe one day, we will face this again. Why speak so disrespectfully now? Yuba Dun said with narrowed eyes. Haha, at least not now. Akis laughed loudly, unconcerned. Brother Yuba, long time no see. Suddenly, a loud voice reached Yuba Dun's ears. Yuba Dun turned his head and immediately narrowed his eyes. A sudden killing intent burst from his gaze. He forced down his anger and replied in a deep voice, Prince Fry, are you here to join the auction too? Exactly. Since the last newcomer competition, our City Lord's mansion has become very interested in fighters. Although we lost the last competition, I think I have the right to be a good fighter trainer, right? Joffrey blinked and asked. A good trainer? Yuba Dun almost burst out laughing. You can't even train yourself clearly, and you want to train fighters? Haha. Who is Prince Fry? He is the top prince of Blackstone City. Training a small fighter is just a piece of cake for you. With your talent and ability, not only top fighters, but even warrior gods could be trained easily, Yuba Dun said teasingly. Joffrey couldn't see the teasing tone. To him, Yuba Dun was praising him, complimenting him, and boosting his confidence. So he smiled proudly and said, Ha, I take your words as encouragement, Yuba brother. Yuba Dun couldn't be bothered to reply. Just then, a small, skinny person hurriedly came to Joffrey's side. That person whispered something into Joffrey's ear. Joffrey's face suddenly changed. What exactly was said? Yuba Dun couldn't hear. But it was clear that Joffrey kept his eyes on Yuba Dun while listening. Yuba Dun could guess that this skinny guy was delivering news related to him. Loser. Waste of space. After the skinny guy left, Joffrey couldn't hold back his anger and cursed loudly. Everyone around looked confused by his words. Yuba's lips curled into a happy smile. Joffrey saw this and clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could punch Yuba's head. Glanks looked confused and touched his head, not understanding what was happening between the two. He remembered what Yuba had just said. He had just gone through a dangerous experience. Seeing Giles and the Bone Warrior's bandages, Glanks seemed to understand something. He nodded thoughtfully. It seems this guy is getting a bit restless, Glanks whispered. Yuba snorted coldly. So what? When soldiers come, we fight back. When water flows, we block it. If he dares to come at us hard, I can stand firm. Even if my head is cut off, it's only the size of a bowl. Yuba, brother, you should be more careful. The city lord's mansion is powerful, with many soldiers. If you really anger them, our guards alone won't be enough, Glanks advised. He thought Yuba might clash directly with the city lord's mansion. As the son of the city's ruler, it's easy to defeat a fighter family. That's why he was trying to calm Yuba down. Humph. All he does is bully others with his power. Don't forget, my Yuba family holds the Sword of Honor. What can he do to me? With the Sword of Honor in hand, Yuba showed some courage. This sword is a symbol of the Empire's protection. Holding the Sword of Honor is like showing the king himself. Disobeying the Sword of Honor means facing the guillotine. That's the reputation of the Sword of Honor, and it's also the subject of a humorous poem made by the Empire's bards. No one dares to defy the Sword of Honor. If it weren't for the Sword of Honor, the city lord's son wouldn't be able to start a contest worth 50,000 gold coins. Since all the family heads are here, let the auction begin, Saidima announced loudly in front of the fighters. First up is Meowing. She's from the White Fox clan. Her skin is as white as snow, beautiful and charming. About 20 years old, full of youth. She has been in my Saidima estate for only 3 years. I bought her for 2,000 gold coins back then. Starting bid is 500 gold coins, Saidima said. Meowing is indeed very beautiful, one of the most attractive among the slaves. But it seemed no one was interested in her. They were more eager to get slaves with strong fighting ability. Meowing can be bought for just 500 gold coins. Are you not willing to spend even 500 gold coins? Saidima became a bit anxious. This is a clearance sale with big discounts. Whatever can be sold will be sold. If he dares to borrow money and not pay it back, the creditors will tear him apart. That is absolutely certain. Just a useless. Pretty, but so what? Can't she even be used as money? I have plenty of women. Hurry up and auction the next one. I want a strong fighter, the young master of the Mark family shouted. Ignore slaves without fighting ability. Don't waste our precious time, the bald old man of the Morgan family said. 300 gold coins. I'll take it, Yuba calmly said, confident and relaxed. Yuba's estate only has one white fox girl, Lan Shan. He bought her for 1,000 gold coins. Now he can buy one at a low price, so he doesn't want to miss this chance. Brother Yuba, 500 gold coins, that's not much. When you bought Lan Shan at the market, it cost you 1,000 gold coins, Saidima said anxiously. Forget the past, only talk about now. The past is history. Just tell me, will you sell for 300? Yuba asked casually. Well, 200 gold coins. Yuba lowered the price again. 300 gold coins. I'll sell, Saidima quickly said, wiping cold sweat. 200 gold coins. Deal, Yuba nodded. Saidima opened his mouth, then reluctantly said, 200 is fine. Next, about 10 more fighters were auctioned. The prices ranged from a high of 8,000 gold coins to a low of 2,000 gold coins. These were veteran fighters. They had fought many battles in the arena, surviving from blood and death. They were used to life and death. No training was needed. They could be sent straight to the battlefield. Yuba didn't buy any of these fighters. He wasn't interested at all. Next up is a duo from the distant Fire Phoenix continent. She is still young, but has innate divine strength. Even at a young age, she can lift a 100-pound boulder with one hand. If she is given another year to grow, she will surely become a mighty, invincible fighter, far surpassing even the top war gods. This was originally bought by me for 20,000 gold coins, a huge expense. After years of hard training, his fighting ability has become very strong. So, the starting bid is 80,000 gold coins. The Sid family still has many good fighters, but these are all veteran fighters, not newcomers, so they are not qualified to participate. When Lien Xiaodian heard a duo's introduction, he quickly looked at her. He had heard legends about the Fire Phoenix continent. There is a race called the Kuei tribe, born with divine power. The Kuei people have a flame symbol on their right arm. Their ears are pointed, Since childhood, they are incredibly strong, but to truly unleash their divine power, they must reach adulthood. Adult kuei are truly terrifying. Every adult man can easily fight 10 opponents, and at their peak, they can fight 100. A duo was bought by the Sid family when she was 12. Now, she has been trained for 5 years. It looks like she is about to unleash her divine power, but the Sid family is deeply in debt at this stage. Reluctantly, Sidma had to give her up and cut her off to survive. A duo. Show your right arm. Let everyone see your flame symbol. Sidma forced himself to speak despite his inner reluctance. A duo stepped forward, extended her right arm, revealing a bright red flame totem. She has a handsome face, strong muscles, tied-up long hair, and is about 1.8 meters tall. It's clear that the Sid family invested a lot in her. Seeing a duo, everyone present was eager and ready to act. Master, we should buy this a duo. Before joining the Yuba family, I saw a kuei adult fight with terrifying strength. He tore apart dozens of fighters in the Beast Arena one after another. The scene was bloody and violent, extremely shocking. Lien Xiaodian paused and added, once a duo is an adult and enters the battlefield, she will unleash her divine power and fight fiercely. If the master buys her, she will kill fighters from other families. Otherwise, our Yuba family could suffer heavy losses. All the fighters here come from Blackstone City. I've heard of the Kuei tribe's strength before. I missed out on a duo last time, but this time I must get her. Wu Ba-dun's face was serious and respectful. Very good, Lien Xiaodian sighed in relief. Wu Ba-dun had already set his sights on a duo. This time, he brought enough gold coins, all for a duo. If a duo is bought by the owner and later put into the beast fighting arena, it will surely bring endless honor and wealth to the owner. Wang Tailuo said, if this a duo is really that strong, it could change the balance of fighters in Blackstone City. Maybe our Wu Ba family could become the top fighter family in Blackstone City, Jiangu said. First, there's Luo Feng, then a duo. Our Wu Ba family will definitely rise in Blackstone City, Giles said. This a duo, I want it for the City Lord's mansion. But the price is too high. Brother Sid, are you sure this is a low price? Isn't it a bit too expensive? Joffrey asked with a frown. No, not at all. A duo is worth this price. Even though a duo is still young, I guarantee no one here is stronger than a duo. If you don't believe it, you can try to fight her, Sidma said confidently. Sidma definitely wouldn't lower the price. He was counting on a duo to help pay off his huge debts. With so many gold coins, no one can afford to buy her, Joffrey said unhappily. If no one can buy her, I won't sell her cheaply. At worst, I'll go to other cities to sell her, Sidma said firmly. He hated Joffrey deeply. If Joffrey hadn't interfered, Sidma wouldn't be in such a mess. Selling cheaply? Don't even think about it. Brother Sid, don't be too stubborn. Being too stubborn might not be a good thing, Joffrey said, looking uncomfortable and speaking harshly. Sidma ignored him and looked at the other fighter families. A duo has unlimited potential. Buying her is a safe bet. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missed it, and it will be hard to find again. The starting bid is 81,000 gold coins. The bald old man from the Morgan family was the first to respond. 82,000 gold coins. The bearded man from the Tag family quickly followed. 90,000 gold coins. Wu Ba-dun stepped forward confidently and shouted. 91,000 gold coins. The bald old man from the Morgan family slightly frowned and increased the bid by 1,000 gold coins. 93,000 gold coins. The young master of the Mark family clenched his teeth and shouted. 95,000 gold coins. The burly man from the Tag family, with a full beard, thought for a moment and then increased the bid by 2,000 gold coins. These families are all fighters from the Blackstone City state. This time, in the newcomer competition, their family had no new fighters, so they naturally did not participate. 110,000 gold coins. Anyone willing to pay more can take it away, Yuba Dun proudly declared. This price was already very high. Yuba Dun didn't think anyone present could bid higher than him. City Lord's mansion bids 11,100 gold coins. Goffrey gritted his teeth and said. Yuba Dun frowned and hesitated. Clearly, this bid exceeded his budget. Other families also chose to give up. Sidemar's face lit up with joy. Such a high bid was truly beyond his expectations. Next to him, Lien Xiaodian looked at the scene with a puzzled expression. Not only 11,100 gold coins, but even 12,000 gold coins would be enough to buy it. If they gave up now, it would be like creating a strong rival for the Yuba family in the future. Lien Xiaodian was getting a bit anxious. 110,100 gold coins, once. 110,100 gold coins, twice. 110,100 gold coins, 3 times. Sold. Sidemar kept his excitement in check and said to Goffrey, "Young Master Flay, where are the gold coins?" Goffrey frowned and replied, "I can't pay that much right now. Only 50,000 gold coins. The rest will be paid within a year." "No way. I want full payment. You know I am burdened with huge debts, which is why I sold at a low price. If you pay in installments, how can I pay off my debts?" Sidemar immediately refused. "There's nothing I can do. That's all I have. My entire family's assets from the city lord's mansion." Goffrey shrugged. "I refuse to sell a due to Goffrey unless he pays in full," Sidemar said. "Young Master Flay, just give up," Yuba Dun said with a sly smile. He had already anticipated this step and chose to give up voluntarily. If he continued to bid higher, Goffrey would likely hold his ground and keep pushing. He didn't think Goffrey could pay 11,100 gold coins all at once. Rumors outside said he owed a huge gambling debt, which his father had just recently paid off. "How about, you lend me some?" Goffrey shamelessly looked at Yuba Dun. Such a shameless act. So brazen? Yuba Dun almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "Your idea isn't bad. Thinking of taking me as a fool? Trying to steal the fighter I want to bid on? Are you crazy, or do you think I am?" He couldn't help but sneer. "Prince Flay's plan is almost making my head spin. Adu is the target of my auction. I lent you the money, so how can I still bid for Adu? Do you want me to give up on the auction, Prince Flay?" "Giving up on the auction might not be a bad thing. There will be plenty of chances later. Just consider this as sponsoring my city lord's mansion," Goffrey shamelessly said. Everyone nearby heard this and showed contempt. How can he be so shameless? "I'm sorry. I also have a strong interest in Adu. If Prince Flay doesn't have enough funds, he can just give me the chance. As you said, there will be many opportunities in the future." Yuba Dun definitely wouldn't indulge Goffrey. He already didn't like Goffrey. So what if he's the city lord? If things really turn ugly, he would just take out the glory sword. With the glory sword in hand, if his city lord's mansion dares to ignore him, his family would face destruction. "Brother Yuba, 11,000 gold coins is still valid. Do you still want to buy?" Saidima asked. "Buy." Yuba Dun waved his hand. 11,000 gold coins, once. 11,000 gold coins, twice. 11,000 gold coins, 3 times. Sold. Saidima called out 3 times in a row, but no one else bid. Everyone saw that Yuba Dun was determined to get Adu. Yuba's family had just won 50,000 gold coins. Now they were rich and confident. No one dared to challenge them openly. They had limited funds and couldn't afford to lose face. Goffrey didn't care. He was famous for being shameless in Blackstone City. Over the years, relying on his father being the city lord, he had offended many powerful people in the city. "Lien Xiaodian," Yuba Dun called out. Lien Xiaodian quickly ordered Wang Tailuo and the others to carry 6 boxes full of gold coins to the front. After a quick count, Saidima's face twitched as he sealed the boxes. These gold coins are actually the 11,000 out of the 50,000 chips he initially used in the newcomer competition. Now, after some back and forth, they are back in front of him. It feels like a mockery of him. They are using his gold to buy his slaves. Sidemar's face shows a bitter expression. Then, more than 10 auctions followed one after another. Finally, there was a grand finale. A tall, strong man with 2 scars on his face appeared in front of everyone. He is about 2 meters tall, muscular, with a cold look in his eyes. Sidemar proudly introduced him. Cast, a warrior from the North Snow tribe in the Empire. He has brought many honors to my Sidemar family. He has won 3 championships so far. He is truly our family's top warrior. Starting bid is 100,000 gold coins. Cast doesn't need training. He can go straight to the battlefield. 100,000 gold coins? Sidemar, you really have the nerve to ask for that much. Joffrey almost spat blood on Sidemar's face. Sidemar looked a bit sad and said, Cast is our family's strongest warrior. If I weren't in huge debt, I would never sell Ardo and Cast. With these two, our family could turn the tide someday. But unfortunately, the creditors are pushing us too hard. Sidemar seemed very reluctant. 100,000 gold coins. No one can afford that, the bearded man said. I only have 30,000 gold coins left. That's not even half, the bald old man said. It's too expensive. The Greeland family can't afford it either. Greeland chose to give up. If you're willing to buy on credit, I might consider selling, Joffrey shamelessly said. Isn't that obvious? If he's willing to buy on credit, the Morgan family would too, the bald old man retorted angrily. Brother Yuba, Sidemar looked at Yuba for help. Only Yuba could buy it. Yuba shook his head and said, I bought Ardo, so I don't have much gold left. How much do you have left? Sidemar hurriedly asked. 40,000. That's too little. Sidemar looked disappointed. Will you sell for 60,000 gold coins? Joffrey asked angrily with wide eyes. Yes, I will, Sidemar said without hesitation. Wow, Joffrey glared and scolded. Why do I feel like I've given out too much? Not at all. Not at all. The price is fair for Cast, Sidma emphasized. Joffrey looked again at Cast, then waved his hand. 2 city guards carried 3 boxes and placed them in front of Joffrey. There are 60,000 gold coins inside. You better check carefully. If anything is missing, don't come to me. Joffrey shouted. Sidma opened the box and rummaged inside for a while before nodding in approval. There were too many coins. It was impossible to count each one. Usually, a full box held about 20,000 gold coins. He searched through the coins to see if there were any fake ones. Joffrey was very cunning and shameless, and he also had a bad reputation in Blackstone City, like a little trickster. Inside Yuba Manor, after Lien Xiaodian and the others left the manor with Yuba Duan, Luo Feng had no more training partners and decided to go back to his room for a good sleep. Just as he lay down on the wooden bed, there was a knock at the door. Luo Feng was a bit confused and called out, Come in, Luo Feng. A beautiful white fox woman named Lanshan pushed the door open and entered, wearing a loose dress. Is there something you need? Luo Feng asked curiously. The master wants you to go to the attic, Lanshan said softly, her lips slightly parted. Master, was Yuba Duan outside? He didn't ask further and got up to follow Lanshan, walking through the side door to the attic. At the door of a room in the 3-courtyard house, Lanshan stopped. The master is waiting inside, she said, then stood at the door without speaking further. Luo Feng recognized this room. He had been sleeping here with Sophia these days. Sophia was gone. So, who was inside? Luo Feng pushed the door open. He was surprised to see a woman lying on a soft, comfortable bed, resting on her side, supporting her head with her right hand, seemingly waiting for him. This woman was stunning and alluring, beautiful and mature. It was no one else. It was Lady Yuba Lilies. Madam, tear off the cloth. Huh, do you have any objections? No. Luo Feng quickly tore off the cloth. Li Lizi's heart was pounding quickly, and her cheeks turned a light shade of red. This was definitely her first time sneaking around. Thinking back to the beautiful sound she heard nearby a few days ago, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. A wave of excitement blossomed deep within her. Come here, she steadied her racing heart, stretched out her delicate hand, and pretended to be shy as she called out. Luo Feng took a few steps forward. Hurry up. Huh? Didn't you hear what I said? I order you to come immediately. Ding. Detected Li Lizi's attractiveness score of 98 points. Her background matches the standards of a noble lady. Ding. System has issued a task. Cooperate with Li Lizi. Reward. Innate divine strength. Innate divine strength. Enhances skills. Initial progress 0 out of 10. Strengthens the body. Double strength. Currently able to double own power. No cooldown. The system prompt sounded. Li Lizi met the standards of a noble lady. She was rewarded with innate divine strength. This was an incredible skill, starting by doubling her strength. According to the system's attributes, once she reaches perfection, she could gain 8 times her strength. Such terrifying power, every strike would be a critical hit. Few could stop her devastating. Combined with the power of the Overlord Slash, probably no one on this continent could block her strongest attack. If she inherited her bloodline, she could pass it on to all loyal followers. Amazing. Why hesitate? For innate divine strength, no matter what Li Lizi asked him to do, he would give his all. Except for Brother Kuan Dan, everything follows the lady's arrangements. Luo Feng's eyes were clear, and his passion surged. Without stopping, for an entire hour. 36 unique moves. Tears welled up in Li Lizi's eyes, like a fountain, falling continuously amid her excitement. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. "Madam, the master is back," Lan Shan's voice came from outside. "Got it," Li Lizi's soft voice responded. At this moment, she was comfortably drinking her wine. "From now on, you can only belong to me." Li Lizi took a sip of her drink, then gently held Luo Feng's chin and said confidently. Luo Feng smiled happily and said, "Everything follows the lady's plan. The system reward has been received." After merging with his innate divine strength, he immediately felt his power surge straight up. Although it only doubled, it was still very impressive. "You're very talented." "I'm very happy," Li Lizi sincerely praised. "As long as the lady is happy," Luo Feng grinned. Led by Lan Shan, Luo Feng walked out of the loft via the side stairs. Along the way, Lan Shan kept sneaking glances at Luo Feng. She was excited and deeply moved. Recently, she had heard many rumors about Luo Feng. In the beast arena, he split his opponent in half with one strike, then quickly defeated a strong fighter. Last night, he spent the evening with Sophia, and this morning, he was busy dealing with Li Lizi. Such a strong body was beyond her imagination, even compared to divine beings. This slightly thin body of Luo Feng's was astonishing. As Luo Feng stepped down from the loft, Yuba Dun walked heavily into the courtyard. Coincidentally, Li Lizi, wearing a long dress, came out. Yuba Dun picked up a wine jug, poured himself a full glass. He gulped it down without looking at Li Lizi, and then cursed loudly. "Jeffrey, I knew the lady was right." "Huh? What happened?" Li Lizi asked with confusion. "Urs and Mahans are both dead," Yuba Dun said without raising his head. "Really? Did we get ambushed on the way?" Li Lizi was shocked. "Jeffrey, I think my Yuba family has torn apart with the city lord's mansion." Yuba Dun cursed, then poured himself another glass and drank it down. "What exactly happened? Did we lose gold coins on the way and fail to bid for a suitable fighter?" Li Lizi asked with a frown. "The gold coins weren't lost. A duo from the tribe, a duo, was also bought. But Jeffrey has challenged my Yuba family again," Yuba Dun said angrily. "Huh? Why did he challenge us this time?" Li Lizi asked, confused. "A duo." Yuba Dun clenched his fists and said fiercely, "Goffrey is fighting for the right to raise a duo? Let my Yuba family have a special challenge against him at the city lord's mansion in a week. Whoever wins, a duo belongs completely to them. Otherwise, the Beast Arena in Blackstone City will forever ban my Yuba family from participating. This Goffrey is really too much. He's clearly targeting my city lord's mansion." Lily C said angrily. "All he knows is how to bully others with his power." Yuba Dun gritted his teeth. "Did you agree to it?" Lily C asked. "Do I have a reason to refuse? The city lord's mansion controls everything in Blackstone City. If I refuse, the Beast Arena will cut off all ties with my Yuba family. I have no choice but to accept it reluctantly," Yuba Dun said with some reluctance. "What if the city lord's mansion loses? Will Goffrey respond?" Lily C asked again. "Huh. If they win, a duo belongs to them. If they lose, a duo truly belongs to my Yuba family." Spending over 100,000 gold coins on this challenge was so frustrating. Hearing about his challenge, I almost want to crush his head and use it as a wine cup. Just wait. I will keep his head for now, and someday I will use his skull to drink wine," Yuba Dun said with fierce eyes. "Husband doesn't need to worry. Our Yuba family has Luo Feng. As long as Luo Feng is safe, our family will be fine." Lily C comforted him. "Unfortunately, this time, Mahanas died on the way to the auction. He has brought many honors to our Yuba family over the years. I will give Mahanas a proper burial to motivate our fighters and make them serve our family well," Yuba Dun said. "That's how it should be," Lily C agreed. "Oh, by the way, I auctioned a white fox tribe woman named Miao Yin again, and I got her for only 200 gold coins. The lady shouldn't be angry, right?" Yuba Dun said with a smile. "As long as my husband is happy," Lily C felt satisfied and didn't mind having another white fox tribe woman. "Hee. I knew the lady wouldn't be angry. Oh, lady, you seem to have become much more beautiful suddenly. Your skin is full and your cheeks are round. You also look more spirited. Yuba Dun turned to look at his wife, clearly noticing some changes. Her face and skin used to look a bit dry. Now she suddenly looks plump and full of elasticity, making him eager to kiss her. Alternatively, she could hold her husband and dig a cellar or something similar. Oh, really? Lysis was a bit surprised. She instinctively remembered Sophia's condition a few days ago. Wasn't she the same? Before coming here, she was dry and dull, with no shine. But when she left, she was full and elastic. Of course, Yuba responded. It was probably in the morning. She applied some powder, Lysis said, feeling a bit guilty and casually dismissing it. Wow, that powder really works. It even gave me some ideas. Look, we haven't done anything in a long time. Why don't we go now? Yuba suggested, eyes wide. Let's forget it. I think my husband is a bit tired. Maybe Meowing can keep you company? Lysis really wasn't interested in her own man. Hee. Okay then. Yuba chuckled foolishly and waved at Meowing. Meowing hesitated but followed Yuba into the room. Lysis looked at Lanshan. From now on, you stay with me. Say what you need to say, and keep your mouth shut about things you shouldn't. Don't let me hear any gossip. Follow me, and I will keep you safe, Lysis said seriously. Yes, madam, Lanshan hurriedly nodded. Ding, system issued a task. Lift a stone 10,000 times, and your innate strength will improve steadily. As Luo Feng came down from the attic, he heard the task notification. There were two 20-pound stones on the training ground. This was to help fighters unlock hidden strength. Without hesitation, Luo Feng picked up a stone and kept lifting it, going back and forth. With the bonus of divine glory, he felt no fatigue at all. Xie Tiantian, Wang Tailuo, Jingu, Xuefei, and Jails returned to the training ground. Jingu and Jails had bandages wrapped around their wounds, with blood seeping through. Mahanas hadn't come back. Luo Feng didn't need to think. He knew he probably had an accident. He didn't like Mahanas. That guy was too rude. When he first arrived, he often spoke disrespectfully to Luo Feng. It was only after winning the newcomer competition that Mahanas became a bit more polite. Behind Xie Tiantian, there was also a tall young man, Adwa. Gather! Xie Tiantian shouted loudly. The slaves resting inside suddenly came out one after another. They had been resting all morning. Some of the drinkers among them were now much clearer-headed. At least they no longer needed help to stand. We were ambushed halfway, and Mahan sacrificed himself bravely to protect the master. The funeral will be held early tomorrow. From now on, the celebration day is cancelled, Lien Xiaodian shouted loudly. Although everyone was a bit reluctant, no one dared to argue. A warm welcome to the young member of the Kuei tribe, a duo, who has joined the Yuba family. I hope everyone treats him like a brother. A duo is still young, but has innate divine strength. If anyone is not convinced, they can challenge him to a fight. Just don't blame me if you get a swollen face from a beating, Lien Xiaodian said loudly. There's another match in a week. That match will decide a duo's future. So, from now on, everyone must stay alert and train harder. Don't try to slack off, Lien Xiaodian warned. Training started again. Luo Feng didn't rush to train his right arm's defensive skill, but instead moved stones back and forth to improve his innate divine strength. This skill was much more powerful than the right arm's defense skill. The right arm's defense skill was important, but attacking was the best form of defense. Once his innate divine strength reached its peak, it wouldn't be too late to upgrade the right arm's defense skill. Another match was coming in a week. Luo Feng didn't know if this match involved him, but he had to improve his strength quickly. The stronger he was, the better his chances of survival. He knew a little about the Kuei tribe. This race came from the opposite Fire Phoenix continent. The Kuei tribe was small, but all had innate divine strength. It was hard to capture members of this race, especially adults. So, traders usually targeted young Kuei tribe members. Before reaching adulthood, Kuei tribe members could only unleash some of their divine power. At 18, their divine strength would fully awaken. I've heard that Kuei tribe members are born with divine strength, but it's hard to find them. Since the master bought one, I must have some fun with him. Lu Haisai loved bullying newcomers. When Luo Feng was training with a wooden stake, Lu Haisai had tried to bully him. Now that a duo had just arrived, Lu Haisai was eyeing him again. Wang Tailuo smiled and said, Luce, a duo isn't as easy to bully as you think. You should hold back. If you get beaten into a pig's head later, it'll be embarrassing, Luce chuckled and said, just for fun. I won't go all out. Maybe just give him some guidance. Adu was new to the Yuba family training ground. He was fearless and not good with words. When faced with Luce's challenge, he just stood still, staring at Luce and preparing for battle. Even Lian Xiaodian wanted to warn him, but he thought this was just free training. Letting Luce challenge Adu was good so he could see Adu's true strength. After all, Adu was almost an adult. Only a year left. At this time, Adu should have enough strength. Luce casually threw a wooden sword to Adu and said excitedly, "Little guy, let the mighty Luce see the power of the Kuei tribe." Adu took the wooden sword and prepared to fight. Luce attacked quickly. Adu didn't dodge, but swung his sword to meet him. Clang, clang, clang. Adu easily blocked about 10 of Luce's strikes, then suddenly swung his sword back at him. Bang, bang, bang. Adu smoothly deflected Luce's attacks, then suddenly struck back hard. Luce hurriedly swung his sword to defend. The wooden sword broke upon impact. Adu looked expressionless, put away his sword, and kicked out his leg, knocking Luce back with a thud. Luce was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Adu's strength was far greater than his. They were not even on the same level. If Adu wanted to kill him, he could have done so long ago. Wang Tailuo, practice with Adu. Be careful with your strength, Lian Xiaodian ordered Wang Tailuo to fight. Luce was too weak. He couldn't even gauge Adu's real power. Wang Tailuo held a wooden sword and fought fiercely with Adu. Adu, full of youthful courage, faced Wang Tailuo's attacks, swinging his sword to defend. They alternated between attack and defense, showing all their strength, fighting very happily. Adu's power fully erupted, and Wang Tailuo found himself struggling, gradually being pushed back. Wang Tailuo's pride rose. Faced with Adu's terrifying strength, even if he was overwhelmed, he fought desperately to resist. Although he lacks some strength, he has rich battle experience. Before Luo Feng's future, he was the top warrior of the Yuba family. If he were defeated by a duo, he would lose face. Wang Tailuo's power suddenly exploded. After fighting for over 100 rounds, both of them looked quite tired. A duo was still growing, and Lian Xiaodian was worried that her meridians might be damaged, so he quickly shouted, "Wang Tailuo, stop." Wang Tailuo took a deep breath, quickly stepped back, and avoided a duo's full-force attack. Lian Xiaodian also saw a duo's true strength. Even though she is not yet an adult, she managed to tie with Wang Tailuo. When she becomes an adult, she will easily crush Wang Tailuo. No wonder she belongs to the top warrior race. While Luo Feng was moving stones back and forth, he kept watching their fight. This duo is really impressive. Being able to tie with Wang Tailuo shows the true strength of the Kuei race. Although Wang Tailuo does not have innate divine strength, his power is also very terrifying. Clap, clap. Clapping sounds came from the loft. Everyone looked over and saw Yuba and his wife standing by the railing, watching the fight. A duo truly deserves to be from the Kuei race. Even as a minor, she fought Wang Tailuo to a draw in strength. But her fighting skills are clearly weaker than Wang Tailuo's. Power alone is not enough. Without good fighting skills, one cannot have the advantage. In the recent fight, if it had been with an iron sword, Wang Tailuo's strength could have defeated a duo at least 5 times. Yuba evaluated. A duo's fighting skills are indeed not as good as Wang Tailuo's. Then Yuba said, since that's the case, let Wang Tailuo teach a duo fighting skills properly. Aim to master all combat techniques by the time she becomes an adult. Yes, Lian Xiaodian nodded. Yuba turned and went back inside. Li Lizi glanced at Luo Feng, who was moving stones back and forth with a strange look in her eyes. After working non-stop last night and this morning, he still has the energy to move stones? This guy? Is he even human? The more Luo Feng acts like this, the more Li Lizi likes him. The next morning, Yuba specially held a funeral ceremony for Mahanes and ULS to motivate many fighters. Glory City State, the bachelor's residence, decorated with lanterns and red ribbons. Guests are arriving non-stop. Today is a special day for the scholar of the glorious city, Lietler, celebrating his taking a concubine. Early in the morning, the prominent families from various city-states arrive first to offer gifts and blessings. At 9:15 a.m. Lietler, about 70 years old, supported by his young wife Anna, walks out with slow, shaky steps. Lietler has white hair at his temples, drooping eyelids, and moves very slowly. Among the crowd, Sophia stands in front of Lietler, accompanied by her husband Gudin and her close friend Dinev. Lietler is almost at the end of his life. He can hardly walk. I wonder what Anna is after. Money? Power? Knowledge? Sophia looks at Lietler's slow steps and feels sorry for Anna. Dinev laughs and says, what could she be after? Probably Lietler's knowledge. His brother wants to pursue studies, but has no guide. With Anna's sacrifice, his academic path is safer. Maybe he'll even inherit Lietler's status and position someday. Marrying such an old man. Will she be lonely later? Sophia feels sorry for Anna. Madam, that's not right. Even though Lietler isn't energetic anymore, Anna can still find other ways. At least her sacrifice helped her brother succeed. As the saying goes, when one person rises, everyone benefits. Gudin says with a squint. I am just giving you a warning. That's all, Ding Yifu said coldly. Rest assured, madam. Once the child is grown, I will kill that little servant to prove my innocence, Gudin said firmly. Sophia snorted softly, but said nothing. Whether the little servant was alive or dead no longer mattered to her. Her heart was already occupied by someone else. Gudin. She was only a temporary wife on the surface. Feelings? What feelings? They had long disappeared. After the ceremony, Anna, dressed in a wedding gown, took Sophia and Ding Yifu into the bridal chamber. Oh my, Sophia, my dear sister, you are becoming more and more beautiful. During the ceremony, I noticed you were the most stunning person in the crowd, Anna exclaimed in admiration. Really? I think Sophia looks different now. Her skin is smooth and shiny. Her cheeks are full and round. It looks like she's been specially cared for. Could it be? Gudin has changed his mind? Or maybe he's possessed by a strong man. Nourished your little body well, Ding Yifu teased. Sophia thought of Luo Feng, and her cheeks blushed slightly. See, she's blushing. Did I guess right? Wait, Gudin looks sickly. He probably can't do that, right? Honestly, have you been sneaking around outside? Ding Yifu pressed. Stop talking nonsense. I haven't, Sophia firmly denied. This was her little secret deep inside her heart. Huh, still denying? Just admit it. It'll be good for us sisters to share the joy. Ding Yifu giggled. No, really, I haven't. Really, I haven't. That's so unfair. Eating wild food secretly without sharing with your sisters. What kind of best friend are you? If you don't want to be my friend, fine. Ding Yifu started to get angry. Sophia panicked and said, oh, just believe me. I really haven't. My skin change must be from soaking in milk baths. Really? Milk baths? Nonsense. Do you think we'll believe that? I soak in milk baths every night too, but my skin isn't as smooth and elastic as yours, Anna shouted. She reached out and pinched Sophia gently, then stroked her skin softly. We used to think you were a good sister. There is a good way to take care of your skin, but you didn't share it with us. You're keeping it a secret. Selfish and narrow-minded, Ding Yifu said unhappily. I. Sophia couldn't hold the pressure anymore and said anxiously, oh, I just went to Blackstone City. And then? Ding Yifu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked. Fearing that her affair might be exposed, Sophia calmed her mind. She thought hard and said, I met a wise person there. That person told me a good way to take care of my skin. What way? Be honest and tell the truth, Anna said. Use water to wash. Yes, water to wash, Sophia replied perfunctorily. Stop fooling us. Do you think we will believe that? Milk baths are already good, and you want us to believe in just water? That's just a lie. If you don't tell the truth, we will never be friends again, Ding Yifu snapped. Oh, Sophia, my good sister. Look at our skin. All wrinkled, almost like old ladies. How can you bear to hide this from us? Anna cried. Sigh. Sophia sighed deeply and said, honestly, I don't want to say it, but you are my best friends in this life. I am being honest with you, and I hope you can keep this secret. No problem. Ding Yifu immediately changed her attitude. Trust me. Anna also patted her chest. Before I tell you, you must swear to the gods in heaven, or I won't feel at ease, Sophia said. The people of the Tianyuan Empire generally believe in the gods. I swear to the gods that I will never betray what Sophia just said today. If I do, I will be lonely forever and die of hunger on the street. Ding Yifu said first. Anna also followed and said seriously. Only then did Sophia begin to speak slowly. I went to the Yuba family in Blackstone City. Sophia's mind flashed with Luo Feng's handsome face and strong body. Yuba family? The fighter family? Ding Yifu frowned and asked. Yes, oh my. How could you be involved with such a lowly family? Could it be that they have your secret to skincare? Ding Yifu asked curiously. Sophia nodded and said, the lady of the Yuba family is an older sister I knew a few years ago. After my husband's affair, I was very upset, so I went to the Yuba family. Although the Yuba family is a humble family, but their family's fighters are very strong. I heard that fighters are very muscular, tall, fierce, and brutal. Is that right? Anna seems to understand fighters. Yes. Sophia nods. So, have you interacted with fighters? Deef asks hopefully. Yes. Have you watched any of their fights? Deef asks again. Yes, I have. Are the fights violent? Anna asks. Much more brutal than we imagined. Sophia honestly replies. No wonder those guys often spend money to watch the matches. It's a pity I've never seen one live. My parents didn't allow it when I was young, and after I grew up and got married, I didn't have the courage to watch. Hey, could you take me to see one someday? Deef looks hopeful. I want to see too. Anna's eyes light up. You probably won't be able to go soon. Old Taylor won't let you. The little bird, fly away easily. Deef teases. Anna pouts and changes the subject. Let's talk about smooth, full skin. I'm more interested in that. She really can't leave the scholar's residence for now. As a new wife, she needs to stay with old Taylor for at least a year or so before she's allowed to go out. I met a fighter there. He was the champion of that new competition. Deef suddenly seems to realize something and quickly interrupts. Don't tell me. You've been involved with this champion. Sophia hesitates for a moment and nods. Oh my goodness. You mean, you've had a proper relationship with him? Deef's eyes widen in disbelief. Although she's a bit suspicious, she never said anything. Hearing this unexpectedly, she's a little surprised. Gooden secretly had an affair with a young and even had a child. I naturally can't let myself be wronged. But I didn't expect this fighter's abilities to be beyond my imagination. He's really tall, strong, impressive, commanding, and also gentle. Sophia's eyes gradually show infatuation. Deef and Anna are stunned, then look at each other. If this news gets out, Gooden will surely lose face, and her father, the chief minister, will also be affected. This is also the reason why Sophia didn't want to say it. Fortunately, there is a promise that keeps them from revealing it. So, when will you take me to Blackstone City? I think I should also be very interested in these fighters, Ding Yifu said eagerly. You're not planning to find a strong man too, are you? Anna asked with a bit of envy. I've been widowed for many years. What's wrong with finding a strong man? You should focus on your old husband and stop thinking about our little pleasures. When you're widowed, then we can have something in common, Ding Yifu shouted. Sophia. She's not widowed either. Anna rolled her eyes. Oh my goodness. Anna, today is your big day. You wouldn't. Just got married. And already thinking about being widowed, right? Ding Yifu stared in shock. Sophia widened her eyes, looking at Anna with some disbelief. As you all say, just an old man. If it weren't for pressure from my parents and brother, how could I have married him? Anna said with a shrug. What a tragic fate. Well, never mind. Ding Yifu comforted her. You're still young. Just wait a few more years. There will be opportunities in the future. Yuba family training ground. As dawn broke, Luo Feng woke up from his sleep. He turned over and quietly left the room. In the early morning at Yuba Manor, everything was silent. After warming up last night, Luo Feng picked up a stone with both hands and started training again, repeatedly. Only you and the Yuba family are the most diligent. A strange, young voice reached Luo Feng's ears. Luo Feng turned his head and saw it was a newcomer, a duo. This little guy woke up quite early. He didn't respond to a duo and continued moving the stones back and forth, training mechanically. They all said that you recently won the rookie tournament championship, a duo said enviously. Luo Feng nodded slightly. Then your fighting skills must be very good, a duo said. Luo Feng didn't speak. Can I become your disciple? A duo suddenly wanted to apprentice under Luo Feng. Specifically, to take Luo Feng as his master. This surprised Luo Feng. He picked up a stone and looked at a duo, saying, Wang Taorua's fighting skills are second only to Lien Xiaotian. Following him to learn is the smartest choice. I want to learn from the champion. Wang Tailuo has won many competition titles. I prefer to learn from the new champion. Arter insisted. Learn from me. Moving stones. Luo Feng asked teasingly. They say your training looks strange. But during fights, you always surprise everyone, either defeating opponents quickly or splitting them in half. Even the coach praises you. Then just learn from me moving stones. Luo Feng replied casually. Yuba Dingji told Arter to learn fighting skills from Wang Tailuo, so he couldn't interfere. Besides, he didn't have time to teach Arter. He needed to complete the system's tasks quickly. Slaves and fighters started to wake up one after another. You're really a hard-working little bee. Looks like the Yuba family will rise in the future. Shuefei said indifferently. Luo Feng quietly left the room, already noticed by her. She sleeps lightly, and even small noises can wake her up. This has been her way of self-protection for a long time. Without this sharp intuition, she might have been taken advantage of many times in her sleep. Her looks are as good as Li Lizi's, far better than Susan and Wang Lina. Luo Feng ignored her words. Nothing beats moving stones. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully moved stones 20,000 times. Innate strength has improved to a higher level. Innate strength, enhanced skill, mastery 0/50, strengthens bones and muscles, double strength, currently can boost own power 6 times. No cooldown. Innate strength finally leveled up again. His strength increased to 6 times. Such power surpasses Wang Tailuo and Arter. This strength isn't the strongest on the continent, but it's far ahead of most people. 6 times the strength. Luo Feng can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! System task issued. The host must carry a 200-gene wooden stake back and forth 50,000 times to upgrade innate strength to the peak. Carrying a 200-gene wooden stake? The training ground has 50-gene, 100-gene, and 200-gene stakes. Few people train with 200-gene stakes, except Wang Tailuo. Now, the system has issued a task, and Luo Feng naturally set his sights on the 200-gene wooden stake. Everyone saw Luo Feng put down the stones he had been training with for 3 days, and then focused on the 200-gene wooden stake, but they didn't pay much attention. Luo Feng's unusual training was well known on the training ground. No one dared to speak disrespectfully. He was a new champion. As long as he could win the competition, it didn't matter how he trained. Even Lian Xiaodian would turn a blind eye. Lunch arrived. Everyone stopped training and prepared to eat. Outside the Yuba Manor, a guard on a fast horse rushed into the manor amid the clatter of hooves. The guard was covered in blood and looked very panicked. Madam, madam. The guard entered the manor and shouted loudly. Li Lizi was watering flowers and fertilizing plants in the courtyard. Hearing the guard shout, her face tightened, and she quickly asked, "What happened?" "We were ambushed by a large group of bandits on the way back to the manor. The guards fought bravely but suffered heavy losses. The master asked me to inform you and send help immediately," the guard said urgently. How could this happen? How could bandits ambush us on the road?" Li Lizi was startled. Fortunately, she remained calm and quickly crossed the second courtyard to reach the pavilion in the third courtyard. Lian Xiaodian. Lian Xiaodian. Lian Xiaodian was about to go to the dining hall when he heard Li Lizi's shout. He hurried out and said, "Madam, hurry. Gather the troops and rush to rescue." Yuba Duan was ambushed on the way back to the manor, Li Lizi said with a pale face. She couldn't imagine what would happen if her husband died. Yuba Duan must not die. He was the backbone of the Yuba family. If Yuba Duan died, it would definitely cause problems for her to lead the large warrior family alone. Luo Feng, Wang Tailuo, Panshi, Jingu, a duo, Shuefei, Songdao, Giles. Immediately come with me to help. Lian Xiaodian gave the order to go out without hesitation. Just as Luo Feng and the others were about to sit down for a meal, they immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks, got on the carriage, and left the manor quickly. Li Lizi also left the manor at the same time. "Where is the master going?" Lian Xiaodian asked with confusion. "The estate's food is running low. He took about 10 guards to buy food in the city. Before leaving, I told him to bring some strong fighters, but he refused. He said the fighters need to participate in a competition and should focus on training." Li Lizi said worriedly. The master is really careless. These are dangerous times. How can he make such a small mistake?" Training is important, but not more than this, Lien Xiaodian frowned. It seems ever since Luo Feng won the new talent competition, our Yuba manor has been restless, Wang Tailuo frowned. That has nothing to do with Luo Feng. We can only say we have offended the city lord's office, Li Lizi said grimly. Madam means, these bandits might be connected to the city lord's office? Lien Xiaodian asked. Li Lizi shook her head. I can't be sure, just guessing wildly. 50,000 gold coins, the glory sword, a duo. These are all sparks that could ignite a conflict with the city lord's office. This isn't Yuba family's fault. It's because Lord Joffrey is narrow-minded and malicious, Luo Feng interrupted. Luo Feng hit the nail on the head. These 3 sparks, no matter which family they come from, will lead to conflicts with the city lord's office. And our Yuba family is just one of the winners, Li Lizi said. Whoa. Outside, Giles was temporarily acting as the coachman, waving his whip and constantly cracking it on the horse's back. I wish our Yuba family had a few good horses, Lien Xiaodian said anxiously. The Imperial Cabinet has strict rules on family warhorses. Each family can have no more than 5. If they have more, they are considered a threat and will be criticized, Li Lizi explained. The Yuba family just happened to have 5 horses. There are too many bandits. They want to kill us all. Everyone get ready for battle, Giles suddenly shouted loudly. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out. Lien Xiaodian quickly lifted the curtain of the carriage. Within his view, dozens of bandits surrounded the Yuba group, forming multiple layers. On the ground nearby, vegetables, fruits, wine, and other items were scattered everywhere. They had been trampled into mud. There were about 10 bodies lying on the ground. Blood, severed limbs, internal organs. Everywhere was soaked in blood. The scene was quite tragic. Yuba Dun was lucky to survive, protected fiercely by 2 guards. His clothes and cheeks were covered in blood. His hands holding the sword trembled uncontrollably. The 2 guards were already at their limit. Just as reinforcements arrived, Yuba Dun let out a heavy sigh of relief. There were at least 30 bandits. 1 guard was accidentally stabbed deeply in the chest. Kill. Before the carriage stopped, Luo Feng and the others jumped down quickly. Shadowless kick. Luo Feng used his special move immediately, moving like lightning. With his natural strength, he held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, fighting like a warrior god and engaging the bandits instantly. He swung his sword, decapitating 1 bandit. Blood sprayed out, and the head flew. He hit with his shield, crushing a bandit's skull. Brain matter splattered, and skull fragments flew. He swung his sword again. The 3rd bandit's body was cut in half diagonally. Internal organs spilled out everywhere. He blocked a deadly strike from 1 bandit with his shield, then struck back with his sword, stabbing it into the bandit's spine. Clang. He pulled the sword out forcefully, then stabbed another bandit's neck. Splash. He pulled out his sword again, blocked A with his shield, and then cut the 5th bandit in half at the waist. After taking down the 5th bandit, Luo Feng reached a spot not far from Yuba Dun. Seeing a bandit about to strike Yuba Dun's neck with his sword, Luo Feng shouted angrily, Die. Using the shadowless kick, he charged forward suddenly. His sword flashed. This unlucky guy was cut in half from top to bottom by Luo Feng. The 3 bandits surrounding Yuba Dun, seeing this, were terrified and attacked Luo Feng. One swung his sword from the right, aiming at Luo Feng's head. Another swung from the left, aiming at his neck. The 3rd attacked from the front, aiming at his chest. All 3 attacks were deadly and could have killed Luo Feng instantly. But, just in front of everyone, the 3 bandits, including Li Lizi and Snow Queen from behind, thought Luo Feng was about to die a terrible death. But Luo Feng moved calmly and steadily. He used his left hand to block a deadly strike to his neck with a shield. His right arm, covered in blood, stopped an attack aimed at his head out of thin air. He tilted his body slightly, just avoiding a fatal sword to his chest. Then, a long sword sliced through the air, and 3 blood-sprayed heads burst like fireworks, rising into the sky together. Blood scattered like flowers, shooting out instantly. This cool and impressive display left Li Lizi, Snow Queen, and others stunned and wide-eyed. Everyone was speechless and deeply shocked. Awesome! Snow Queen whistled and praised sincerely from the heart. Big boss, a duo raised her thumb, feeling more eager to learn from him. Super cool, Giles said blankly. Absolutely perfect. Panshir was stunned and exclaimed. Is there a more impressive way to attack? I feel inferior. Jingu was also amazed. This isn't just killing. It's like performing art. I haven't even made my move yet. And he already took down 9 bandits. Wang Tailuo cursed. Is there a more incredible fighting style? Giles, coming back from his daze, cursed. Li Lizi's eyes shone brightly, and she looked excited. Without a doubt, all the strong people present were conquered by Luo Feng's fighting style. Even Lian Xiaotian couldn't help but praise. Luo Feng should be the #1 warrior of our Yuba family. It looks like my title is finally going to change. Wang Tailuo shrugged, looking indifferent. Coach, I won't learn from Wang Tailuo anymore. I want to help Brother Feng move stones, a duo shouted. You little traitor, Wang Tailuo cursed fiercely. In a critical moment, Luo Feng killed 6 bandits and, at a dangerous point for Yuba Dan, forcibly pulled him back from the brink of disaster. His terrifying strength left Yuba Dan stunned. The remaining bandits, terrified and shocked, dared not stay any longer. Without hesitation, they turned and ran. Lian Xiaotian shouted angrily, Don't even think about escaping. Take them all down. Luo Feng and the others rushed forward quickly, defeating all the bandits. Out of 10 guards, only 1 was alive, returning to report the news, while the rest were dead on the scene. Yuba Duan had been stabbed in the stomach, and a large wound was cut across his back. He had fainted. Li Lizi was worried he was losing too much blood, so she hurried to take out medicine to stop the bleeding from the carriage. The food on the ground was covered in blood and torn meat. Spilled drinks soaked the ground. Everything was destroyed. They couldn't find anything to eat. Li Lizi felt a little sad, but was helpless. A command was given. The sturdy bones and rocks carefully carried Yuba Duan's body and gently placed it on the carriage. Everyone headed back home. The bodies of the bandits on the ground were thrown off the cliff by Lian Xiaotian and the others. The mastermind behind the surprise attack was not found. The only captured bandit was very brave. When everyone wasn't paying attention, he suddenly broke free with a long sword. Enraged, Panshir kicked him 5 meters away. The bandit didn't have any other family symbols on him, so he didn't seem like a fighter. After half an incense stick of time, the group returned to Yuba Manor. Before it got dark, Yuba Duan woke up from his coma. His life was saved by Luo Feng risking his life. Well, it's not quite risking his life. Luo Feng just wanted to see how powerful the combined speed of 8 times and strength of 6 times really was. And it felt very good. Yuba Duan slowly woke up. Am I still alive? Yuba Duan asked weakly. Of course you're alive. Luo Feng saved you from the gates of death, Li Lizi whispered. Before I fainted, I saw Luo Feng showing his skills, killing several people. Saving me from the grip of death, Yuba Duan said faintly. Madam, yes? You saved my life again, Yuba Duan said. It was Luo Feng who saved you. No, it was you who saved me. Without you, Luo Feng wouldn't have come to my Yuba family. If Luo Feng hadn't come, not only would my Yuba family fall into decline, but I might also lose my life. Yuba Duan said gratefully. Sigh, you and I are just a married couple. There's no need for such formal talk. We are both working to make the Yuba family better, Lisa sighed. You are my star, my moon, my everything. I really don't know what I would become if I lost you, Yuba Duan. I think, if I didn't have my wife, I might have already become a forgotten soul. I can't live without you, Yuba Duan whispered. Stop talking. Rest for a while, Lisa said. Today's attack must be related to the city lord's mansion. Jeffrey, this petty, narrow-minded, ruthless man, I will one day make him regret it, Yuba Duan continued. If you listened to me and brought some strong fighters, we wouldn't have to fear sneak attacks, Lisa complained. I regret not listening to my wife. From now on, whatever my wife says, I will do without question. I will never disobey, Yuba Duan said, feeling more convinced of his wife. The recent auction was also arranged by his wife, which helped avoid a disaster. Although it was dangerous, the chances of survival were higher. Luo Feng is the top warrior of my Yuba family. From now on, whether you go out or I do, we must bring Luo Feng, Yuba Duan said. Even Xiao Tian, Wang Tailuo, a duo, Panshir, and Jingu are strong. As long as they are with us, the chances of survival are much higher, Lisa replied. This time, we must keep a duo in the competition. With him, my Yuba family will have another powerful expert, Yuba Duan said seriously. Yes, Lisa agreed. A duo has shown his talent. His fighting skills still need improvement, but give him enough time, and when he grows up, he will surely become the second Luo Feng, Yuba Duan said. Lisa asked, so, who do you plan to let compete this time? What do you think, wife? Yuba Duan asked in return. Only Luo Feng is the safest choice, Lisa said. But you seem worried? Yuba Duan asked. Every competition is dangerous. Luo Feng, as the top warrior of my Yuba family, if something happens to him, it would be a huge loss for us. Don't I worry? Don't you worry too? Lisa sighed. Do we have any other options? Only Luo Feng can ensure a greater chance of victory, Yuba Dun said. Li Lizi nodded. By the way, Luo Feng really surprised me. Isn't it strange? He mostly just moves stones, swings a wooden sword, or punches, so how can he be so strong? Yuba Dun asked with curiosity. Maybe he and a duo both have hidden bloodlines. I must say, his recent attack was smooth and fast, like lightning, Li Lizi replied. You know, Luo Feng saved my Yuba family once before, and now he saved me again. Should I give him a reward or some benefits? Yuba Dun suddenly asked. What kind of reward do you want to give him? Li Lizi asked. Money seems too common. Look, he's alone. Should I give him a beautiful woman from the White Fox tribe? Miao Yin or Lan Shan? Lan Shan, maybe. She's still a. Giving her to him would show how generous and noble I am, Yuba Dun said. Or, forget it, Li Lizi chose to refuse. Why? Yuba Dun asked confused. We can't set this precedent. If we do, we'll have to give more women in the future. Also, fighters spend all their time on women. How can they focus on fighting enemies? Li Lizi explained. All right, then I'll give him some gold coins, Yuba Dun agreed. Inside the training ground, Luo Feng and his group had finished lunch and were now resting inside a house. Shuefei couldn't help but ask, do you have anything you want to say? Say what? Luo Feng asked. About the fight just now, Shuefei said with wide eyes. Luo Feng turned over and said, just normal performance. Huh? What did you say? Normal performance? You killed 9 people, and that's just normal? Shuefei's eyes nearly popped out. What else should it be? Luo Feng asked. That's extraordinary performance, isn't it? Shuefei rolled her eyes. You'll get used to it. I'm a bit tired. I'll sleep for a while. Don't disturb me. Luo Feng closed his eyes. Hey, you have to tell me about your right arm. How did you block that sharp sword? Shuefei hurriedly asked. I'll tell you if I get the chance, Luo Feng replied casually. TCH. Showing off. Shuefei also turned over. I woke up suddenly. It was already dark outside. Luo Feng quickly sat up in bed. I brought you dinner. The coach said you were too tired and told you to rest well, so I didn't disturb you. Also, the master rewarded you with 1,000 gold coins and a fine wine. Shuefei replied. Luo Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes. What time is it now? It's the hour of the dog. Why? Do you want to go out and lift wooden stakes again? Shuefei asked, turning her head. This is why I am working towards becoming stronger. While others rest, I train. While others train, I keep training. Luo Feng said as he stood up. Hey, you should eat first. Shuefei shouted. I'll eat when I come back. He replied, turning to leave. With natural strength and a tough right arm, he had to keep practicing. There was no time to waste. If it weren't for his right arm blocking it deadly today, he would have been badly hurt. Luo Feng went outside and saw a duo standing on the cliff, looking into the distance. He squatted down and gazed far away. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around. Seeing Luo Feng, a duo hurried over and said, Brother Feng, you were so cool today. Luo Feng smiled. Why are you still awake so late? Aren't you awake too? A duo asked. Are you homesick? Luo Feng asked. I miss my parents. I don't even know if they are alive or dead now. I was too stubborn back then. I left my tribe and was captured by those traitors. A duo said angrily. The Chu tribe's physique is quite special. Once caught, they can fetch a good price. Meeting you is their biggest luck. Luo Feng said with a sly smile. Humph. A duo snorted softly. They are lucky, but my family is suffering. Live well. There will be a chance to go back someday. Luo Feng said. I want to become your disciple. A duo said directly. Wang Terua is good. He will teach you fighting skills. You don't lack strength or speed now, but you need fighting skills. You won't grow much with me, at least not yet. Luo Feng said honestly. Why? Because my moves are simple and rough. They lack fighting techniques. What you need now is fighting skills. So, follow the coach's instructions. At least he won't harm you. Luo Feng patiently explained. Wow, I was hoping to learn from you and become as strong as you are, a duo said regretfully. That's enough. Rest early tonight, Luo Feng said as he lifted a 200-pound wooden stake and trained in place. I can't sleep. I want to train too, a duo said, also lifting a 200-pound wooden stake. But her endurance was not as strong as Luo Feng's. After just 100 repetitions, she couldn't continue. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was calm and steady, breathing evenly as he kept squatting and standing up. A duo looked at him with admiration. Blackstone City. On the city wall. Sir, our people are all dead. Not a single survivor. Yuba Duan narrowly escaped. The food we bought was spilled on the ground and all destroyed, an old man said with clasped hands, bowing. The Yuba family is much stronger than we thought. It seems it will be very hard to take down Yuba Duan. This time, we only scared the snake, but next time, the ambush will be even more difficult. This person was dressed in a black robe. His voice was a bit hoarse. So, what should we do next? The old man asked. Since the food we bought is all destroyed, Yuba's family will probably go out shopping again soon. Keep setting traps along the way. I won't stop until Yuba Duan is dead, the man in black said. Yes, the old man left the small inn. After the old man left, the man in black lifted his hood, revealing a familiar face, Goffrey. Goffrey hated Yuba Duan deeply. All these so-called bandits were actually city guards. There were 2,000 city guards, used to keep Blackstone City safe and scare off troublemakers. Now, they were secretly sent on a mission by the city hall. Glory sword. 500,000 gold coins. A duo. All for the Yuba family's downfall, Goffrey thought with growing hatred, feeling more unwilling. Night had fallen. On the streets of Blackstone City at dusk, people still bustled about, lively and busy. Various lights flickered, shining brightly. After leaving the city wall, Goffrey took a carriage straight to the city hall. This time, he had to gather strong allies and win a duo over. Outside the city hall, 2 military carriages were parked. Goffrey saw this and showed a happy smile. He quickly went inside and was surprised to see the visitor leaving with Sophia's husband, accompanied by his father. Uncle Good. Nephew Goffrey, Gooden greeted warmly with a friendly smile. I didn't expect Uncle Good to come in person. Nephew Goffrey greets you, Uncle. Goffrey clasped his hands in a respectful bow. That's enough. No need for formalities. It's already late. I need to return to the camp quickly to handle military affairs. Gooden waved his hand with a smile. This Gooden was none other than Sophia's husband, the leader of the Flying Dragon Army in the Tianyang Empire. Be careful on your way, Uncle, Goffrey said politely. I've agreed to your father's proposal. For this competition, I will lend 2 fierce warriors from the Flying Dragon Army, Lai Tian and Grey Bear. These 2 are the top gods of my army. With them here, your city lord's mansion will surely win this battle. Gooden squinted and smiled. Thank you so much, Uncle Good. With warriors Lai Tian and Grey Bear helping, we will definitely defeat the Yuba family. Goffrey was full of joy. Haha, what thanks. Brother Gory is my greatest benefactor. If it weren't for his support, I wouldn't have climbed to the position of chief minister. Now, I must take my leave. On the day of the competition, I will personally come with my wife to watch the match. After speaking, Gooden waved his hand, got into a carriage, and under the cover of night, and with over 100 guards, left Blackstone City. After Gooden left, Gory stroked his beard and said, Lai Tian and Grey Bear are both Empire warriors. In my Tianyang Empire, only top fighters are given the title of Empire Warrior. These 2 are brave and clever, and the Flying Dragon Army ranks second in the Empire because of their courage in battle. If nothing unexpected happens, our city lord's mansion will surely win this competition. But we still lack 2 strong fighters, Goffrey said with a headache. The competition is in 3 days. I've already contacted the Break Army mercenary group privately. We should get a reply tomorrow, Gory frowned. Goffrey nodded. How did the battle go today? Gory suddenly asked. Goffrey shook his head and said, the butler reported that all personnel were killed. Yuba Dan escaped. and all the food we bought was destroyed. That guy's luck is really tough. We must eliminate Yuba. If we don't kill him now, once the Yuba family becomes stronger, you and I, father and son, will be in danger. This guy is still a threat, GODLIKE frowned. I am such an idiot. So stupid. If I hadn't lost the honor sword, no matter how strong the Yuba family is, they couldn't shake the foundation of my city lord's mansion. Joffrey blamed himself. Enough. I'm very happy to see your growth. Destroying the Yuba family is quite easy. It's not as hard as you think to shake my city lord's mansion, GODLIKE said dismissively. Gudin was once a small soldier under GODLIKE. Because he was clever from a young age and a military genius, GODLIKE recommended him to serve as a young officer in the Empire. Later, he went to the battlefield. With his outstanding military skills, he won several battles and caught the attention of Sophia's father. After Sophia married Gudin, his position quickly rose. When he heard about the competition between the city lord's mansion and the Yuba family, Gudin initially didn't want to get involved. But when GODLIKE mentioned past events, Gudin, feeling grateful, agreed to GODLIKE's proposal. Sophia and Lily's met because both attended Joffrey's wedding banquet. When they met, they talked happily and felt like they had known each other for a long time. Lily's wanted to connect with Sophia's family, saying things Sophia liked to hear. Sophia had been kept at home for years and rarely interacted with the outside world, so she was naturally more impressionable. Gudin knew about the delicate relationship between his wife and Lady Yuba, but out of gratitude, he still agreed to GODLIKE's suggestion. Before dawn, Luo Feng woke up from his sleep. When he went outside, he was surprised to see a duo already training by carrying a wooden stake. A duo grinned and said, "I want to be like Brother Feng and become the top warrior of the Yuba family." Luo Feng smiled and said, "Good idea." Just as he bent down to carry a 200-pound wooden stake for training, Lin Xiaodian and Wang Ta came out from inside. Luo Feng, "The master has an order," Lin Xiaodian called out loudly. Luo Feng was a bit confused and put down the wooden stake. What could be the order so early in the morning? The estate's food supplies are running low. All the food purchased yesterday has been destroyed. So, you, Wang Taruo, a duo, Panshi, Jingu, and Jingu, follow the lady into the city to buy food. Remember, no matter what happens on the road, make sure to protect the lady at all costs. Lin Xiaodian said in a deep voice. Rock and Strongbone also came out of the house. These two good friends, one with a snake spear and the other with a quail, together they make up for each other's shortcomings. It was still before dawn. 3 carriages were rushing out of Yuba Manor at high speed. Li Lizi, Luo Feng, and Lan Shan were riding in one carriage. Lan Shan was the driver. Wang Tailuo, a duo, and Strongbone were in another carriage. Wang Tailuo was the driver. Rock was driving a single carriage alone. On the way to Blackstone City, Li Lizi asked Luo Feng to tear off of cloth. This was also the reason she chose to ride alone with Luo Feng. Luo Feng did not refuse. During the bumpy ride, the two had a thrilling exchange of friendship. Li Lizi's screams, drowned out by the wheels grinding and rubbing, disappeared into the wilderness. Phew! With Wang Tailuo's shout, Li Lizi's screams suddenly stopped. Just then, dawn broke, and the gates of Blackstone City slowly opened. After a few guards checked, the 3 carriages were allowed inside. Once inside Blackstone City, a young soldier immediately got up and went to report to the city lord's mansion. When Xiao Jelly heard that the Yuba family was shopping in the city again, he quickly arranged over 100 guards to prepare for an ambush outside the city. This was also the reason Yuba Duan was ambushed yesterday. Xiao Jelly received reliable information and knew that Yuba Duan would return to the manor after shopping. So, they set an ambush on the road from the city hall to the manor. However, last night they underestimated the Yuba family's strength, only sending 30 guards to ambush as bandits. Today, to be safer, they sent 100 guards. Only 7 people, including Li Lizi and the coachman. With my 100 guards, I can easily deal with these 7. Xiao Jelly clenched his fists. He didn't care about 50,000 gold coins or the young A duo from the Kuei tribe. He only cared about the Sword of Glory. The Sword of Glory was the treasure of the city lord's mansion. With the Sword of Glory, the Qiao family could pass the city lord position down through generations. Losing the Sword of Glory would mean that if the Yuba family gained power, they would surely bring him down. This is where his worries lie. At the early market in Blackstone City, faint lights flickered in the misty dawn. The common people carried bamboo baskets, moving back and forth between stalls. Wang Tailuo and Jian Gu, responsible for guarding 3 wagons. Li Lizi led Luo Feng, a duo, Pan Shi, and Lanshan to buy supplies. The Yuba family needs to feed too many people. 200 guards, 32 fighters, 15 maids, at least 20 other miscellaneous staff. With so many people, a large amount of meat and vegetables is needed daily. Sometimes they hold a festival day, which consumes wine and fruits. This is part of why the major families lack gold coins. Li Lizi first bought a large amount of fruits, vegetables, rice, flour, and oil, then ordered a duo and Pan Shi to carry supplies back and forth to the wagons. She also bought a lot of beef, lamb, chicken, shrimp, and fish. Then she purchased dozens of boxes of wine and, altogether, it cost about 3,000 gold coins. These foods are the monthly rations for everyone at Yuba Manor. Since Yuba Manor has been in the spotlight recently, Li Lizi needs to buy a lot of food to ensure no one goes hungry for over a month. After shopping, it was around 9 in the morning. The sun rose. The fog dispersed. Li Lizi gave the order, and 3 wagons full of food left the market. Even Li Lizi's own carriage was loaded with supplies. Her carriage was driven by Luo Feng. Li Lizi and Lanshan sat inside. Because there was so much food, the wagons slowed down to prevent damage. After leaving Blackstone City, Luo Feng led the way with the first wagon. The middle wagon was filled with food. Wang Tailuo and the other 2 sat behind. Yesterday's attack was recent, and it was unlikely that today's wouldn't happen again. If anyone suspected the city lord's mansion, they wouldn't let it go easily. The Yuba couple had no choice. Over 200 people in the manor needed to eat. If they let these people go hungry, it would bring disaster to the Yuba family. This was definitely not what the Yuba couple wanted to see. The Yuba family has been developing on this continent for many years. Although they have never become a top-tier family, surviving in this dangerous world shows how strong they are. 3 wagons just left Blackstone City, when an old man with a thin build quietly followed behind. Before the wagons reached the place of yesterday's fight, Luo Feng saw over 100 bandits blocking the road. These bandits wore tattered clothes and held sharp swords. One of them was riding a war horse, holding a long spear, with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. About 100 meters away, Luo Feng suddenly pulled on the reins and shouted loudly, "Everyone be alert. Prepare for battle." As soon as Luo Feng gave the order, over 100 people, under the command of the cavalry, quickly charged toward the wagons. Luo Feng's face changed. He hurriedly said, "Jian Gu, Pan Shi, guard the lady and the wagons. Make sure the food isn't damaged. A duo, Wang Tailuo, follow me. Kill everything, no mercy. Leave no one alive." Shush, shush, shush. The orders were given. Jian Gu and Pan Shi quickly jumped down from the wagons. They stood on either side, like 2 fierce generals guarding the front of the wagons. Jian Gu looked at the approaching bandits with anger and shouted loudly, "Anyone who dares come near the wagon on horseback, I'll cut off his chicken eggs and make soup." Pan Shi, with big bovine eyes, roared, "I'll cut off his snake spear and go eat skewers." Wang Tailuo and a duo, holding double swords, stood on either side behind Luo Feng. Luo Feng had become the leader of the group. Li Lizi looked unhappy, reached out to lift the curtain, and saw the hundreds of bandits rushing madly toward them. Lanshan seemed a little scared, her face pale and worried. When they were about 50 meters apart, Luo Feng, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, shouted angrily, "Wang Tailuo, a duo, follow me. Charge! Kill! Kill!" Wang Tailuo and a duo roared loudly and rushed forward with Luo Feng. But just as they started to charge, Luo Feng moved like lightning, cutting down the first bandit who was charging headfirst, in a flash of light and shadow. He was too fast. Wang Tailuo couldn't help but gape in amazement. "That's so crazy. Do you really think you can steal all the kills?" Wang Tailuo cursed as he swung his sword, knocking down a bandit. A duo waved her twin swords, gathering strength in her arms. Each strike carried powerful force. With 8 times the speed and 6 times the strength, Luo Feng looked like a killing machine. Wherever he went, blood sprayed, and limbs flew everywhere. Some were hit by shields and had their heads smashed. Others had their heads cut in half by sharp swords. The 6 times strength had no time limit. As long as he had enough stamina, he could keep fighting fiercely. But the 8 times speed only lasted 4 minutes. During these 4 minutes, Luo Feng had to do his best to kill as many enemies as possible. After he finished, Wang Tailuo and a duo could help reduce the burden on him. With Wang Tailuo and a duo filtering out the weaker enemies, the remaining tough ones like Jiangu and Panshi could focus on protecting Li Lizi and the food on the cart. Someone asked, why not bring more people from the estate? The estate was the Yuba family's main base. If all the top fighters left, what if the estate was attacked? There would be nowhere safe. That's why Lin Xiaodian stayed behind. Lin Xiaodian is brave and clever. With him in charge, if the estate is attacked, he would quickly command the other fighters to fight fiercely. As for the 200 guards, Lin Xiaodian probably doesn't have command over them, but Yuba does. Lin Xiaodian is still a. Relying on the Yuba family is also about survival. The world is falling apart, and they have no fixed home. Losing the Yuba estate means they might end up in a worse situation. Better to cling to the estate and survive than wander outside. As the saying goes, better to live poorly than die rich. This extreme survival mindset is deeply rooted in the hearts of the common people on this continent. No one can break this way of thinking, unless someone can rally everyone to rebel against the owners and end slavery. But that's a different topic. After Luo Feng's charge, at least 30 people had died painfully under his sword and shield. The bandits were stunned. They stared in shock and horror. They had never seen such terrifying and shocking methods of killing. The murders were as easy as chopping vegetables. No one could stop his attack. With each swing of the great sword, the wind swept the fallen leaves. When the shield struck, heads would burst open. Brain matter and blood splattered all over Luo Feng, covering his face and body. Luo Feng didn't bother to wipe the blood and brain on his face. He launched another attack on the bandits. In desperation, the bandits drew their knives to defend themselves, afraid that Luo Feng would crush their skulls or cut off half their heads. But resisting was useless. Behind, Wang Tailuo and a duo were already fighting fiercely with the bandits. Wang Tailuo, experienced in battle, struck every time, causing injuries to the bandits. A duo, though less experienced, was strong and fast. In just a moment, the wide road turned into a hellish battlefield. Blood, limbs, internal organs, and guts were everywhere. The scene was tragic. It was too horrible to watch. The screams of pain never stopped. The cavalry soldiers at the back, seeing this, looked shocked and trembling. Even their horses were uneasy. Their long spears almost dropped to the ground. It was too terrifying. Luo Feng was like a killing machine. No one could match him. On the carriage behind, Li Lizi watched Luo Feng's frenzied slaughter, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. This man was truly magnificent. She secretly vowed to serve him for her whole life, until her last breath. Yesterday, Yuba Dun was seriously injured and has been bedridden for more than 2 or 3 months, unable to walk. He can't even watch the upcoming match in 3 days. The cavalry immediately sparked despair in the bandits' hearts. They can only win. Failure is not an option. Otherwise, even if they escape back to the city lord's mansion, they will only face judgment. The higher-ups don't care about their lives. They only want results, complete the mission, and receive a generous reward. If they fail, they will face harsh punishment. Kill, the bandits shouted, unleashing their full strength. Several bandits broke through Wang Tailuo and a duo's defenses, fighting fiercely toward Jiangu and Panshi. Protect the lady and the carriage. I will cut off these guys' snake spears, Panshi shouted loudly, swinging his sword to attack. Jiangu clenched his shield and sword, ready for battle. Li Lizi and Lanshan clenched their fists, watching Luo Feng on the battlefield, hoping he would quickly eliminate all the surrounding bandits. Seeing the bandits rush toward the carriage, Luo Feng's forehead tensed with pressure. He knew he had to first take out the cavalry. If the cavalry didn't die, these guys would have backbone, and their morale wouldn't easily collapse. The shadowless kick technique had only 1 minute left. There were still more than 30 bandits. After taking down 2 more, Luo Feng suddenly moved toward the cavalry. The cavalry saw this and hurriedly spurred their horses to dodge. They didn't dare to face Luo Feng head-on. But how could their speed compare to the shadowless kick, which is 8 times faster? Die! Luo Feng shouted loudly, leaping into the air, stepping on a bandit's shoulder, and swinging his great sword like splitting a mountain, aiming at the cavalry's head. The cavalry was startled, quickly brandishing their spears to defend. Clang! The shield slammed hard against the spear, causing the cavalry's arm to ache. Suddenly, their spear was knocked from their grasp. Die! Luo Feng roared, his sword slicing down from the wind, striking the cavalry's head. The cavalry had no time to dodge, only seeing a flash of cold light before their heads flew off from their necks. Immediately afterward, everything went black, and they lost consciousness. After the cavalry died, Luo Feng kicked the body of a cavalryman away and, sitting on his warhorse, charged toward the carriage. Just then, the 4-minute shadowless kick time ended. With his warhorse charging forward, Luo Feng swung his big sword, weaving through the bandits, cutting down heads with each swing. Riding his warhorse, he charged recklessly, causing the bandits to fall over and scatter, their formation breaking apart. In just one charge, he took down nearly 10 bandits. The bandits rushing toward the carriage were all stopped by the sturdy bones and rocks blocking their path. From then on, everyone joined the fight. If anyone else broke through the defenses of the rocks and bones, Lily and Lanshan would be in danger. Fortunately, Luo Feng eliminated the cavalry at a critical moment, then rode up again to help lighten Wang Tao and a duo's burden. After killing 3 bandits, Luo Feng charged toward the carriage again, cutting down 2 of the 5 bandits attacking the rocks and Lanshan. This eased their pressure. The remaining 3 bandits. Lanshan swung his sword from bottom to top, splitting one bandit's lower body in half. The bandit howled in pain, clutching his lower body and lying on the ground, crying out in distress. The sturdy bones also cut off another bandit's head. Seeing this, the last bandit tried to run away. Lanshan rushed forward and stabbed him in the back of the head. The man screamed loudly and suddenly stopped moving. Once the crisis was over, Lanshan stayed in place, while the sturdy bones and Luo Feng moved to attack. Up to this point, the number of bandits was already small. Only about 10 remained. Seeing the cavalry dead, they knew they couldn't escape death, so they all ran away. Luo Feng snorted coldly. How could he let them escape? Since they came here, not a single one would get away. He urged his horse forward, knocking down 5 bandits running ahead and knocking out 2 more. He ordered a duo and Wang Tao to carry the unconscious 2 to the carriage. From then on, over 100 bandits, none escaped. All were killed. The scene was quite shocking. Not a mountain of corpses or rivers of blood, but it was still intense. Wang Tao and a duo fought on the front line, both slightly injured. Lanshan and the sturdy bones stayed behind to guard, uninjured. Luo Feng had a cut on his back and chest, bleeding quite a lot. The bandits were too many to defend against. Lily's was heartbroken to see this. Lanshan quickly took out a bandage to help Luo Feng bandage his wound. Wang Tailuo and a duo, with the help of the sturdy and strong, also wrapped the wounds. Lily's looked at the unconscious bandits and said coldly, "Take these 2 guys back. Even if we know they are connected to the city lord's mansion, we must question them carefully." The sturdy and strong tied the 2 tightly with ropes, then threw them onto the carriage. Then, the 2 of them cleared the bodies and made a path wide enough for the carriage to pass. Luo Feng dismounted from his horse. Wang Tailuo asked, "What should we do with this guy? If he's taken back and finds out I have more than 5 warhorses at Yuba Manor, I'll definitely be punished by the city lord's mansion." "Kill him," Luo Feng said without looking back. Swish! A duo didn't hesitate. She drew her sword and pierced the horse's neck. The horse cried out in pain, its huge body falling heavily into a pool of blood. Not long after the carriage left, an old man, gasping like a cow, hurriedly arrived. Seeing the fierce and tragic scene of the battle that had already ended, the old man couldn't hold back and vomited his dinner. Then, his eyes flashed with horror. His weak body trembled uncontrollably. The fear in his eyes lingered for a long time. He didn't dare go to the scene and hurriedly staggered towards Blackstone City. He needed to report the news quickly. The ground was covered with severed limbs, intestines, blood, and heads. Terrifying images kept flashing through his mind. He had never seen such a horrifying scene. Half an hour later, the old man staggered back to the city lord's mansion. What? Everyone is dead? Godfrey's face twisted instantly when he heard the report from the old man. Yes, no way. Absolutely impossible. Those are over 100 elite soldiers from my city lord's mansion. They can't all die so easily. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? GODLIKE angrily questioned. Before I arrived at the scene, over 100 ambushes had already been killed. All of them died tragically. Blood was flowing all over the ground. The body is still lying on the road. Unfortunately, my subordinate's legs are not steady, so I didn't see the fierce battle myself, the old man stammered. Over 100 elite soldiers died in less than an hour. Could it be that the Yuba family has outside help? Godfrey asked with a frown. I'm now seriously doubting whether these people really died at the hands of the Yuba family. It doesn't seem like the Yuba family is that powerful. Just a few people easily killed over 100 of my soldiers? That doesn't add up. The soldiers in my city lord's mansion are not as simple as they seem, GODLIKE said with a cold face. But they really are all dead, the old man said, stunned. Godfrey, immediately gather 20 experts and come with me to the scene, and also help collect the bodies of these soldiers. After speaking, GODLIKE waved his hand and left the council hall. About 10 minutes later, GODLIKE and his son each rode a war horse, leading 20 cavalrymen rushing out of the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at the scene, a large group of crows and more than 10 gray wolves had already gathered around the bodies. The crows and wolves were eating greedily, drinking blood and tearing flesh. This was undoubtedly a free feast. The cavalry charged forward, swinging their swords to drive away the wolves and crows. Seeing the tragic scene, GODLIKE's face darkened, almost dripping with water. Some bodies were cut in half, others had their heads chopped off, and some were split into two. Such a brutal way of fighting. Besides fighters, I can't think of anyone else capable of this. It seems these people were killed by the Yuba family's fighters, GODLIKE said firmly. The Yuba family? I can't swallow this. Godfrey clenched his fists and said fiercely. GODLIKE shot him a sharp look. Then his face turned grim as he said, the Yuba family is not as simple as you think. To reclaim the Sword of Glory, we must use other strategies. Order the guards to quickly count the bodies. Make sure to take all the organs. We can't let our fallen brothers be left to rot in the wild. Outside the Yuba Manor gates, 3 carriages passed through one after another into the estate. Luo Feng and the others jumped out of their carriages one by one. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they entered the estate, the danger was over. Inside the courtyard, Yuba still lay on the bed. His abdomen was pierced by a sword, which was not fatal but still took half of his life. He couldn't get out of bed or walk for at least half a month. When he heard about another attack, Yuba Dun's face suddenly turned grim. It seems the GODLIKE father and son want to eliminate my Yuba family, Yuba Dun said with a dark face. The city lord's mansion sent over 100 people. Luckily, Luo Feng was with us on this trip to buy supplies. If Luo Feng hadn't shown his skills, I doubt any of us would have made it back alive. Lilith said with a blank expression. Yuba Dun shouted angrily. Ugh! His chest wound burst open from the anger. Bright red blood quickly soaked the bandages. The pain made him gasp coldly. That's enough. Don't get angry anymore. As long as Luo Feng is here, my Yuba family won't face trouble for a while, Lilith said with a frown. What about Luo Feng? Is he hurt? Yuba Dun asked worriedly, thinking about the upcoming competition in 3 days. He has 2 cuts on his body. It might affect the match, Lilith said with a headache. This competition. It concerns a duo. If Luo Feng's injuries affect his performance, a duo will surely be taken away by the city lord's mansion. Jeffrey, GODLIKE, the city lord's position isn't enough for their greed. They want to interfere with the fighters? Yuba Dun was furious. Rest first. I'll go downstairs to check on Luo Feng. We also brought back 2 prisoners from the fight. Although we suspect they are connected to the city lord's mansion, I want to see if I can get some useful information from their mouths, Lilith said before turning to leave. Yuba Dun lay on the bed, lost in worry. When Lilith arrived at the training ground, Xie Tian was in a room tending to Luo Feng and the others' wounds. Seeing the shocking injuries, Lilith's eyes were full of pain. Be sure to treat the wounds carefully. No sloppiness, Lilith said coldly. Rest assured, my lady, Xietian replied seriously. After the wounds are treated, don't train for these days. The match in 3 days. You need to lead the team. A duo's fate is tied to my Yuba family. We must win the championship. Lilith looked at Luo Feng with determination. Luo Feng grinned and said, a small injury, no big deal. After Xietian finished stitching the wounds, he prepared to leave the room. Li Lizi said, be sure to carefully interrogate the 2 prisoners we brought back. I want to find out something from their mouths. Okay. Lian Xiaodian nodded. After Lian Xiaodian left, Li Lizi sat on Luo Feng's bed, reached out to touch his strong muscles, and instinctively pressed closer to him. Don't. My wound needs to heal. Luo Feng quickly grabbed her restless hand. My sister also needs your guidance. Yuba Duan is useless, and I can't just suffer with him. During the fight earlier, I thought I wouldn't get to enjoy your strength anymore. Cherish every second we have together. Life or death in the future, no one can predict. Li Lizi sighed softly, her eyes full of charm. The wound had already been bandaged tightly by Lian Xiaodian, so it wouldn't burst open from sudden movements. Luo Feng couldn't resist her teasing. He turned over and mounted her. Inside the training ground, after Lian Xiaodian came out of the room, Xuefei hurried over, worried, and asked, how is Luo Feng's injury? It's not serious. It's already bandaged, Lian Xiaodian replied. I'll go see him. Don't. Lian Xiaodian quickly reached out and held Xuefei's arm. Master is inside. I suggest you don't go in. Why? No reason. Just trust me. Better yet, let's go interrogate those 2 unlucky guys, Lian Xiaodian said and left. Xuefei looked inside, frowned, and followed Lian Xiaodian to the training ground. The 2 unlucky prisoners were already tied to a cross. Their bodies looked like peeled sausages, with not a single white cloth in sight. Pancher couldn't help but curse. What kind of species are you 2? You're even smaller than my toes. Cutting you up wouldn't even make enough for me to grill 2 skewers. What's wrong with your brain? Don't cut all 3 parts at once, Jingu said loudly. Black. This one works, Pancher chuckled. But I have another idea. It can make them change magically. Jingu grinned. I understand. Let the beauty dance, and everything will change instantly. That way, it will be both quality and quantity. Pancher nodded knowingly. Susie, Jingu turned his gaze to Susie, who was standing nearby with her arms crossed, watching the scene. Susan pursed her lips and said, dancing is fine, but what are your stakes? 100 gold coins, a visual feast. Are you in? Jingu said. Just shooing away beggars. Without 500 gold coins, don't try to make conditions with me. Susan said with a sneer. All right, then 500 gold coins. Jingu had earned quite a bit over the years and wasn't worried about food or drink. Redeeming oneself? And what good does freedom do? It's not as comfortable as staying here. Once marked with the symbol, you're branded with shame for life. Even if you gain freedom, there's no guarantee you won't be caught and sold again by other traders. Jingu immediately took out 500 gold coins. Susan didn't disappoint him. As soon as the coins arrived, she gave the 2 captives a visual feast. The 2 captives immediately reacted physically. Pancher, quick as ever, drew his sword and struck. The 18-armed snake spear flew into the air. Ah! A sharp, piercing scream escaped from both captives' mouths. The 2 captives howled in pain. You lowly, disgusting slaves. Break them apart. If you have the guts, give our brothers a good beating, one captive shouted angrily. Good beating? Dream on. Do you think my 500 gold coins are free? Jingu sneered. Dog. Better kill Grandpa quickly. Don't give Grandpa a chance to survive. Otherwise, I'll make sure you lose your 18-armed snake spear someday, another captive shouted. Pancher spat at him and said, I've already been cut by your Tianyin people. Ha! Serves you right, the captive laughed loudly. You're asking for death. Pancher, furious, cut off one of his legs with a sword. Seeing the torture was almost over, Lian Xiaodian stood up and asked coldly, Tell me everything you know, and I'll give you a quick death. Why should I tell you? How do you expect me to answer if you don't ask? Another captive broke down. Who ordered the attack behind the scenes? Lian Xiaodian asked patiently. The Gulen family. Gulen Quo, The legless captive gritted his teeth and answered first. Cut off his other leg, Lin Xiaodian ordered without hesitation. The sword was swung down quickly. The captured man with a broken leg lost both legs. My endurance is limited. If you tell the truth, I will give you a quick death. If you lie or hesitate, I will show you what slow death feels like, Lin Xiaodian said calmly. When they heard slow death, they trembled violently, and their eyes showed fear. You don't need to hide anything. Hiding will only make you suffer more. Don't expect anyone to save you. If someone was coming to save you, they would be here already. In fact, you too are doomed. You can choose a quick death or suffer a slow one, Lin Xiaodian said loudly with his hands behind his back. The two prisoners hesitated. Lin Xiaodian took the chance and said, I'll give you a chance. Whoever speaks first will be spared. The one who speaks later will face slow death. I'll tell that the Gory and Joffrey father and son teamed up with the city guards to attack the Yuba family. The man with healthy legs hurriedly said, Keep going. I'll tell. The man with his legs cut off endured the pain, his face twisted in anger. The attack yesterday was also done by Gory and Joffrey. The Yuba family took their honor sword, 500,000 gold coins, and Adu, the young member of the Kuei tribe. Gory and Joffrey are holding a grudge and want to destroy the Yuba family. This guy was also afraid of slow death, so he hurried to speak. Shut up. I was the first to speak, the man with healthy legs shouted. You only told half. I also told half. You only said the mastermind, but not the reason. I am adding details, the two prisoners argued. Lin Xiaodian sneered, waved his hand at the stubborn and the solid, then stood up and left. The stubborn one, tired of using the slow death sword technique, drew his sword and cut off a head. The solid one also chopped off another prisoner's head. Half an hour later, Li Lizi came out of the house, her cheeks flushed. Seeing this, Lin Xiaodian stood up and reported. Both prisoners have confessed. They are city guards working for Gory and Joffrey, setting ambushes along the way to attack the Yuba family. As for the reason, honor sword, 500,000 gold coins, and Adu, Li Lizi nodded and said, Luofeng's wound accidentally burst open and needs to be rebandaged. He finished speaking and left without looking back. Shuefei hurriedly got up and went inside. Luo Feng was lying flat on a wooden bed, covered with a soft quilt, with a comfortable mattress underneath. This was specially prepared for Luo Feng by Li Lizi earlier. Slaves and fighters did not have this kind of treatment. Including Lin Xiaodian, none of them did. Most of them slept on hard beds. Just now, what happened between you two? The wound was just bandaged, so why did it open again? Shuefei asked with a frown, looking unhappy. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Lin Xiaodian glared at her sharply. Shuefei snorted coldly and said, This is my room. This is the Yuba family, Lin Xiaodian reminded her deliberately. But it was Lady Yuba just now. They must have been doing something secret inside. Shut up, Lin Xiaodian scolded angrily. Shuefei pursed her lips and said, Anyway, I know everything. Do you think you can silence me? Silence you? Watch your mouth. I want to pretend nothing happened. If you spread it around, I will really silence you, Lin Xiaodian shouted sternly. Enough. Stop arguing, both of you. My wound is fine, it's already healing. The lady is just worried about the competition in 3 days. After all, a duo is very important to the Yuba family, Luo Feng said with some headache. So, you too. Shuefei was about to speak, but was cut off forcefully by Luo Feng. What about us? Li Lizi is Lady Yuba, Luo Feng said with wide eyes. Anyway, you being together makes me very uncomfortable. You're all covered in scars, and she still wants to come and bother you. Do you have any humanity? Don't know how to be considerate, Shuefei snorted softly. You too, stop flirting. Just pretend I'm not here. Lin Xiaodian reached up and touched his forehead, looking speechless as he left the room. The next morning, Luo Feng woke up early again. The bandages on his body had already been torn off. Except for a scar, his wound had fully healed. The sky was just beginning to show the first light. Luo Feng lifted a wooden stake and started completing his system task. Having done over 50,000 stake lifting repetitions, he didn't want to waste a moment. The powerful strength brought by innate divine power made him taste success. A duo also got up early and saw Luo Feng carrying a wooden stake. with a surprised look in her eyes. Your wound? How about yours? Luo Feng asked back. I only have a small scratch. It doesn't affect my training at all. But your wound, Brother Feng. You should rest well. I don't want to go to the city lord's mansion, a duo said worriedly. Luo Feng grinned and asked, do you think, maybe, this place is more comfortable? Here, with Brother Feng. It's definitely happier than being with the Shida Ma family, a duo honestly said. Enough. My wound is fine. If I were seriously hurt, I would have already laid down to rest. What's more comfortable than lying on a wooden bed? Luo Feng retorted. There's more. Huh. Brother Feng's bed is very comfortable. It has blankets and cushions, and there are beauties in the room to keep you company. A duo blurted out. Oh my. You little bunny, what are you thinking about every day? Hurry up and train. Be careful or I'll spank you. Luo Feng shouted. Isn't what I said true? Xue Fei appeared from nowhere. Luo Feng's physique was truly astonishing. When he first arrived at the Yuba family, he was badly injured, barely breathing, and yet the next day he was fully recovered. After yesterday's battle, covered in wounds, he rested for a night and was fully healed again. His body seemed extraordinary. It had a rapid healing ability. More and more people got up. Seeing Luo Feng fully recovered, everyone looked at him with shock and disbelief. In the attic, Li Lizzie appeared without warning. She stared at Luo Feng intently. Seeing Luo Feng tear off the bandages and his wound heal, a look of surprise appeared on her face. More than that, she felt a sense of relief. She knew the Yuba family had unknowingly become dependent on Luo Feng. As long as Luo Feng was safe, everything was hopeful and promising. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Feng worked tirelessly, carrying wooden stakes day and night, and finally, on the last night, he completed 50,000 repetitions. Ding! Congratulations to the host. After carrying wooden stakes 50,000 times, your innate divine power has advanced to the peak. With the system notification sound, Luo Feng let out a heavy sigh of relief. The stronger the power, the higher the chance of winning. With 8 times the strength and 8 times the speed, no one can match him anymore. The sky started to darken. Outside the Yuba manor, a military carriage arrived. The curtain was lifted. A middle-aged man wearing a felt hat, accompanied by 2 women, stepped down from the carriage. The guards at the gate saw the visitors and hurriedly greeted them with smiles, then sent someone to inform Mr. and Mrs. Yuba. Soon after, Lalicia hurried out to meet them. Oh, General Good. Sister Sophia, why didn't you call ahead? I could have come out to welcome you. Lalicia warmly greeted the visitors. Lady Yuba, hello? Sorry for the rush this time. I hope it didn't cause any trouble, Goodin said politely, removing his felt hat in a gentlemanly manner. Oh, no. Yuba Manor always welcomes the good couple. Your visit makes our home shine brighter and more beautiful, Lalicia said happily. Oh, by the way, Lalicia, let me introduce this sister. Her name is Ding Yifu, daughter of the Empire's Minister of Finance, Ding Nook. She is also the spokesperson for Yilong City-State and the primary heir of the Rambo family, Sophia said as she gently took Ding Yifu's hand and explained in detail. Ding Yifu, wow. Yifu's arrival makes Yuba Manor shine like the rays of the 9 heavens. Lalicia exclaimed excitedly, almost losing her words. She had never met Ding Yifu before, but she had heard of Yilong City-State and the Rambo family. She also knew that a person named Ding Yifu was currently leading the economic development of Yilong City-State and was the main heir of the Rambo family. Ding Yifu was widowed early and had a daughter. Her husband, Rambo Keen, was once the head of the Rambo family and the ruler of Yilong City-State. After Rambo Keen passed away, the family had no other brothers, and his only sister was already married, so the family inheritance fell to Ding Yifu. However, she had little interest in managing the city and appointed her brother, Ding Rukin, to oversee the large city-state. Each major city-state in the Empire of Tianyin was governed by a powerful family. These families had once been the greatest contributors to the founding of the empire. To stabilize the people's hearts, the royal family divided the governance of these city-states among these families. The inheritance is passed down through a hereditary system to the next generation. Each family is also specially given a symbol of honor, the supreme sword of glory. Only when a family's members are wiped out or they commit serious crimes will a council meeting be held to decide the city-state's ownership again. Blackstone City is ruled by the Chow family. Winged Dragon City is ruled by the Lanbua family. The Lanbua family has only one member, Lanbua Jian, and he has only one young daughter. When Lanbua Jian dies, the inheritance naturally falls to Ding Yifu. Therefore, Ding Yifu holds a strong voice in the Tianyin Empire. Her status is equal to that of Zhuo Jelly. After Ding Yifu became a widow, many noble young men tried to get close to her, hoping to become her son-in-law and inherit the powerful wealth of the Lanbua family. But Ding Yifu refused all of them. There's nothing more comfortable than being single, especially when you have both wealth and power. Now, imagine this. When Ding Yifu arrived at the Yuba Manor, how could Lily not be surprised and delighted? Hey, where's the head of the Yuba family? Gudun was a bit unhappy. I, Gudun, am the proud leader of the Empire's Flying Dragon Legion. Below me, above others. Coming to visit the Yuba family, and they let a woman come out to greet me? Do they look down on me, Gudun? It doesn't matter if they don't come out to greet me, but Ding Yifu is here too. She's a true big shot. Yes, where's the head of the Yuba family? Shouldn't he be in the manor? Tomorrow is the match between Yuba Manor and the city lord's residence. Sophia asked with doubt. Lily sighs with a bitter smile. My husband was seriously injured and can't get out of bed. He didn't come out to greet you. Please don't mind. Yuba family head was injured? When did that happen? Last time I left, he was fine, Sophia said, surprised. Sigh. The day after my sister left, my husband went into the city to buy food. On his way back to the manor, he was attacked by bandits. If Luo Feng hadn't been so strong, I'm afraid the Yuba family would have been lost to history. Lily cried as she spoke. Gudun was furious. In the great territory of the Tianyin Empire, there are still bandits hiding? This is a huge shame for our military. Madam Yuba, please tell me, where might these bandits be hiding? When I return, I will request troops to come and eliminate them. Gudun is quite a passionate person. Li Lizi shook her head and sighed. We don't know exactly where they are hiding. Our Yuba family is just a small warrior family, with no authority to interfere in the Empire's military actions. We dare not openly oppose these bandits. It's cold outside. This isn't the place for talking. Good couple and Lord Ding, please go inside quickly. I will have someone properly host the three of you. Yes. It's too cold outside. Let's go inside quickly, Sophia agreed. Everyone sat in the main hall of the courtyard. Yuba, supported by two slaves, was carried in a wooden chair into the main hall. General Good, Lady Good, Lord Ding, the Yuba family sincerely welcomes you to visit Yuba Manor. Fine wine and delicious food will be served, Yuba said weakly. He already knew Ding Yifu's identity. Yuba family head is injured, no need to say more. I understand your condition well. After tomorrow, I will request reinforcements from above to wipe out the bandit hideout in one go. I will not allow any dirt or to remain within our empire, Gudun said seriously. Thank you, General Good, Yuba said, glancing at his wife. They didn't mention their conflicts with the Lord's mansion. There was still room for maneuvering in the shadows. If they openly acted, with Xiao Jelly's status as the city lord, dispatching thousands of guards overnight, they could easily the Yuba family of everything. If it weren't for the honor sword, they might have already attacked. As long as Yuba supported the growth of his son, he would eventually eliminate Xiao Jelly and his son. Once the Jelly father and son were dead, Blackstone City would be left without a master. Then, using the honor sword he had gained, he could rally some ministers and become the new ruler of Blackstone City. This was Yuba's ultimate goal for choosing to endure. Li Lizi ordered someone to bring in wine, along with fruits and other foods, to warmly entertain the guests. Sophia then pulled Li Lizi inside and whispered, How is Luo Feng? Did he get hurt? His injuries are already healed, Li Lizi replied. Who do you plan to let compete in tomorrow's match? Sophia asked nervously. Luo Feng definitely will participate. He's the top warrior of the Yuba family. This event is about the decision-making power of the strong young men. We can't take it lightly, Li Lizi said while holding her wine glass. Tomorrow's match. My husband's elite fighters, the Skybreaker and the Gray Bear, will also take part. They are the top warriors of the Flying Dragon Legion. Their fighting skills are very fierce, Sophia said with some worry. Really? How is that possible? Lilizi was surprised. GODLIKE once helped my husband in the past. He insisted that my husband help him. My husband couldn't refuse, and since he couldn't forget the kindness, he agreed, Sophia explained with a headache. It looks like tomorrow's battle will be very tough, Lilizi said with a frown. So, I'm very worried about Luo Feng. What if something happens to him? What will I do then? Sophia asked anxiously. Lilizi remembered Luo Feng's terrifying strength and patted Sophia's shoulder. The day after my husband was robbed by bandits, I took Luo Feng and a few others into the city to buy supplies. On the way back, we were ambushed again. Over 100 enemies came at once. Guess how many Luo Feng took down this time? Over 100? That's so many. Sophia was shocked. Lilizi nodded. How many did he kill? Sophia asked quickly. At least 50 bandits. I was watching Luo Feng the whole time, and I didn't blink once, Lilizi said with emotion. You like Luo Feng too, don't you? Sophia suddenly became alert. He's very outstanding. He also makes my heart race. But as long as you're here, I won't compete with you, Lilizi said calmly. Okay, Sophia sighed in relief. Luo Feng single-handedly took down half of the bandits. He really is brave and unmatched. Sophia's heart grew more eager to meet Luo Feng. Oh, by the way, why is Ding Yifu from the Lumbo family here? Is she here to watch the match too? Lilizi suddenly asked. Yes, she's my good sister. We grew up together in the cabinet office. She also wants to find a fighter like Luo Feng to serve her, Sophia replied. Did you tell her about Luo Feng? Lilizi suddenly became more cautious. Luo Feng? I haven't said anything about him. I have said that Luo Feng is my man. I won't allow other women to compete for him, Sophia pouted. That's good, Lilizi sighed in relief. So I asked, who else will participate in the competition tomorrow? We must send a fighter with strength similar to Luo Feng's, so Ding Yifu has a chance to choose, Sophia said. Wang Tailuo, Jinggu, Panshi, and Xuefei. Lilizi listed the 5 strongest fighters from the Yuba family. Xuefei? A woman? Yes. Replace this woman. And also replace Jinggu and Panshi. One has a snake spear, the other a quail egg. How can Ding Yifu choose? Sophia decisively eliminated 3 people. What about others? Hidden knives are okay? The rest are a bit weaker. I worry they won't keep up with Luo Feng on the battlefield and might slow down his retreat. Lilizi frowned. What about the young warrior from the Kuei tribe? I heard he's very strong. Why not let him fight? Sophia asked curiously. Udwa is not yet of age. Participating too early could affect his spiritual power awakening, Lilizi replied firmly. And the coach? The coach is too old to fight. Ding Yifu wouldn't be interested in him either. Well, after you leave, I will discuss it carefully with my husband, Lilizi said. That works. The 2 women left the house. Yuba Zhuang and Gudin were still talking, but Ding Yifu was nowhere to be seen. Lilizi and the others went to the 3rd courtyard and saw Ding Yifu standing on the loft. Yuba Manor is so grand. Living here really makes people feel relaxed and happy, Ding Yifu said, gazing at the night view from the loft, feeling very content. If Lord Ding likes Yuba Manor, you can come here often. Lilizi truly hoped she would visit frequently. Really? From the bottom of my heart, Lilizi raised her wine cup, gently clinking it with her, and took a sip. Lisi is my good sister, and Lisi and her husband are very hospitable. Especially you, a beautiful lady, Sophia said with a smile. Oh, really? Then I should stay here often. I am single and have no worries, Ding Yifu shrugged. Sophia rolled her eyes and asked. Nina is the daughter of Lamborghini and Ding Yifu. Ding Yifu shrugged and said, she is staying with her aunt. It's rare for her to come back even once in a month and a half. Huh? So you're just leaving things to others. And you really will be free in the future, Sophia said with a pout. Oh, by the way, aren't the slaves from the Yuba family very strong fighters? Why haven't I seen any here at the estate? Ding Yifu asked with curiosity. Tomorrow morning, they will participate in the competition. They've already gone to bed early, Lily said. Ah, I see. Then I guess we'll only meet on the field tomorrow, Ding Yifu said a little helplessly. When the Yuba couple left, it was already 11:30 at night. Ding Yifu came here also for the fighters. We need to think carefully about the contestants for tomorrow's match. At least Panshi, Jinggu, and Xu Fei should be replaced, Lily said after they left. Is it also about the fighters? Yuba Duan frowned. For the Yuba family, this was both good news and bad news. The good news was that the Yuba family could keep Sophia and Ding Yifu close to them. The bad news was that if their activities were exposed, the forces behind Sophia and Ding Yifu could bring disaster to the Yuba family. What are your thoughts? Yuba Duan asked after a moment of silence. Since Ding Yifu holds a high position and can meet her needs, maybe it will only benefit us in the future, with no harm, Lily said. Exactly. Ding Yifu is the heir of the Winged Dragon City-State. She is on equal footing with Zhou Jilai. Although she hasn't entered the imperial cabinet as prime minister, her power and status are not to be underestimated. If Zhou Jilai dares to openly oppose us in the future, we can always use Ding Yifu as a shield. Don't forget, her father is the Minister of Finance in the cabinet, Yuba Duan said, resting his chin on his hand. Yes, it seems. We really need to replace Panshi, Jinggu, and Xu Fei. Yuba Duan frowned. Yes, Lanshan. Immediately inform Lian Xiaodian to come up, Yuba Duan said to Lanshan at the door. Lanshan stood up and left. Soon, Lian Xiaodian arrived at the attic. Tomorrow's competition will have some changes. No women, and Panshi and Jinggu will also be replaced. Apart from Luo Feng and Wang Tailuo, I need 3 strong and healthy male fighters with no physical defects, Yuba said straightforwardly. Lian Xiaodian frowned and said, besides Luo Feng and Wang Tailuo, only the hidden knife, Giles, and Lu Haisai remain. A duo is still developing, so let's exclude him for now. Lu Haisai is too weak. Sending him into the arena might get him killed. Tomorrow's match isn't a joke. The City Lord's mansion will definitely invite other strong fighters, Yuba added. Lian Xiaodian quickly thought and said, there might be someone else. Who? Blue Arthur. Blue Arthur. Yes. He's a new fighter, in the same batch as Luo Feng. He hasn't fought in the arena yet. He's cautious and good at hiding his strength. He's been training hard these days, deliberately holding back. He's never shown his full power. If we let him fight, it might surprise everyone. Lian Xiaodian pictured a sturdy, strong, and calm new fighter. This person is reserved, has never been defeated in training, and hasn't taken advantage of others. All right, let him fight tomorrow, Yuba said without hesitation. The next morning, Blackstone City Arena. The match between the City Lord's mansion and the Yuba family was already the talk of the town. Before noon, the arena was packed with people. Most of them came for the Yuba family. In the last rookie competition, the Yuba family unexpectedly produced a dark horse, and many people were excited to see how he would perform. At 9:15, Luo Feng, Wang Tailuo, Hidden Knife, Giles, and Blue Arthur, led by Lian Xiaodian and Li Lizi, arrived at the underground entrance of the arena. Also entering with them was the Bet, a duo. Yuba was unable to come to the arena himself due to mobility issues. Fengji, I don't want to go to the City Lord's mansion. You must beat the City Lord's mansion so I can stay with the Yuba family, a duo pleaded pitifully. After spending these days together, a duo found that staying with the Yuba family was the most comfortable. Here, Luo Feng was friendly and strong. Here, Xu Fei, who looked cold and decisive, had a gentle heart. This place was much more interesting than the Shidama family. The Sedma family is only cold, ruthless, bloodthirsty, and violent, with no sense of kindness. Don't worry, I will make sure you stay at the City Lord's mansion. Luo Feng gently patted a duo's shoulder with a loving look. Coach, are you sure you want Lon Asher to fight? He's a newcomer who has never even been in the Beast Arena. Giles doubted Lon Asher's strength. Yeah, Coach, I'm too weak. You should let me practice more. If I go out now, I'll only hold everyone back. I might even collapse on the spot. Lon Asher looked pitiful. The Beast Arena is your training ground. If you win, I'll praise you. If you lose, it's my mistake for trusting you, Lian Xiaodian said calmly. Don't be so harsh. I really am too weak. Don't let me fight. I'll lose badly. Lon Asher begged. Enough. Stop acting pitiful. Lian Xiaodian shot him a glance and turned away. 15 minutes later, Lian Xiaodian returned to the entrance. The matches are arranged. Be mentally prepared. He looked at everyone meaningfully and said, Gao Flei's plan is a bit tricky. We'll start with 2 single matches, and the remaining players will compete in a group match. After 3 matches, the side with more players wins. Single matches are arranged randomly. First match, Giles vs. Skybreaker Warrior. Second match, Lon Asher vs. Cast. Regardless of who wins or loses, or life and death, the first 2 matches are just to make the event more interesting. The third match is a group fight, with all contestants fighting together. No time limit, until one side surrenders or everyone is defeated. Lien Xiaodian looked serious as he addressed everyone. This is so unlucky. Another single match? Isn't that risking my life? Lon Asher was the first to protest. Giles narrowed his eyes and said, I will break my opponent's neck and kick him like a ball. Come on, stay strong. Lien Xiaodian patted his shoulder. Inside the Beast Arena, Gao Li and his son, along with the Gooden couple and Ding Yifu, sat on the east viewing platform. Li Lizi sat on the west viewing platform with Lan Shan. As soon as Li Lizi sat down, Glance brought his wife over. Hey, where's Brother Yuba? Why didn't I see him arrive? Glansuo asked with confusion. He is badly injured and can't move easily, Lasisi replied calmly. Really? Injured? When did that happen? Glansuo was surprised. It's been 3 or 4 days, Lasisi said. You guys are really something. Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to visit him and chat with Brother Yuba, Glansuo complained. Lasisi smiled faintly. It's not something to be proud of. Why make a big deal out of it? Lasisi, I don't like hearing that. My husband also cares about Lord Yuba, Lady Glansuo said unhappily. Let's hope so, Lasisi replied indifferently. Can you tell me why Brother Yuba was hurt? Your expression tells me. It's not that simple, Glansuo frowned. On the way back from buying food, we were attacked by bandits, Lasisi admitted. Bandits? Come on. Lady Yuba, you're joking. Outskirts of Blackstone City, bandits? You're just trying to fool us. You need a good reason, at least, Glansuo said. I already told you. Believe it or not, Lasisi said irritably. Glansuo's brow furrowed tightly. He knew Lasisi never joked. He instinctively looked toward the viewing platform across, his face suddenly changing. He asked, could it be related to the City Lord's mansion? Lasisi hesitated and said, I don't know. Most likely, it is connected to the City Lord's mansion. Jeffrey the killer, who doesn't know him? I know him well. He's petty and ruthless. It must be his anger that led him to do this secretly. Just like this competition, it's a case of black eating black. Others do it in secret, but he does it openly, Glansuo said bitterly. Lasisi shook her head. We have no proof and no way to investigate. We can only defend ourselves when attacked. Glansuo said angrily. The Jeffrey father and son control Blackstone City. There's nothing they can't do. After the competition ends, I will visit Brother Yuba at the Yuba estate. I will secretly find out who is behind this. If they target the Yuba family now, they might target my Glansuo family later. I must stay alert and not sit idly by. On the east viewing platform. This match is very important to the Yuba family. How come Yuba Duan didn't come? Goffrey asked with some confusion. Gagari nodded and said, it's a bit strange. Yuba Duan is badly injured and can't walk easily. Naturally, he can't come to watch the game in person, Gooden explained. Huh? What did you say? Yuba Duan is injured? Goffrey's eyes widened. They truly didn't know Yuba Duan was hurt because all the guards set up as guards had been killed. No one went back to report the news. Exactly. How serious is his injury? Is it very bad? Goffrey asked quickly. It's quite serious. It seems he can't get out of bed for 2 or 3 months, Gooden replied. I haven't even asked you yet, but you spoke first. How did you become the city lord of Blackstone City? Bandits and robbers appear in the outskirts? You're a terrible city lord. I must report this to my father when I go back, Sophia said with a displeased look. Bandits and robbers in the outskirts are extremely irresponsible to the people inside the city. It's a huge threat. If there are casualties, you'll lose your position as city lord, Tainfu said, glancing at Gagari. Gagari hurriedly forced a smile and said, my city lord's mansion indeed failed in duty. But I had already heard about it, so? The next day, I ordered a thorough sweep of the outskirts. That's more like it. If bandits and robbers appear again here, I will report it to my father, Sophia shouted. Yesterday, I heard that the head of the Yuba family was attacked by bandits in the outskirts. I sent a raven to report and ask for troops to eliminate them, Gooden said. Ah, Gagari was shocked and quickly said, "General Gooden, this can't happen. Absolutely not. If it gets reported to the cabinet, the Gog family could be implicated. Many people in the cabinet are watching the lucrative position of Blackstone City Lord. If he dares to make a mistake, his official hat could be taken away at any time. He used to have the Glory Sword, which had some deterrent power. Now that he lost the Glory Sword, it was like losing the Royal Sword. The Glory Sword in the Tianyan Empire not only had the effect of immunity from death, but also played a key role in cabinet elections and high-level succession. That's why Gagari is trying every way to get the Glory Sword back. I'm very sorry. When the Blackstone City was in danger, as the commander of the Empire's Flying Dragon Legion, I definitely couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Since you have already sent troops to clear the area, I will write a letter after the event ends to withdraw the request for instructions," said Gooden. "Thank you for your effort." Jogoli forced a smile. "You and I have known each other for many years, and you have helped me a lot. I would never betray you. Rest assured." Gooden patted Jogoli's shoulder to comfort him. Jogoli quietly wiped his cold sweat. He secretly cursed Gooden for meddling too much. But he didn't know that all of this was Sophia's idea. Sophia often visited Blackstone City and Yuba Manor. If they encountered bandit attacks along the way, wouldn't they be in a desperate situation? Woo-woo. The horn sounded. The event was about to begin. Jogoli stood up, waved his hands, and the noisy scene instantly became quiet. Today's event is held to determine the ownership of the strong young Adu. If the City Lord's mansion wins, Adu belongs to the City Lord's mansion. If the Yuba family wins, Adu belongs to the Yuba family. When he said this, many people behind him cursed Jogoli for being shameless. It was obvious he was bullying others. They had paid money for Adu, and he was trying to interfere. He was stealing love. I especially thank General Gooden and his wife, and City Lord Ding Yifu of Yilong City, for coming from afar to watch the competition. On behalf of all the people of Blackstone City, I warmly welcome you all. This time, our City Lord's mansion may have acted a bit unfair, but if we win, I will compensate the Yuba family for everything they paid for Adu. I, Jogoli, as the City Lord, have no intention of seizing or bullying. Everything is a fair competition, Jogoli shamelessly said. Everyone knew how important Adu was. Gold coins might be important, but a top-tier fighter was the foundation for a family of warriors to rise. Jogoli was clearly abusing his power, forcing this event to use authority to get Adu. Now, the event officially begins. As he finished speaking, the horn sounded again. The scene instantly became lively. Even Xie Tian opened the dungeon door. Jars held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, walking steadily out of the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the crowd was noisy and bustling. The dungeon door on the opposite side opened. A strong, tall knight wearing a steel armor, holding a sharp sword in each hand, stepped forward. He wore a steel helmet, making his face impossible to see. Giles narrowed his eyes. Opposite him stood a fortress-like figure, looking invincible. Meanwhile, Giles only had a cloth covering himself, with no other armor. This was clearly unfair. The crowd in the stands sighed in disappointment. Giles instinctively looked at Lily. He saw that Lily's face was very grim. Apparently, Lily had asked Jorgeiri to wear armor, but Jorgeiri paid no attention. The Skybreaker warrior held two swords. His swords sparked electric flashes as they rubbed against the air. He looked at Giles with cold eyes through his helmet. Giles steadied his mind and ignored him. The two faced each other fiercely. As the horn sounded, they charged like wild horses, quickly engaging in a fierce fight. Clang! Their swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Clang, clang, clang. Several more clashes followed. Giles' hand started to hurt, and his arm grew numb. The Skybreaker warrior was much stronger than him. His defense was also tougher. Interesting. Keep coming. The warrior sneered. He shouted and charged at Giles again. After another clash, Giles showed a weakness, and the warrior slashed his back with his sword. Giles endured the pain, sneered, and suddenly stabbed at the warrior's neck. Clang! The sword didn't pierce through. Giles' eyes widened in shock. He looked desperate. He thought the neck was the warrior's weakest spot, but he didn't expect a fine chain wrapped around it. "You're asking for it," the warrior shouted. The chains blocked Giles' deadly strike, but almost made him choke on his own sword. He kicked Giles in the chest, then leapt forward, stabbing his sword through Giles' neck. Giles' eyes widened even more, trembling violently. Thud! In the spray of blood, the flesh and bones of the fallen soldier collapsed heavily to the ground. Wow! After Giles was defeated, the audience erupted in a loud commotion. The Skybreaker warrior swung his twin swords, enjoying the enthusiastic cheers. Seeing this, Gooden couldn't help but smile proudly. The Skybreaker warrior is the ace of my Flying Dragon Legion. I have fought in many battles with him, and he has never lost. Huh? Thanks to General Gooden for his generosity. The Skybreaker warrior truly is the Empire's top hero. With him here, our city hall will surely win this battle. Harry laughed happily. The Grizzly warrior is also strong. These two are the best fighters under my command. Gooden was very proud and confident. Sophia didn't look as happy as expected. Instead, she showed worry. She was afraid something might happen to Luo Feng. Ding Yifu frowned and said, "The Yuba family's fighter doesn't seem as strong as we thought. Just a few moves, and he was easily defeated." This was directed at Sophia. Sophia smiled lightly. "This is just the beginning. The outcome is not yet decided." "Oh, I look forward to seeing the result," Ding Yifu said eagerly. After Giles was defeated, Lily's face darkened. Giles was a key member of the Yuba family. He wasn't the strongest, but he brought many honors to the family. Losing him after just 2 or 3 rounds was not a good sign for the Yuba family. The Skybreaker warrior, the ace of the Flying Dragon Legion, one of General Gooden's top fighters. His strength is not to be underestimated. "It seems this competition isn't as easy as we thought," said Glancrox nearby. The 2 top fighters of the Flying Dragon Legion, Skybreaker warrior and Grizzly warrior. The first warrior of the Saidima family, caste. The 2 main fighters of the Madness mercenary group, War God Kaiyuan and War God Slaughter. "The Yuba family is indeed in some danger," said Eek, the leader of the Eek family, appearing behind Glancrox and Lily. "The city hall clearly wants to get the young champion, Adu," Glancrox said angrily. "Won't Lady Yuba prepare armor and helmets for the fighters?" Eek asked. "I've ordered supplies. The city hall is not fair, so don't blame the Yuba family for being ruthless and cold-blooded." Li Lizzie looked grim. She had already ordered Lian Xiaodian and Lan Shan to go to the blacksmith shop to buy equipment. In the arena, fighters usually cannot wear armor or steel helmets. Wearing these things makes the fights less exciting to watch. But the City Lord's mansion is acting against the rules, so don't blame her for not playing by the usual rules. If the Skybreaker warriors weren't wearing steel helmets, they might have been taken out by Giles already. That sword at the neck is no joke. "This isn't fair. I give up." At the entrance to the dungeon, Lon Azur shouted angrily. "The City Lord's mansion is cheating. Since ancient times, in the arena, fighters can't wear armor or shields, only swords and shields. What's the deal with you wearing armor?" Fortunately, Lian Xiaodian followed the orders immediately and went to the blacksmith shop to buy gear. "The City Lord's mansion is breaking the rules. They're doing this for a duo, clearly targeting our Yuba family." Wang Tailuo squinted. "This fight is much harder than I expected," Zhang Dao said with a grim face. "Rules are meant to be broken. Wearing armor doesn't matter. Find the weak spot and strike it deadly," Luo Feng said calmly. "There are no weak spots on him, not even his neck," Zhang Dao said. "No, there is a weak spot," Luo Feng replied. "Where?" "The eyes." Luo Feng squinted. "Eyes? A hole the size of a pigeon's egg? Are you sure you can stab it precisely in one strike?" Zhang Dao looked doubtful. "If I can't stab it, I'll still try. Unless your sword can cut through his armor," Luo Feng said coldly. "That armor looks like forged iron. With the swords we have, we can't break through the defense. We have to aim for the eyes." Wang Tailuo agreed. Woo-woo. The horn sounded again outside. The second fight is coming. Lian Xiaodian and Lan Shan haven't returned with the gear yet. Lan Azur's face turned pale. "It's over. I'm going to die in the arena." Wang Tailuo spoke in a deep voice. "I'm a little nervous." Lan Asher's hands trembled violently. "Relax." Luo Feng reached out and patted his shoulder. "Stay calm. Don't rush. It's just a death. Everyone dies eventually. It's only a matter of time." Lan Asher took a deep breath and opened the dungeon door. He held 2 sharp swords. Tense and scared, he slowly moved toward the center of the arena. The spectators saw this and all burst into laughter. To them, Lon Asher, being so timid, was sure to die in the beast arena. Haha. Castor came out of the opposite dungeon. Seeing Lon Asher trembling with fear, he couldn't help but laugh loudly and mock him. The fight hasn't even started yet, and you're already scared stiff. Does the Yuba family have no strong fighters? Did they send a coward to shame me? Why you? Don't be arrogant. Lon Asher's mouth trembled, showing fear. Haha. You're such a weakling. You need me to be arrogant? Fine. I'll give you 2 moves first. Castor waved his shield, pounded his chest, and looked disdainful. 2 moves? You said that. Lon Asher believed him. Haha. Come on. 2 moves it is. I'll keep my word. Castor was arrogant and didn't take Lon Asher seriously. Before the battle horn sounded, Lon Asher charged forward first. His attack was clearly amateurish. No pattern, no rhythm, just reckless and random. He quickly closed the distance with Castor. His first sword strike was weak and landed on Castor's tough armor. Castor grinned and said, "Is that all? You're weaker than the women in the audience. Useless. Come on, I'll give you 3 more moves. Number 1 move is enough." Lon Asher feigned a move, then suddenly froze. His arm moved like lightning, and his sword like a snake probing the way. In Castor's arrogance, he struck directly at Castor's left eye with a single sword. The tip of the sword pierced into the eye socket, rubbing against the helmet fiercely, sparking bright electric sparks. Because of the force, the sword pierced through Castor's left eye, broke through his helmet, and went out from the back of his head. Castor's body suddenly stiffened, and his right eye showed an expression of disbelief. Thanks for giving me a chance. 1 move was enough. Blue Arthur grinned, and while Kost was stunned, he slowly drew his long sword. Then he kicked forward, knocking Kost's huge body back several steps. Clang! Kost fell to the ground with a loud crash. The audience fell silent for the first time. It wasn't just a quiet hush, it was complete silence. No one expected Blue Arthur to hit Kost with a single strike. Wow! Goffrey shouted angrily, kicking over the tea table in front of him. The loud noise broke the silence of the arena. Wow! The audience erupted with excitement. They couldn't believe Blue Arthur had defeated Kost. Kost was such a fool. Useless. Good for nothing. Trash. I lost 60,000 gold coins. And you just gave up so easily. Goffrey was so angry he jumped around, wishing he could jump into the arena and scold Kost's body. Gory looked very grim, as if he could squeeze water out of his face. He's really a sneaky, cunning, and shameless little man. Gory gritted his teeth and cursed. Lord Gory, sometimes deception is necessary. I think Blue Arthur is smart and clever, Gooden said with admiration. One is arrogant and ignorant. The other is good at hiding his true strength. Blue Arthur is quite interesting. Dingy Fu also nodded approvingly. Sophia smiled slightly and whispered, "So, what about this Blue Arthur? Should I arrange something for you tonight?" Dingy Fu chuckled and said, "Let's talk after the fight. I do admire this guy a little, but I don't like sneaky and cunning people. I prefer strong men who fight openly and passionately." After winning, Blue Arthur didn't enjoy the cheers of the crowd. Before Gory could announce the result, he quickly left for the dungeon entrance. "You're quite capable. You've got some skills," Hidden Knife said excitedly. "The coach was right not to underestimate you." Adu also said excitedly. "Feign weakness, lower his defenses, strike when he's unprepared, and kill him with 1 sword." Wang Tairuo praised. "Your sword speed is very fast," Luo Feng said sharply. Hee hee, just lucky. Pure luck?" Lon Asher chuckled foolishly, giggling. Anyway, he just refused to admit he was very strong. On the west viewing platform, "That was really unexpected." Glenn couldn't help but smile lightly. Cast is the top warrior of the Sedma family. Joffrey was bought with a full 60,000 gold coins. Just ending the fight so quickly. Joffrey must be kicking himself. Whether his guts are really regretful or not, it's hard to tell. But his face looks as if he's just eaten a bitter bug. Very clear to see, Yax grinned. This Lon Asher is really good at hiding his strength. First pretending to be weak to trick the enemy, then striking when they least expect it, and finally delivering a fatal. The Yuba family really has talented people, Glan teased. All we can say is that Kost underestimated his opponent. If a real battle broke out, Cast might not lose, Yax said. Deception is part of war. Winning is the true way. The City Lord's mansion won one round, and our Yuba family has gained one too. It's a tie now. The final match with multiple players will decide everything, Lily thought happily, though she appeared calm on the outside. Lien Xiaotian really didn't make a mistake. This Lan Azur is truly a talented hidden master. He seems weak, but is actually very strong inside. Exactly. Even with full gear, what does it matter? Facing a strong opponent, you'll still get beaten badly, Glan sneered. Speaking of cast, I just remembered something I was asked to do yesterday by Sedma, Yak suddenly said. What could Sedma want? Probably just borrowing money, Glan dismissed. This time, it's not about borrowing money, Yak said. Then what is it? Glan asked with a shrug. Selling the Sedma estate, Yak replied. Sell the Sedma estate? Has Sedma gone crazy? That estate is the foundation of his family for generations. What is he trying to do? Glan asked, wide-eyed. Sedma said, once the Sedma family falls, all the debts they owed will come knocking. He can't pay them back, so he has to sell the estate, Yax explained. That is really a headache. So far, my Glan family also has debts, but we can only pay them back slowly, Glan said helplessly. My Yax family also has debts. I feel so powerless, he added. X shook his head and said, how much is the estate for sale? Glance asked. 100,000 gold coins, X replied. That's so cheap? It's a bargain sale, Glance exclaimed in surprise. Even so, no one is willing to buy it. For us, 100,000 gold coins is a huge amount. My ex-family would buy it if we could afford it. More estates mean more bases. Even renting it out could bring in a lot of rent, X explained. Lady Yuba, this is a rare opportunity. Only your Yuba family can afford such a large amount of gold now, Glance said with envy. My Yuba family isn't interested in the West City estate. Whoever is interested can buy it, Lily said without hesitation. That's a shame. But Sidemar has already put the West City estate up for auction in Blackstone City. It's worth at least 200,000 gold coins. If Sidemar wasn't short of money, he wouldn't sell it so cheaply, X said regretfully. Lily was unconcerned. The Yuba estate is fine as it is. There's no need to expand the base or add worries. The more bases there are, the less advantageous it is for the Yuba family. Master, Lanshan returned to the audience stand, looking disappointed. Did you manage to buy any armor or helmets? Lily asked with a frown. Lanshan shook his head. The blacksmith shops in the city are all closed for rest. Interesting. X squinted and smiled. Power is everything. Just give the order, and they all close shop. It's clearly aimed at the Yuba family, Glance said with emotion. Lily clenched her small fist, her eyes showing a cold look. Is the City Lord's mansion planning ahead? Luo Feng sighed after hearing Lien Xiaotian speak. So what? Doesn't Lan Azur still win without equipment? We need to stay strong. We will win, Lien Xiaotian encouraged. Lan Azur might win one match, but he won't win the next. His secret tricks have been seen through. Learning from mistakes makes people smarter. No one will let their guard down around him, Wang Tailuo said. Then, can I choose not to participate? Lan Azur asked cautiously, shrinking his head. No, even if you die, you must participate, Lien Xiaotian angrily scolded. It's obvious. You still want me to die, Lan Asher said sadly. Woo-woo. The third horn sounded. Lien Xiaotian looked at everyone with a meaningful gaze and said, this battle will decide a duo's fate. Be very careful. Don't rush into a reckless fight. Luo Feng. It's up to you, Brother Feng. You must defeat the enemy. A duo also looked to Luo Feng with hope. Luo Feng grinned and said, I will do my best to protect everyone. Lien Xiaotian opened the prison door. Luo Feng stepped out steadily from the entrance. Wang Tailuo and Tsang Dao followed closely behind, like two fierce warriors. Lan Asher, feeling timid and scared, followed at the very end. He shrank his head, hunched over, and looked around with wide, frightened eyes. If this were a previous match, the audience nearby would think he was really scared. But now, everyone thought he was pretending, putting on a show, and lowering their guard. Ding! The system has issued a task. Kill 4 generals from the City Lord's mansion. Reward, defensive skill, left arm iron wall. Another task was issued. Previously, the reward was for the right arm's copper wall. This time, it's for the left arm's iron wall. They seem to want to make both arms as strong as copper and iron walls. Killing 4 generals from the enemy means they want to go all out. Then, let's go all out. Having an extra skill means an extra chance to survive. There's no reason to hesitate. The enemy's cage opened. Four strong, burly warriors, wearing armor and steel helmets, came out. The Sky Warrior and the Gray Bear Warrior led the charge. God of War Kaiyuan and the God of War Slaughter followed behind. Everyone stopped about 10 meters apart. Luo Feng and the others all had cloth strips around their waists, with no armor or defenses on their bodies. Their weaknesses were fully exposed. The Gray Bear Warrior spat and said disdainfully, "A bunch of weaklings, just swinging swords. Do you really need to be so cautious? Caution isn't necessary. This is a defensive measure our general arranged for us to avoid skin injuries and infections," said the Sky Warrior coldly. "Back off, you two. These little guys aren't enough for us brothers to sharpen our blades on." The God of War's fierce fighting was full of flying saliva and intense energy. Yuba family's fighters are not as simple as you think. "Be more careful," said the God of War Kaiyuan. "Brother Kaiyuan is telling the truth. As far as I know, only Blue Arthur from the other team has been on the battlefield for the first time. And what happened? Castor was not killed by Blue Arthur? Castor's strength is far above mine," said the Skybreaker Warrior in a serious tone. "Humph. That just means you are too weak," said the God of War of Slaughter with a cold snort. "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, go ahead. Let's see your true strength. Don't just rush in and get hurt," shouted the Bear Warrior. Clang. The God of War of Slaughter suddenly stepped forward. Amid the sound of armor scraping, he stood in front of the Bear Warrior. He held his sword horizontally, full of powerful energy. "Both of you, fall back," said the God of War Kaiyuan. He wouldn't let his brothers face life and death alone. Woo-woo. The battle horn sounded. "Kill!" The God of War of Slaughter shouted loudly, swinging his big sword and charging at Luo Feng and the others with unstoppable momentum. Clang. The God of War Kaiyuan drew his long sword, following closely behind the God of War of Slaughter, with coldness in his eyes. The Skybreaker Warrior and the Bear Warrior exchanged a glance and also charged forward. The brothers of the God of War led the attack, while their allies provided cover. "Leave these four to me," Luo Feng calmly gave the order when he saw the four enemies rushing toward him. "Huh? What did you say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Wang Tailuo was slightly stunned and asked again. "Stay out of it," Luo Feng said expressionlessly. "Huh?" The hidden knife was confused. "Brother Feng is so cool. Brother Feng is mighty." Blue Arthur quickly reacted and cheered happily when he heard he didn't have to go into battle. "Kill. No more words." Luo Feng shouted loudly, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, with 8 times the speed and strength, fully unleashing his power. In an instant, he moved like a cannonball, rushing forward with fierce courage. Wang Tailuo, Hidden Knife, and Blue Arthur stood still like clowns, not moving at all. The spectators were confused, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? Are they betraying their teammates? Letting someone fight for alone? What are Wang Tailuo and the others doing? Are they letting me down at such a critical moment? Do they not want to live anymore? Are they trying to get Luo Feng killed? Li Lizhi couldn't sit still anymore. Suddenly, she stood up and cursed loudly. Her beautiful eyes showed anger even more clearly. She stared tightly at Wang Tailuo and the others, almost rushing down to cut them into pieces. "Lan Shan, immediately go and question Lien Xiaodian. I want to know why this is happening," Li Lizhi shouted angrily. Lan Shan's face had turned pale. She hurriedly walked anxiously toward the entrance of the dungeon. The first thing that came to her mind was her affair with Luo Feng had been discovered by Yuba Dun. Angrily, Yuba Dun teamed up with Lien Xiaodian and others to set a trap for Luo Feng. They wanted to get rid of Luo Feng. Her face suddenly darkened, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Anger spread through her entire body instantly. Her blood and cells became lively due to her strong emotions. "It's over. 1 against 4. Are they trying to get Luo Feng killed? Yuba family's fighters. Are there internal conflicts?" Glenn frowned, showing regret in his eyes. Luo Feng is the strongest talent the Yuba family has had in 100 years. Whether the Yuba family can rise depends entirely on Luo Feng. If something happens to him, the Yuba family will be in deep trouble, Yak said sharply. "Those guys, could they have been secretly bought off by the city lord's mansion?" Glenn suddenly looked furious. When he said this, Li Lizi's body trembled again. No way. Absolutely not. They didn't have the chance to negotiate with the city lord's mansion. Li Lizi quickly turned and scolded. Li Lizi's outburst made the two of them shake their heads. They looked sad on the outside, but inside, they were already very happy. No one wants to see others do too well. Maintaining a balanced position is the best. Once someone surpasses others, the rest will secretly cause trouble. On the east side viewing platform. What's going on? Luo Feng is fighting alone. Could there be a spy among us? Goffrey widened his eyes and looked at his father. Gordian also looked confused, glancing at Gooden. Why are you looking at me? I'm just as surprised, Gooden said, also confused. Sophia looked pale, her body trembling slightly, and her palms were sweaty. She was worried that Luo Feng might have an accident. She looked at her husband. Last night, her husband had a long talk with Yuba. Could it be? Does her husband know about her affair with Luo Feng? Is that why he secretly teamed up with Yuba to eliminate Luo Feng and remove the threat? If that's true, then Gudon is really terrifying. He clearly knew she was unfaithful, but still looked calm and unconcerned. However, Gudon's face showed no signs of glee or excitement. Instead, he looked confused or indifferent. Where did things go wrong? Could it really be, as Joffrey said, that there is a spy from the Yuba family in the city lord's mansion? Madame Gu, Luo Feng is quite brave, fighting 4 strong fighters alone. If he wins or manages to survive tonight, I want him to stay with me. I like this kind of strong man. Ding Yufei suddenly felt attracted to Luo Feng, but it was just a fleeting attraction. As long as Luo Feng survives or defeats the 4 top fighters in front of him. Wang Tai Luo, Hidden Dagger, Lana Sir, what are you 3 doing? Hurry up and attack. Lien Xiaodian, at the entrance of the dungeon, saw the scene and shouted angrily at Wang Tai Luo and the others. If Luo Feng loses, I will cut off your heads and hang them in the beast arena for everyone to mock. Clang, clang. Lien Xiaodian shouted while shaking the dungeon gate. It's over. If Brother Feng loses, I will be completely degraded to a plaything of the upper class. A duo was lying by in the door, muttering with a hopeless look. He was counting on Luo Feng to win this match. If Luo Feng loses, he would not survive alone. That's why he refused to go to the city lord's mansion and insisted on staying with the Yuba family. At least here, there was some human warmth. It's over. The 3 of us are doomed. Luo Feng is roasting us on the fire. Song Dao sighed bitterly. Sigh. We're completely trapped now. Wang Tai Luo also sighed. Isn't that good? Lana Sir asked with wide eyes. Good for nothing. Did you not hear Lily's shout? Did you not hear Xian Xiaoyan's roar? If Luo Feng gets into trouble, all 3 of us will definitely be in danger. Wang Tai Luo was exhausted. What should we do now? Should we rush over now? Lon Azar was confused. Wait. Luo Feng is not reckless. He must have some confidence. That's why he told us to rest here. Wang Tai Luo smiled bitterly. Song Dao cursed. Die. Luo Feng didn't care about others' feelings. With 8 times speed and strength, he moved like lightning and was the first to fight the God Brothers. He used his shield to easily block the God of War Kaiyuan's long sword. With his right hand, he swung his big sword with great force, striking the gray bear's big sword. Clang. The 2 swords clashed, sparking bright electric sparks. The God of War's killing sword couldn't withstand the 8-fold force and instantly broke into 2 pieces. Luo Feng's big sword remained powerful. In the God of War's surprised eyes, he slashed at the steel helmet. Bang! After a loud noise, the big sword dented the steel helmet. A loud sound of skull breaking followed. Then, bright red blood and white brain matter splattered out from the cracks in the helmet. Oh! A piercing scream echoed throughout the beast arena. But the sound suddenly stopped. The God of War dead. Seeing this, Kaiyuan's pupils widened suddenly. A deep fear spread from his heart. He had seen Luo Feng easily block his strongest strike, cut through the God of War's big sword, and smash the head of the God of War into a mess inside the helmet. Bang! After the shield bounced off Kaiyuan's sword, Luo Feng swung his big sword again and struck at Kaiyuan's head. Kaiyuan hurriedly defended with his sword and quickly stepped back. Luo Feng snorted coldly, suddenly rushing forward, stabbing his sword tip through Kaiyuan's helmet eye socket. He was too fast for Kaiyuan to resist. A sharp sound echoed as the blade pierced straight into the eye socket. Bright sparks flew out with each stab. A loud, piercing scream filled the entire arena. The blade then pierced through the helmet, hitting the skull. Luo Feng quickly pulled out his sword. Bright red blood shot out from the front and back of the helmet. The approaching Skybreaker and Gray Bear warriors looked shocked and frightened. Their faces turned pale, and their mouths twitched as they trembled all over. They had never seen such a terrifying attack before. It was fast as lightning and incredibly powerful. Even the hard steel helmet could be dented. Suddenly, Luo Feng moved swiftly, jumping into the air before the Skybreaker and Gray Bear warriors could reach him, and he swung his sword directly at the Skybreaker. "Gray Bear, cover me," the Skybreaker shouted in alarm. The Gray Bear warrior's eyes widened as he swung his great sword at Luo Feng's right arm. Luo Feng sneered and let the sword fall. His sword was already aimed at the Skybreaker's head. There was a loud clang as the helmet was struck again, dented inward, and blood splashed out. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's right arm held steady, blocking the Gray Bear warrior's strongest strike. "What? Impossible!" the Gray Bear warrior exclaimed in disbelief. Luo Feng grinned and said, "No, not completely unharmed. At least I scratched a little. You." The Gray Bear warrior was furious, swinging his sword at Luo Feng's head. "Are you invincible or something?" he shouted. Luo Feng blocked the attack with his sword, and his shield suddenly struck the warrior's chin hard. There was a cracking sound as bones broke. The shield hit so hard that the Gray Bear warrior's jaw was dislocated. He grimaced in pain. Luo Feng rushed forward and swung his sword at his head. The Gray Bear warrior quickly raised his blade to defend. Clang! A fierce clash, causing the Gray Bear warrior's arm to dislocate again. Before the Gray Bear warrior could scream in pain, a flash of cold light appeared, and his head was smashed into a lump of flesh. In his last moments of life, he died feeling very frustrated. Although he was in terrible pain, he forcefully swallowed his screams. Clang! As the Sky Splitter warrior fell to the ground, the Gray Bear warrior followed closely behind, collapsing into a pool of blood. The battle was over. The arena fell into a divine silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Luo Feng, unable to believe that he had single-handedly defeated 4 opponents: the Sky Splitter warrior and the Gray Bear warrior from the Mad Demon Mercenary group, and the Sky Splitter warrior and the Gray Bear warrior from the Flying Dragon Legion. None of these 4 were weak. Whether it was the war gods Kaiyuan and Slaughter from the Mad Demon Mercenary group, or the Sky Splitter warrior and Gray Bear warrior from the Flying Dragon Legion, each possessed terrifying strength comparable to Wang Tara. This was why the scene fell into silence. "Luo Feng is mighty," someone in the audience suddenly shouted, breaking the silence of the beast-fighting arena. "Luo Feng is mighty. Luo Feng is mighty." The deafening shouts instantly filled the entire arena, soaring into the sky. Zhou Gori and his son stood stiffly, their faces twitching with unwillingness. Goodman's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with surprise. Sophia, like a deflated ball, slumped weakly in her seat. Clap, clap. Ding Yifu clapped enthusiastically, then mockingly said to Zhou Gori and his son, "Lord Gori, it seems your eyes aren't very sharp either." Zhou Gori's face twitched, looking displeased. Goodman furrowed his brows, glancing at Ding Yifu with a displeased expression, and asked, "Mrs. Rambo, are you doubting my ability, Goodman?" "Oh, sorry. I forgot that the Sky Splitter warrior and Gray Bear warrior are your 2 main gods of the Flying Dragon Legion." Ding Yifu winked at Goodman. It looked like an apology, but was actually mockery. Goodman had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only glare fiercely at Zhou Gori and say, "Our friendship ends here. Don't expect me, Goodman, to help your Zhou family in the future. Let's go." Goodine turned around and left the viewing platform. Sophia and Ding Yifu also stood up and left. Goodine had just lost 2 top war gods, which was a deadly to his Flying Dragon army. "Lord City Lord, how should I calculate the losses of my crazy demon mercenary group?" A mysterious voice came from behind Zhogoli. This was a person cloaked entirely in a black robe. Zhogoli angrily shouted at the speaker, "Before I cut off your head, disappear from my sight. Are you trying to go back on your word, Lord City Lord?" The black-robed person suddenly looked up, revealing 2 hollow, expressionless eyes. Glafri angrily yelled. Get out of here now? When we return, we will give you an explanation. Haha, haha. It seems we misunderstood the Yuba family's fighter, Glenn awkwardly chuckled. This Luo Feng is really impressive, Yak said with admiration. It proves that Lady Yuba has sharp eyes. She saw Luo Feng's unlimited potential at a glance. Glenn also envied deeply. Lily's tense nerves finally relaxed. Her clenched fists loosened. It looks like I was wrong about Wang Teruo and the 3 hidden blades. They must be following Luo Feng's orders, which is why they didn't act despite the pressure. Lily seemed to see through Luo Feng's thoughts. Behind her, Lanshan let out a heavy sigh, her pale face gradually turning red. Haha, haha. Coach, did you see? Did you see? Brother Feng won. He single-handedly defeated 4 top war gods. Adwa happily danced around. Xiaodian also smiled. It seems it's not that Wang Teruo and the others didn't want to act, but Luo Feng didn't let them, to avoid harming our Yuba family. After all, their strength is too great. Lian Xiaodian also seemed to understand Luo Feng's intention, but it also put him in a dangerous situation. If he makes a mistake, his life is at risk, Lian Xiaodian added. So what? Brother Feng is powerful. He defeated 4 war gods alone. This battle will surely go down in history, Adwa proudly declared. Ding! The host has killed 4 fighters in a row and gained 8 skill points. Ding! Congratulations! The host has completed the system task and gained a new skill, left arm iron wall. The skill has been installed inside the host. The fight is over. Rewards have been received. Luo Feng, amid the cheers of the crowd, returned to the entrance of the dungeon. A duo was overjoyed, ran out quickly, and tightly embraced Luo Feng. Wang Tailuo and the other 2 followed behind, their faces showing complex expressions. Although they had no part in the fight, they were not afraid to face it. Especially Lon Asher, who also killed the strongest warrior god of the Saidima family, Caste. This was a single battle. Lon Asher officially became a fighter of the Yuba family. Being able to kill a top-tier warrior god, Lon Asher is now comparable to one, but his true strength remains somewhat mysterious. Well done. In this battle, you killed 4 top-tier warrior gods, enough to be promoted to Holy Warrior, and to be recorded in the history of Blackstone City's fighters. When you pass away someday, the Yuba family will surely carve your portrait and honor you for generations. Lian Xiaodian looked on with envy. This highest honor, wasn't it what he had been striving for? Unfortunately, he was too old now, lacking the strength of his youth, and could only serve as a coach to train stronger fighters for the Yuba family. After some praise from Wang Tailuo and others, everyone left the arena along the dungeon corridor. At the arena gate, Li Lizi, accompanied by Lan Shan, met with Sophia and her husband, Ding Yufu, and the city lord's son. Also present were Glan Xie and others. Li's sister, congratulations to the Yuba family. Congratulations on winning the championship in this competition. You've gained the true guardianship of the young leader, a duo, Sophia said happily. It proves that only the Yuba family deserves to have the guardianship of the young leader, a duo. Only the Yuba family can make a duo shine and flourish, Ding Yufu added enthusiastically. Li Lizi smiled wryly. You 2 sisters are worrying too much. The Yuba family is truly full of hidden talents. With Luo Feng here, they can stand firm among many warrior families, Guden said with a smile. In this battle, Luo Feng killed 4 top-tier warrior gods, enough to be called a holy warrior. Glan Xie suggested. Goffrey's lips trembled with jealousy. Garori smiled slightly and said, Indeed, with this battle, Luo Feng is enough to be considered a god, but he still seems a bit short of being a divine warrior. Over the years, hasn't every divine warrior been a powerful fighter? Isn't Luo Feng's fighting strength also strong? Yax asked, surprised. Garori sharply looked at him and said, Divine warriors don't get their titles just like that. Each one has gone through many battles before being called a divine warrior. How many battles has Luo Feng participated in? Not even enough for a single hand. So far, Luo Feng has only fought in 2 battles. Yax, fearing the city lord's authority, hesitated and said nothing. Lady Yuba, this battle, the Yuba family has won again. Should we hold a celebration tonight to congratulate everyone? Gideon suggested with a smile. He seemed to have already forgotten about the deaths of Liation and Gray Bear. General Changmeng is pleased, and the Yuba family is happy to invite everyone to the Yuba Manor for tonight's celebration. Lily said cheerfully. Huh, then we won't be polite. Glanduo was very happy. Then, see you tonight at Yuba Manor, Gideon said with a smile. See you tonight, Lily's responded. Let's go. Sophia tugged at Ladiv's arm, signaling that it was time to leave the arena. Dinyi Fu stared fixedly in one direction, her lips pressed tightly, her charming eyes full of longing. Sophia followed her gaze and suddenly saw Luo Feng walking out of the dungeon, accompanied by Lien Xiaotian and others. Their gaze also made Lily's instinctively turn her head. A wary look suddenly appeared in her eyes. Dinyi Fu's expression clearly changed. It was obvious she had taken a liking to Luo Feng. Big sister, let's go quickly. Sophia was worried Dinyi Fu might do something inappropriate and hurriedly pulled her away. Dinyi Fu licked her lips, looking reluctant and a little nostalgic as she left. Madam, Lien Xiaotian and the others approached Lily's. Return to the mansion, Lily snapped in a harsh tone. She then glared fiercely at Luo Feng, looking a bit annoyed, and sat on her horse. Lien Xiaotian, confused, reached up and scratched his head. Luo Feng was also a bit confused. What's going on? Did Brother Feng win and make the lady upset? A duo reached up and touched her head, looking puzzled. Wang Tai Luo rolled his eyes and shouted, Kids, stop asking so many questions. Hurry up and get on your carriage. Giles' body had already been placed on the carriage. Lien Xiaotian and the others got on one after another. Just as Luo Feng was about to sit in Lien Xiaotian's carriage, Li Lizi called out, Luo Feng, sit in my carriage. I have something to talk to you about. Yes, madam. Luo Feng stood up and sat in Li Lizi's carriage. Lien Xiaotian, you guys lead the way ahead, Li Lizi ordered. Drive. Lien Xiaotian waved the whip, controlling the carriage, and sped toward outside the city. Lan Shan drove the second carriage, following about 10 meters behind. Inside the carriage was only Li Lizi. The fight earlier. You went a bit too far, Li Lizi scolded. Luo Feng smiled wryly. I was just doing it for a duo. You shouldn't have gone alone. There are 4 top warriors over there. Aren't you afraid something might go wrong? Li Lizi was annoyed. Thank you for your concern, madam, Luo Feng said gratefully. It's good that you care about me. Although I am married, Yuba Duan means nothing to me. But you make me loyal and true. Li Lizi spoke sincerely. Thank you for your favor, madam. Luo Feng is very grateful, Luo Feng replied vaguely. Next time, don't try to be brave. That's not good for me, Li Lizi said with a hint of jealousy. Why? I'm doing this for the Yuba family, to earn honor from madam. Luo Feng looked confused. Nonsense about honor. I don't care about that. As long as you're alive and well, that's the greatest happiness for me, Li Lizi said sincerely. Luo Feng was stunned. Love me once, Li Lizi said with intense gaze. Luo Feng swallowed hard. Rip. Without a word, Li Lizi violently tore apart the white cloth around Luo Feng's waist. She didn't give him a chance to think. After a moment, the carriage slowly stopped outside the gates of Yuba Manor. The gates were wide open. Yuba Duan was already waiting, accompanied by 2 maids. Seeing a duo safely step down from the carriage, Yuba Dun's face showed excitement. Did we win? Yuba Dun asked happily. We won, Lien Xiaotian said with a smile. Haha, that's great. I knew our Yuba family could win. Yuba Dun laughed loudly. Li Lizi and Luo Feng stepped down from the carriage one after the other. Madam, quickly tell me, how did we win this time? Yuba Dun was so excited he almost jumped from his seat. Li Lizi's cheeks were rosy, and her skin looked full and smooth. She looked at Luo Feng and said calmly, in the first single match, Giles died at the hands of the Skybreaker warrior. In the second single match, Lon Asher unexpectedly defeated Cast. In the third team match, Luo Feng killed the Skybreaker warrior, the Gray Bear warrior, and the war gods Kaiyuan and Slaughter from the Crazy Demon mercenary group, winning the championship. Excellent. Luo Feng truly is the top warrior of our Yuba family. That's fantastic. Yuba Dun was so excited he almost jumped up, but his stomach injury made him hold back his excitement and energy. Huh? Wait. What? Giles is dead. Lon Asher unexpectedly killed Cast. Yuba Dun was shocked. Yes, Lien Xiaotian replied. Cast is the strongest war god of the Sedma family. Could it be that Lon Asher has the strength of a top war god? Yuba Dun looked at Lon Asher in the crowd. Lon Asher shrank his head and said, "My lord, you overestimate me. I am. I was just lucky to win." Lucky to win? Yuba Dun smiled happily. There's no such thing as luck in the arena. If you can take down a top war god, it shows you have the strength of a top war god. My lord, I really was just lucky to win, Lon Asher said with wide eyes. Enough. Stop talking so much. Train hard from now on. Now our Yuba family has another top war god, Yuba Dun proudly said. Lon Asher felt embarrassed. Tonight, our Yuba family will hold a big celebration to celebrate the young hero, a duo, who has fully joined our family. We now have another powerful war god in the Yuba family, Yuba Dun said happily. Lian Xiaodian, you should go into the city and rent about 10 girls for her. Tonight, everyone can enjoy themselves again, Wu Ba Dun said confidently. Wait, Li Lizi waved her hand. After our Wu Ba family wins, we will join the celebration banquet proposed by Gudun. The event will also be attended by the City Lord's Mansion, the Glen family, the Yak family, and including Ding Yifu and others. Wu Ba Dun frowned, a bit unhappy. Gudun and Ding Yifu are welcome to attend. But what right does the City Lord's Mansion have to join the celebration? Li Lizi frowned. Now is not the time to break relations with the City Lord's Mansion. Extremism will only worsen our relationship. Our top leaders are still not stable, so we must be careful and cautious, like walking on thin ice. Zhogoli, Joffrey, Wu Ba Dun cursed angrily. This competition, Luo Feng is enough to be called a holy warrior, Lian Xiaodian suggested. Yes, he defeated 4 top-tier warriors. That's very rare in the Tianyin Empire. Such achievements are enough to be called a holy warrior. Wu Ba Dun nodded in agreement. But Zhougo Li ruthlessly rejected him, Li Lizi said. Why? Wu Ba Dun was confused. Lian Xiaodian and everyone else were also very puzzled. Luo Feng didn't seem to care at all. Zhougo Li said, Luo Feng has fought few times, which means he doesn't meet the experience requirements, Li Lizi explained. Experience is dead, people are alive. How can he not qualify? 2 competitions? So what? It's all about strength. Those guys, even if experienced, don't have the power of a holy warrior. They're not at the top level of a top-tier warrior, Wu Ba Dun angrily said. Holy warrior. That's the highest title among warriors. With this title, you can join the warrior guild and choose your own powerful killing move, Lian Xiaodian said with longing. The warrior guild is a formal department of the Tianyin Empire, similar to a specialized modern organization. The guild holds many fighting techniques and killing moves from the Tianyin continent. Normal warriors, once recognized as holy warriors by the guild, can select a powerful killing move from the guild's scripture library. This powerful move will accompany them for life, whether or not he will become a fighter in the future. Therefore, the Fighter Guild is not only a place that Xian Xiaodian longs for, but also a place many fighters aspire to join. The Fighter Guild has been around for 1,000 years. Up to now, fewer than 100 people have entered the guild's secret library. Led by Xian Xiaodian, Luo Feng, and the others returned to the training ground. The system has already issued training tasks. His right arm, the copper wall, has not yet reached perfection, and now the iron wall on his left arm has started to assign tasks. Luo Feng cannot afford to delay even a moment. Back at the training ground, after the crowd cheered for him, he entered training mode again. Really can't rest even for a moment. Xuefei crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, teasing. Luo Feng grinned and said, How else can I win the tournament? Defeating 4 top-tier warriors? Looks like your strength has improved again. Xuefei said happily. Hee. Sister Xuefei, your admiring gaze. Are you falling for Brother Feng? A duo chuckled from behind Xuefei. Xuefei's gentle heart was pierced, and she playfully flicked a duo's head, saying, Little brat, what nonsense are you talking? Ouch, that hurts. Looks like a duo guessed my true feelings. A duo held his head and shouted. Shut up. Xuefei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Your face is red. Isn't a duo right? Sister Xuefei likes Brother Feng. He said even louder. Just then, Li Lizi, accompanied by Lan Shan, stood on the balcony drinking wine. Hearing a duo's words, her eyebrows furrowed instinctively. A duo? Don't talk nonsense. Luo Feng frowned and scolded softly. Oh, a duo won't talk nonsense then. A duo drooped his head, only listening to Luo Feng. Shuefei looked a little sad, snorted coldly, and turned back into the house. On the balcony, Li Lizi's eyebrows were tightly knit. Luo Feng is truly outstanding. In the future, more women will fall for him. But she couldn't stop it. Luo Feng is not her husband, only a fighter of the Yuba family. She has no right to monopolize Luo Feng, and she dares not openly claim him. You can only choose to hide your inner unhappiness. Nightfall begins. At the entrance of the Yuba Manor, luxury carriages arrive one after another, heading straight into the parking lot at the front of the manor. Servants are already prepared to welcome the guests. The curtains of the carriages are drawn back. Familiar faces step out gracefully and politely, stepping on the backs of humble servants, and then onto the ground. Oh dear. Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Good, to Yuba Manor. Welcome, Lord Ding, to Yuba Manor. Welcome, Lord GODLIKE, to Yuba Manor. I am seriously injured and cannot stand to greet you personally. I hope you understand. Yuba sits on a wooden chair, speaking politely with enthusiasm. Oh, what happened to the head of the Yuba family? How could he be seriously injured? Gofrey sneers. Yuba's face darkens, and he angrily retorts. I don't know which little brat is targeting my Yuba family, sending some low-level bandits and troublemakers to set ambushes on the roadside, trying to ruin us. But our family is strong and powerful, and we've beaten those scoundrels into a mess, making them flee in defeat. These petty clowns are just like maggots in a cesspit. Disgusting. They are nothing but pests in the Tianyin Empire. Yuba's anger grows as he speaks, becoming more excited. It's obvious he's angry at GODLIKE and his son. Gofrey glances at his son with a stern look, as if to say, are you stupid? Why pick a fight you can't win? Don't poke the bear. Huh. Indeed. Such of the Empire are just overestimating themselves and asking for trouble. Gideon laughs and agrees. I despise those sneaky, underhanded cowards. If you have the guts, fight openly. What's the point of secret tricks? Lord GODLIKE has a bigger mind. If he's upset, he shows it openly. Even if he loses, he does so with dignity. Even if he dies honestly. Right, Lord GODLIKE? Dinev teases with a half-smile. Exactly. Exactly. You're right, Lord GODLIKE. GODLIKE awkwardly responds. Oh, Brother Yuba, congratulations. A strong young man named a duo was present, and the fighting ability of the Yuba family had improved again. Glan stepped down from the carriage happily and offered his congratulations. First Luo Feng, then a duo. I'm afraid the Yuba family will become the leading family among the many fighting clans in Blackstone City. Ike said politely as he also got off the carriage. Yuba smiled proudly. Just as he was about to boast, Li Lizi interrupted. Stop with the sarcastic remarks. Our Yuba family's victory was just luck. In the end, it was because Lord Gori deliberately held back. Otherwise, our family wouldn't have won the competition. Madam Yuba, what are you saying? The Skybreaker Warrior and the Grey Bear Warrior are the two main generals of my Flying Dragon Legion. Either one can match the top warrior god. How can you say they held back intentionally? Guden was a bit unhappy. The Skybreaker and Grey Bear are top-level experts. If you say the City Lord's mansion deliberately held back, aren't you implying that I, Guden, didn't do my best to help the City Lord's mansion? Hey, Good General, I'm just speaking for the City Lord, Li Lizi said helplessly. Enough. No more polite talk. Tonight's banquet, our Yuba family has prepared plenty of fine wine and delicious food. Everyone will drink all night and not leave until drunk. Yuba said cheerfully. Great. Then we won't hold back, Ding Ifu said happily. Everyone, please come inside. Li Lizi gestured. Outside, the night was hazy. The entire sky fell into silence. Yuba Manor was brightly lit and lively. Inside the reception hall of the second courtyard, a large sandalwood table was filled with fine wine and delicious food. Servants moved back and forth, filling cups, replenishing fruits and dishes. Sophia, Ding Yifu, and others raised their cups and drank. Wang Tailuo and others, led by Lien Xiaodian, entered the living room of the second courtyard. Everyone raised their glasses, admiring the strong physiques and muscular bodies of the fighters. Pancher and Strong Bones were not present. Luo Feng was also rarely there. 10 strong male slaves, including Wang Tailuo, Song Dao, and lawn AC, lined up neatly. Yuba held his cup high, looked at the fighters, and said cheerfully, "Dear guests, which fighter would you like to see perform spontaneously? My family's impromptu performance is very eye-catching. Where is Luo Feng? Why haven't we seen our strongest warrior appear?" Ding Yifu asked with some displeasure. "Yes, where is Luo Feng? He is the top fighter in Blackstone City." Gooden also showed some interest in Luo Feng's strength. Lizzie said, "Luo Feng is feeling unwell and needs rest, so we didn't let him come up. How is that possible? Wasn't he still training just now?" Ding Yifu saw Luo Feng training below on the loft of the 3-in-1 courtyard, working steadily. She has already taken notice of Luo Feng. Defeating 4 top warriors shows Luo Feng is extraordinary. This has stirred her long-dormant passion, making her feel excited again. Yuba Patriarch. Good General and Lord Ding rarely show interest in Luo Feng. You wouldn't be reluctant to let him perform, would you? Zhougo Li teased with some exaggeration. "Madam," Yuba frowned. "If Luo Feng is tired, just let him rest. The fighters here look pretty good too. Their impromptu performance shouldn't disappoint us," Sophia said with a smile. "That's fine." Gooden agreed happily. "No. Today, our visit is to watch Luo Feng's performance. He's a super strong fighter comparable to a saint. Don't you feel excited?" Joffrey said to Sophia and Gooden. "Well," Gooden hesitated. "Yuba Patriarch, this is your mistake. Lord Ding is high-ranking and powerful. Having him visit your Yuba manor is the greatest honor. Do you want to embarrass her?" Zhougo Li said with a half-smile. Lien Xiaodian. "Yuba Patriarch, tell Lien Xiaodian to go downstairs and invite Luo Feng up," Yuba ordered. "Yes." Lien Xiaodian stood up and left. Lizzie was a bit displeased, but had no choice. Sophia looked unhappy, but could only hold her tongue. They are all married women. Continuing to speak for Luo Feng would reveal secrets no one should know. Everyone present is sharp. No one is foolish. Only Ding Yifu, a widow and alone, is unchallenged. No one can control her or suppress her. Fortunately, Ding Yifu did not say anything overly aggressive. Under the leadership of Lien Xiaodian, Luo Feng quickly arrived at the second courtyard. Everyone watched Luo Feng and showed some admiration. It was this guy who, today in the competition, defeated 4 top warriors in a row. His powerful fighting ability was truly impressive. Luo Feng is not very tall, but he is about 6 feet 2 inches. His muscles are strong, though not as bulky as bodybuilders, but very solid. He has sharp features and a commanding presence. He stands among the crowd, not standing out completely, but giving off a strong and sharp impression. When Luo Feng appeared, Ding Yifu's beautiful eyes showed a fierce look. She stared at Luo Feng eagerly, as if only Luo Feng could fit in her gaze. "City Lord Ding? Which of the fighters here do you like best?" Yuba Dun asked Ding Yifu. "Should I choose?" she replied with a slight smile. "Of course, Luo Feng, the champion. His strength is comparable to a divine warrior. Watching his spontaneous performance makes coming to Blackstone City worthwhile. Then Luo Feng will stay. The others can leave," Yuba Dun said without hesitation. Lien Xiaodian frowned, clearly unhappy. Luo Feng is no longer a small figure. Having him stay here with these wealthy ladies is a bit of a waste. This is very disrespectful to Luo Feng. But he couldn't say anything, so he could only shake his head and sigh as he moved from the second courtyard to the training ground. "City Lord Ding, what kind of performance do you want to see from Luo Feng?" Yuba Dun asked with a smile. "I wonder what kind of shows the Yuba family has," Ding Yifu asked with interest, looking at Luo Feng. "Anything you want. For example," Ding Yifu looked expectant. "Like sword dancing and spear play, and what else? Like the true dragon playing with the phoenix." "Keep going." Ding Yifu's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Another example. Real combat with weapons," Yuba Dun said with a smile. "Can you explain in more detail?" Ding Yifu felt a little excited inside. Real combat with a blade. As the name suggests, it means Lord Ding personally takes part in a practical battle with Luo Feng, experiencing the peak joy brought by a strong warrior. Our Yuba family has many tricks. There's nothing we can't do if we think of it. If Lord Ding has any good ideas, he can share them openly. Yuba Duan cheerfully introduced. Ding Yifu supported her chin with one hand. Her bright eyes glanced at Luo Feng, then looked at the others present. It seemed everyone was waiting for her decision. Lizzie looked a bit nervous, with some frustration in her eyes. She had specifically told Lien Xietian not to inform Luo Feng, just to say Luo Feng was unwell and needed rest. But she couldn't resist the barrage of questions from several important people there, mainly because Luo Feng was too outstanding. Sophia looked unhappy. Luo Feng belonged only to her. She had also told Lizzie to forbid Luo Feng from attending this banquet. She was worried Ding Yifu might develop inappropriate feelings for Luo Feng. After all, Luo Feng was too excellent. In every way, he could make women scream with excitement and become obsessed. Point 2 is pretty good. I choose point 2. Ding Yifu smiled slightly and responded. True dragon playing with a phoenix? Yuba Duan looked a bit disappointed. He had hoped Ding Yifu would choose the third option. That way, she would be completely tied to him. But then he remembered the Zhou Gori father and son, the Gudran couple, and their Glanshock and excess present. Ding Yifu was probably hesitant and decided to hold back. With so many eyes watching, she chose to be cautious. Such entertainment-based combat exercises, if leaked, wouldn't do her any good. When she chose point 2, Sophia looked extremely displeased. If she had chosen point 1, she might have turned a blind eye, but points 2 and 3 were unacceptable. Lizzie's expression also darkened terribly. A cold smile appeared on her lips. But she felt powerless. After all, Ding Yifu held high power and status. The Yuba family had already offended Zhou Gori and his son, and offending Ding Yifu would be disastrous. Now, their family desperately relied on Ding Yifu's support. Only then could they curb Zhou Gori's arrogance. Lord Ding has a good idea, so who did Lord Ding choose as his marriage partner? Yuba Dun asked with a smile. Ding Yifu looked around at everyone and finally focused on Lan Shan, who was behind Lizzie. Luo Feng is as strong as a sacred warrior. An ordinary woman would insult his reputation. A white fox tribe woman is pretty good. I choose her. Ding Yifu pointed at Lan Shan with her slender arm. Lan Shan trembled slightly, and her eyes suddenly showed nervousness. Lan Shan? Yuba Dun hesitated. This fox tribe woman cost him 1,000 gold coins, and he hadn't enjoyed her yet. He originally thought he would enjoy Lan Shan's first time and then casually give her to Luo Feng as a warm bed companion. But now, what's wrong? Yuba Dun, are you reluctant? Ding Yifu asked expressionlessly. Reluctant? Of course reluctant. She's just a lowly servant. If Lord Ding is happy, I can give the beautiful fox tribe woman to Luo Feng as his wife, Yuba Dun said cheerfully. Being a wife is fine, but I want to watch the real dragon and phoenix show first, Ding Yifu said eagerly. Lan Shan, what are you waiting for? Do I need to repeat myself? Yuba Dun scolded coldly. Lan Shan felt nervous, excited, and a bit hopeful. She had secretly liked Luo Feng, but was too humble to express her love. Now the chance was here, and she was so excited she couldn't hold back. As for Luo Feng, his heart was completely calm. As long as he didn't feel awkward, others would. He had already experienced something similar before, so he was naturally steady and mature, with nothing to hide. Ding detected that Lan Shan is the missing princess of the White Fox tribe, and her beauty score is 99. Her background meets the standards of the noble lady camp. Wow. Lan Shan was actually the missing princess of the White Fox tribe? That was a special identity. Her beauty score was 99. No wonder she looked more beautiful than Lizzie and Sophia. Yuba Dun had simply fallen for Lan Shan at first sight. Interesting. Her background also met the standards of the noble lady camp, meaning Lan Shan could join the camp anytime. That's great. The more noble ladies in the camp, the richer the rewards. No doubt about it. System, mission issued. Agree to Ding Yifu's request to reward the host, Overlord Fist. Overlord Fist, a combat skill, beginner level 0 out of 10. The fist is fierce and powerful, containing the aura of dominance. The strongest punch can break armor, pierce the abdomen, and unleash twice the user's strength. Cooldown time is 24 hours, and it lasts for 30 seconds. The task was assigned. Another single-target powerful attack. Similar to the Overlord Slash. With innate divine strength, the power of the Overlord Fist will become even more terrifying. One punch, nearly capable of breaking through metal or cracking stones. This skill must be mastered. Having it adds a vital life-saving move. One Overlord Slash, one Overlord Fist, enough to surprise and defeat strong opponents. This world is full of hidden talents and powerful warriors. Dealing with just one adult Chang tribe member is enough to challenge him. Innate divine strength is no joke. Before encountering it, he might not need to fear, but if he faces someone without a strong finishing move, that would be truly awkward. For the Overlord Fist, Luo Feng made up his mind and waited calmly for Ding Yifu's plan. He knew nothing about Ding Yifu's background or identity. All he knew was that among the women present, Li Lizi and Sophia seemed unhappy after hearing about his arrangement with Lan Shan. Luo Feng was clearly their favored man. He didn't care about all that. To improve his strength, he was willing to do anything. Isn't it just enjoying time with women? And that was also his specialty. Lan Shan, a beautiful fox girl, one of the most charming and enchanting races on the Kaiyuan continent. Under Li Lizi's arrangement, Luo Feng and Lan Shan arrived at a large bed in front of the hall. The bed was layered with blankets. Surrounding the bed were screens and curtains, flickering candlelight. Li Lizi and others held wine cups, chatting happily. Ding Yifu squinted, feeling very uncomfortable inside. She really wanted to choose the third option, but ultimately held back her impulsiveness. She wanted to enjoy Luo Feng alone and didn't want others to watch. She was the high and mighty ruler of Yilong City, not some stray cat or dog. Oh well, let's see how this woman tests Luo Feng's true strength. If he's weak, I'll pretend I never came to the Yuba family. If he shows some skill, we can discuss it again tomorrow. He won't run away with wings. As long as I stay here, I will eventually drain him completely. The show has begun. Everyone is behind a screen curtain, pointing and whispering happily. Half an incense stick passes. They toast and chat joyfully. Another half incense stick passes. They snack on sunflower seeds and sip their drinks quietly. An hour goes by. Ding Yifu is stunned, shocked repeatedly. Gudin, Joffrey, Gland, Yax, and even Horheri all look envious and jealous. They can't hide their resentment. Yuba Duan seems used to this and says, it proves Luo Feng never disappoints. Just like how he bravely defeated 4 top warriors on the battlefield, easily and effortlessly. He's really impressive, Gudin says admiringly. He's the strongest man I've ever seen. Horheri strokes his beard, still longing despite his age. A single carriage can't satisfy him at all. Ding Yifu says with fiery eyes. Lord Ding, you've been widowed for many years. Have you never found a man who moves your heart? Horheri teases. What does Lord Gori mean? Ding Yifu asks with a glance. Guofeng is mighty and strong, full of heroic spirit. Coincidentally, Lord Ding also needs a personal bodyguard. I think you could spend a high price, let Luo Feng be free, and have him protect your safety closely, Horheri suggests with narrowed eyes. Hearing this, Li Lizi's face suddenly changes. Sophia is also stunned. Horheri's move is so vicious. He wants Ding Yifu to steal Luo Feng away. Luo Feng is the backbone of the Yuba family. If Luo Feng changes masters, the Yuba family will fall back into mediocrity. Unless a duo can grow quickly. This move is too cruel. Yuba Duan's face suddenly turns pale. You're so sneaky. Is there anyone as treacherous as you? You're pushing my Yuba family into the fire. Who is Ding Yifu? She is the city lord of Yilong City, Lumbo's family's first heir, and his father is the empire's minister of finance. Offending Ding Yifu is the same as offending the Dragon City state, the Lumbo family, and even the entire empire leadership. This is no joke. Yuba Dun and Lilies hear this and instantly turn pale. They cannot afford to offend Ding Yifu. If Ding Yifu makes this unreasonable demand, they can only reluctantly give up. Lilies glares fiercely at Sophia. Sophia is already anxious, like an ant in a pot. Luo Feng cannot go with Ding Yifu at all. If he does, what will happen to Sophia? City Lord Gori. Sophia looks unhappy. Luo Feng is the top warrior of the Yuba family, and his strength is comparable to that of a holy fighter. Why would you want a holy fighter to be a bodyguard? What are you thinking? If this gets out to the fighter guild, the elders will criticize you. Huh, Madam Good is talking nonsense. Luo Feng hasn't been officially recognized as a holy fighter yet. Zhou Gori calmly strokes his beard and smiles. Let's not talk about Luo Feng. Ding Yifu is the first heir of the Lumbo family, also the city lord of Winged Dragon City. She holds high power and has a special status. She is a public figure. If your words spread today, it will cause her a lot of trouble. Remember, Rumors can build momentum, but also easily destroy a person. I think you're not thinking of Ding Yifu's good, but are trying to send her to the crematorium. Sophia's mind is about to explode from trying to come up with this speech. She has exhausted her brain. Madam is right. City Lord Gory. Stop showing off and making trouble. Your words are just trying to weaken the Yuba family's strength. The Yuba family is a noble warrior family in Blackstone City, and they pay high taxes every year. You should protect their safety, not use your authority to pressure them maliciously and cause huge losses. Gooden finally speaks up to defend his wife. Sophia feels a bit touched. Gooden is the commander of the Empire's Flying Dragon Legion, with power far above that of a city lord. His father-in-law is also one of the cabinet ministers, with a deep background and no fear. As for the debt to Joe Gory, it was settled long ago with the deaths of Skybreaker and Grey Bear. Don't get so excited, you two. Let's listen to Lord Ding's decision. Joe Gory wanted to make friends with Ding Yifu and persuade her to join his side, so he used this tricky tactic. After losing the Sword of Glory, his position as city lord was in danger. He urgently needed to gain support and strengthen his power. I think the good couple has a good point. Luo Feng is the backbone of the Yuba family. How could I steal his love? Besides, is Ding Yifu really as bad as Lord Gory said? Ding Yifu asked with a stern face. After a moment, she said, although I have been widowed for many years and live alone, I am completely loyal to my late husband. Your words are clearly meant to make me a joke in the Empire. What are you trying to do? What's your real purpose? Ding Yifu's face grew cold, and her killing intent spread. Joe Gory opened his mouth, but couldn't speak, silenced by her words. He had hoped for a bright future, but it was like the moon shining into a ditch. A deep sense of helplessness appeared in Joe Gory's eyes. I was too abrupt, Lord Ding. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Having Lord Ding in the Lammer family and the Winged Dragon City-State is truly an honor for 3 lifetimes. Joe Gory quickly apologized and flattered. He felt very frustrated too. Having an incompetent son made him lose face. He wished he could slap his son right now. If he still had the Sword of Glory, he wouldn't have to humble himself and be laughed at. Inside the tent, soldiers rode hard, and horses were tired. Outside the tent, spectators enjoyed themselves, and beautiful women drank happily. Ding Yifu couldn't wait for the event to end, so she put down her wine and pretended to be tired. I am a bit exhausted. I don't want to go anywhere tonight. I just want to stay at the Yuba Manor. Lady Yuba, could you arrange a nice room for me? No problem. The Yuba Manor is short of everything except rooms. Lord Ding, follow me. Li Lizi quickly stood up to help Ding Yifu find a room. Time is almost up. We should leave now. Gulan Qo and Yak stood up one after another. Yes, it's getting late. Let's call it a night. Thank you, Lady Yuba, for your kind hospitality. Guden also stood up. Since that's the case, my son and I won't bother Lord Yuba any longer. Joe Gory and his son prepared to leave. Today, I am unable to get up and have not properly hosted everyone. I hope you will forgive me. Next time, when there is a chance, we will gather again at Yuba Manor for a dinner. Yuba politely said. Everyone gradually left. Lanshan had already collapsed on the bed. Luo Feng felt a bit unsatisfied and stood up, walking out from behind the screen. He had already received the system reward. There was no need for Lanshan to continue suffering. After all, it was her first time. The bright red blood, like rose petals, had already spilled on the bed. Li Lizi and Yuba saw the guests off. Wait a moment. Luo Feng was about to leave the second courtyard when Ding Yifu, like a little fairy, appeared gracefully in the main hall. Luo Feng frowned and asked, Madam, do you have any instructions? Instructions? Yes, I do need your advice. Ding Yifu smiled charmingly. Lanshan quietly left the main hall. Would you like a drink? Ding Yifu poured a full glass of wine for Luo Feng. Just then, her voice was fiery. Luo Feng took the glass and drank it all in one sip. You are very strong, Ding Yifu said sincerely. Thank you for your compliment, madam. Luo Feng replied calmly. It's a pity the situation just now didn't allow it. Otherwise, tonight, you would definitely be mine. Ding Yifu's eyes shone brightly. If Lord Ding likes, Luo Feng can serve you now until you are satisfied. Yuba suddenly appeared in the hall of the second courtyard. He had overheard Ding Yifu's words and decided to join in. Is that okay? Ding Yifu's eyes lit up, full of longing. Of course. Yuba agreed on Luo Feng's behalf. Shouldn't we ask the holy warrior's opinion? Ding Yifu was a bit worried about Luo Feng's health, especially after fighting for an hour. This was not something an ordinary person could handle. I've made the decision for Luo Feng. If tonight Luo Feng doesn't take good care of Lord Ding, from tonight on, Lord Ding can stay at Yuba Manor as long as she wants, until she is satisfied. Yuba said generously. Ding, it has been detected that Ding Yifu is the top heir of the Lamborghini family, also the Lord of Yulong City, coming from a noble background. Her father is the Minister of Finance of the Empire. Her beauty score is 98 points, meeting the standards of noble ladies. System, task issued. Agreeing to Ding Yifu's request, the host receives a rare sword technique. One sword seal the throat. One sword seal the throat. A powerful sword move. Beginner level 0 out of 10, but extremely fast and sharp. When the sword is drawn, it can instantly seal the opponent's throat. Can only be triggered once every 24 hours. This sword technique is really impressive. One sword seal the throat. No unnecessary delays. It adds another powerful weapon to the host's skills. Overlord Slash. Overlord Fist. One sword seal the throat. 3 consecutive powerful moves, enhanced by innate strength, capable of causing serious damage. Luo Feng has no reason to refuse. He must agree to Ding Yifu's unreasonable request. This is what Lord Yuba said. Ding Yifu is very happy. Then she turns her beautiful eyes to Luo Feng and says, Dear Holy Warrior, are you interested in spending a lovely evening with me? Glad to join you. Luo Feng replies without hesitation. Baiu de Fu. Ding Yifu is overjoyed, pulls Luo Feng, and they disappear into the living room of the second courtyard. Li Lizi sees them off and returns. Seeing no one inside the curtain, she asks, Has Luo Feng gone to rest? Yuba smiles proudly and says, Luo Feng is truly a blessing for our Yuba family. Why do you say that? Li Lizi is puzzled. Must say, Luo Feng's physique is really incredible. He's like a saint in the eyes of women. Yuba sincerely admires. Luo Feng's physique is indeed amazing, Li Lizi agrees. Just after parting from Lanshan, he was taken away again by Ding Yifu. Honestly, I really envy Luo Feng, Yuba says. What? Luo Feng was taken away again by Ding Yifu? Are you crazy? Why didn't you stop her? Li Lizi is shocked and scolds angrily. Madam, why are you angry? Yuba is stunned. Aren't you afraid Luo Feng will be drained by that hungry woman? Li Lizi yells. That probably won't happen. Luo Feng is definitely not an ordinary person. Yuba stares. You're trying to get him killed? He fought in the blood arena this morning, trained non-stop in the afternoon, and fought again for an hour tonight. Can't you let him rest? Li Lizi scolds angrily. Yuba touches his head and says, Madam, it seems you care too much about Luo Feng. Li Lizi snorted coldly, saying, I care too much about him? He is the guardian of the Yuba family. If something happens to him, who will help the Yuba family turn things around in the future? Yourself? Yuba Duan broke out in cold sweat and wiped his forehead. The lady's advice is right. The lady's advice is very correct. The lady should indeed care about Luo Feng. Without Luo Feng, I fear the Yuba family would have long fallen behind the Shida family. Yuba Duan quickly apologized to his wife, wiping his sweat. Whether Li Lizi acted out of personal interest or for other reasons, her goal was to help the Yuba family rise. Yuba Duan was too simple-minded. If he had been in charge, the Yuba family might have already become a thing of the past. Madam, it's getting late. Maybe we should rest too? Yuba Duan asked softly. Go rest first. I can't sleep. After speaking, she took her wine cup and went to the attic of the third courtyard. The night was deep. Faint lights flickered below the mountain, dotting the night sky. Li Lizi held her wine cup, gazing at the dark night, lost in thought. She remembered what Yax had said about the Shida Manor today. It was for sale at a price of 100,000 gold coins. For other families, 100,000 gold coins was a huge amount. But for the Yuba family now, it was an easy sum to gather. The family's finances were controlled by Li Lizi. So, she knew exactly how much money the Yuba family had. She was considering whether to buy the Shida Manor. If she decided to buy it, she couldn't do so in the name of the Yuba family or herself. She wanted to make this estate her private territory. Her relationship with Luo Feng would eventually be exposed. She had to prepare in advance. Although Yuba Duan had previously suggested that Luo Feng accompany her, if Luo Feng really did, he might be risking his life. She knew Yuba Duan very well. He was cunning, treacherous, and shameless. He showed one face in front of people and another behind their backs. When he was proud, he was full of glory. When he was down, he looked miserable. This was definitely the true nature of Yuba Duan. If his ancestors hadn't built such a great foundation, Yuba Duan wouldn't be so carefree and happy. One night passed in the blink of an eye. Ding Yifu slept peacefully and happily through the night. Li Lizi sat in the attic, drinking all night. It was still before dawn. Luo Feng left the second courtyard and went to the training ground. With 2 new skills, he trained even harder. Time is money. Li Lizi saw Luo Feng working so hard and felt a strange sense of admiration. This man has truly dedicated everything for the Yuba family. He faces life and death dangers in the beast arena and also deals with the crazy demands of many noble women. Every day, he keeps training without rest. Is there anyone more motivated or better than this man in the world? At least, Li Lizi has never met anyone else like him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sophia had already left with her husband. Ding Yifu had been bothering Luo Feng for 3 days straight. Today, she had to leave the Yuba estate early in the morning because the Ilong city-state needed her to lead. Before leaving, her skin was full and radiant, her cheeks flushed, and she looked relaxed, like a young girl just reaching adulthood, smooth and shiny skin. She had enjoyed herself thoroughly. Li Lizi, however, was waiting anxiously. She had taken Luo Feng for herself, so naturally, she was left standing aside. Over these 3 days, her right arm's copper wall skill had reached its peak. Her left arm's iron arm, the overlord fist, and the one-sword seal throat had all advanced to the 2nd level, gradually improving. Right arm copper wall. Defensive skill, peak level 0 to 100. Can be attached to the right arm, making it as tough as an unbreakable copper wall, able to withstand any deadly impact without a scratch. Duration, 6 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. Left arm iron wall. Defensive skill, improving 0/20. Can be attached to the left arm, making it as strong as an iron wall, able to resist any deadly without injury. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Overlord fist. Combat skill, improving 0/20. Its fists are fierce and domineering, containing the aura of a king. The strongest punch can break armor, pierce the abdomen, and unleash 4 times the user's power. Cooldown, 12 hours. Duration, 1 minute. One sword seal throat. Ultimate sword technique, improving 0/20. Its swordsmanship is superb, as fast as lightning. Draw the sword and seal the throat in 1 strike. Currently, the boundary can only be triggered twice within 24 hours. Now, Luo Feng is focusing on sword training. These days, he has been practicing both sword and fist techniques, sometimes carrying a wooden stake. His training is unorganized. Even Lian Xiaodian looks a bit confused. Wang Tailuo and the others also look puzzled. They want to speak up and remind Luo Feng not to diversify his training, as it will only make him more tired. But because they are not as strong as Luo Feng, they keep their words to themselves. Lian Xiaodian can't stand it anymore and deliberately reminds him, "Your training like this is just a waste of time. Your swordsmanship is so good, why not focus only on sword training?" Luo Feng grins and says, "My sword and fist techniques will also be very good. I don't recommend you train like that. As long as your sword skills are strong, you can fight well with just the sword. Switching to a sword will only weaken your foundation in swordsmanship." Lian Xiaodian frowns. "No problem. Whether I hold a sword or a blade, it's the same to me. Don't worry about these details," Luo Feng says casually. "You. Fine. Who else but you is the champion fighter? In this huge Wuba manner, only I dare to say something. Others don't even have the qualification." Lian Xiaodian shakes his head helplessly. "Don't worry. I know my limits. I'm not reckless," Luo Feng smiles. "You're not reckless? You have the nerve to say that? When you challenged 4 people at once, you almost scared us to death. Even the lady sent Lan Shan to question me. And in the end, she scolded me badly." Lian Xiaodian snorts. "Haha." Luo Feng laughs. "If she scolds you, just bear it. It's harmless, and it won't cost you an arm or a leg. Only you get special treatment." If it were someone else, I'd break their legs. Lien Xiaodian is annoyed. Come on, practice sword with me. I promise I won't hit you to the ground, Luo Feng calls out. Forget it. I want to live a few more years. Your strength is too great. I'm afraid I can't handle your wooden sword and might get my head cut off. Lien Xiaodian flees in panic. Luo Feng grins. Wang Tai Luo. Shuefei. You two practice sword with Luo Feng. Remember, use your full strength and speed to make him fall on the ground. Lien Xiaodian orders without hesitation. Coach, are these words spoken by a person? Should we fight him until he's covered in bruises? Just don't let him beat us so badly. His two arms are almost indestructible. Don't talk about wooden swords. Even steel-forged broadswords can't leave him a scratch. His legs are too powerful. Wang Tailuo cursed loudly. Just focus on training. No need for all these excuses, Lien Xiaodian scolded. Humph. Wang Tailuo reluctantly held his wooden sword, ready to fight. Shuefei held two short knives and was also ready for battle. Luo Feng suddenly attacked, and the three of them engaged in a fierce fight to the death. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of wooden swords hitting each other echoed during training. They were both struggling to keep up, but Luo Feng was too fast, and soon he pushed them back step by step. Luo Feng didn't even use his full strength. He only used normal force. Because of his speed, both opponents looked very unsteady. While swinging his sword, Luo Feng's task points kept increasing rapidly. After lunch, Luo Feng continued his intense training. Shuefei and Wang Tailuo took turns. A duo and Song Dao trained with Luo Feng as well. They were also beaten badly and found it very hard. In just a week, ding, congratulations, the host has swung the sword in battle 100,000 times in a row. The one sword seals the throat skill has reached the peak level. Congratulations, the host has punched in 100,000 battles. The Overlord Fist skill has reached the peak level. Congratulations, the host has defended with the left arm 100,000 times. The Iron Arm of the Left skill has reached the peak level. Iron Arm of the Left, a defense skill, max level 100. Can possess the left arm, making it as strong as an unbreakable iron arm, capable of resisting any deadly impact without injury. Duration, 6 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. Overlord Fist, a combat skill, max level 100. Its punches are fierce and domineering, containing the aura of a king. The strongest punch can break armor, pierce the abdomen, and unleash 8 times the user's power. Cooldown, 3 hours. Duration, 4 minutes. One sword seals the throat. A sword technique ultimate move, max level 100. Extremely fast, like lightning. Draw the sword and strike. One sword seals the throat. Currently, the limit is 6 triggers within 24 hours. A week of intense training has allowed Luo Feng to improve all 3 new skills to their highest level. The attributes of these skills have changed dramatically. He was able to improve so quickly thanks to Li Lizi not bothering him. Thanks to Sophia and Ding Yifu for not visiting Yuba Manor. Thanks to the Yuba family for remaining peaceful these days, with no incidents or visitors. He trains during the day and sleeps at night. Before dawn, he pulls Shuefei and a duo to train. Luo Feng never rests before midnight. This makes Shuefei and a duo complain about him. Even strong fighters like Wang Tailuo, Jian Gu, Pan Shi, and Song Dao, along with other fighters, are afraid of him. He has been training these people a lot lately. Even Blue Arthur has become his training target. Of course, these people are grateful to him. His fast and fierce training has improved their fighting skills beyond the original level. Other fighters also benefit greatly. Especially after Luo Feng unleashed his natural divine strength, they could see his true power. Only by fighting strong opponents can they realize how weak they are. Woo, he's so crazy. When he unleashes his strength, even I feel scared. Wang Tailuo grumbled. My arms are sore and numb, and my palms hurt a lot. I can handle a few more moves, but after about 10 clashes, I can't keep up. Pan Shi shook his head. I used to think I was very strong, but after fighting Luo Feng, I feel like a fragile dove. Jiangu shook his head, admiring Luo Feng's strength. Enough. Don't boost his confidence or show off. Luo Feng makes you practice with him, so just be happy. At least he shows you how weak you really are, Lien Xiaodian angrily retorted. Brother Feng is really crazy. I hope I can be as crazy as him when I grow up. A duo looked both envious and hopeful. Lien Xiaodian coldly said, the Kuei tribe isn't as weak as you. When a full-grown Kuei tribe member unleashes their power, even 10 Panshur and Jiangu wouldn't be enough to fight. 10 aren't enough. Then I'll fight 20, a duo excitedly said. Mom, why do you always compare us to others? Who did we offend? Besides, are we really that weak? Lien Xiaodian immediately criticized, at least in front of Luo Feng and adult A duo. You two are just beginners. I am from the Gaoshan tribe. I am not a coward. I will defeat 10 people someday. Panshur clenched his fists. You? Defeat 10? Who are you fighting? Me when I grow up? A duo asked with a smile. Mom, I want to punch you right now, Panshur shouted angrily. On the attic of the 3-in-1 courtyard. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Li Lizi pushed Wu Ba in a wheelchair and said, after thinking carefully these days, I believe our Wu Ba manor needs to buy some new fighters. Yes, we should buy them. The last 2 competitions cost us 5 fighters, and even Ma Hans and Giles lost their lives on the battlefield. Wu Ba had recovered enough to walk, but still needed rest. We need to prepare in advance to keep fresh blood coming into the family, so there won't be gaps that cause problems later, Li Lizi said. Sai, I've been thinking the same. If I weren't seriously injured, we could go to the market today. Once I recover, we'll go shopping together, Wu Ba said. No, we can't wait any longer. We must buy them quickly, Li Lizi insisted. Buy them quickly? Is it that urgent? Wu Ba asked with doubt. Recently, my left eye keeps twitching. I feel something big is about to happen. And things have been too peaceful lately. Under this calm, there will be storms, Li Lizi said with a frown. Madam's instincts are usually right. So, when will you go out to the manor? Wu Ba asked. Today? Better to do it now than later, Li Lizi replied firmly. Today? That's good. Better to seize the day. But be careful on the way. The Giogo family won't let go easily. Wu Ba was a bit worried. Yes, I will be careful, Li Lizi assured. All right, have Lien Xiaodian pick some experts for you. Better to avoid accidents. And take Luo Feng along if possible. Wu Ba still loved his wife deeply. Luo Feng is very strong. Having Luo Feng with me makes me feel safer. I only bring 3 people. Lanshan, Luo Feng, and a duo. Too many people might not be good. With Luo Feng and a duo here, no one can hurt me. Li Lizi said. No? What if, like last time, we are ambushed by hundreds of enemies? Yuba Dun frowned and asked. Don't worry. The city lord's mansion won't always be watching my Yuba family closely. Li Lizi patted his shoulder to reassure him. Well, okay, Yuba Dun said reluctantly. Lanshan, madam, go downstairs immediately and tell Luo Feng and a duo to come with me. Li Lizi ordered with a wave of her hand. Yes, Lanshan left. 15 minutes later, under Li Lizi's plan, 2 carriages quickly left Yuba Manor. Lanshan drove 1 carriage, carrying Luo Feng and Li Lizi, rushing ahead. A duo drove another carriage alone, following behind. As soon as Luo Feng got into the carriage, Li Lizi pounced on him like a fierce tiger. 10 days had passed. She had endured 10 days of waiting. During these 10 days, Yuba Dun stayed close, leaving her no chance. It made her restless every day, but she couldn't do anything. She couldn't just knock Yuba Dun out or kill him outright to get her way. She simply couldn't bring herself to do that. She couldn't stand the miserable days without Luo Feng's company. This made her think of the Shida Manor. Maybe she could secretly buy the Shida Manor as a place for their dates. But buying the Shida Manor would require a good reason to go out. So she thought of buying new fighters. Recently, the Yuba family had lost many fighters, and they urgently needed new ones to fill the gaps, to prevent future shortages. The reason she only brought Luo Feng, a duo, and Lanshan was also to secretly buy the Shida Manor. Too many people would attract attention. Bringing others might cause leaks. Lanshan had always been loyal and close to her, and she had already become Luo Feng's woman. She planned to give Lanshan to Luo Feng as a gift. That way, Lanshan would be even more loyal to her. She also realized it. Luo Feng is too strong. He is far beyond what she can satisfy alone. As long as she can find her own happiness, she will be content. Other things don't matter. Sophia and Ding Yifu stepping in temporarily helped her feel at ease. As for a duo, she admires Luo Feng very much. With Luofeng's instructions, a duo definitely won't reveal anything. She observed all of this quietly. The carriage sped along the main road and arrived outside the gates of Blackstone City. After a thorough inspection, the two carriages smoothly entered the city. The carriages stopped at the market. Lily instructed a duo and Lan Shan to stay and watch the carriages. She then took Luo Feng inside the carriage, changed into new clothes, and disappeared into the market. A duo saw their outfits and touched her head, looking confused. Lan Shan warned her nearby, "What you see today, when you return to the estate, say what you should and don't say what you shouldn't. Madam appreciates you. Brother Feng thinks highly of you. That's why she brought you out today." A duo nodded blankly. Okay. After carefully dressing up, they disappeared into the busy crowd. "Madam, where are we going?" Luo Feng asked, a bit confused. "To an auction." "An auction? Yes. There are things we need inside." "We?" "Yes. Us." Lily smiled mysteriously. "I didn't understand. You'll see in a moment," Lily said mysteriously. They pushed through the crowded people, entered a narrow alley, wound around several times, and finally entered a large, grand building. At the top of the building, 5 black characters were written, "Blackstone Auction House." The entrance was crowded with people, bustling and lively. They entered the building. Inside, a huge signboard displayed various sale items: rare medicinal herbs, ferocious beasts, houses for sale, fighters, and more. The most eye-catching was the estate sale info. Westford Estate for sale at a low price. 80,000 gold coins. Only cash accepted, no credit. Lily saw this message, and her eyes suddenly brightened. She then headed to the trading office. The price was reduced by 20,000 gold coins from the original. It is clear that West Damar is eager to repay its debts. The staff warmly welcomed the two people. Upon hearing that Lilith was purchasing the West Damar estate, the staff's eyes brightened and said, "We are happy to serve the lady. But the estate owner can only be bought with gold coins. Gold coins are ready. Send someone to the market with me. Also, bring the deed to the estate," Lilith said. "No problem. I will prepare immediately," the staff replied happily. 15 minutes later, after filling out the transaction details, the staff drove a carriage, carrying the two people through the main streets. Franks. This was the fake name Lilith used. Names don't matter here, as there is no real name verification. The important thing is the deed. As long as the deed is in hand, there is nothing to fear about losing it. At the market, Lilith ordered a duo to unload 2 boxes of gold coins from her carriage and place them on the staff's carriage. After counting the gold coins, the staff completed the purchase contract, took the gold, and disappeared with it from the market. "Let's leave the city. Head to the West Damar estate," Lilith gave the order. A duo and Lan Shan drove 2 carriages, heading straight for the estate under Lilith's lead. "The Yuba family will never be peaceful in the future. I need to prepare for our future, so the Yuba estate won't be left with nowhere to go if it gets destroyed." Inside the carriage, Lilith explained her purpose. Luo Feng understood. "Yes, from now on, this will be our secret meeting place. No one will bother us here," Lilith said sincerely. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. He thought Lilith had some big scheme, but it turned out to be just for a secret affair. Fine. What else could he say? Playing secret affairs in the Yuba family is exciting, but also nerve-wracking. Here, at least, they can have fun freely. Luo Feng had no objections. In his view, as long as he lives well and quickly improves his strength, he doesn't think about much else. "The City Lord's mansion definitely won't let us go," Lilith said worriedly. "Did you hear any news?" Luo Feng asked. "Yes. The night before yesterday, Sophia sent a secret message via Flying Crow. The Gogari father and son are secretly planning an attack against my Yuba family. The exact date is unknown, but I must prepare in advance," said Lilith. "Where is Yuba Duan? Does he know?" Luo Feng asked. "No, he doesn't know. His injury isn't healed, and I'm worried he might get angry and worsen his wound. So, I kept it from him," Lilith replied with some regret. "The Sword of Glory might be a risky move." Luo Feng frowned. "We've already offended the City Lord's mansion deeply. We have 2 choices. Either fight to survive or hand over the Sword of Glory to cling to life. In the Tianyan Empire, the Sword of Glory isn't just a get-out-of-jail-free card. It also grants participation in cabinet elections and even a say in the royal succession," Lilith explained. The Gogari father and son will definitely fight to the end with my Yuba family. Losing the Sword of Glory means losing the chance to reach the top, Luo Feng said. In the end, I rely on you. Without you, Yuba Duan would have already returned the Sword of Glory to Gogari. Lilith revealed the truth. Gogari Jufei is quite foolish. For 50,000 gold coins, he risked everything on the Sword of Glory. Now he's probably regretting it deeply. Luo Feng chuckled softly. Without you, the Yuba family might go bankrupt. Lilith said seriously. Luo Feng nodded slightly. After about an incense stick of time, the carriage arrived at the gate of the West Manor. The manor's gate was tightly closed. Adu got out of the carriage, took out the key, and opened the gate. Adu had lived here for 5 or 6 years and was very familiar with the place. This was Luo Feng's first time visiting West Manor. The large estate was silent and deserted. The West family had already fallen from prosperity. Servants, slaves, and guards inside the manor had been sold or dismissed. Not a single shadow could be seen. After the carriage entered, Adu closed the gate again. Lilith got out of the carriage and looked at the vast estate, feeling a bit emotional. The West family has been passed down for over 400 years. I never thought it would come to an end in this generation. Change is inevitable. Nothing lasts forever. One mistake can ruin everything. After prosperity, decline is certain, Luo Feng said, looking around with some emotion. From now on, this estate belongs to us. Lilith said excitedly. Spending so many gold coins to buy the estate without permission, aren't you afraid Yuba Duan will find out? That's a full 80,000 gold coins, Luo Feng frowned and asked. The Yuba family's finances are in my hands. Yuba Duan is a rough man who never counts gold coins or profits. He only knows how to spend wildly. He doesn't even know how much money the Yuba family has now. If he finds out, it's not a big deal. Just say it was all spent by him, Li Lizi said calmly. The Sid estate is very large, covering about 20,000 square meters. It's half the size of the Yuba family estate. The estate is luxurious, with well-arranged buildings. There are glazed tiles, pavilions, towers, artificial mountains, and small bridges. The greenery is lush, and flowers are blooming everywhere. Both of you go inside the estate and look for anything suspicious, Li Lizi said, deliberately sending Lan Shan and a duo away. She then pulled Luo Feng aside and entered the main house of the Sid family, tearing off a cloth and lifting her skirt. She enjoyed the moment again. This was her first time invading the Sid family. From now on, the large estate would be her private space. She wanted to leave their shadows everywhere. An hour later, Luo Feng also enjoyed himself and then left the estate in a carriage. The carriage re-entered Blackstone City and headed straight to the market. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion, the city lord, an old man with a hunched back hurriedly ran into the city lord's courtyard. What's the matter? Why are you in such a rush? Zhuo Guli asked with a slight frown. Yuba's family has entered the city, the old man said happily. What? Yuba's family has entered? Haha. Finally, they're back. I knew they'd come to buy supplies sooner or later. Who is entering this time? Zhuo Guli asked quickly. Yuba's wife, Luo Feng, and the young warrior A Duo, along with a female. The old man's information was very accurate. When the carriage enters the city, it must be checked by guards. This is the rule. Yuba's wife, Luo Feng, and a duo are here too? What a great opportunity. Kidnap Yuba's wife, kill Luo Feng, and capture a duo. That way, the Yuba family will surely go bankrupt. Yes, we must eliminate Luo Feng. As long as we eliminate Luo Feng, the Yuba family will lose their support and be left vulnerable. Lady Yuba, bring the honor sword in exchange. Zhogoli clenched his fists and said coldly. Then what do we do now? Notify the Mad Demon Mercenary Group. Tell them the chance for revenge has come, Zhogoli said coldly. Should we notify the Mad Demon Mercenary Group now? Or should we send people to attack the Yuba family? Joffrey asked with a frown. Attacking the Yuba estate isn't as easy as it seems. That's our worst plan, Zhogoli replied. So, what do we do now? Rely on the Mad Demon Mercenary Group. Take down Luo Feng, capture a duo, and arrest Li Lizi. Then use Li Lizi as leverage to exchange for the honor sword. With this, my father and I can resolve the political crisis, Zhogoli said in a deep voice. Father's plan to use others to do the dirty work is brilliant. Joffrey exclaimed happily. Lord Mayor. A guard hurriedly rushed into the city lord's residence. Jogoli frowned and asked, what happened now? The Yuba family's carriage. Suddenly, sped out of the city, the guard said, glancing at the old man. What? Out of the city? Weren't they just coming in? Was their shopping that quick? The old man asked with a frown. According to my observation, they didn't buy food inside the city. They just wandered around the market and then quickly rushed out. The guard said with wide eyes. Wandered around and then left the city? And didn't buy any food? What does that mean? Why did they come into the city? Jogoli looked confused. Although they didn't buy supplies inside, they disguised themselves and secretly traded with others. Disguised? Secret trade? Did you see what they were trading? Well, I was too far away to see clearly. I couldn't hear their conversations either. Who was the person they traded with? Did you recognize them? That. I really didn't see clearly, the guard said helplessly. Bah. Wasting my words for nothing. Get out. And keep investigating, Jogoli said angrily. So what do we do now? Joffrey asked with a frown. Nonsense. Keep waiting. When the Mad Demon mercenary group all gather in Blackstone City, we attack the Yuba family overnight, Jogoli said angrily. The Mad Demon mercenary group has over 300 members and is one of the large mercenary groups in the Tianyin Empire. Most of the mercenary group are on a mission and have not returned yet, so the city lord's mansion has not attacked the Yuba family. Attacking the Yuba family is very risky. He must be very careful. The city lord's mansion definitely cannot send troops or act openly. They can only hire the crazy demon mercenary group. If they send troops, it would only happen if the Yuba family betrayed them. In fact, the Yuba family is a major taxpayer in Blackstone City and has no reason to rebel. They also hold the honor sword, so GODLIKE dares not attack casually. Their claims are not convincing. The guards just arrived at the city gate and, before resting, saw the Yuba family's carriage enter the city again. The guards did not dare to stop and quickly followed the carriage closely, then headed straight to the city lord's mansion. What? They're coming again? Yes. The carriage just entered the city, and my men are rushing to the city lord's mansion without delay. Great. Looks like tomorrow is really Luo Feng's unlucky day. Anyway, Joffrey, GODLIKE looked at his eldest son. Father, taking back the honor sword is a crucial move. Immediately inform the crazy demon mercenary group, set up ambushes along the way, and try to defeat Luo Feng in one go, capturing Lily and Adu. GODLIKE calmly gave the order. The crazy demon mercenary group has only about 80 members staying in Blackstone City. Their strength might be a bit lacking. Luo Feng is so powerful. Last time, even 100 of our soldiers couldn't take him down. Do you think our city lord's mansion should send reinforcements? Joffrey asked worriedly. Yes, very necessary. Captain of the guards, Angus, will lead 200 guards, disguised as refugees, and attack when passing by, GODLIKE replied. 200? Plus the 80 or so from the crazy demon mercenary group. No matter how strong Luo Feng is, he'll be exhausted trying to fight them all, Joffrey sneered. This is a matter of life and death, and taking back the honor sword depends on this. GODLIKE's face showed a happy smile. Losing Luo Feng and Adu from the Yuba family means they will return to normal life. Haha, thinking of Yuba Duan's gloomy face. I feel very comfortable all over. Joffrey's tense brows slowly relaxed. The carriage arrived at the market, and Lily, Luo Feng, and the others entered. Everywhere were imprisoned slaves. There are people of all ages and genders. The ground is dirty and smells bad. 5 new members from the Gaoshan tribe. Each one is tall, strong, and powerful. 3 new members from the Lanman tribe. Extremely strong and fierce, perfect fighters. 1 new member from the Beishua tribe. Muscular, incredibly strong, and as capable as a top warrior. 1 new member from the Yanshi tribe. Well-built, with tough skin, great defense, and strong resistance to attacks. When Li Lizi and her 3 companions entered, the owners loudly greeted them. The Yuba family has long traded with major owners, so they knew Li Lizi. Yanshi tribe member? Hearing about this tribe, Li Lizi's eyes lit up. Yanshi tribe members are generally tall and strong. Their skin looks like rock, making it hard for normal weapons to cut through, unless the attacker is very strong or the weapons are very tough. Yanshi tribe members have almost no weaknesses, except for their eyes. This is an old tribe, with very few members left, almost extinct. Capturing Yinshur tribe members takes a lot of effort and resources. Li Lizi approached the trader selling Yinshur tribe members. The trader politely said, "Madam Yuba, we meet again. It's rare not to see the head of the Yuba family today. Please send my regards to him." Li Lizi didn't speak immediately. Instead, she looked at the Yinshur tribe member. It was an adult man. His exact height was hard to tell. His hands and feet were chained, and he was curled up inside a metal cage, with drooping eyelids and a tired look. His skin was dark and dirty, and his hair was messy and unkempt. "I need to know the condition of the Yinshur tribe member's body," Li Lizi said calmly. "He's about 20 years old, in his prime, healthy, and free of illness. The reason he's so listless is obvious," the trader explained. Li Lizi understood well. It was probably because he was starving and weak. "How much do you want for him?" 20,000 gold coins. "Are you trying to cheat me?" "Be honest about the price," Li Lizi said with a displeased look. 18,000 gold coins. No less. "Yesterday, Lord Jelen offered 18,000, and I didn't sell him," the trader said, saliva flying from his mouth. "Lord Jelen? Jelen the wrong?" "Yes. A poor fool, unable to afford the hard price. I had to persuade gently. If it weren't for the big customer, I wouldn't bother with him." The trader sneered. 18,000 is indeed too expensive. 15,000 might make me consider," Li Lizi said. "The rock race is worth this price. Especially at around 20 years old. In their prime, they can serve the Yuba family for at least 20 years. Don't. 18,000 isn't expensive at all. Rock people are very rare now. Also, I spent a lot of money and effort to catch this guy. 5 guards died in the process, and we only managed to capture him by luck. I won't sell for less than 18,000. The trader refused to lower the price. "Then I'll go take a walk." Li Lizi started using psychological tactics. Traders always play the victim. No matter how much effort they spend, it's always a huge amount of money and manpower, never easy to get. "Okay." The trader nodded. He showed no intention of persuading further. "Are you really not going to lower the price?" Li Lizi asked with a frown. "Madam Yuba, I lock never lie. To catch this rock person, I really spend a lot of money and effort. If I lower the price, I'd be losing money. Unless I was in a hurry to sell, I wouldn't sell for less than 20,000 gold coins." The trader said, "That's too expensive." Li Lizi hesitated. "Oh, Madam Yuba, please don't hesitate. Rock people will only become fewer and fewer. You won't lose out or be tricked. If you don't buy, someone else will, and you'll become enemies of your family's fighters." The trader started to persuade more. Hearing this, Li Lizi immediately perked up. It's true. The rock race is becoming rarer, and the Yuba family has never bought one before. Not because they don't want to buy, but because they can't afford it. Moreover, if the rock people fall into the hands of other families like Glandros, they could become enemies of the Yuba family's fighters in the future. 18,000. Deal. After hesitating for a moment, Li Lizi made her decision with a wave of her hand. Deal. The trader was very happy. After Adu paid the gold coins, the trader counted them, opened the iron cage, and, cursing, released the rock person. The rock person was weak all over, with no strength to stand. Li Lizi frowned and said, "Lanshan, feed him some bread." Lanshan looked a little scared. Adu took a dry bread and said, "I'll feed him." The rock creature obediently opened its mouth and quickly swallowed the dry biscuit. "Don't feed him too much. Just enough energy. Don't let him eat too much, or he might try to run away halfway," the trader warned deliberately. Adwa said dismissively, "How can he walk if he's not full? You guys are so cruel. If he's full and dares to run, I'll cut off his legs. You're from the Kuei tribe. You're tough." The trader shrugged. Cough, cough. The rock creature ate so fast that the dry biscuit got stuck in its mouth, and it kept coughing. "Give him some water to drink," Lily said. Adwa took the water bottle and poured him a drink. The rock creature drank half the water, then grabbed the bottle with both hands and kept gulping it down. "Drink slowly. Don't rush. If you drink too fast, you'll get sick," Adwa advised. The rock creature paused for a moment, looked at Adwa, and slowed down its drinking. After finishing the biscuit and the water, the rock creature slowly stood up. His hands were bound with heavy handcuffs and leg shackles. Walking was quite inconvenient. "Madam," Do you want to unlock his handcuffs and shackles? Odway asked. No, I gave you those handcuffs and shackles. Let's wait until we get back to Yuba Manor to take them off. Otherwise, if he runs away halfway, don't come back asking me for money, the trader warned again. Clearly, many slaves tried to escape halfway. Let's unlock them, Luo Feng said. Yes, unlock them, Lilies agreed. The rock creature looked at Luo Feng in surprise. He didn't say anything, but his eyes showed gratitude. Bah? Do as you like. It has nothing to do with me. If he runs away, don't come back looking for me. The trader hurriedly distanced himself. Like I said, if he dares to run, I'll cut off his legs, Odwa said. Luo Feng was not afraid he would run away. If he dared to run, Luo Feng would teach him a lesson. No matter how fast he was, could he outrun the eightfold speed of the shadowless kick? Thank you, master, for the water and dry biscuits. The rock creature buzzed. What should I call you? Lilies asked calmly. Qiulong, he replied. Qiulong? Yes, master, the dragon replied honestly. Very good. From now on, you will serve the Yuba family. The Yuba family will treat you well, Li Lizi said. Thank you, master, the dragon slightly bowed. Madam Yuba, I also have some high mountain tribe people here. Would you like to buy them? 3,000 gold coins each, the trader said. The official price for high mountain tribe people is 3,000 gold coins. They are strong and sturdy, like rocks. Li Lizi looked over and saw that the high mountain tribe people the trader mentioned were older. She shook her head and refused. This time, Li Lizi brought a lot of gold coins, up to 130,000. 10,000 gold coins were used to buy the Sid estate, and 30,000 for fighters. In the end, she spent 80,000 to buy the Sid estate, which was 2,000 more than the original price. Carrying so much gold was a first for her. She planned to buy at least 10 slaves for future fighters and to prepare for possible attacks on the city lord's mansion. The number of fighters in the family cannot exceed 40. The family guards are limited to 200 people, and there are 30 female maids. The number of warhorses is limited to 5. Exceeding these limits would be considered rebellion, according to imperial law. The Yuba family previously had 35 slaves. After sacrificing 5, they had 30 remaining. So, Li Lizi wanted to increase the count to 40. After browsing the market, she didn't find any special races. She spent over 30,000 gold coins to buy 3 tall, strong men from the High Mountain tribe, 3 from the North Snow tribe, and 3 from the Blue Ape tribe. Among them, 2 were female slaves. One was a woman from the High Mountain tribe, and the other from the North Snow tribe. These 2 women were expensive, 6,000 gold coins each, which was half the price of the Rock Man. The High Mountain woman was skilled with a bow and accurate with her arrows, according to information from the owner. The North Snow woman cost 4,500 gold coins and was bought with some effort. She was good at throwing weapons, especially spears. She wasn't perfect, but quite formidable, as the trader confirmed. Lo Feng also saw a cold, deadly intent in the eyes of these 2 women. This is the fierce aura that only comes from long-term battle experience. Xuefei also has a cold, deadly look in her eyes. The total cost was 38,000 gold coins. I still have 12,000 gold coins left. Li Lizi didn't hesitate and bought 4 more slaves. For the safety of her family, she was willing to break the rules. Rules are meant to be broken. Rules are dead, people are alive. The city lord's mansion rarely sends people to check on things. At most, 3 times a year. Gold coins are important, but losing your life means losing everything. 2 carriages definitely can't hold so many slaves, so Li Lizi rented a carriage from a trader. After everything was arranged, Li Lizi gave the order, and 3 carriages sped out of Blackstone City. As soon as they left the city, Jojialai received the news immediately. 2 carriages when coming, 3 carriages when leaving, and 2 of them are heavily loaded. Jojialai frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. Yes, the last 2 carriages are much deeper than the first one after passing over the ground, the guard reported honestly. Did they buy a large number of fighters? Jojialai realized how serious this ambush was. If they are all slaves, each carriage can hold at least 5 people. 2 carriages can hold at least 10 people, the guard said. 10 slaves? Is the Yuba family crazy? Buying so many slaves. Could it be to defend against my city lord's mansion? Jojialai frowned. Father, could there be another possibility? What? The number of fighters in the Yuba family has already exceeded the limit set by the Empire, Joffrey said. That night at the banquet, Yuba Duan said the Yuba family still has 30 fighters. If this purchase exceeds 10, then the Yuba family's fighters are over the limit, GODLIKE said. Exactly. Then we can justify attacking the Yuba family, or even arresting Yuba and his wife and sentencing them to death. Joffrey's eyes suddenly lit up. No, the Yuba family has the Sword of Honor. The law can't sentence them to death. But we could accidentally kill Yuba and his wife during the attack. Then, once we find the Sword of Honor, everything will be justified, GODLIKE, cunning and shrewd, said. Father's wisdom. Gao Fei was overjoyed. But I'm afraid it's a bit too late, GODLIKE said helplessly. It's not too late. Quickly order the mad demon mercenaries and Captain Angus to stay put, Gao Fei said. It's been an incense burn since we left the city. I'm afraid both sides have already fallen into a fight. GODLIKE shook his head. That's okay. We can send someone to notify Angus and the mad demon mercenaries to stop fighting, Gao Fei said anxiously. GODLIKE's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. All right. You quickly send someone to tell Angus and the mad demon mercenaries to retreat. I will lead 500 guards straight to Yuba Manor to carefully investigate the fighters. Got it. Gao Fei hurriedly left. As GODLIKE predicted, 3 wagons had already been stopped by the mad demon mercenaries. Lu Feng, come out. How dare you kill my mad demon mercenaries? Today is your doom. In front of the mad demon mercenaries, a man wrapped in a black robe shouted fiercely. Lu Feng lifted the curtain and stepped out of the wagon. Li Lizi's face had turned very pale. The city lord's mansion really is relentless. Li Lizi gritted her teeth and said angrily. Ahead, there were about 100 heads in the crowd. Lu Feng frowned. Today, it looks like we're going to have another fierce fight, Lu Feng said with some headache. Li Lizi also stepped out of the wagon. Seeing the dense crowd of heads, her face turned from pale to deathly white, with no blood at all. A duo, Brother Feng. Immediately gather everyone, Lu Feng calmly ordered. Shush, shush, shush. 14 slaves, under a duo's shout, all gathered in front of the first wagon. Lu Feng said coldly, You are all bought with great money by Lady Yuba. Previously, you all entered the battlefield. Not necessarily good fighters, but at least with some fighting skills. Now we face a life-and-death battle. Fight with one heart and one mind, and we might have a chance to survive. Protect the lady safely, and if we are lucky to survive, the Yuba family will treat us well in the future. You can choose to run away, but I guarantee that once you escape, you will fall back into the hands of the traitors. In the hands of the traitors, your life is worth less than a stray dog, being kept in cages all day, starving, enduring pain and suffering. So, it's up to you to decide whether to fight or stay. At least the Yuba family won't let you go hungry or live without dignity. Rofeng rarely gives such inspiring speeches before a battle, rarely wins people's hearts before fighting. His words touch the soul and move people deeply. Even Lily's heart is stirred. She looks at Rofeng, her admiration growing stronger. She used to only know that Rofeng was very strong in battle, but didn't realize he also has leadership skills. He is calm-minded. He is sharp and quick-thinking. With such abilities, he could replace Lien Xiaodian and even Yuba Duan. If Yuba Duan were to die in the future, Rofeng's skills would allow him to lead the Yuba family. To with Blackstone City. To with the traders. To with the market. I will never go back. I want to stay. And fight for Lady Yuba. Lady Yuba broke our shackles and chains. She is our liberator. I want to fight for her. Lady Yuba is generous and noble. When I was about to starve, she gave me a meal and some water. She is my savior. I will fight for her too. We can fight, but we have no weapons. Yes, they wear swords, big knives, shields, and armor. We have nothing on us. How can we fight? This isn't a fight. It's a death sentence. I'm not afraid of death. But without weapons, I can only be passive, getting beaten or slaughtered. The passion of the slaves is ignited. But because they have no weapons, they all look dejected. At least no one chooses to leave. This is good news for Rofeng. Rofeng chuckles softly, holding a sharp sword, pointing at the mercenaries of the mad demon mercenary group, and says, You will have weapons. Just, not yet. Adieu. Pick 5 slaves and swear to protect Lady Yuba's safety. The rest, follow me to get weapons. Kill. The soldiers of the crazy demon mercenary group, under their leader's command, rushed toward Luo Feng. Shadowless Kick. Without hesitation, Luo Feng activated the Shadowless Kick and charged forward like lightning. Clang, clang, clang. He wielded a sword with both hands, moving like a ghost in the chaos of battle. From time to time, he threw a long sword, shield, or greatsword into the faces of the slaves and fighters behind him. Everyone quickly picked up weapons, shouted loudly, and charged at the crazy demon mercenary group. At the same time, Luo Feng's incredible fighting power also overwhelmed these enemies. He moved as fast as lightning. His strength was fierce and powerful. Once he entered the crowd, he became like a terrifying blood-soaked meat grinder, with blood spraying and heads flying. In just one charge, about 10 mercenaries fell into pools of blood. Seeing this, the mercenaries at the back felt their scalps go numb and trembled with fear. The new slaves held weapons in their hands. Some held swords with both hands, others held knives, some carried shields, some wore armor, and others wore helmets. The fierce battle broke out completely at this moment. Adu, at the back, looked eager and excited, with a gleam of thrill in his eyes. When he remembered Luo Feng's instructions, he steadied his mind and tried to suppress his fiery passion. Crazy! One of the new slaves muttered heavily. His speed is too fast. It's like lightning. I swear to the heavens, I've never seen anyone so strong. He's like a meat grinder on the battlefield. No one can survive past the next second in his hands. Oh my, I thought I was the strongest in our clan. But it turns out there's someone even stronger. There's always someone better out there. The other new slaves behind him showed exaggerated expressions in their amazement. Adu squinted and smiled, saying, "See? I told you. There's no need to run. If Brother Feng spots you, no matter how far you run, it's only a dead end." Run? Are you kidding? I can't run faster than him. Is he even human, fighting alongside such a strong person? I'd be happy just to lie down and watch. The Yuba family is truly powerful. They have the crazy dragon tribe, the young warriors of the Kuei tribe, and today, they even got the rock tribe. I seem to see the Yuba family rising like a bright star. Adwa praised, "You talk a lot, and you have skill." Lilies was excited inside but spoke calmly. "Stay and fight for the Yuba family. The Yuba family will treat you well. They will feed you well so you won't go hungry," Lanchan said. "I've lived for so many years, and only the Yuba family has made me feel relatively safe. It's truly an honor to catch the lady's eye." So, thank the lady. The battle was still going on. Compared to new fighters, Luo Feng looked much more terrifying. Heads kept flying into the air. Blood kept spraying from necks. People kept being cut in half by swords. Blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with mist, like a hellish scene, making people feel scared and numb. The mercenary leader at the back was already stunned. He had seen Luo Feng fight, killing 4 top warriors alone. But he had never seen Luo Feng so terrifying. Is this even a person? It's like a killing machine, born just to kill. No one could survive past the next second in his hands. They didn't even have a chance to blink before their bodies were torn apart. In less than a minute, more than half of the mercenaries were dead. Luo Feng couldn't help it. His shadowless kick had limited time. He had to use its 8 times speed to kill mercenaries as fast as possible. The more mercenaries he killed, the more hope there was for survival. Not far away, in the woods, Angus, the captain of the city lord's guards, led 200 soldiers hiding among the refugees, waiting for the right moment. Seeing Luo Feng cut through mercenaries like a knife, like a meat grinder, killing many mercenaries and causing heavy casualties, he felt nervous and shocked. His power was too terrifying. "See, Commander, do we still need to go out?" Less than a minute, and at least half of the mercenaries are dead or wounded. A soldier asked nervously. Angus's body stiffened, and his face looked grim. "Do we have any other options?" "It seems not. The city lord has ordered us to fight to the death. Either we take Luo Feng's head and capture Lady Yuba and Adwa, or we'll all be dead." The young soldier looked as if he had lost all hope. "Tell the brothers. Follow me and charge. Before the crazy demon mercenary group is completely wiped out." Angus, under pressure, trembling slightly, gave the order. "Brothers, we have no way out. We can only roll up our sleeves and fight to the death. At least there's a chance to survive. If we run, Our families behind us will be in danger, the young soldier said reluctantly. Everyone had already seen Luo Feng's cruelty clearly. They felt hopeless for the first time. Their fighting spirit dropped even more. Some guards' hands holding their swords started trembling. Their eyes showed both defiance and despair. Kill! Angus suddenly clenched his fists and shouted loudly, charging out from the woods first. Kill! Lacking courage, some shouted to join in. The guards shouted loudly, gathered their courage, and rushed after Angus. Luo Feng was fighting fiercely. When he heard the sounds of charging, his face hardened, and he cursed loudly. They really are just throwing their heads in. No skill at all, he dared not delay even a moment. With his twin swords swinging, heads flew into the air one after another. They were about to reach the black-robed man. Seeing the situation turning bad, the black-robed man ran away. Luo Feng roared, "The guy in the black robe. Don't think just because you wear a black robe, you're so mysterious. I'll cut you down without hesitation. You said you want revenge for the slaughter in Kaiyuan? I'll kill you first." As he finished speaking, Luo Feng threw his long sword directly at the black-robed man's head. The black-robed man let out a scream and fell into a pool of blood. Clang! Clang! The sound of bones breaking and weapons clashing echoed around Luo Feng. There were over 60 bodies lying on the ground. The other mercenaries had already begun to retreat in panic. Luo Feng didn't give them a chance to escape. Instead, he kept chasing after them, cutting off heads. Angus led the guards to join the fight. The shadowless kick still had 2 minutes left. Angus charged at the front, shouting loudly as he moved. "As long as we take down Luo Feng, we complete the mission. Everyone surround him. Even if it tires us out, we must kill him. You talk too much. Die for me." Luo Feng suddenly moved quickly, flashing with a cold light. He drew his sword and chopped off Angus's head. Angus didn't have time to resist, nor was he fast enough to do so. The guards all stared in shock, stunned and speechless. Luo Feng didn't care about anything else. He charged forward, fighting wildly and killing everything in his path. Time passed second by second. The countdown for the shadowless kick also decreased second by second. More and more heads flew into the air. The new slaves at the back had already fallen behind Luo Feng. They weren't as strong as Luo Feng in battle and could only attack isolated mercenaries. Many mercenaries had already run away, scared out of their wits and without the courage to fight. But the new slaves didn't give them a chance to escape. One by one, they fought and defeated these enemies. The new slaves hated the people of the Tianyin Empire the most. If the Tianyin Empire soldiers hadn't destroyed their homes, they wouldn't be in such a terrible state. Thinking of their dead family members, their fighting spirit suddenly burst out. One new was attacked unexpectedly and was stabbed by a long sword, turning into a beehive of wounds. His head was chopped off. Seeing this, the other new slaves rushed forward, cutting those enemies into pieces. The fierce battle continued intensely. The new slaves also became completely excited and energized. The shadowless kick's duration quickly ended. Half of the guards had died in pools of blood. Many guards wanted to run away, but when they thought of their families behind them, they hesitated but still fought fiercely. They had no choice. They could only fight to the death. When the shadowless kick ended, Luo Feng's speed slowed down. But with his natural strength, he still fought like cutting through vegetables. These enemies pretended to be refugees, not even wearing armor or helmets. Their defense was weaker than that of mercenaries. Where Luo Feng's sword passed, flesh and skin were torn apart. In an instant, screams of pain and agony filled the air. Finally, some couldn't bear the fear and started to run into the nearby woods. They decided that they would rather abandon their families than risk dying and wanted to stay alive. Luo Feng didn't care about any of that. His entire body, from head to toe, was soaked in blood. Even the white cloth wrapped around his waist had turned bright red. His hair was wet with blood. Some people started to run away. With the leader gone, many others couldn't bear the pressure and dropped their weapons, fleeing quickly. Luo Feng smirked coldly. "Running away shows you're lucky. I'm a bit tired now." "Yes, I am really tired." The twin swords in his hands had already been dulled from the fight. More and more people fled. Finally, after defeating the last person, the battle ended. Adwa hurried over to support Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned around. In his view, there was a mountain of corpses. Blood was flowing like a river. Limbs and body parts were scattered everywhere, looking terrible. A few new slaves stood not far behind him, their eyes wide with shock, gasping heavily. They were covered in blood too, some from enemies, some from themselves. They had many wounds, crisscrossed and torn open, flesh exposed, looking very painful. Surprisingly, one very tough fighter had no injuries at all after the entire fight. This guy was Chiu Long. He followed Luo Feng closely, swinging his weapon and cutting down at least a dozen mercenaries and guards. Their blades struck him, but he didn't get a single scratch. He was breathing heavily, as if his lungs might burst. The intense fight earlier made his cells and blood extremely active and excited. Luo Feng gave him a thumbs up. Chiu Long grinned and took a deep breath, slowly calming his heavy breathing. The fight lasted less than 10 minutes. It was a high-intensity physical battle. Li Lizi and Lan Shan seemed worried about Luo Feng. They hurried over from the carriage. "I'm fine." Luo Feng saw their concern in their eyes. Li Lizi suddenly knelt down and cried on Luo Feng's chest. When Angus led 200 guards to attack, she thought they would all die today. After all, Luo Feng was alone and outnumbered. It seems there are a few new slaves helping him fight, but only they can see how much help they really provide. Fortunately, Luo Feng moves through the crowd, using his thin body to hold back the enemies. A few of a duo's group are also busy. After many enemies rush forward, some head straight for the carriage. To protect Li Lizi and Lan Shan, a duo leads a small group of new slaves to form an unbreakable wall. Although he is not yet an adult, he has already shown great talent. When he grows up, he will surely become a powerful fighter. At least, his fighting skills are already very good. Everyone doesn't dare to rest for a moment. They fear that the gory father and son, in a fit of rage, might ignore their status as city officials and lead a large group of guards to attack. So, the carriage avoids the bodies, crushing blood as it speeds toward the estate. Not long after the carriage leaves, Jeffrey's guards arrive late. Seeing the blood and corpses everywhere, the guards feel terrified, their faces pale and trembling. They run away in panic. What? Everyone is dead? Inside the city lord's mansion, Gory has just counted his 500 guards and is about to go to the Yuba family when he hears the report from the guards. His eyes show shock. His pupils widen like cow eyes. Mad demon mercenary group and my city guards, all dead? Gory asks tremblingly. Yes, I swear on my life. All dead, not a single survivor. The Yuba family's carriage crushed the bodies in blood and has already run so far that no one can see it anymore. The guard says trembling. How is that possible? How is that possible? How long has it been? Just a short while, right? Jeffrey stammers. This is very serious. Gory says with a serious face. Should we go check the Yuba family for the fighters? Jeffrey asks. Check. We must check. Gory clenches his fists and says firmly. But, before we go, we need to gather the bodies of the guards. We can't leave the corpses out in the wild. 3 carriages race along the main road toward the Yuba family. Seeing Luo Feng and his group come down bloodied from the carriages, Yuba's face suddenly turns dark. Did we get attacked on the road again? Yuba Duan looked very gloomy and seemed to be trying to hold back water. It's revenge from the mad demon mercenary group, plus 200 or 300 disguised refugees. The total is at least 300 or 400 people, Li Lizi said seriously. Wow, 300 or 400. That's so many, Yuba Duan shivered suddenly. Luckily, Luo Feng, a duo, and many new slaves fought desperately. Or we would have definitely died, Li Lizi said with a cold face. Li Lizi clenched her teeth and angrily jumped down from the carriage, walking into the courtyard. This must be related to the city lord's mansion again, Yuba Duan said through gritted teeth. Be more confident. Remove the must. It's definitely connected to the city lord's mansion. After we entered the city, only the mansion could get news first, Li Lizi said angrily. The gory father and son are really persistent. We can't stay passive forever. We must find a way out. If we keep going like this, we will be doomed sooner or later, Yuba Duan said furiously. The breakthrough is the glory sword. Unless we return the glory sword, Gory and his son will keep bothering us, Li Lizi said. I'm afraid if we give the glory sword back, they won't let me or the Yuba family go easily. With the sword in our hands, they won't dare attack openly. But if we lose the sword, our family will be falsely accused and doomed, Yuba Duan said coldly. Now that we have the glory sword, what does that change? We're still in a bad position, Li Lizi asked expressionlessly. At least the city lord's mansion doesn't dare to attack openly, Yuba Duan said reluctantly. What's the difference between that and attacking openly now? Li Lizi asked tiredly, sitting on a wooden chair in the second courtyard. Sigh. In the end, it's because my Yuba family has no backing. If we had strong power like Ding Yifu, who would dare to step on us? Yuba Duan sighed sadly. Master, Lian Xiaotian wants to see you, Lan Shan said as she arrived at the second courtyard. Let him in. Yuba Duan waved his hand. Lian Xiaotian walked in steadily. Yuba Duan asked, Is there something? The fighters are over the limit, Lian Xiaotian said with clasped fists. What do you mean? Yuba Duan frowned. I bought 4 more fighters, Lian Xiaotian explained. A person died on the road, and there are still more than 3 others left alive, Li Lizi said. Wow, madam, how could you make such a simple mistake? If the city lord's mansion finds out, they will surely accuse my Yuba family of treason, Yuba Duan angrily scolded. Treason? What's the difference now? Besides not openly attacking my Yuba estate, what else is missing? If it weren't for the extra slaves and fighters I bought, we might have all been destroyed by the city lord's forces. Do you understand? Li Lizi retorted sharply. So what if a few more are added? My Yuba family still has 4 vacant maid positions. If the city lord's mansion comes to check, just assign female fighters to fill those positions. Since I dared to buy them, I'm not afraid of their father and son coming to investigate. You don't need to boss me around here. Li Lizi could no longer hold back and directly attacked Yuba Duan with full force. Today, she had narrowly escaped death again. How could she not be angry? If Luo Feng hadn't fought to kill the enemies, they would have been wiped out long ago. With just a duo and more than 10 novice slaves, they couldn't stop the 200 or 300 soldiers from the city lord's mansion. Li Lizi saw this clearly. Yuba Duan finally calmed down. He knew his wife had been wronged, which is why he was so furious. It turned out that the extra fighters did have some redeeming value. He looked at his wife with more respect. She was quite clever. At least Yuba Duan couldn't compare. Madam thought ahead. I was wrong to doubt you. Yuba Duan immediately put on a smile. These days, the city lord's mansion definitely won't stay quiet. Even Xiaotian. We must strengthen training and quickly help all the new fighters integrate into the Yuba family. Also, we got lucky this time and bought a Rock Clan member, Qiu Long. This guy has tough skin and strong defense, and he will be very useful in the future, Li Lizi said seriously. Only she knew how much danger the Yuba family was about to face. I know how to arrange things, Lian Xiaotian said. Rock Clan? Hearing this race, Yuba Duan immediately showed a look of surprise. This fighter must have cost a lot of money. Yuba Duan felt a bit distressed, but also a little happy. The Yuba family is going through a very difficult time. Li Lizi managing to buy a Rock Clan member at this critical moment is definitely good news for them. It's not much. Just over 20,000 gold coins, Li Lizi said confidently. What? Over 20,000 gold coins? Are you saying 20,000 isn't much? Yuba wiped cold sweat from his forehead. 20,000 gold coins is already a very large amount. Only if the Yuba family wins a big competition and earns 500,000 gold coins would it seem like not much. If other families had that amount, they would be in pain. 20,000 gold coins is indeed a lot. But for our Yuba family right now, it's nothing, Li Lizi said calmly. Yuba rubbed his stomach and said, It's not much. We follow the lady's arrangements. It's definitely better than falling into another family's hands. In the past, when we bought slaves, a few gold coins were enough. Now it's tens of thousands. Truly unpredictable times. The injured new fighters are well bandaged. Today's battle, they didn't run away or give up. Each one fought bravely. Without their courage, we might have already become cold corpses. This deserves praise, Li Lizi said seriously, staring at Lian Xiaotian. Good, Lian Xiaotian nodded. Yuba waved his hand. Lian Xiaotian stood up and left. Inside the training ground, all the slaves saw Luo Feng and others return covered in blood, and they were deeply moved. The fighters rarely fell silent. Led by Luo Feng, all the new fighters went to take a hot bath, including the 2 newly recruited female fighters. Under the hot water, The ground instantly turned red. After washing up, Luo Feng went outside. That many people. Enough for you to drink a whole pot. Wang Tailuo stood under a wooden post, poured a cup of wine for Luo Feng, and handed it to him. He already knew about the battle. At least we fought fiercely, Luo Feng said, took the cup, and drank it all. Fighters exceeded the limit, Wang Tailuo said. The lady has her plans. And Luo Feng hesitated and said, in the near future, the Yuba family won't be peaceful. Is it related to the city lord's mansion? Wang Tailuo asked. Yes, my mighty spear is already eager and impatient. If the city lord's mansion dares to come, I will make them lick their wounds, Wang Tailuo said with a forced smile. I hope your spear can still stand up then, Xue Fei replied sharply, taking over Luo Feng's words. At least I can see that you can't stand up, Wang Tailuo retorted. Better not to stand up. Otherwise, I might turn you into a woman in the middle of the night. Xue Fei blinked her eyes and said fiercely. Ugh! Wang Tailuo cursed loudly. Xue Fei sneered. Wang Tailuo turned to Luo Feng and said, Brother, I suggest you move out quickly. Don't let her get upset one day and change you. Luo Feng rolled his eyes and said, Just focus on your own heart. You two have grudges and revenge. Don't drag me into it. Humph. Wang Tailuo snorted and moved away from Xue Fei. He really didn't dare to offend her. This woman is ruthless when she's angry, and she doesn't care about family ties. Today, the new slaves experienced a tough battle. Most of them were injured, and even Xiao Tian was allowed to rest for a day. Meanwhile, the veteran fighters were still in intense training. Luo Feng did not participate. His skills had all reached perfection. He opened his system panel to check all his skills. Combat skills, Overlord Slash, Overlord Fist, One Sword Seal Throat. Defense skills, Copper Wall on the right arm, Iron Wall on the left arm. Agility skill, Shadowless Kick. Enhancement skill, Innate Divine Strength. Support skill, Imperial Glory. Except for the support skill, all his skills had reached perfection. The next level is Bloodline Inheritance. But to advance to this level, he needs to kill fighters or beast fighters. So far, he had only killed 9 fighters, earning 18 skill points. He still needed 82 more to reach 100. 82 skill points mean he must kill at least 41 fighters or beast fighters. That's a huge number. Luo Feng felt a bit troubled. How could he get skill points faster? He couldn't stay passive forever, right? The bandits and robbers he previously killed didn't give him a single skill point. This clearly shows a fact. To earn skill points, you must defeat enemies in the arena. Fights outside the arena are not recognized by the system for skill points. Otherwise, even just killing bandits on the road can earn him 500 or 600 skill points. Trainer, Luo Feng looked at Lien Xiaotian. Is something the matter? Lien asked. How can I defeat more fighters or participate in more beast battles? Luo Feng asked. What do you mean? I didn't quite understand. Lien seemed confused. Luo Feng thought for a moment and said, How can I join more competitions? You want to join fighter contests? Lien seemed to understand. Yes. Why would you think that? You should know, fighter contests are usually entered only when necessary. No fighter is naturally aggressive. It's a matter of life and death. As the saying goes, better to live badly than die bravely. Lien said meaningfully. Just tell me directly. I need an answer. Luo Feng said straightforwardly. Lien frowned and said, Each city has 2 beast arenas. One is controlled by the Imperial Cabinet, an official, recognized arena. The other is privately run, an underground arena. The underground arena isn't officially approved, but it's the fastest way to make money. Many fighter families are short of funds and secretly send people to compete there. They hold events every day. If you want to join, you need to ask Yuba Duan for permission. Luo Feng nodded. My training has hit a wall. To improve my strength, I need to compete, whether in official or underground matches. That's interesting. This is the first time I've heard that. But it does make sense. Only real combat can truly improve fighting skills, Lien approved. Yes, that's exactly what I mean, Luo Feng said. Should I report this to Yuba Duan? Yes, Luo Feng replied. All right. After training ends this afternoon, I'll go upstairs and report your idea to Yuba and his wife, Lien said. Luo Feng didn't train. He got up and went back to his room to sleep deeply. He rarely had free time and was glad to get a good, peaceful sleep. After finishing training in the afternoon, Lien Xiaodian went to the third courtyard. Lien Xiaodian, do you have something to report? Wu Badun was inside, sipping wine. Li Lizi was nearby, reading a book. Just now, Luo Feng suggested he wants to join underground fights, Lien Xiaodian said directly. Huh? What did you say? Luo Feng wants to join underground fights. Li Lizi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Why? Wu Badun asked, confused. His training has hit a wall and can't improve anymore. To get stronger, he must compete. Arena matches are limited, so he considers underground fights, Lien Xiaodian explained. Yes, that makes sense. When my father was alive, he said that training at the family gym only improves fighting skills, but to truly break through, one must experience continuous battles. Only in bloody combat can one become stronger and surpass oneself, Wu Badun agreed. So, the master agrees to Luo Feng's request? Lien Xiaodian asked. Yes, underground fights can improve strength and earn a lot of money. That's perfect for our Wu Ba family. I agree without hesitation, Wu Badun said. When can he go out to fight? Lien Xiaodian asked. After I recover from my injuries, Wu Badun replied. 2 or 3 months later. Luo Feng might not wait that long, Lien Xiaodian frowned. And the lady? Wu Badun looked at Li Lizi. Li Lizi frowned and said, I can take him to fight in secret matches, but what? Only in half a month can he go out, Li Lizi said. Why? The city lord's mansion won't let this go easily. If I take Luo Feng away now, what if they come after us? Luo Feng is the backbone of our family. I can't abandon the family in a dangerous time, Li Lizi said seriously. Are you saying the city lord's mansion will attack our family soon? Wu Badun's face suddenly changed. Lien Xiaodian also frowned. We don't know for sure, but we can't rule it out. We must prepare in advance and prevent problems before they happen. That's why I bought extra fighters, Li Lizi explained. Madam, you truly are a blessing to our Wu Ba family, Wu Badun said moved. We are husband and wife, Li Lizi replied. We will face challenges together and share hardships. Don't worry too much. Focus on healing yourself quickly. The Yuba family cannot be without you, Li Lizi said. Yes, I will follow the lady's words, Yuba Duan said, feeling very moved. Master, the old butler of the Yuba family suddenly hurried in, looking very anxious. What happened? Yuba Duan asked with a frown. A large group of soldiers has arrived outside the estate. They say they are from the city lord's residence. So many, over 200 or 300, the old butler said, wide-eyed. Wow. Yuba Duan was furious. Are they here to attack our Yuba family? Lien Xiaodian was shocked. He didn't expect the city lord's residence to attack so quickly. Li Lizi asked nervously, who brought the soldiers? They rode on horses and said they are from Chow Jelly, the old butler replied. Chow Jelly personally came to visit? Yuba Duan frowned again and asked, do the soldiers wear guards' uniforms? That. It's too dark to see clearly, the old butler said. Lien Xiaodian. Li Lizi called. Madam, Chow Jelly coming personally doesn't seem like an attack on the Yuba family. He might be here to check the fighters. Go downstairs immediately and tell Akeli, Rogier, and Julia to come up to the attic and pretend to be maids. Be careful not to make mistakes, Li Lizi said calmly. Yes, Lien Xiaodian immediately turned and left. Wait, Li Lizi called again, her face turning cold. We can't rule out a sudden attack from the city lord's residence. So, order all fighters to prepare for battle. If necessary, even if it means breaking relations, we must kill Chow Jelly and his son. Understood, Lien Xiaodian responded. And notify Luo Feng and a duo to come up immediately and meet me outside, Li Lizi said. Understood. Lien Xiaodian stood up and left. Yuba Duan stared and said, our Yuba family has the sword of honor. Chow Jelly shouldn't dare to act recklessly. Maybe he's just after the sword of honor. When someone is desperate, they can do anything. If they manage to ambush us today, they might openly strike tonight. There's nothing they wouldn't do, Li Lizi said coldly. Everything will follow the lady's arrangements. Yuba is seriously injured and cannot hold power. Moreover, Li Lizi is acting for the Yuba family. She has no personal motives in this matter and is fully cooperating. Akeli and Rogier are newly purchased fighters who haven't shown their faces, so there's no risk of exposure. Julia is one of Luo Feng's female fighters. also keeping her face hidden, so no worries there. Soon, Luo Feng and his 4 companions arrive at the attic. At the gate of the estate, shouts can be heard. Li Lizi orders the Fox tribe beauties, Lanshan and Miaoyin, to dress Akrili and the others as maids. She then takes Luo Feng and a duo quickly toward the estate gate. The gate slowly opens. Zhougo Li and his son, riding horses, dressed in armor, wearing steel helmets, with swords at their waists, stand outside the gate. Behind them, hundreds of cavalry in black armor, holding cold swords, stand upright and alert. Luo Feng senses a strong, deadly aura from these soldiers. Once in armor and on horseback, their fighting power skyrockets. They all have cold, murderous eyes. Such a late hour. Lord Zhougo Li personally leading troops. What is the purpose of your visit? Li Lizi stands in front of Luo Feng, hands on her abdomen, calmly asking. She shows no fear or nervousness. Her demeanor is calm, cool, and steady. Li Lizi's calmness surprises Zhougo Li a little, but he doesn't know that Luo Feng is Li Lizi's courage. With Luo Feng present, Li Lizi feels fearless. Coming so late. We might be bothering you. Zhougo Li steadies himself and speaks indifferently. Lord Zhougo Li wouldn't come without reason. Since you're leading a large force to visit, there must be something urgent, Li Lizi replies with a faint smile. Haha. Someone just anonymously reported that the Yuba family bought over a dozen fighters today. Recently, I heard they still have about 30 fighters. According to imperial law, a fighter family can't have more than 40 slaves. Buying so many fighters raises suspicion. So, Zhougo Li pauses. So, Lord Zhougo Li personally visits to enforce the law and check the count, right? Li Lizi asks with a smile. Exactly. The Yuba family has never challenged the Empire's strict rules nor broken any laws. Lord Gori, despite this, still entered to investigate, said Li Lizi honestly. At this point, Li Lizi could finally breathe a little easier. She had already guessed that Gori wouldn't act aggressively, but it's better to be cautious. She needed to be prepared mentally to avoid being caught off guard. It seems that the Sword of Honor still carries some weight. Gori jumped down from his horse. Led by Li Lizi, 5 guards closely protected Gori as they entered the Yuba family training ground. Lian Xiaodian. Master, gather all the fighters in the training ground, Li Lizi shouted loudly. Lian Xiaodian turned and went inside. Soon after, all the fighters inside came out, including the new fighters who had been injured today. Gori ordered someone to count them, while he personally took 3 guards into a room for inspection. Report to the city lord, there are 38 fighters outside, said the guard truthfully after Gori came out. Li Lizi added, the other 2 are beside me. Gori looked displeased and said, Lady Yuba, you haven't cooperated with my investigation. I didn't understand Lord Gori's words. Please clarify, Lord Gori, Li Lizi replied with a gentle smile. Gori said expressionlessly, the Yuba family must be hiding fighters. Li Lizi couldn't help but laugh and said, Lord Gori, you have the authority to search the Yuba estate thoroughly. If you find any extra fighters, the Yuba family is willing to accept your judgment. Is that so? Everything will be done according to Lord Gori's law enforcement, Li Lizi said frankly. Gorfei, father, order someone immediately to investigate the 3 courtyards above the attic thoroughly. Report any suspicious persons to me immediately. Gori was determined to find the truth no matter what. Lord Gori, our Yuba family is innocent. Someone is deliberately trying to make you look foolish. You see through everything with your sharp eyes. Please, do justice for our Yuba family. Yuba sat in the attic, tears streaming down his face as he cried. Gori coldly glanced at Yuba and said, don't talk to me so much. We're not that familiar. No matter if the fighters from the Yuba family are over the limit, we have the right to investigate. Yes, you're right. Our Yuba family will fully cooperate. Yuba said, after a stick of incense time. Gofrey frowned and said, Father, we searched the Yuba estate everywhere, but didn't find any extra fighters. Did you check the number of guards and maids? Jorheri asked. They have all been checked. There are no excess people. Gofrey replied. Jorheri felt uneasy, snorted coldly, and led the city guards out of the Yuba estate with a grand march. The estate gate closed. Luo Feng and a duo returned to the training ground. Lily C went to the 3rd courtyard. This is pushing us step by step into the abyss, Yuba said with a grim face. When soldiers come, we block them. When water flows, we cover it. If we had a strong backing behind us, how could they be so bold? Lily C took a sip of her drink and relaxed a little. We can't always be passive. We must find other ways to break through. Yuba said, what kind of breakthrough are you thinking of? Sending someone to secretly attack Jorge and his son? Lily C asked with a frown. Yes. This idea doesn't make sense. Do you think I don't want to attack them? With Luo Feng's strength, he could easily take down Jorge and his son. But what do we do about the people behind them after we kill them? Lily C asked. We kill them all together. Easier said than done. The conflict between our Yuba family and the city lord's mansion has long been known throughout Blackstone City. If we kill Jorge and his son, those above will definitely suspect us and send heavy troops to wipe us out. This is an undeniable fact. Because Jorge is the city lord of the empire, he belongs to a prestigious family of imperial officials. Even if they lose the Sword of Glory, they still have more authority and influence than us. Honestly, right now, our Yuba family relies on the Sword of Glory, and they dare not come openly. Lily C said passionately. Now I just want to know, what are Sophia and Ding Yufu's attitudes towards our Yuba family? At a critical moment, can we rely on them? Yuba looked at Lily C. Lily C hesitated for a moment and said, the only one who can hold back these two women now is Luo Feng. Since the last time, Sophia hasn't come back. It's been almost half a month, right? We must firmly hold on to these two women. With their backgrounds, they can surely ensure the safety of the Yuba family, Yuba said. They should arrive very soon. When they do, I will have a deep talk with them and share my thoughts. However, I can't quite figure out Ding Yifu yet, but Sophia is easy to handle, Li Lizi said. That's a task for the lady, Yuba replied. Li Lizi took a sip of her drink and nodded slightly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Nothing happened during these 3 days. Every day, Luo Feng did nothing but sleep, eat, or sit idly in the training ground. Sometimes, he would stand up to stretch, mostly at Adu's strong suggestion. Adu's power was still awakening. Wang Tailuo's strength was no longer enough to fight Adu. In the training ground, only Luo Feng could handle Adu. Luo Feng had become her sparring partner. The city lord's residence was temporarily quiet. At least, they no longer caused trouble for the Yuba family. Li Lizi, being at Yuba's house, didn't seek Luo Feng's help to solve problems. She only occasionally threw a flirtatious glance at Luo Feng in the attic. After dinner, Luo Feng returned to his room. Xue Fei mockingly said, Li Lizi hasn't looked for you in 3 days. It seems it's because of Yuba. Luo Feng smiled faintly, just in time for a few days of rest. You can rest for a few days. But don't you dare torment me, Xue Fei scolded coldly. Am I tormenting you? When did I do that? Don't talk nonsense, Luo Feng said, confused. Xue Fei looked at the quilt covering Luo Feng and said coldly, if you lift it again, I will draw my sword and cut you. Clang. Xue Fei drew a small knife from beside her pillow, her eyes flashing with cold light. Luo Feng was startled and said, what are you doing? Sleeping separately tonight? Why are you looking around? Can you blame me for that? Should I blame you? Can't you close your eyes and sleep? Are you trying to tell me you sleep with your eyes open every night? Luo Feng was annoyed. Unless what? Unless you submit to me. Xue Fei's eyes twinkled with mischief. Can't you be more subtle? Luo Feng was so angry he almost cried. I'm just thinking of you. Stop with the cold remarks. If you want to come, just come. I'll stay with you until the end. Don't blame me if you hurt yourself by holding it in later. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. You too. Hurry up. Can't you be quicker? Wang Tai's anxious voice came from the door. Get out of the way, or I'll wipe your neck later. Xue Fei scolded angrily. Okay. I'm leaving. I'm just worried you two might be shy. Such good intentions, wasted, Wang Tai muttered as he walked away. Xue Fei confidently picked up Luo Feng. 3 more days passed. At noon, the manor gate opened. Sophia arrived again in a carriage, coming to the Yuba family estate. Wow, my dear Sophia. I've been waiting and hoping, and finally you're here again. Lily greeted warmly, giving Sophia a friendly hug. Sophia also warmly responded. The two sisters exchanged greetings for a while. Lady Good, we warmly welcome your visit. Yuba, who could now walk on his own, said. Wow, Lord Yuba has recovered? Congratulations, Lily said happily. Well, it will take about a month to fully recover. But I can walk around now, Yuba smiled. That's great. Tonight, we should have a good drink to celebrate Lord Yuba's recovery, Sophia suggested. Yes, we must have a good drink, Yuba agreed with a smile. Sophia, accompanied by her husband, entered the main hall of the second courtyard. You must be tired after all that traveling. Have some water first. Tonight, I plan to hold a feast to welcome Lady Good to Yuba Manor. Let's celebrate and relax, Yuba said. Thank you so much, Lord Yuba, Sophia said happily. Go ahead and do your work. I'll talk with my sister, Sophia said, pulling Lily into the guest bedroom. Sister, yes? If you have something to say, just tell me. Sophia, I haven't had my period this month, Sophia said nervously, holding Lily's small hand. Huh? What? No period? Lily was surprised. Yes. Usually, my period comes early, but this month, there's been no sign. I suspect I might be pregnant. Sophia was a bit worried and spoke softly. This is good news. I should be happy and congratulate him. General Good has been waiting for this for a long time. This is definitely great news for him, Lily said happily. Know if she is really pregnant. This child might not belong to Good, Sophia said seriously. Huh? Sophia was very surprised and then asked suspiciously, Are you saying this child is? Yes. It's Luo Feng's, Sophia said through clenched teeth. Could it be so soon? Lily's eyes widened. I calculated the time. It's been a month and a half since I was with him, Sophia said. Wait. During this time, you haven't been with General Good? Lily asked quickly. No. Since being with Luo Feng, I haven't had any interest in him. My mind is constantly thinking about Luo Feng. These days, I wish I could fly to Yuba Manor. But because of my period, I haven't dared to go, Sophia said sadly. Does General Good know? No, he doesn't. Then what are your plans? To get rid of this child, or to keep him? Lily asked with a frown. I've never been pregnant with General Good's child, but I can get pregnant with Luo Feng's. This is very important to me. I don't want to abort this little life. I want to give birth to him, Sophia said firmly. Lily frowned and asked, What about General Good? If you want to keep the child, you need to tell him early. To avoid suspicion, yes. I will stay here for 3 days this time. After 3 days, I will go back. And after I go back, I won't come for a long time. Until the baby is born, Sophia said. Then, should you tell Luo Feng about the child? Lily asked. Maybe it's better not to say anything. If I tell Luo Feng, it might cause him trouble. This child is my own flesh and blood. I will treat him well. In the future, he will be the main heir of the Su family, and also the first heir of the Good family, Sophia said, touching her belly. Sophia had no other siblings. Her family line was single. Her father was one of the cabinet ministers. He held high power and had a prominent family background. This child, when born, will inherit her father's lineage, and even her husband's lineage. Yes, Li Lizzie nodded. It was truly an unexpected surprise. There's something I also want to tell you, Li Lizzie suddenly said. As sisters, you can tell me anything. Don't hide it, Sophia said. Do you have feelings for Luo Feng? Li Lizzie asked. Why do you ask that, sister? Sophia was confused. Just answer me. He is the father of my child. Even if I didn't have feelings before, I must have feelings now. After all, there's an emotional bond, Sophia said, touching her belly. You two have formed an emotional bond. And Luo Feng is also a fighter of the Yuba family. He's very important to us. But now, our Yuba family faces a big problem, Li Lizzie said. What problem? Harassment from the city lord's mansion, Li Lizzie said with anger. The city lord's mansion? The Gogari father and son. Yes. What about them? What about Luo Feng? Wait. Is Luo Feng okay? Whenever Luo Feng was mentioned, Sophia tensed up nervously, her eyes showing worry. Luo Feng is fine now, but I can't guarantee he will stay safe in the future, Li Lizzie frowned. What do Gogari father and son want to do? If they dare to harm Luo Feng or attack the Yuba family, I will make sure they suffer, Sophia shouted angrily. Sigh. They really dare to threaten Luo Feng and the Yuba family. So, I need your help, Li Lizzie said seriously. Don't worry. I will stand up for your Yuba family. If they really try to attack you, just send a message by Raven. I will have my father come personally, Sophia said firmly. Li Lizzie relaxed slightly, then said, just like you sent the raven before. I fear the city lord's mansion will soon take action against us. Don't be afraid. As long as I am here, they won't dare attack the Yuba family. Tomorrow morning, I will send a raven to inform my husband and father to put pressure on Gogari father and son, Sophia said. That would be perfect, Lilizi said happily. The two of them continued their conversation before walking out of the bedroom. Night began to fall. The Yuba family prepared a grand feast. At Sophia's request, Luo Feng went to the main hall of the second courtyard. When he saw Sophia for the first time, he nodded slightly. She was the first woman he met in this strange space. She was mature, charming, and very attractive. She was also the wife of the leader of the Imperial Flying Dragon Army and the daughter of a key advisor in the Empire's cabinet. Luo Feng didn't know much about Sophia. What he knew was mostly about her skills and intimacy. The last time they met was at a celebration banquet. That night, at Ding Yifu's request, he had a relationship with Lan Shan. Later, at Ding Yifu's strong insistence, he spent 3 full days with Ding Yifu. Drink. Sophia personally poured a full glass of wine for Luo Feng. Yuba, standing nearby, shouted, "Today, Lady Good is an important guest of our Yuba family. You must take good care of her. Lady Good, come, I toast to you," Sophia said. "I'm not feeling well today, so I won't drink much. Just make sure Luo Feng is well taken care of." "Hey, does Luo Feng need to be taken care of?" "It should be you who needs to be taken care of," Yuba corrected. "No, I say who to take care of. I will take care of them," Sophia said firmly. Okay. We will follow Lady Good's instructions," Yuba quickly agreed. The dinner ended. Sophia seemed to consider the child's growth and didn't drink much. She only had 1 glass, and with Luo Feng's encouragement, she took a small sip. Luo Feng didn't know she was pregnant with his child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Sophia drink at all. With Sophia's company, Luo Feng drank until he was half drunk. They stayed in the guest bedroom of the second courtyard. Familiar recipes, familiar tastes. Familiar surroundings, familiar people. The last time he slept here was with Ding Yifu. This time, it was someone else. The bedroom had 2 windows overlooking the mountain scenery. Usually, important guests stayed in this room. After some tossing and turning, Luo Feng was about to sleep when suddenly, loud noises came from outside. Followed quickly by Lilizi, in panic, pushed open the door quickly. "No, this is bad." Lilizi's eyes widened with fear as she shouted in despair. "What happened?" Luo Feng was startled, ignoring the white cloth wrapped around his arm, and asked urgently. "The manor has been attacked. Most of the guards have been quietly defeated." Lilizi gasped, her eyes wide with fear. "Huh?" Sophia was shocked and quickly grabbed the bedding to protect herself. "Where is Lian Xiaodian?" Luo Feng asked quickly. "Yuba Duan has already gone to inform others." "You. Get ready to fight." Lilizi's eyes widened, her face pale as she said. "Both of you stay here. Don't go anywhere." Luo Feng quickly wrapped himself in cloth, then jumped off the bed and reached the door of the guest room. Ugh ugh ugh, ugh ugh ugh. Urgent horns sounded repeatedly. "The Yuba Manor has been attacked. The Yuba Manor has been attacked." Yuba Duan was lying on the railing of the 3-entry courtyard attic, shouting hoarsely at the training ground below. "Lian Xiaodian! Lian Xiaodian!" Yuba Duan kept shouting. Lian Xiaodian was already asleep, and the fighters had all fallen asleep too. When he heard Yuba Duan's shouting and the urgent horns, Lian Xiaodian hurriedly ran outside, anxious and worried. "Master, quick! Yuba Manor has been attacked. Immediately gather people and support Yuba Manor," Yuba Duan shouted with a pale face. "Bang! Gather! Everyone get up!" Lian Xiaodian burst into the house, shouting angrily at the dark corridor. In an instant, all the fighters were awakened. The fighters were confused. Lian Xiaodian kicked open the armory, took out shields, spears, swords, and knives, and began distributing weapons. People like Jinggu and Songdao picked up their weapons and rushed toward the attic. Luo Feng had already reached the first courtyard. In the large manor, over 200 guards were fighting fiercely with the intruders. More guards had fallen in battle. The intruders were all tall and strong, powerful and muscular. Their combat skills far surpassed those of the guards. Just a quick encounter, and dozens of guards were killed in a pool of blood. These men wore black clothes and strong armor, numbering no less than 300. The manor gate was already open. People kept rushing inside. These men carried shiny swords and large blades, fighting fiercely with the guards in a chaotic battle. The guard captain held 2 swords, wore armor, and led the charge bravely. Many guard bodies lay on the ground, at least 50 or more. The guards suffered heavy losses and were no match for these men. Fortunately, Lien Xiaodian led the fighters to come and help. Seeing so many heads, the fighters all rushed forward together. "Commander, you lead a duo, Pan Shi, Jian Gu, Song Dao, Wang Taro, and Xue Fei. Guard the far gate and don't let the enemies break into the courtyard," Luo Feng said to Lien Xiaotian. "Everyone else, follow me and charge." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Feng used the shadowless step, moving like lightning, breaking through the guard's circle and attacking the invaders. The invaders said nothing and charged toward Yuba Manor. The fighters like Qiu Long and Lu Haisai also rushed forward to fight. Luo Feng held his sword with both hands, like a killing machine, as heads flew and blood splashed everywhere. Yuba Duan, Li Lizi, and Sophia had already moved from the second courtyard to the main gate. Seeing Lien Xiaodian and others defending the far gate, Luo Feng and his team rushing in, Yuba Duan looked unhappy and asked, "Do you know who the invaders are?" Lien Xiaodian frowned and said, "We don't know yet." "Is that even necessary to ask?" "It must be related to the City Lord's mansion," Li Lizi sneered. "City Lord's mansion? Are they planning to wipe out Yuba Manor completely?" "With me, Sophia, here, they dare to try." Sophia, wearing a thin veil and long dress, said angrily. "Today, Lady Good will be disappointed," Yuba Duan said with a bitter smile. "Humph, I won't let today's events go easily. If there are thieves attacking Yuba Manor at night, it's a disgrace to the Tianyin Empire. I think Lord Zhougo Li is about to be finished." Sophia snorted. The fierce battle continued. Luo Feng led the fighters to attack, easing the pressure on the manor guards. But the enemies were too many, and many guards fell into pools of blood. Soon, the invaders broke through the protective wall built by the estate guards and charged toward Lien Xiaodian and the others. The captain ordered, "Yuba Manor, leave no one behind. Not even a mosquito can fly out. Revenge for our fallen brothers in the Crazy Demon Mercenary Group and the Crazy Tiger Mercenary Group. Kill, kill." More than 10 black-clad men broke through the guard wall and rushed toward Lien Xiaodian and his companions, shouting angrily. Clang! Lien Xiaodian suddenly drew his long sword and coldly said, "I, Lien Xiaodian, swear to die with Yuba Manor, to defend its dignity and honor. Follow me and fight." Wang Tailuo squinted and said, "My twin swords are already eager to fight. Today, I want to kill happily. Kill, kill." Jian Gu, wielding a large cleaver, also charged forward shouting loudly, "I want to be like Brother Feng and become a truly respected man. Kill." A duo also swung her sword and fought. Although Lien Xiaodian was old, his fighting spirit was still strong. He rushed forward and cut down a black-clad man with his sword. Then, he quickly dodged a deadly attack, swung his sword in an arc, and stabbed the neck of a second black-clad man. Jian Gu swung his large cleaver, stepped with long legs, kicked over a black-clad man, and then the blade flashed coldly, slicing straight through the man's abdomen. A piercing scream immediately sounded. Jian Gu lost his spear, but each time he attacked, he targeted the enemy's spear, humiliating his opponents as they died. A duo was braver. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, she swung her sword and cut off heads with each strike. Where she went, blood sprayed and brains splattered. The scene was bloody and violent, too gruesome to watch. More than a dozen black-clad men had not even reached the courtyard gate before being killed by Lien Xiaotian and his team. Wang Tailuo cursed, "My twin swords haven't drunk blood yet, and you've already finished them off." Lien Xiaotian looked at the continuous flow of black-clad men rushing in and said anxiously, "Today's battle will let you kill to your heart's content." More enemies broke through the guard wall, but were all finished off by a duo and Jian Gu. The shadowless kick technique quickly ended. Luo Feng's speed of killing slowed down clearly. Just as he stopped, 3 or 5 strong men surrounded him. These men were very powerful. Each held a shield, just defending, not attacking. They wanted to hold Luo Feng back and give other black-clad men a chance to rush into Yuba Manor. Luo Feng shouted loudly, "Put away his twin swords. and activated the Overlord Fist. Dot. Clang. The huge power of the Overlord Fist instantly shattered the shields and broke through the circle of enemies. He punched through one man's stomach. He punched another man's head, smashing it. Blood and internal organs spilled everywhere. White brain matter splattered all over Luo Feng. Seeing this, the other big men all backed away in fear. Their faces turned pale. They had never seen such terrifying fighting power. No wonder the team leader ordered them to defend only and not attack. Luo Feng didn't stop. The Overlord Fist lasted only 4 minutes, and he wanted to kill as many black-clad men as possible within that time. Dot. Clang. More black-clad men were knocked out with one punch. Red blood splattered everywhere. Sophia frowned and said, "Mad Demon Mercenary Group? Are they here to take revenge?" That day, she watched a competition and knew that the City Lord's mansion had invited the war god Kaiyuan and the killing war god to fight. But Luo Feng killed them on the spot. Mad Demon Mercenary Group? Yuba Duan looked confused. "There must be the City Lord's mansion behind this," Li Lizi said seriously. "Yes. Last time, 5 fighters sent by Qiao Jelly. 2 were from my husband's army, 2 from the Mad Demon Mercenary Group. But Luo Feng easily defeated them all," Sophia said honestly. "It seems this time, the City Lord's mansion won't show up again. They want to rely on the Mad Demon Mercenary Group to wipe out my Yuba family in one go." Yuba Duan narrowed his eyes. The Mad Demon Mercenary Group is a large mercenary group in the Tianyin Empire. There are at least 500 skilled fighters in the group. On our way back to the manor last time, we killed over 100. So this time, there are probably around 400, Li Lizi analyzed. "Does this look like 400 people?" "My initial estimate is at least 1,000, Yuba Duan said, feeling a bit nervous. "They want to swallow Yuba Manor in one bite." Sophia showed a worried expression. "I need to send a message via Messenger Raven right now, ordering my husband to quickly send troops to support the Yuba family, and also to reveal the ugly deeds of the Jogo family father and son." Sophia turned and entered the first courtyard. She carried 2 messenger ravens with her. One was connected to her father. The other was connected to her husband. "Time may be too late," Yuba and bitterly smiled. "But we must expose the conspiracy of the Jogo father and son before we die," Sophia insisted. "Sophia is right. We should inform others. Today is a life and death situation. Either the City Lord's army is defeated and they escape in shame, or my Yuba estate is attacked and everyone dies in a night raid," Lilius said with a grim face. "The Sword of Glory. Alas, it's both our success and our failure," Yuba sighed. "Maybe if I hadn't overlooked Luo Feng back then, my Yuba family wouldn't have so many troubles," Lilius whispered. "It's not your fault. Without Luo Feng, my family might have had to sell everything. At least we are still standing strong. Trust Luo Feng. Trust A Duo. Trust Xiao Long. Trust Xian Xiao Tian, Wang Tai Luo, and the other top warriors. Our slaves and fighters are now very strong. With their brave fighting, we can surely hold off the City Lord's army," Yuba comforted himself. "Luo Feng is truly a holy warrior." Lilius stared intently at Luo Feng's back. "Luo Feng is indeed very strong. He's the bravest fighter I've ever seen. If we manage to win this surprise attack, I will have Luo Feng stay in the first courtyard. He deserves to stay in the luxurious master bedroom of Yuba Estate. I want to make Lanshan his wife. Serve him closely in daily life," Yuba said seriously. "Are you really going to do that?" Lilius asked with a frown. "Is there a problem?" Yuba looked puzzled. "If you do that, how will Sophia and Ding Yifu explain it?" Lilius asked. "Well, Sophia and Ding Yifu don't come often. When they're not here, Lanshan will serve as a personal attendant," Yuba replied. Lilius nodded slightly and said, "Everything will be arranged by my husband." She dared not say more. Yuba was very suspicious. If she interfered too much in Luo Feng's private life, she would surely be suspected by Yuba. On a small hill near the Yuba Manor, Jiang Goli and his son, along with a middle-aged man, stood and watched the battle below. "Thanks a lot to Brother Mad for this. If we take Yuba Manor, I only want the glory sword. Everything else belongs to the Mad Demon Mercenary Group." Jiang Goli stroked his 3-inch beard and said, "This time, for the City Lord's mansion, our Mad Demon Mercenary Group has given it our all. If Yuba Manor doesn't have enough gold coins, the city lord's mansion should cover the costs, the mad demon said with a blank face. Don't worry. Yuba Manor has at least 400,000 gold coins. That's enough to pay for the efforts of the mad demon mercenary group. Jiang Goli smiled. Don't forget, I also invited the skunk mercenary group to join the fight. I promised them at least 200,000 gold coins, the mad demon added. That's enough. Just one strong young man, a duo, is worth over 100,000 gold coins. Jiang Goli said, if we can capture the young member of the Kuei tribe, a duo, I, Joffrey, am willing to pay to buy him, Joffrey quickly said. Shut up, Jiang Goli snapped. Joffrey was confused. The mad demon glanced at Joffrey and said, Lord Goli is wise and clever, but your son is a bit not so smart. What do you mean? Joffrey asked angrily. Jiang Goli glared fiercely at Joffrey and then laughed. Young dogs are still too naive about schemes. Please forgive them. The mad demon shook his head and said, I only need enough commission. I won't take a duo from the Kuei tribe. Huh? That's easy. If the Yuba family doesn't have 400,000 gold coins, I will personally cover the missing amount. I won't let Brother Mad Demon have trouble, Jiang Goli said. That's very good. The fierce battle continued. The manor guards had already lost more than half. Their numbers had shrunk to just over 50. The Mad Demon Mercenary Group and the Skunk Mercenary Group also suffered heavy losses. There were casualties among the fighters too. In the chaos of fighting, Luo Feng and Qiu Long fought bravely. Luo Feng had natural strength and many deadly moves. When facing strong opponents, he would trigger his ultimate attack to defeat them. Against weaker enemies, he would strike quickly, sending heads flying. Qiu Long, with tough skin and thick flesh, had incredible defense and was not afraid of injuries. He charged recklessly into the fight. Most of those who could break through his defenses were defeated by Luo Feng. The remaining enemies were just small fighters. When Jian Xiaotian and a few others entered the courtyard to guard, they were already caught in a fierce fight. Including Wang Tailuo, everyone was engaged in a bloody battle. The strong bones and solid rocks, like two mighty guardians, still protected the gate. They were careful to prevent any enemies from sneaking inside. Yuba Duan and Li Lizi also carried weapons, ready to fight at any moment. Sophia had already sent a message via Flying Crow. She stood behind the two, watching the fierce fight, and said angrily, if Yuba's family wins this battle, I will make my father step in to impeach Zhou Li. Without the protection of the glory sword, as long as no one in the cabinet blocks him, Zhou Li will surely lose his position as city lord. Yuba Duan seemed to see Zhou Li stepping down. Does the head of Yuba's family want to become the ruler of Blackstone City? Sophia asked. Me? Can I? Yuba Duan's eyes lit up, very excited. With the glory sword in your hand and someone recommending you, you can definitely replace Zhou Li and become the rightful new city lord of Blackstone City, Sophia said. That would be perfect. If Lady Good helps me sit on the city lord's throne, then Blackstone City will be Lady Good's private garden. Come whenever you want, leave whenever you want. I promise to run through the streets happily without hesitation. Yuba Duan pounded his chest, speaking seriously. First, we need to resist this attack from the city lord's mansion, Li Lizi reminded him carefully, to prevent Yuba Duan from getting too proud. The fight lasted for an hour. Luo Feng's weapons were all dulled from use. He casually picked up a sword from the ground and joined the fight again. There were fewer than 10 guards left in the estate. The strong bones and solid rocks were often attacked by the black-clad enemies who broke through. Lian Xiaotian and Wang Tailuo, worried that they might be overwhelmed and endanger Yuba Duan and his wife, kept fighting back. About 10 fighters had already sacrificed themselves. Everyone was fighting with bloodshot eyes. The crazy mercenary group and the skunk mercenary group had suffered heavy losses. Everyone rushed into the estate. The large courtyard was filled with heaps of corpses, blood flowing like rivers. The ground was covered in bright red blood. The blood flowed into the garden through the drains. The soil and flowers were soaked in fresh blood. The strong smell of blood spread throughout every corner of the estate. This was clearly going to be a night of killing, a night of bloody fighting. The sharp screams echoed repeatedly, spreading from the estate to the entire hillside of Blackstone Mountain. Another hour passed. The Crazy Demon Mercenary Group and the Skunk Mercenary Group had lost more than half their members, leaving only about 200 soldiers. Seeing this, the leader of the Skunk Mercenary Group, Skunk, decided for the first time to consider retreating. All his top warriors had been killed by Luo Feng. As casualties kept rising, he felt distressed. He never expected Yuba Manor to be so tough. It was like fighting against tiny, unstoppable insects. If they kept fighting like this, they would only hurt each other badly. Everyone was dead, so why keep fighting for so many gold coins? Should they recruit new mercenaries? It was a bitter irony. He couldn't stay still. Riding his horse, he quickly reached a small hilltop. Lord Gory, leader of the Crazy Demon Group. We must retreat, Skunk said reluctantly. Victory is almost ours. Retreat now, and we won't get anything. Gory hurriedly stopped him. Victory is indeed near. But if we keep fighting, I, Skunk, will be left all alone. No one will be left, so why do I need so many gold coins? Skunk said with a grim face. You can recruit new mercenaries and form a new Skunk mercenary group. Joffrey added at the right moment. Skunk was furious. This was an insult to him. Shut up. No one will talk if you keep quiet. Gory wished he could slap his son a few times. Exactly. If we keep fighting like this, everyone will die? Why do we still need gold coins? Should we really rebuild the mercenary group? The Crazy Demon leader mockingly asked. Without mercenaries, I'm afraid neither of us can protect so much gold, let alone rebuild and recruit again. Skunk said the key point. If everyone died and they only barely managed to take Yuba Manor, Gory and his son would definitely turn against them and betray them. That was unquestionable. They are at most just small-time mercenary leaders, neither imperial officials nor soldiers. Even if they are killed, no one will stand out for them. Don't worry. Whether we take Yuba Manor or not, I will give double compensation to the death mercenaries and cover the losses of both mercenary groups. Joe Gidge said seriously. Over 1,000 casualties. Can the city lord's office afford that? Each mercenary's death costs 500 gold coins. 1,000 casualties would total 500,000 gold coins. I don't think the city lord's office can afford it, said the skunk coldly. Wow. Gao Flay took a deep breath and asked, That many? That's not a small amount, said the crazy man calmly. Father, if that's the case, the Yuba family might not have enough money to pay, Gao Flay said in surprise. Shut up. Slap? Joe Goalie couldn't hold back anymore and slapped his son. Gao Flay was hit and looked upset. Both of you, keep your feelings in check. I, the city lord's office, will risk 2 years of taxes to compensate both mercenary groups for all their losses, Joe Goalie promised, pounding his chest. They can't afford to retreat now. If they retreat, today's battle will be for nothing. Both sides are exhausted. Their strength is waning. Now it's a test of endurance. Joe Goalie definitely won't give up. Losing the Glory Sword has clearly diminished his prestige within the cabinet. If he can't get the Glory Sword back, he might even lose his official position. Many high-ranking officials are eyeing this lucrative position. If not for the deterrent of the Glory Sword, he would have been replaced long ago. Brother Crazy, the skunk mercenary group must withdraw. Also, when I return, I will count the casualties and hope the city lord's office is prepared with funds, the skunk said, looking back at the Yuba family with some pain. Many of his brothers who fought alongside him have already fallen inside Yuba Manor. He can't just watch more and more people die. The Yuba family's fighters are very strong. Captain Skunk, the employment contract doesn't say anything about compensation like that, Joe Goalie said coldly. What do you mean? The skunk narrowed his eyes. Please see the detailed statement above. Having failed to capture Yuba Manor or giving up halfway, I, Joe Goalie, refuse any compensation. Joe Goalie said seriously. You. Skunk's face changed dramatically. He hadn't carefully read the employment contract. Initially, he thought that 2 large mercenary groups, each with over 1,000 men, could easily take Yuba Manor. But he never expected that. Yuba Manor was a tough nut too. The first time, he felt completely exhausted. Skunk looked at Mad Demon. Mad Demon frowned, clearly surprised by this as well. Now you two only have 2 choices. First, fight to the death, and I, Joe Goalie, will cover all losses. Second, lead the remaining mercenaries away empty-handed. Joe Goalie crossed his arms and spoke seriously. Skunk glanced at his brothers still fighting desperately below, his face darkening. Brother Mad Demon, Skunk felt unwilling. Hold on a little longer. We are held back, and we have no other choice, Mad Demon said helplessly. I can't watch my brothers go to their deaths. You hold back yourself. I will lead my men to retreat. Skunk turned and started to leave. Clang. Mad Demon suddenly drew his sword from his waist, blocking Skunk, and said coldly, It's too late for that now. What? What do you mean? Skunk was shocked. The City Lord's residents must win. Your soldiers must hold on to the end, Mad Demon said coldly. Are you a rat and snake alliance? Working together, Skunk's back broke out in cold sweat. I'm also forced into this Mad Demon mercenary group. We are friends, after all. I suggest you stay put. Maybe Lord Gory will spare your life, Mad Demon said coldly. Friends? Skunk looked at the sword on his neck and couldn't help but mock. Is this what you call friendship? Over time, casualties increased among Mad Demon mercenary group and Skunk's mercenaries. The slaves and fighters of Yuba Manor also suffered heavy losses. Up to now, more than half of the fighters have been killed or wounded. The manor guards are down to only the captain and 2 fierce deputy captains. The battle has reached a critical point, and even the strongest bows are running out of strength. There are still over 100 mercenaries left. The sturdy and tough people, like Bandstone and others, had already become exhausted and numb in their arms, feeling mentally tired. Wang Tailuo also looked somewhat tired. Lien Xiaodian teased, Aren't you here to fight happily? Why do you look so worn out now? Wang Tailuo refused to admit defeat and said confidently, The warm-up isn't even over yet. Who told you I'm tired? Then hurry up and fight. No more excuses. Xue Fei cut open a man's neck with a knife, wiped the blood from her face, and scolded. Luo Feng still charged at the front line. He dodged left and right, wielding 2 swords, and more mercenaries fell into pools of blood as they fought fiercely. Behind them, Yuba Dun clenched his teeth and said, Today's battle has caused heavy losses to my Yuba family. Even if I throw away the Sword of Honor, I will never let GODLIKE get it. I will remember this day. I swear I will never forget it, Sophia said calmly. Lilies looked expressionless and said, If my Yuba family manages to win this battle, it will transform us completely. It shows that our fighters are all strong. There are no weak ones. The number of guards is almost gone. More than half of our fighters are dead or injured. It's a fierce fight. If we manage to defend successfully, it will be recorded as the greatest battle in our family's history. It will be our most glorious victory. Yuba Dun suddenly felt proud. Don't get too confident. All of this was thanks to Luo Feng fighting alone. Without him holding back the main army, even Xiaodian and others might have already fallen, Lilies reminded sharply. Luo Feng, he's truly a remarkable man. If I weren't married, he would be my first choice for a husband. I would make him the top heir of the Su family, Sophia said emotionally. The battle was still raging fiercely. Casualties kept increasing. When the mercenaries numbered fewer than 50, Stinky Face showed a look of despair. Mad Demon's face was grim, but he said nothing. All a bunch of useless people, GODLIKE sneered. Over 1,000 soldiers, and they can't even take down the Yuba family. What right do you have to call yourselves mercenaries? Soldiers can be killed, but not humiliated. Stinky Face's eyes widened with anger. GODLIKE coldly glanced at him and then looked at his own son. Zhuo Flay, Father, now it's time for my city's guards to step in. You quickly notify Captain Rookin of the City Lord's Guard, commanding him to lead 300 guards to charge forward. Life and death are irrelevant. Jogo calmly issued the order. The skunk was surprised and asked, City Lord's Guard? The skunk looked frightened and said, Are you willing to risk everything to eliminate the Yuba family? I want the glory sword. To get it back, I will do whatever it takes, Jogo replied coldly. The skunk warned kindly, You're crazy. Using the City Lord's Guard without permission could get you removed from your position if they find out. Your suggestion is good, but if the people who know the truth are silenced, can the message still get out? Jogo's eyes flashed with killing intent. What do you mean? Exactly what I said, Jogo winked at the madman. The madman understood and swung his long sword, cutting the skunk's neck. Blood spurted out. The skunk reached for his wound, eyes full of regret and despair. He stared at the madman until his last breath. Kill, led by Joffrey, 300 guards from the city lord's mansion charged into Yuba Manor like a raging flood. These 300 soldiers did not wear the usual guards' uniforms. Jogo was very cautious about this. Yuba and the others saw this and turned pale. Just when victory seemed certain, support troops appeared from behind. Jogo is too ruthless. He's determined to wipe out my Yuba family. Yuba was desperate. The fighters were exhausted. Continuous fighting would surely kill the fighters in Yuba Manor. Sophia looked pale. Lily had no blood in her face. After Luo Feng killed the last mercenary, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and his hands trembled as he held his sword. Qiulong gasped and said, "This battle might be my last one." A duo was annoyed and said, "Give me half a year to grow, and I will definitely fight him for 3 days and nights." Pancher coldly said, "I want to cut down all of their snake spears." Jiangu's face was cold as he said, "I will make sure they all lose their quail eggs." Lien Xiaodian turned back and said to the 3 men from Wuba, "Everyone hide. From now on, I may not be able to protect you all." Wuba's face looked grim. Li Lizi felt frustrated. Sophia then loudly shouted to Captain Weibin Riken and the other guards, "I am Sophia, daughter of Minister Su White and wife of General Gooden of the Imperial Flying Dragon Corps. I order you to stop attacking the Wuba family now. I have sent a message to my father and husband. If you dare to move forward again, no matter which one of them you anger, you will regret it." Sophia's voice was very loud, almost shouting. Sure enough, as soon as she finished, Captain Riken was caught in a difficult position. Riken was a senior official in the city lord's mansion. He knew both Gooden and Su White very well. He had also met Sophia in person. He understood that Lord Jojori could not afford to offend either of these two people. Any conflict with them would cause big trouble for Jojori. Jojori, disguised, was mixed among the guards. When he heard Sophia's words, his face suddenly changed. He recognized Sophia's voice. But he didn't stop Riken from moving forward. Instead, he sped up. Seeing this, Sophia was shocked and shouted again, "Jojori, Joffrey, I know this must be your city lord's mansion behind this. The magic mercenary group was hired by you before. This attack probably has something to do with you. I have sent a message to my father and husband. If you keep going, be prepared to face their anger." As soon as she finished, Joffrey broke out in cold sweat behind him. He quickly ordered Riken to stop. Riken, hearing the order, cursed silently. "Idiot. If you don't stop, it's fine. But if you do, you're admitting your identity." He hurriedly advised, "Young Master Joffrey, we can't stop now. We must keep moving forward. Curse it. I order you to stop immediately. Stay where you are. I will go ask my father for instructions." Joffrey dared not delay and ran away. This pause gave the slaves and fighters of the Wuba family a chance to breathe. Seeing this, Sophia sneered coldly. "It really is connected to the city lord's mansion. If I am not mistaken, Zhouge Li and his son are definitely nearby." Yuba Duanzan said, "The chief minister and General Filong are truly extraordinary. Their status alone is enough to intimidate others." Lilies looked worried and said, "I'm afraid if they find out Sophia is here, they will be ruthless and eliminate her completely. They dare." Sophia snapped angrily. "They might really dare. When pushed to the limit, even dogs will jump over walls. Not to mention Zhouge Li." Yuba Duanzan felt a bit scared. "Oh, does that mean I'm in trouble?" Sophia cried anxiously. "At least the attack has stopped for now. It gives the fighters a chance to breathe." Lilies comforted her. "What did you say? Sophia is with the Yuba family?" Zhouge Li's face tightened when he heard his son's words. "Yes, it's Sophia. I recognized her voice." Joffrey said, "What should we do now?" "Keep attacking, but if we kill Sophia, her father and husband will never forgive us. If we retreat, today's attack will be a total failure." Joffrey said reluctantly. Zhouge Li's face darkened, feeling unwilling too. Victory was almost ours. Withdrawing now would mean wasting all our efforts. And moreover, choosing to retreat now would be like admitting that the night raid was secretly supported by the city lord's family. "Fools!" Zhouge Li suddenly shouted angrily. "You shouldn't stop the attack." "Huh? Why?" "Stopping now means admitting that today's battle was secretly orchestrated by me and my son." Zhouge Li scolded. "Huh?" Joffrey was shocked. "We have no way out now. We must eliminate the Yuba family today. Even if it costs the lives of these 300 men, we cannot give up. And don't go anywhere. If these 300 men die, we must retreat quickly. As long as our father and son stay hidden, she won't have any proof. GODLIKE said gloomily. Okay. I'll tell Riken to continue the attack right now. Joffrey hurriedly said. You stay, and go inform Fengmao. GODLIKE ordered, worried that his foolish son might reveal their location. So he sent Fengmao to deliver the message. Fengmao left immediately. Riken received the order and suddenly sped up his march. Sophia saw the situation and said with a pale face, They have started the attack. The road is blocked. If we stop moving forward, it means we admit that today's battle is connected to his city lord's mansion, Lizzie said with a bitter smile. It looks like tonight will definitely be a sleepless night, Yuba Dunn sighed. Don't talk about sleepless nights. As long as we survive, that's good enough, Lizzie said weakly. 10 or so people against 300 or 400. Do we have any chance? Sophia felt hopeless. Let's go to the cellar. Standing here only distracts them. Maybe we'll know the battle's outcome early tomorrow. Yuba Dunn stood up and left. Lizzie and Sophia exchanged a look. Immediately, on Yuba Dunn's suggestion, all the maids also hid in the cellar. This was a hiding spot Yuba Dunn had dug earlier. It was spacious inside, well ventilated. From inside the cellar, you could see the scenery at the foot of the mountain through the window. The cellar was located beneath the luxurious bedroom of the inner courtyard. If things got really bad, they could jump out of the cellar window to avoid being caught and subjected to torture and suffering. The courtyard was filled with corpses. Everywhere was thick blood. Lu Feng, a duo, Lian Xiaodian, and others, including the captain and vice-captain of the guards, lined up and prepared for battle. Only about a dozen fighters remained. Lu Feng, a duo, Lian Xiaodian, Wang Tailuo, Shui Fei, Pan Shi, Jin Gu, Song Dao, Xiaolong Susan, Luolina, a Kelly, Luojier, Lan Ase, plus 2 burly men whose names hadn't been given yet, Moses and Hodge. Moses and Hodge were newly purchased fighters. They were both very fierce. They had fought this far because they had some fighting skills, self-protection, and survival abilities. Luo Haisai was dead. Julia was dead too. It must be said, the fighters who had survived this long were all strong warriors. It was like a big wave washing away the sand, filtering out the weak. Except for Lian Xiaodian, only 15 fighters remained. Out of 200 guards, only the captain and vice-captain were left. The rest of the guards had all died in battle. 18 people, armed with weapons, standing in a line. Lian Xiaodian took a deep, harsh breath and said coldly, Today is a do-or-die situation. We know it's death, but there's no way back. We must fight to the death to find a chance to survive. The Yuba couple treated us well. At least they didn't cheat us or make us suffer hunger. Everyone who has made it this far is a strong person. So, we must keep going until the battle is over. Stop talking nonsense. Kill. A duo shouted angrily, veins bulging on her forehead, and suddenly charged forward. The cooldown for the shadowless kick had ended. Luo Feng didn't hesitate and triggered the shadowless kick again. His figure was like lightning, rushing out once more. Wang Tailuo and Xiao Long and others followed closely, fighting wildly. Luo Jie picked up a long sword from the ground and threw it like a spear. The sword flew through the wind and landed among the city guards. The sharp blade hit a poor soldier in the stomach, making him feel icy cold inside. The fierce battle erupted again. Luo Feng transformed into a killing machine, moving like a ghost among the crowd. Wherever he went, blood sprayed, and heads flew. Seeing this, Riken's scalp tingled with fear and shock. The sky gradually turned pale. On the small hill, Chojili and his son, driven mad, had already ridden away on fast horses, disappearing from sight. The courtyard of the Yuba Manor was filled with mountains of corpses. Blood pooled into rivers, turning a low-lying area into a blood-red pond. The stench of blood filled the entire Yuba family estate. As Luo Feng swung his sword one last time and chopped off a head, the battle came to an end. He looked back. Everyone was covered in blood, as if they had been soaked in a bloody bath. Blood-red cloths covered their bodies. Blood-red skin, blood-red hair. Even the solid bald head was covered in blood. Splash! Wang Tailuo, feeling numb all over, was the first to collapse to the ground, followed closely by others. Lian Xiaodian, Pan Shi, Jin Gu, and others all sank into the blood pool one after another. The first and second courtyards were also soaked in blood. Only the third courtyard was relatively clean. Yuba Dunn, Lilith, and Sophia, accompanied by many maids, came out of the cellar. Everyone saw the corpses and blood all over the yard and was stunned. Then they saw about 10 fighters sitting on the ground, gasping heavily with wide eyes. Yuba Dunn and Lilith, surprisingly, showed excited expressions. These people are the backbone of Yuba Manor. As long as they are alive, there is hope for Yuba Manor to turn things around. The couple exchanged a sad but happy look. Sophia, in her excitement, suddenly rushed toward Luo Feng. Ignoring the blood on him, she tightly embraced him in front of everyone. Luo Feng smiled. His twin swords clattered to the ground. There were more casualties among the fighters. Luo Feng, Lien Xiaodian, Wang Tailuo, and a duo. Qiulong, Xue Fei, Pancher, and Jinggu. Lan Asher, Moses, Akeli, and Luo Jier. Including Lien Xiaodian, only 12 people remained. All others had died, including the captain and vice-captain of the guards. Hidden Knife, Susan, Rolina, and Hodges died in the attack. Of these 12, all but the Rock Tribe member Qiulong were injured. Even Luo Feng had several wounds. It was surprising that Akeli and Luo Jier survived until the end. And Lan Asher too. This guy's fighting ability is indeed impressive. As Lien Xiaodian said, this guy is good at hiding his strength. Without a real fight, no one would know how powerful Lan Asher truly is. It can be said, these people surviving until the end is no exaggeration. Akeli and Luo Jier, though they seem to be women, are actually tall and strong, mighty and imposing. They can fight in close combat and shoot from afar. These two women, one from the North Snow Tribe and the other from the Mountain Tribe, are both extremely fierce. Yuba Dunn looked at the devastated manor and felt a strange sadness. But beneath the sadness, there was also a hidden excitement. Yuba family narrowly escaped disaster. In the future, if the City Lord's mansion tries to attack Yuba family again, they will have to consider their strength carefully. This might actually be good for the Yuba family. Eliminate the weak and choose the strong. The surviving fighters will all be appointed as top warriors by Yuba Duan. The fighting strength of Tsangdao and Hodge is also very strong. However, they died in the siege. One was cut across the neck, and the other was pierced in the abdomen. Both of these individuals had the same strength as top warriors. After catching their breath, Lien Xiaodian was the first to stand up. How should we deal with these bodies? Lien Xiaodian looked at more than 1,000 corpses and felt a strange headache. Yuba Duan's cold gaze said, the Dragon-Flying Legion commander and the cabinet official are already on their way to Yuba Manor. At that time, the bodies will be handled by them. As for armor, helmets, and weapons, all will be taken off. Starting today, I will equip each of you with a sturdy armor and helmet. Your bravery and fearlessness show your loyalty to the Yuba family. Since you are loyal to the Yuba family, I, Yuba Duan, will not treat you unfairly. I make this sincere promise here. Everyone heard Yuba Duan's words and showed excited and eager smiles. Being able to wear armor and helmets means they have gained their master's trust and recognition. This is a great honor for them. This is truly rare and valuable. Yesterday's battle proved your courage and fearlessness, showing your divine power as top warriors. From now on, I, Yuba Duan, officially name you all as top warriors of the Yuba family, except Luo Feng. He fought alone at the front, killing the most enemies and showing the bravest fighting spirit. His strength is comparable to that of a saintly warrior. Therefore, I, Yuba Duan, officially name him the #1 saintly warrior of the Yuba family. From today, all warriors named saintly warriors can enjoy the highest honor of the Yuba family, living in the luxurious large bedroom inn. The Yuba Manor, you can marry a beautiful fox girl as your wife. Among you, there is a chance to be promoted to saintly warrior. Because you have already proven your strength with unmatched bravery, you also have the right to live upstairs, but you must prove yourself with strength. Who will be the next saintly warrior? I want to see your brilliant display with my own eyes. Yuba Duan, with saliva flying, gave a passionate and energetic speech. The next saintly warrior will definitely be me, a duo. I will do my best to become the second holy warrior of Yuba Manor. Adwa shouted eagerly. Look forward to your growth. You will become the second holy warrior of my Yuba family. Yuba encouraged. This day will come soon. Adwa's eyes shone brightly, full of excitement. Yuba added, from today on, all fighters with the top-tier battle god can enjoy many honors at Yuba Manor. Although you can't live in the main courtyard or marry a fox tribe beauty, you can enjoy a private room with a soft bed and indulge in a day of free drinking each week. At that time, Yuba Manor will provide beautiful women for you to have fun with. But there's a condition. You can enjoy these privileges, but you must not indulge too much, because you are all fighters. At other times, you still need continuous training. You can't let alcohol and pleasure corrupt your soul and body, or lose yourself in temptation. Yuba gave a long speech again. At 9:15, on the road leading to Yuba Manor, over 1,000 cavalry charged forward through the dust, like fierce beasts descending the mountain, heading toward the gates of Yuba Manor. The gates were wide open. Within sight, there was a mountain of corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Limb parts, internal organs, all over the place. Everyone looked at the mountain of bodies in shock. So many people died in one night. What a fierce battle. Probably everyone in Yuba Manor is dead now, right? There were at least 1,000 bodies. F you. If anything happens to my daughter, I will wipe out the city lord's residence. Skin and draw and quarter the entire Jogo family, and expose them to the blazing sun. At the front of the cavalry, an old man with white hair and a beard pointed at the mountain of corpses and roared furiously. His eyes flashed with rage. Goodman! The old man was more and more angry, shouting at a nearby general. You useless fool! I entrusted my precious daughter to you. And how did you protect her? You can't even protect your own wife. I think your Dragon Legion leader is at the end of his rope. The nearby Goodman looked grim, full of killing intent. His clenched fist showed prominent veins, eager to lead over 1,000 cavalry into the city lord's residence and wipe out the entire Jogo family. The mountain of corpses blocked the gate, and both the gray-bearded old man and Gudin couldn't enter. Idiot! What are you waiting for? Hurry up and send people to move these bodies. If my daughter is truly in danger, I will make sure you suffer the consequences. The old man was Sophia's father, Sue White, who was also one of the top officials in the Imperial Cabinet, the Minister of Justice. All troops, listen up. Quickly move the bodies and clear the road. Prepare firewood to burn the bodies. To prevent a plague from spreading, although Gudin was scolded harshly, he remained calm and gave the orders. His father-in-law's words were harsh, but he had a kind heart. Without support from others, he had already taken off his general's hat. He could only swallow his anger and not act rashly. Over 1,000 cavalrymen dismounted and split into two groups, one to find firewood, the other to move the bodies. In no time, more than 1,000 bodies were being moved out of the estate, busy soldiers working tirelessly. Father, Sophia saw her father, Sue White, at the gate of the estate. She hurriedly stepped over the corpses and blood on the ground, running toward him in excitement. My precious daughter. Seeing that Sophia was safe and alive, Sue White couldn't hide his excitement, and tears welled up in his eyes. Gudin also felt relieved. As long as his wife was safe and well, everything else was less important. He was truly worried that Sophia might have an accident. Yuba-dun, salute to the Minister of Justice. Greetings, General Gudin. Yuba-dun and Li Lizi also hurried over, stepping over the corpses and blood to reach the estate gate. Yuba-dun, what exactly is going on? Gudin asked angrily. Are you an idiot? Asking such a stupid question? My daughter's letter already explained everything clearly. Do I need to repeat it? Sue White scolded Gudin. Gudin's face darkened. Yuba-dun quickly said, we believe this is definitely related to the city lord's residence. But we have no evidence yet. Recently, we only offended the Gory family. That Gory. He almost caused my daughter's death. Gudin, if this matter ends here, you are not worthy to be my son-in-law. Don't forget, I, Sue White, am ruthless and look down on you, Sue White shouted at Gudin. Gudin was furious and had nowhere to vent his anger. Sophia quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Father, this is not my husband's fault. I was feeling bored at home, so I came to visit Yuba Manor. My husband treats me very well. He cares for me and loves me deeply. But I didn't expect that on my first day at Yuba Manor, I would encounter an attack. That's just perfect. Su Huitei's face relaxed a little. Then he said, "As long as you are safe, I am happy. But last night during the surprise attack, you didn't tell anyone our names?" Sophia looked upset and said, "I did. But those people didn't listen. Instead, they became more aggressive. It was obvious they wanted to silence us, not caring about your status or reputation. Gooden, today's events must be explained to me perfectly by the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, I will take away his official hat and send him to the worst place. Let him never rise again." Su Huitei said angrily. "Don't worry, father-in-law. I will investigate carefully and give you a clear answer." Gooden hurriedly replied, under pressure, "No, let's go together and demand an explanation." Whether or not the night attack was connected to the city lord's mansion, the Yuba family's big trouble cannot be ignored by the city lord's mansion. Su Huitei said with a serious face. "General Yuba and General Good, and after such a long journey on horseback, you must be tired. Why don't we rest inside first?" Yuba Duan bowed and said politely. The bodies had already been cleared away. Su Huitei didn't rush to pay attention to Yuba Duan. Instead, he shouted to a general, "I need to know the exact number of bodies." So many people. This was clearly a planned attack. Within the empire, only the local city lord's mansion could have mobilized so many troops at once. Even mercenary groups don't have this many, unless 4 or 5 mercenary groups joined forces, but I doubt any group has such boldness. The bodies have been counted. There are 1,158 in total, the young general reported honestly. What about the weapons and armor? Were there any marks or insignias from the city lord's mansion? Su Huitei asked, arms crossed, looking serious. "No symbols or insignias on the weapons or armor," the general replied. "Any suspicious signs?" Su Huitei asked with a serious expression. "It doesn't look like it was one group. It seems like 4 different groups of people. The weapons and armor are all different. They probably came from 4 master craftsmen," the general answered honestly. Good and quickly said, "This must be related to the Mad Demon Mercenary Group." The Mad Demon Mercenary Group? Yes. That day, the Yuba family competed against the city lord's mansion. The mansion didn't have a top fighter, so Jogo Lee and his son invited 2 warrior gods from the Crazy Demon Mercenary Group to join the match. That fool Jogo Lee. He's really reached the limit of his position as the city lord. If it's found that the Crazy Demon Mercenary Group was ordered by him to attack the Yuba family at night, he will definitely lose his title. "Father-in-law, I think we should go inside and talk." Su Wait waved his hand, and with Gudan leading the way, they entered the first courtyard. Seeing how ruined the first and second courtyards were, Su Wait's face darkened terribly. Even Xie Tian and others were busy clearing the bodies inside. Thanks to these fighters, the Yuba family was able to withstand the fierce attack. Without them, not only the Yuba family, I might have also been killed here. Sophia expressed her gratitude sincerely to the many fighters, especially Luo Feng. "Yuba Duan, you saved my daughter's life. It's like saving my own. Do you have any requests? As long as it's within my power, I promise to help you achieve it." Su Wait said seriously, I don't have any special requests. Protecting the young lady is my greatest honor." Yuba Duan modestly replied, showing some emotional intelligence. "Feel free to share your ideas. Once we pass this point, there won't be another chance." Su Wait said sternly, with his hands behind his back. The group stepped through the blood into the third courtyard's living room. Li Lizi hurriedly ordered drinks and good food to be prepared. "Father," Sophia spoke up. What do you want to say?" Su Wait asked. Jogo Li and his son lost their family's treasured sword, the Glory Sword, in a competition. Sophia said, "Really?" Su Wait was very surprised. The one who won the Glory Sword was Yuba Duan, the head of the Yuba family. Sophia added, "You won Jogo Li's Glory Sword?" Su Wait's eyes sharpened immediately, becoming very serious. "Yes, I was lucky enough to win." Yuba Duan bowed respectfully. "Now I understand why the City Lord's mansion was so eager to attack the Yuba family at night. The Glory Sword is their family's treasure. They will definitely try to get it back. It seems last night's night attack was orchestrated by the City Lord's mansion. As the Minister of Justice, Su Huitei is very clever." "Yes," Yuba Dun nodded with a bitter smile. "The Sword of Honor is a precious thing. There are only about 10 in the entire empire. Each one is linked to the fate of a family, and also to the fate of the empire's leaders. So, the Sword of Honor is always regarded as a treasure by the major families. Few dare to use it as a bet in competitions. That GODLIKE is really a fool. Su Huaite couldn't help but curse. Yuba Dun nodded straightly. Listen to me. Since you have the Sword of Honor, keep it well. With the Sword of Honor, the City Lord's mansion won't dare to confront you openly. Facing you openly is like challenging the entire empire's leadership. This is no joke. It will be seen as a challenge to the empire's authority. You will face strict punishment from the higher-ups. But this thing is also a hot potato. Many important figures will covet it. In the future, the election of the empire's leaders will depend on it. Holding the Sword of Honor is like stepping halfway into the empire's top circle. Su Huaite kept talking. I know that, Yuba Dun replied with a bow. Our Su family also has a Sword of Honor. It is our family's treasured heirloom. In the future, it will be inherited by my daughter, Sophia. So, Su Huaite cast a faint glance at Guden. Guden's eyes flashed with greed, but that greed disappeared quickly. Having the Sword of Honor is the greatest honor for your Yuba family. Tell me, what do you want? With the Sword of Honor, I will help you a lot. Su Huaite immediately looked up to Yuba Dun. The Sword of Honor represents the right to vote. The king's election, the cabinet's election, and the city lord's election all depend on the Sword of Honor. Holding the Sword of Honor is like stepping halfway into the cabinet's top position. How could Su Huaite not respect Yuba Dun more? Hold the Sword of Honor, as if you are the king. Disobey the Sword of Honor, and you will face the guillotine. That GODLIKE, his position is already unstable. I will personally remove it. Su Huaite deliberately tried to win Yuba Dun over. Father, do you think Yuba Dun, the head of the Yuba family, is qualified to be the ruler of Blackstone City? Sophia asked, recalling her promise from last night. Hold the Sword of Honor. Then you have the right. Blackstone City should have a new master, Su Huaite said with fiery eyes. Below the cabinet is the ruler of the city. Recruiting a holder of the honor sword and choosing a king or cabinet member gives a person significant influence. A single vote can often decide the outcome. This trip was not wasted. The Yuba family has developed for hundreds of years. It's time for us to reach the top of the empire. Look after the honor sword. I will find ways to quickly weaken the Jogo family. When that happens, I will recommend you as the ruler of Blackstone City. But until Jogo and his son are dead, your Yuba family won't have an easy time, because the forces behind him definitely won't give up peacefully. The conflict over the honor sword made Su Huaite realize how dangerous the situation was. The higher-ups behind him would surely take action. It seems, this night attack was not just Jogo and his son acting alone. Instead, the higher-ups are secretly encouraging it. Su Huaite stroked his beard, seeming to know who was stirring trouble. Yuba Duan and Lilies looked at each other in surprise. No matter what, today, we must demand justice from the city lord's mansion. This is to defend my daughter's honor, and to warn those behind him. You, Yuba Duan, are now my person. If you dare to act recklessly again, don't blame me for being harsh. Su Huaite's face turned serious, full of killing intent. Thank you, Minister of Justice, for speaking up for my Yuba family. Yuba Duan hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Hey, from now on, don't call me Minister of Justice. If you respect me, call me Uncle. I will do my best to keep your Yuba family safe, Su Huaite said loudly. When he said this, Yuba Duan and his wife were overjoyed. Sophia was also very happy. With this connection, she could openly live at Yuba Manor. Uncle, Uncle. Nephew Yuba Duan greets Uncle. Yuba Duan quickly knelt, excited. Haha. Su Huaite was very happy and laughed. Get up, nephew. From now on, we are uncle and nephew. Your Yuba family's matters are my matters too. Thank you, uncle. Yuba Duan was full of joy. Son-in-law. Huh. Guden was stunned. Su Huaite, feeling unusually happy, called Guden son-in-law, making Guden think he heard wrong. He was silent for a moment, not sure how to respond. I have adopted Yuba Duan as my son. From now on, you should treat him as a brother. Brothers share burdens and help each other in difficult times. Support each other and work together, Su Huaite explained to Guden. He was implying, he holds the honor sword and has the right to participate in all high-level elections of the empire. You should build a good relationship with him It will only bring you benefits in the future. Goodin's mind was slow to respond, but since Su White intentionally did this, he quickly nodded and said, I will follow my father-in-law's advice. Yuba Dun and I will be like brothers from now on, connected as kin, helping each other. Good, Su White nodded with satisfaction. All right, we are going to the city lord's mansion now. I want to seek justice for my daughter. GODLIKE. How dare he ignore me? I may not be able to kill him, but I will skin him alive. Su White stood up as he spoke. Yuba Dun, father-in-law, clear the bodies in the estate as soon as possible. Recruit estate guards immediately to replace the fallen slaves and fighters. Before GODLIKE and his son are dead, they are out on errands, so make sure to bring guards. Be careful to prevent any accidents. Also, keep the honor sword safe. This is your fastest way to honor your family. Yuba Dun, Su White reminded him carefully. Uncle, rest assured, I will follow your words. I will never take risks lightly. I will never lose the honor sword. Yuba Dun puffed out his chest and said loudly. Exactly. When you hold the honor sword, you must stand tall. No more bowing or nodding. This is your confidence to stand straight, Su White added. Goodin, father-in-law, leave 200 cavalry to defend the Yuba family. No one is allowed to attack. Until we recruit enough guards, the 200 cavalry cannot leave, Su White said seriously. Understood, father-in-law, Goodin hurriedly replied. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Yuba Dun was overjoyed. With Su White's arrangements, Yuba Dun's confidence immediately grew in Blackstone City. To him, it was like having a big tree behind him for shade. He would no longer be controlled by others. He would no longer be bound. He would no longer be stretched thin. Right away, Su White, along with Goodin, headed to the city lord's mansion to demand justice. Sophia stayed at Yuba Manor. 200 flying dragon cavalry were also left behind to protect the Yuba family's safety. After a night of fierce fighting, the Yuba family suffered heavy losses, and the remaining slaves and fighters were exhausted. If they were attacked again, how could they hold on? Inside the lord's mansion, before dawn, GODLIKE and his son, accompanied by Feng Mo and Rookin, hurriedly returned to Blackstone City. After a night of fierce fighting, over 1,000 soldiers, yet they failed to defeat the Yuba family. This made GODLIKE very angry, but he couldn't send all the guards from the lord's mansion. Recently, he had lost nearly 1,000 guards trying to attack the Yuba family. To make up for the losses, the mansion was recruiting guards almost every day. Last night, almost all 300 guards were killed, except for the captain, Rookin. Rookin cannot die. Rookin is the captain of the guards. If he dies and his body is found, the mansion will be in trouble. The 300 guards sent out last night were all newly recruited and not yet registered. So, even if they die, it won't be investigated. GODLIKE returned to the mansion, still warm from sitting, when Goodin and Su White, leading 800 flying dragon cavalry, stormed into the mansion without resistance. Hearing the commotion, GODLIKE hurried out of the living room. Seeing Goodin and Su White, both furious, GODLIKE's forehead suddenly felt heavy. But he tried to keep calm and avoid revealing last night's traces. Oh, Lord of the Criminal Department. General Goodin, you came so early with your troops. Has something big happened? GODLIKE pretended to be confused. What happened? Doesn't Lord GODLIKE know? Su White asked coldly. I really don't know. Please, show me, GODLIKE said. Show you? You and your son did a good job last night. Do I need to tell you myself? Su White scolded. I don't understand what the criminal department lord means. What do you mean I did a good job? I'm confused, GODLIKE said, looking puzzled. Stop pretending. You ignore the sword of honor. Ignore the high officials. Ignore General Filong. I have the right to report you to the Empire's leaders, Su White said angrily. Please, Lord of the Criminal Department. I really don't know what you're talking about. GODLIKE said hurriedly, pretending to be worried. Are you still pretending? You know what you did last night, don't you? Do I really have to uncover the truth before I can calmly admit it? Thud. Goodin suddenly drew his sword from his waist, pointing it directly at GODLIKE's neck. GODLIKE was startled and quickly widened his eyes, saying, Let's talk about this calmly. You all get off your horses first, then we can go inside and discuss. I will serve good wine and tea. Who cares about your lousy drinks? I remember you once helped me, so I didn't kill you with my sword. But last night, knowing my wife was visiting the Yuba family, you still tried to attack her. What exactly is your plan, GODLIKE? Do you really think we don't know you're the mastermind behind the scenes? Gooden asked coldly. I am innocent. I swear I am innocent. I stayed at the estate last night and didn't go anywhere. GODLIKE hurriedly explained, glaring. Bah? Stop pretending to be pitiful here, Gooden shouted loudly, losing the sword of honor. Losing 500,000 gold coins. Losing a duo. And all these are connected to the Yuba family. For your city lord's estate, I even sponsored 2 top fighters. And you? You are truly heartless and ruthless. Do you think no one knows your little schemes? I was blind to trust you. I should have cut ties with you long ago. Shut up, Su Huaite continued to scold. Maybe others don't know your purpose in attacking the Yuba family. But I, Su Huaite, do. Who am I? Like you, GODLIKE. I am also a person wielding the Sword of Honor. Losing the Sword of Honor is like losing the golden path to the High Council. It means losing high-level connections. Anyone would fight desperately to get it back. You just took it. Ignoring my daughter's pleas? Ignoring the Sword of Honor? Ignoring the people in my empire's cabinet? Ignoring me, the Dragon General of the Empire? You really have the guts of a leopard, acting without regard for the law. Based on these 3 crimes of rebellion, you could be sentenced to death 10 times over. Thud. GODLIKE immediately knelt down. Lord Su, Dragon General, I really didn't do it. Besides, what evidence do you have? You're just talking without proof. GODLIKE refused to admit it. Evidence. The Mad Demon Mercenary Group is the proof, Gooden said coldly. The Mad Demon Mercenary Group? Did they really attack the Yuba estate? GODLIKE was shocked. What? Don't you know what the Mad Demon Mercenary Group has done? Don't play dumb with me, Gooden snapped angrily. An injustice to the adults. I really don't know. During the last competition, members of the Yuba family killed 2 powerful high-level warriors from the Mad Demon Mercenary Group. When the leader of the Mad Demon Mercenary Group found out, he was very angry and specifically came to me, saying he wanted revenge for those 2 high-level warriors. I even advised them not to act. But unexpectedly, they really took action. May I ask, Lord Su, does Lady Good now have any injuries? Xiao Jelly asked worriedly. You have already failed in your duties, Su Huaite said with a grim face. I truly didn't expect the Mad Demon Mercenary Group to attack the Yuba family. If I had known, I would have sent heavy troops to stop this battle, Xiao Jelly said, pretending to feel guilty. This battle, whether or not it involves your city lord's residence, is a serious failure on your part. It has caused great damage to the Yuba family, shamed the Empire's high officials, and brought disgrace to the Empire. Therefore, I must impeach you, Su Huaite said solemnly. Xiao Jelly's face suddenly turned pale. Just wait for the Empire to issue the official decree of guilt, Su Huaite said coldly. You keep claiming that your city lord's residents did not participate in the fight. Then I ask you, where are your 3,000 guards? I need to count the numbers. If there are not enough personnel, it means there was a night attack last night, and your city lord's residents must have been involved, Gudan suddenly said. When these words were spoken, Xiao Jelly's face suddenly changed. General Guda, my city lord's residence no longer has 3,000 guards. During the last competition at the arena, I already said that I personally led troops to eliminate bandits and robbers around Blackstone City to protect its safety. That battle caused heavy losses to my city lord's residents. Now, there are at most only about 1,000 guards, Xiao Jelly explained. Xiao Jelly, listen carefully. This time, your city lord's residents attacked the Yuba family. I haven't found any evidence yet, but I won't give up. I will impeach you. And if the Yuba family is attacked again during this time, don't blame me for not warning you. Su Huaite said coldly. His words were very clear. While I am impeaching you, if the Yuba estate is attacked again, it definitely has something to do with you. Because you are eager to get the Glory Sword. Having the Glory Sword not only grants immunity from death, but also secures high-level authority. Xiao Jelly's face darkened further. Mad Demon Mercenary Group? I will find Mad Demon himself and ask him clearly, you caused my wife to be frightened. I will never forgive you. Gudan said coldly. GODLIKE swallowed hard. Gudan and Su Huaite led the cavalry away from the city lord's mansion. They had no proof. GODLIKE refused to admit anything. To bring down GODLIKE, they could only use his neglect in defending the city to remove his official title. GODLIKE felt resentful, but helpless. After Su Huaitei and the others left, Jafar stepped out. Father, these two definitely won't give up easily. If we show any weakness, they will cause trouble and ruin us. Jafar felt more pressure. GODLIKE frowned and said, we can't let the crazy demon stay. We must quietly eliminate him to prevent him from being captured and exposing our identity. The crazy demon is too strong. No one can match him. Jafar frowned. Even with great strength, poison can still be deadly. Tonight, I will host a banquet and poison the crazy demon. Only death can keep secrets. GODLIKE said grimly with a fierce look. After the crazy demon dies, what will those above say? He was sent by the higher-ups. Jafar was worried. The crazy demon is just if he needs to be discarded, so be it. First, we kill him. I will send a message via flying crow to explain the purpose of poisoning the crazy demon, GODLIKE said. I really am to blame. If I hadn't lost the Sword of Glory, you wouldn't be so passive, Father. Jafar regretted deeply. I'm glad you can grow from this. We must get back the Sword of Glory. Otherwise, my son and I will have no chance to turn things around, GODLIKE said with a dark, fierce expression. But Su Huaitei is planning to impeach you. I'm afraid both of us will suffer. Jafar worried. Though I lost the Sword of Glory, a fallen camel is still bigger than a horse. The higher-ups will buy me some time. As long as I get back the Sword of Glory, I can rise again to the top. After all, we were all in the same boat. Compared to the new owner of the Sword of Glory, they prefer to work with me. GODLIKE. GODLIKE still had some confidence. So what should we do next? Jafar asked. First, kill the crazy demon. Next time, I will definitely take back the Sword of Glory. GODLIKE clenched his fists and said coldly. Yuba Manor. Under the busy efforts of Lien Xiaotian and others, the bodies were gradually burned. The bloodstains in the manor had been cleaned up. It took 3 days to remove all traces of the battle from the Yuba Manor. During these 3 days, Luo Feng did not work. He did some things, but not cleaning the floors or burning the bodies. Instead, he climbed mountains and entered caves. He climbed Sophia's mountain. Early in the morning, 4 carriages left Yuba Manor. Lan Shan drove the first carriage, carrying Luo Feng and Li Lizi, racing ahead. A duo drove the second carriage, following behind. Wang Teruo and Xue Fei each drove the third and fourth carriages. Sophia left last night. She enjoyed her time here for 3 days. Next time she comes, it will be at least after her child's full moon celebration. Luo Feng didn't know she was pregnant, nor did he know Sophia was carrying his child. As soon as they got into the carriage, Li Lizi couldn't wait to pull back the white cloth. Luo Feng, experienced in battles, was very strong. They fought until they reached the gates of Blackstone City, then stopped. The guards checked them, and only then could the carriages smoothly enter the city. This trip was to buy fighters again. The night attack on Yuba Manor had spread throughout Blackstone City. Over 1,000 bandits and raiders failed to take over the small Yuba Manor. Everyone was shocked by this. When the 4 carriages arrived at the market, Li Lizi and her group got off one after another. Wang Teruo stayed to guard the carriages. Li Lizi led Luo Feng, a duo, Xue Fei, and Lan Shan into the market. The owners already knew about the tragedy at Yuba Manor. Li Lizi's arrival made them see a business opportunity. In this disaster, the Yuba family lost many fighters. They would definitely buy a large number of slaves. Li Lizi was determined to buy strong fighters, not just any. Her eyes were very sharp. All the slaves she chose were strong. In the last batch, more than 10 slaves, none were weak. They all fought to protect the Yuba family with their lives. After walking around the market, she only selected 8 slaves that caught her eye. These guys were tall, muscular, and powerful. 5 of them were bought on Luo Feng's suggestion. This time, the goal was absolute strength, not just filling the ranks with mediocre fighters. The conditions for buying fighters in Yuba End are simple. Strength is important, but appearance also matters. People who look unappealing, no matter how strong, won't be purchased. He doesn't have Luo Feng's combat ability and fears these people might cause trouble on the Yuba Manor after being bought. But Luo Feng isn't afraid. Anyone who causes trouble will be taught a lesson. He guarantees they will be convinced. It's not the troublemakers he's worried about, but the ones who can't be controlled. Most strong fighters tend to be rebellious. After leaving the market, Lilius posted a recruitment notice for manor guards at the mercenary guild. All the guards have been killed. Yuba Manor urgently needs to recruit guards to protect the estate. The manor guards usually do two things. First, protect the estate. Second, suppress rebellious fighters. But after this battle, the rebellious fighters at Yuba Manor have become very united and don't need to be suppressed. Even new slaves don't dare to be too bold. Because Wang Tailuo and others have the strength of top-tier warriors, anyone who acts out of line will be taught a lesson. The recruitment target for manor guards is 200 people. Veterans are preferred, top-tier warriors are preferred. Strong and healthy individuals are preferred, experienced fighters are preferred. Good pay and benefits. After the last lesson, Yuba spared no effort. After posting the notice, Lilius and her group returned to Yuba Manor with 8 newly purchased fighters. This trip went very smoothly. They didn't encounter any ambushes along the way. The Yuba family, having just experienced a war, and with the city lord's office receiving warnings from Sue White, wouldn't dare attack at this critical moment. Back at Yuba Manor, the new fighters were taken to the training ground by Wang Tailuo and others. Lian Xiaodian gave another lively speech. Luo Feng didn't go anywhere. After returning to the manor, he went to a luxurious bedroom in the main courtyard under Lan Shan's care. Lan Shan was given to Luo Feng by Yuba and, in other words, she is now Luo Feng's woman. Not long after Lilius and her group returned, Glandcross, AKS, and leaders from the Morgan and Tige families, along with other fighter families, arrived at Yuba Manor. Yuba Manor, having suffered a night attack, was already the talk of Blackstone City. These people all came to visit Yuba Dun. They knew that Yuba Manor had suffered heavy losses, but they didn't know if Yuba Dun was still alive. Each of them had their own secret motives as they visited Yuba Manor. After entering the manor, everyone looked around to see if the estate had been damaged. They checked whether Yuba Dun and Lilies were alive or dead. They examined the slaves and fighters of the Yuba family to see who was injured, who had died, and who was still alive. They also looked to see if these fighters could still pose a threat to the family. Among many fighting families, only Glark was more concerned about Yuba Dun. Seeing Yuba Dun appear safely at the manor gate, Glark excitedly ran over and said, "Thank God. Bless Yuba brother to be safe in the chaos. Seeing Yuba brother unharmed makes me both excited and happy," Yak said happily. The fighters of the Yuba family are truly brave and loyal, extremely strong. They resisted over 1,000 enemies and kept the Yuba family safe. "I really admire that," Morgan, the head of his family, said. "Yes, Yuba brother has trained such loyal and brave fighters, which is truly a blessing for the Yuba family," Tag, the head of his family, said, stroking his beard with envy. "Oh, by the way, Yuba brother, can you find out who was behind the attack on the manor?" Yax asked curiously. Yuba Dun shook his head and said, "Not enough evidence. I can't give a definite answer for now. Isn't that obvious? It must be connected to the city lord's office." Glark shouted. "The city lord's office is truly despicable, using their power and status to oppress us common folk." Sigh. Morgan, the family head, shook his bald head and sighed. "Just now, I saw 200 flying dragon cavalry outside the manor. That's a clear violation of imperial military law. The law states that the imperial army is forbidden from deploying troops or stationing outside without permission," Tag said angrily. "How is that a violation of imperial law? Don't you know that Yuba family holds the honor sword? Any family with the honor sword has the right for the imperial army to protect them." "That's beyond doubt," Glark retorted. "Brother Glark makes sense," Yax agreed. "May I ask, during this night raid, how many soldiers and fighters of the Yuba family were injured or lost?" Tag asked again. When these words were spoken, everyone turned their attention to Yuba Dun. It seemed they all wanted to know how many people were hurt or lost in the Yuba estate. Even Glansua wanted to know. Yuba Dun hesitated, not wanting to reveal the detailed casualties of the Yuba family this time. It's not good to share such news. It would only make others laugh at them. All 200 guards are dead. More than half of the fighters are injured or lost. The Yuba family has suffered heavy losses. What's there to hide? Huh? Master Tag wants to know. Could it be that he's thinking of helping the Yuba family through this tough time? Lilies, dressed in a light, flowing dress, placed her hands on her belly. Her graceful body swayed as she entered the main hall of the courtyard. Don't be like that. My Tag family is heavily in debt, struggling to survive. We can't even afford to feed our fighters, let alone help the Yuba family. The head of the Tag family immediately started complaining. Then don't pretend to be innocent and ask all these questions. Huh? Do you want to see a joke about the Yuba family? Sorry to disappoint you. Although our Yuba family suffered a night attack and heavy casualties, it also showed the unity of our family's fighters. It proves that all my Yuba family's fighters are loyal and brave. Lily said sarcastically. What about Luo Feng? Did he survive the fight? Morgan, the head of the Morgan family, asked boldly. Luo Feng is the top sacred fighter of the Yuba family. Do you think he wouldn't survive? Lily sneered. And what about the young warrior A Duo? Morgan asked shamelessly, with a thick skin and a big boast. A Duo is the second sacred fighter of the Yuba family. Do you think a Duo is okay? Lily's asked again. Morgan looked a bit embarrassed and touched his bald head, saying, Luo Feng and a Duo are the pillars of the Yuba family. As long as they are safe, the other casualties don't really matter to us. That's a great compliment for Morgan. Glansuo gave a thumbs up. This visit is just to check on Yuba brother and Lady Yuba. Seeing that they are safe, I can finally breathe easy. I have some family matters to handle, so I'll leave now. Morgan stood up. Safe travels, Lord Morgan. Yuba Dun showed no intention of stopping him. These people came only to see the joke. I also have some things to do, so I will leave first. Tag also stood up. X also left. Only Glansuo stayed behind. These guys, they're really interesting. They talk grand words, but do hypocritical things. Which one is truly thinking about your Yuba family? Glansuo scolded. It's just to watch the joke, Yuba said casually. As long as Luo Feng and a Duo are safe and sound, your Yuba family still has a chance to rise. Don't lose hope. If you need anything, just tell me. Brothers should stick together. No need for many words, Glansuo said. Yes, Brother Glansuo, hearing such heartfelt words from you makes me very happy. Honestly, this battle was extremely dangerous. We, as a couple, only survived thanks to our family slaves and fighters, Yuba said with some emotion. After the last competition, I knew the City Lord's mansion wouldn't be peaceful soon. I guessed right. In the end, your Yuba family offended the City Lord's mansion too deeply. If I were you, I would also launch a surprise attack on your family. The Sword of Glory, 500,000 gold coins, a Duo. Any of these would tempt anyone, Glansuo said. When enemies come, we will meet them head-on. When water flows, it finds a way. If they dare to come, I will make sure they never return, Yuba said confidently. Glansuo stayed silent for a while before leaving Yuba Manor. Before leaving, he saw Luo Feng training in the courtyard. Luo Feng's injuries had already healed. He was now dressed in armor, holding a sharp sword, moving actively to stretch his muscles. Glansuo asked curiously, Brother Yuba, did you give your family slaves armor? Yuba looked serious and said, They fight bravely for my Yuba family, risking their lives. During crises, they never chose to abandon me and my wife. I don't see the need to be harsh on them. If only my Glansuo family slaves could pass such tests. Honestly, I can't even imagine, Glansuo sighed. An attack on the manor is not a good thing. I don't recommend you try it, Yuba said with a gentle smile. I was just joking. Wait, how can Luo Feng be training in the courtyard? Could it be, he is the first recognized holy fighter of my Yuba family, and he has the right to live in the front courtyard, Yuba said without hesitation. Indeed, Brother Yuba really has a broad mind, Glansuo nodded approvingly. The next morning, four carriages sped out of Yuba Manor again. Luo Feng, Lily's, Lanshan, Wang Tai Luo, a Duo, and Snowfi continued to go out to buy fighters. This time, they did not go to Blackstone City, but headed straight to the nearby Glory City. The market in Blackstone City no longer had high-quality fighters. They had to go to other city-states to buy them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Feng accompanied Lilies to visit surrounding city-states, including Winged Dragon City, Free City, and Sunfire City, and bought a total of 18 strong fighters. These fighters came from various races, but none were too rare, like the Chio or Rock races. While buying slaves, Lilies also posted notices to recruit guards at mercenary guilds in each city-state. In just 3 days, over 100 people responded to the call. Yuba sat in the manor, responsible for selecting the strongest. People who were not qualified were turned away by Yuba. Yuba Manor strictly refused to accept unqualified individuals. No slackers allowed. This was a special instruction from Lilies to Yuba. 200 guards were recruited over a week, all fully equipped. The number of fighters reached 38. Even Xiantian entered a tense training phase again. On the same day, the 200 Flying Dragon cavalry withdrew from the Yuba family. Yuba Manor returned to its usual peak moment. Seeing this, Luofeng specifically found Yuba and Lilies and proposed to participate in underground competitions. He urgently needed skill points. All his skill levels had reached perfection, and only killing fighters remained to unlock the inheritance. Yuba thought for a moment and agreed without hesitation. Lilies was a bit worried and said, "The underground arena is much more brutal and bloodthirsty than the surface arena. Are you sure you want to participate? Every fight is a life-and-death battle." Luofeng said firmly, "I must participate. Otherwise, I can't break through my limits and improve myself." Since Luofeng has this idea, we will support him fully. Participating in the underground arena can also bring a lot of commission to the Yuba family. It will help fill our family's treasury. Why not? Yuba always looked at problems from a money perspective. His words made perfect sense. The family has raised many guards and fighters, but it costs a lot of money. Without enough gold coins, the Yuba family might have already disappeared. I am unwell and cannot go out to compete with you. Let the lady take you instead. However, since things have been a bit quiet lately, bring along a few more fighters, Yuba said cautiously. His wounds are still healing, so he can't go out and move around much. He wants to prevent his wounds from tearing open again. Okay, I'll bring a duo and Xiao Long. With the three of them, I can stay safe, Li Lizi replied. Good. Yuba nodded in agreement. After the Flying Dragon cavalry leaves, the city lord's mansion will probably take other measures. So, make sure to strengthen the estate's defenses. If there's an emergency, send a message to me immediately via the Flying Crow. I will rush back to help, Li Lizi advised seriously before leaving. Got it. I know what to do, Yuba responded. Ugh. Clang. Su White. Gooden. This is trying to kill me, Joe Gory. Yuba, don't think that just because you have the Sword of Glory, you can do whatever you want. If I can make you get it, I can make you lose it too. Early in the morning, the angry voice of Joe Gory echoed in the city lord's mansion living room. He had traveled through the night from the imperial city to return here. 2 days ago, he was summoned by the cabinet to attend a meeting. At the meeting, Su White and Gooden, along with some colleagues, accused Joe Gory. The accusations included, first, abuse of power, neglect of duty, secretly colluding with the Mad Mercenary Corps to attack the Yuba family at night, causing heavy losses to the empire's major taxpayer, the Yuba family. Second, ignoring the Supreme Sword of Glory, ignoring the imperial cabinet ministers, ignoring the imperial Flying Dragon generals, attempting to harm the minister's daughter and the general's family, challenging imperial authority, and defying the divine power of the empire. Third, participating in fighter competitions secretly, causing the loss of the empire's Supreme Sword of Glory, damaging the royal family's reputation, and unworthy of being the lord of Blackstone City. Many accusations were listed one after another. Regardless of evidence, the attack was swift and fierce. Fortunately, Jogo Ri has high-level support behind him. Both sides engaged in a fierce argument over the Jogo Ri incident. In the end, the king, tired of the noise, banned the fighting and threatened to remove Jogo Ri from his position as city lord if evidence was found against him. This was also the reason for Jogo Ri's anger. Father, don't be angry. I think I have found a way to deal with Yubadan, Joffrey said quietly. I've tried everything and can't think of a good plan. What could you possibly have? Jogo Ri asked impatiently. Joffrey didn't get angry. He smiled and said, In a week, Grandfather will celebrate his 80th birthday. Since Grandfather and Yubadan are close, Yubadan will definitely attend the celebration. If we use the birthday event to secretly set a trap for Yubadan, we can control his fate. Jogo Ri frowned and said, Yubadan and Grandfather are very close. How can Grandfather cooperate easily? Also, Yubadan's family has powerful fighters. How can we defeat Yubadan? Joffrey chuckled and said, You don't need to worry about that, Father. Grandfather may be friendly with you Badun, but we can use threats and bribes. Threats and bribes? The Guren family is a family of fighters. Fighters care about profit most. When money is involved, friendships can break apart. We can threaten his family and offer him enough benefits. I don't believe he will refuse to cooperate. Joffrey's eyes showed a sinister look. Threaten his family? Offer him benefits. Jogo Ree stroked his beard, then his eyes lit up. I know what to do now. Father, you're so clever. If we work together, we can definitely take down Yuba-dun. Joffrey rubbed his hands eagerly, looking anxious. In the underground arena of Blackstone City, as dawn broke, Li Lizzie, a duo, and Xiao Long arrived at the underground arena. The gates were already open. Luxurious carriages lined up in the courtyard of the arena. People kept entering inside. After Li Lizzie got off her carriage, she went to the registration desk to sign up for the competition. A duo and Xiao Long followed closely on either side. It was 8:05. The spacious arena around the competition area was already crowded with spectators. These people are called spectators, but they are mostly regular gamblers. They often come to the underground arena to place bets when they have free time. They bet on who will win. Today, there are quite a few matches. Luo Feng is the 12th to enter the arena. He has only one chance to survive. If he wins, he can keep fighting. If he loses, he must stop. The more opponents he defeats, the more matches he wins, and the more prize money he earns. Winning one match gives 10 gold coins. Winning 2 matches doubles the prize to 20 gold coins. Winning 3 matches doubles it again to 50 gold coins. The rewards increase with each victory. The daily maximum prize is 10,000 gold coins. But very few people can reach 10,000. To get 10,000 coins, you need to participate in at least 10 matches in a row. 10 consecutive matches are not easy. It's continuous fighting. It takes a lot of energy. If you rest for more than 2 minutes, the challenge ends. Few can win 10 matches in a row and keep winning every time. Next, Luo Feng is called to the stage. His opponent is Parker, who has just achieved 7 consecutive wins today. As everyone knows, Parker is from the Highland tribe, tall and strong, very powerful. He once won 8 matches in a row. He's quite famous in the underground arena. So, can Luo Feng stop Parker's 7-win streak? Or will Parker defeat Luo Feng and continue his winning streak to 8, then 9, and finally 10 wins, claiming today's first 10-win championship? On the announcer's platform, a bearded young man was passionately talking on and on. Luo Feng. No detailed introduction yet. Now, let's invite Luo Feng to the stage. The host shouted loudly. There are no protective measures for fighters in the underground arena. They only wear white cloth belts around their waists. They have no weapons in their hands. There are weapons in the arena, but they are stuck on the walls around the edges. To get a weapon, you have to go and take it yourself. Brother Feng, come on. End his 7-win streak in one move. A duo cheered from the side. Luo Feng smiled calmly and stepped into the arena. Luo Feng. It's really him. I think I have seen him somewhere before. I bet on him to win. I also bet on him. I bet on Parker. Parker has won 7 times in a row, and he looks completely unfazed. Luo Feng is as strong as a holy warrior. He recently won 2 championships in the Beast Arena. Really? I didn't know that. You spend all day in this strange place. How would you know anything? He comes from the Yuba family. The Yuba family? Is that the family that was attacked recently and suffered heavy losses? Yes. Wow. The Yuba family is powerful. I bet on Luo Feng. As soon as Luo Feng stepped into the arena, whispers spread around. Parker squinted at Luo Feng, a look of disdain on his face. He is over 2 meters tall, a whole head taller than Luo Feng. His huge hand could easily crush Luo Feng's head. Here's a chance for you to kneel and lick my snake spear before you die. Give you a last thought. Parker said arrogantly, full of contempt. Annoying. Luo Feng scoffed. You're asking for death. Parker roared loudly, slapping his big hand like a fan toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng snorted coldly, quickly rushing forward and kicking Parker's huge body, making him stumble backward. About a meter behind him, several sharp swords were stuck in the wall. Parker, furious, steadied himself and suddenly pulled out a long spear from the wall behind him, stabbing fiercely at Luo Feng. Luo Feng dodged easily with a quick move. Parker, furious, swung his spear again to attack Luo Feng. Luo Feng reacted quickly, dodging 3 deadly strikes in a row, then suddenly grabbed the tip of the spear with his right hand. Parker tried to pull the spear away, but Luo Feng held it firmly in his palm. No matter how hard he pulled, the spear didn't move an inch. The crowd watching was stunned. Remember, Parker is famous for his incredible strength. Yet, in front of Luo Feng, he was like a little brother, completely outmatched. Is that all? Luo Feng sneered. You're asking for death. You're the one asking for death. Luo Feng sneered coldly, then suddenly pulled Parker's huge body forward, making him lean in. Parker was caught off guard and nearly fell to the ground. Feng Luo quickly kicked him hard in the chin, causing Parker's teeth to break and blood to spray from his mouth. There was a sharp sound of bone breaking in his jaw. Parker let out a painful cry. He staggered from the pain and almost knelt in front of Feng Luo. Before he could kneel down, Feng Luo delivered another fierce kick to his stomach. This kick used all his strength, sending Parker's large body flying backward to hit the sharp edge of a nearby wall. A blade suddenly pierced through Parker's chest. It created several clear holes in his body. Parker's wide-open eyes showed despair and unwillingness. He waved his hand weakly, his head drooping, and died against the wall. The scene immediately caused a loud gasp. Many people started cursing loudly. F you. That's 200 gold coins for me. Huh? I won 500 gold coins. Feng Luo truly deserves to be a holy warrior. He didn't disappoint me. Kick a strong guy like Parker, who's as big as a bull. That took a lot of strength. Don't just say a kick. Feng Luo has already killed 4 top-tier gods in the arena before. Wow, that's so impressive. If I had known, I would have bet on him too. There's still a chance later. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed a fighter and earned 2 skill points. Sure enough, only by defeating fighters in the arena can you earn skill points. Feng Luo's lips curved into a pleased smile. He hadn't used any special moves just now, only relying on his natural strength to take down Parker. If he had used a powerful skill move, he could have finished Parker with just 1 punch. Congratulations, Feng Luo. Well done. You have ended Parker's 7 consecutive wins. Now, with this victory, do you want to continue participating in the match? The host smiled and asked Feng Luo. Feng Luo nodded and said, Yes, I want to continue. Next, let's welcome to fight Feng Luo. Is also an excellent fighter, comparable to a top-tier god, and has participated many times in our underground arena. 25 fighters have fallen to his hands. The host began introducing. Feng Luo stood in place, watching enter the arena. This guy was also very strong, with a fierce look in his eyes. The two faced each other like sharp points. Was the first to attack Feng Luo. Feng Luo didn't stay idle. He suddenly rushed forward, punching S' forehead. Then he forcefully twisted S' neck until it broke. Let out a terrible scream and suddenly stopped moving. The fight was quick, and it ended just as fast. Even the host's eyes didn't blink before the battle was over. The surrounding spectators hadn't even had time to place their bets. A duo looked at the fight with some envy and said, If only I had half of Brother Feng's strength. Qiu Long patted his shoulder and said, You will have it. The Kuei tribe people are all born with great strength. Li Lizi stood nearby, without saying a word. Feng Luo's strength was so overwhelming that there was no need to worry. Congratulations to Feng Luo for winning 2 matches in a row. Next, please welcome the next contestant. Congratulations to Feng Luo for winning 3 matches in a row. Next, please welcome the next contestant. In Feng Luo's battles, many fighters fell in the arena. Bright red blood had already stained the entire fighting area. Feng Luo, like a butcher, kept taking lives and earning sad skill points. Each fight lasted at most 1 minute. Soon, Feng Luo achieved 8 consecutive wins. When it was time for the 9th match, the contestant didn't dare to step into the arena. Feng Luo was too strong. His speed was too fast. He didn't give anyone a chance to fight back. The remaining contestants, afraid of Feng Luo's terrifying power, chose to give up voluntarily. Feng Luo smoothly achieved 10 consecutive wins, winning 1,000 gold coins for the Yuba family. Li Lizi received the gold coins, smiling happily. For the first time, she felt that gold was so easy to earn. This was 10 wins in a row. Few people could achieve 10 consecutive wins in the underground arena. The host looked a bit displeased and scolded the 2 fighters who forfeited, cowardly weaklings. You are banned from participating in the underground arena of Blackstone City for a month. The two looked a little embarrassed, but they had no choice. Feng Luo's strength was simply too great. The two are not on the same level at all. Even if he goes out, it would be asking for trouble. Luo Feng frowned. After killing only 8 fighters, no one dared to challenge him anymore. If this keeps up, when will he have enough skill points? Lunchtime arrived. After eating, Luo Feng and his group went back to the underground arena. The host frowned and said, "Today, you've already won 10 matches in a row, so you can't participate anymore. Also, your strength is too high. No one dares to challenge you now." Luo Feng looked speechless. Li Lizi frowned and asked, "Are there no other challenge events?" The host thought for a moment and said, "There is one." "What event?" Li Lizi hurriedly asked. "Beastman battles." The host replied seriously. "Beastman battles?" "Yes, Beastman battles are very dangerous. You might even be swallowed whole by the fierce beasts," Li Lizi said, looking at Luo Feng. "Yes, they are quite dangerous, but winning each fight earns a good reward," the host explained. "Arrange a Beastman battle," Luo Feng said coldly. "Killing beast fighters can also earn skill points." "Wait," Li Lizi quickly shouted. "What kinds of beast fighters are there?" "The bloodthirsty wild boar, spider, ghostly snow leopard, and a giant earth bear? If you think these beasts are too weak, you can try challenging the thunder white tiger. It has strength and speed comparable to a saint warrior. It will definitely give you a thrilling fight," the host said eagerly. It's been a long time since the underground arena held a Beastman competition. Every Beastman fight brings in a lot of ticket sales. Many people prefer beast fights over human fights. Ding! If the host kills a fierce beast, they will be rewarded skill points based on the beast's quality. The system gave a prompt. It only said skill points as a reward, but didn't specify how many. Luo Feng showed a look of anticipation. "When can I participate in beast fights?" Luo Feng asked. "Not today. At least tomorrow. We need to announce it to the whole city, and the fight will be held at the large beast arena next door," the host replied. "Tomorrow? That's fine too." Luo Feng nodded. "Brother Feng, human-beast competitions are much more brutal than two-person matches. Are you sure you want to participate in a human-beast competition?" A duo looked nervous when mentioning the event. Luo Feng affectionately reached out and patted a duo's head, saying, "To improve my strength, I am willing to do anything." The strong are often born in desperate situations. Great idea. No wonder you are as impressive as a sacred warrior. If you can defeat the Thunder White Tiger, my master will apply for you to be recognized as a sacred warrior." The host praised enthusiastically. "Your master?" Li Lizi frowned. "Yes, my master is the vice chairman of the Fighter Guild. She has a lot of influence there. Today, if Luo Feng initiates the human-beast competition, early tomorrow, my master will arrive at Blackstone City to watch the event," the host explained. Luo Feng. "Maybe we should forget about it." Li Lizi looked worried that Luo Feng might be taken away by this so-called vice chairman. "Don't worry. Being a sacred warrior is a great honor on the continent. Anyone awarded this title receives a stipend from the empire, including their family. Also, after becoming a sacred warrior, you can go to the Fighter Guild and choose a powerful special move. That's the highest honor for a fighter," the host quickly offered. "Rest assured, I have my own plans," Luo Feng said with a meaningful look at Li Lizi. Li Lizi hesitated for a moment and nodded. She didn't know Luo Feng's true thoughts. "Luo Feng, the Yuba family can't be without you." "I can't be without you." Li Lizi bit her lip tightly, then gently touched her belly. "You have treated the Yuba family well, and I won't abandon them," Luo Feng replied. "In that case, I will arrange the event for tomorrow," the host asked Luo Feng again. Luo Feng nodded. "All right." A duo was a bit excited. A sacred warrior. That's a great honor for a fighter. Today, Luo Feng couldn't participate in the event. Led by Li Lizi, the 4 of them arrived at the Shida Manor. They would stay there tonight. The Shida Manor was quiet and deserted, looking very bleak. The cracks between the tiles on the ground had started to sprout small green grass. Li Lizi looked a little helpless and said, "It seems we need to arrange some servants and guards for the Shida Manor. Otherwise, if this continues, the place will become abandoned." "Then make the arrangements," Luo Feng said. "Arranging for servants and guards will cost a lot. This is not a joke," Li Lizi said with some worry. When we bought the estate, we should have thought about these things. Spend what needs to be spent. If the funds run out, we can just play a couple of matches. Then everything will be fine, Luo Feng replied. You're saying that so easily. But I like hearing it. Come on, let's go back to the city and buy some common slaves to bring some life to the estate. Otherwise, next time we come, it will be all deserted, she said. They immediately set out. With the company of Qiu Long and a duo, Li Lizi and Luo Feng went to Blackstone City to buy about 10 common slaves, along with some daily supplies and food. Among the slaves was a wise and clever old man. He was very sharp. Like Luo Feng, he was from the celestial dragon race. His skin was dry and wrinkled, very thin and bony. Luo Feng recognized him at once. He was the former chief of the tribe. The chief also recognized Luo Feng and, excited and eager, kept calling out his name. The moment Luo Feng saw him, he couldn't help but show a look of excitement. It was probably the deep blood connection that moved him.